The Easter We Lived in Detroit. Fiction by Janet Kauffman. From the Paris Review. The best day I remember was the Easter we lived in Detroit, locked in the apartment all day. The furniture, the rugs began to breathe. Geraniums hummed. I thought, so this is a lively place. It's what happens when somebody's got a chance to think. Early, about 7 o'clock, I said to my husband, Loren, "It's bright out," which was at first a complaint. But Loren can sleep with the sun in his eyes. He didn't wake. I believe it's more natural, though, with the eyes closed, to be in the dark, and that is why, very deliberately, when the sunlight compressed itself from a general glow to a four-cornered field next to the bed, I got up and pulled down the green shades in both rooms. The floorboards were cool or warm, depending where I stepped, and checking around, I found a warmed-up spot near the living-room window where I stood for a while with my feet pressed flat, so the heat moved upwards through my ankles. My feet are spongy and pale, the white kind of feet that sculptors put at the ends of women's legs. I know what luxury living means, soaking them in the sun. In the kitchen I took a blue-painted egg from the refrigerator, poured some milk, and let my eyes travel the walls in the indoor light. It was greenish undersea light, very mild. I peeled the egg and sliced it with a steak knife onto a big plate where the two halves slid together. They arranged themselves, it certainly seemed to me then, as down-hearted, pitying eyes. I just whispered, "Don't you worry." Not today. The air was unusually pretty, iridescent. The watercolor light of the room washed into the milk and swirled some pastels. The white of the egg shone aquamarine. Through the plumbing or through the floors I heard the rush of water falling, and I washed the knife to add to it, and even after I'd set the knife off to one side to dry, I let the water run full force from the faucet into the drain for somebody's pleasure down below. Noises coming from far away, I decided then, the ones that have nothing to do with your life, can be more important than anything anyone says in your own ear. It may be for that kind of reason, too, I turned on the radio for the noise of the Easter broadcasts, a Sunday sound which seemed to come from a great distance and out of some other scenery. I've advised Loren many Sundays, "Listen, they're dreamy. You shouldn't mind it," I tell him. "Let them pursue happiness, that's what I say about that." But he won't listen. For Easter, 92 Rock was given over to a man with a damaged smoker's voice who read haltingly, like a beginning reader, the story about the women at the tomb, where the rock had rolled away, making a space as wide as a door. I kept the sound low and listened off and on, and since I knew the story anyway, I could picture very clearly the roundness of the rock and the dark hole in the hill. It was desert there, with no trees, and the soil thin and shallow, with bedrock practically under your feet, so the caves were used as tombs. Or was it for criminals only that caves were tombs? I don't recall ever hearing the full explanation. I sat in the kitchen eating the egg. With the radio on and the light in the rooms going green to gold, the morning just lulled. It held itself steady, unattached to things in the room, and I tell you I sat with my back against the back of the chair, content as a queen who, when the palace was ransacked, carried off her own throne and set it somewhere in the woods. She was worn out. She didn't have a thing, but there she was. I chewed and swallowed and let the cells of my brain go to work. I thought, this is an opportunity. You can't think in bed. You can't think on the radio. But I sat still, and the less I moved, the more I noticed how, one after another, the thoughts lined up, linked themselves, and ran together like frames of a moving picture. I sat there and let it happen. Of course, in the past I had given thought to a number of things. I had thought about Loren, who'd lost or surrendered the use of his hands. I'd thought about that from all of the angles. And with the free press delivered every day, I paid attention to events, foreign or domestic, violent or non-violent, since it all counts in the end. And lately I'd also tried to decide how it happened that during the winter our daughter Patty had made me a grandmother at 34, for God's sake. But that was a simple matter of arithmetic, and not so surprising, considering she'd run off from school the day before Thanksgiving vacation with the evangelical Mr. Stutz, the book-burner with the megaphone, the one the free press called the noise-maker. The paper said in one article that Patricia Dove, 224 North Grand River, described this Mr. Stutz as a person you trust through and through. What is harder to understand when you think about it is the fact that I didn't know, as of Easter, if the grandchild was boy or girl. I'd never seen it, and never would see it, because Patty was keeping the child for God. Harboring was her word on the phone. I am harboring the child for God. I'd thought after that about harboring, about crimes perpetrated one way and another. All of this thinking led nowhere. It knotted up. My mind kept a list of concerns, a mix, like a canned soup label with a long paragraph of ingredients, so that you wonder as you taste it if all those things are really necessary. But the Easter we lived in Detroit, it was a clear, surging day from the start, with fair weather clouds crossing the window square above the sink, an outside activity that recalled to any human who looked these clear-minded conclusions. 1, the blue patch was in fact sky, blue by its own rules, and 2, the prevailing winds still held. It was easy to look around. To the right of the living-room door, on the metal radiator cover, was the spider plant, and to the left, on a shelf, was Patty's junior picture in a cardboard frame. She had her father's straight brown hair parted in the middle. From where I was, with a slow, continuous turning, I could take in the sofa, which was red plaid, a decent-looking thing, where Lauren usually sat to watch TV. And on through the bedroom door I could see Lauren's feet at the end of the bed, his toes pointing up, slightly outward. I could look at his feet. Separate objects in the rooms, even though I kept them separate and shadowed with thick lines, like the crayon lines of a child's drawing, were nonetheless part of a train of thought. Even a small thing, a book or a scrap of dust in the corner, took up a quantity of space, and the room seemed full of things to be seen and space to be seen between. When I looked at something, I saw it. I noticed on the wall space next to the front door the old photograph of my grandmother standing beside a newly planted pine tree, holding me, her youngest grandchild, a baby over her shoulder. The frame was oval, gold metal. In the picture, my head was blurred, turned away, and smudged into the sky of the background. I decided, this is a picture of the pine tree, that's what. I was glad to know it. Count the years. You can figure the tree has grown into something huge, very dark in somebody's backyard. It is probably so dark, day or night, it looks like empty space. I decided if I saw Patty again, I'd give her the picture. On the radio, the man's voice stumbled, mispronouncing sepulchre. You would have thought it was a brand-new story for him. He coughed, trying to cover up, and went on. Years ago, when Patty was a child small enough to hold on one arm, I remember holding her on Christmas morning and telling her it was the day Jesus was born, and she said, very sweet and mournful in my ear, yes, she'd heard about him. She'd heard they put him in a tube. A tube? Well, you can understand that when she was swept up last fall with the noisemaker, I thought I'd lighten things up and remind her of her first Christian knowledge. But she couldn't laugh. She said, Mother, shame. What shame? I said. You think your Jesus couldn't take a joke? I said. Knowing what he knows? I said. But Patty's a serious girl. She always was. A choir sang. I stretched my legs and shoulders, crackling vertebrae in my back, and I remembered I hadn't got the paper yet from the hall. With the mid-morning noises from outside, cars braking for the light and gunning off, a whistling kettle across the alley, I could move around easily without waking Lauren. I unlocked the front door, picked up the paper, and locked the door again. Even while it was folded, I could see the Free Press had a very predictable three-color picture on the front page of a mountainside near Jerusalem where a touring dramatic club had staged an Easter pageant. Except for the winged angel who sat on one side, the scene came close to the one of the tomb I had pictured myself. After the headlines, I slid myself back into bed where the sheets on my side had cooled, and I pushed against Lauren, curling myself to his back like a shadow, which he had occasion to notice, and he said, Here, Mommy, here you go. He rolled over to me with what I would call real intent. I don't deny that I had been thinking, too, a kind of a thought. Dear God, a double bed and two bodies in it, Easter, and no place to go. Lauren was 42. He claimed his hands were dead hands, although they were very beautiful, and patterned with veins and with criss-crossed lines in the shape of stars on his knuckles. Sometimes he let his hands hang from his wrists as if they'd been chopped off and reattached with a hidden stitching. Every day he would set the hands flat on the tabletop and look at them. With a snap of his elbows he'd flip the hands over and examine the palms. They looked fine to me, but he'd study them as if any time he expected them to move against his will. I think he'd prepared himself to recalculate at the moment that happened everything he knew. He didn't use the word miracle, but I think he believed one had already hit him, and that possibly it would happen again and undo itself. If he'd been a scientist with the habit of tracking an idea down instead of a welder, he might have been able to figure out what was what. But being the man he was, he veered. He wasn't a bitter man, but he couldn't put two and two together. He learned to stare. When he saw something going on, when he saw Patty pack up the red suitcase and leave, for example, he stood in the doorway and flicked his head as if he were snapping his welder's helmet in place and having trouble with it. But he didn't blink, and he didn't say anything more than goodbye. By Easter I'd allowed myself to admit that I lived with a vacated Loren, a shadowy man who'd discovered silence and who made love much more carefully now. Loren liked to read the paper, and he read every column, including the ones in the business section. After I gave him breakfast, he sat with the paper in his lap, the back pages propped against the table. While he read and while the radio man talked on, I washed dishes. From the kitchen, I didn't mind watching him. The past can cut itself off very smoothly. It's possible that Loren's life from birth had been surrounded with a silence nobody noticed, and I certainly never noticed until he wasn't working. But then the quiet accumulated. It polished him waxy and definite. That Easter morning, at a distance of 20 feet, I could see the capsules like layers of color around him. I took some time looking at him. I watched him the way you watch, unpitying, an insect going its own way in the alley, working its legs over chunks of gravel. You feel lucky just to see it. "It's the noise-maker," Loren said. "Here's where she is." He nodded and pointed with his forehead to an article in the paper. So, I said. I read the article over Loren's shoulder. It was a brief note. Richard Stutz, 28, arraigned for trespassing, breaking and entering, and malicious destruction of property after an incident at the Allegan High School. Rock and roll records, brand name articles of clothing, books, some of them stolen out of the library, had been heaped on a bonfire in the schoolyard. Apparently Mr. Stutz had broken a window in the library, climbed in, and thrown out selected titles. The article didn't mention his megaphone, but I knew it was there, calling from inside the building, describing each step, naming each book as he pulled it off the shelf. There was no mention of Patty. I didn't expect any. She'd have been somewhere out of sight, and nothing about the noisemaker's baby. "She's in Allegan," Loren said. "I'll look it up." On the Rand McNally map, Allegan was marked in the western fruit-growing area, a greenish strip with grey hatching. The whole section was stamped with small rounded trees, the symbol for orchards and vineyards. "Drop her a line," Loren said. "Maybe in care of the courthouse?" He pushed at the paper and flipped the page. The letter was simple to write. I wasn't very hopeful about it, one sheet of paper, but I knew it wouldn't hurt. After a certain point, nothing hurts. In the living room, bright streaks from the sun came in around the shades, and I snapped them up and let the daylight in, a liquidy milk sort of light that flowed across the room straight for the table. But it was cool, and I moved the Olivetti from the sewing table into the lighted space opposite Loren. Without planning ahead what to say, I started in, typing at my top speed, which is above average, and which Loren sometimes smiles at, as if the tapping noise and the running of fingers from key to key means something different to him. I can tell you exactly what I wrote, because I have the letter here. It came back after a month. Someone had opened it up and taped it shut. I don't know who. I told Patty it was Easter, and did she remember that? I told her just because she was in the orchards and not in a desert region not to feel left out of it all, that I didn't. Lauren, at this point, said to say hello, and I typed in, "Patty, your father says hello." When I saw those words, I knew that Patty, because of the noisemaker, would think about God the Father. That's how she thinks, and that is why I went on with this talk about her father. I told her, "Your father is right here, across the table from me. You know who I'm talking about. You know who your father is," I told her. "And I know who your baby's father is, Richard Stutz. Think about this, Patty. I am your mother, and you are your baby's mother. My guess is," I told her, "the baby is a boy." I asked her point blank. "I am your mother, and I ask you, Patricia, would you harbor a girl for God?" "Oh, no," I told her. "You were my little girl," I told her, "and I harbored you for nobody. Look at yourself. You're grown up." I told her to sit down in the sunlight somewhere to read the letter and remember, as she well knew, that she was a daughter of mine and of her father's, that's whose. God doesn't want your baby any more than God wanted you. I tried to say it plain. Sometimes when you think the worst, you have to say it. I told her I didn't know where she was, but I thought she should walk the baby boy on the beach and tell it who its father and mother were, and who its grandmother and grandfather were. Tell him his grandmother has new white-capped teeth, better than anything you'd believe, and that his grandfather says hello from Detroit. Sit in the sand all afternoon, I told her, and think. I told her, do you really believe God has the chance to think the way we do? None of this will surprise you, I said. We are thinking of you. Your father, who is no better, is also no worse, and he says, fare thee well, which he did say. He also said, be gentle now, but I didn't check back. I said, be well, my dearest one. With love, your mother. Lauren and I finished reading the paper. At noon he took a nap, which went on all afternoon. I opened the living-room window and sat on the sill, listening to the radio. The window had no screen. I could open it wide and sit there, watching the space over the roofs, where the light of the morning held on. It was a pale light that slowed people down and hushed them up. Kids on bicycles riding no hands swerved smoothly and turned up the alley as if their bikes were on automatic. Nobody shouted to anybody. For supper I cooked a steak and we watched the news on TV. A reporter outside a crumbled building in Jerusalem said that no incidents of violence disrupted the Christian holiday. No violence here, either, I said to Lauren. He shook his head. After the news I turned on the radio again and we had our ice cream. Lauren went to the window. On the radio a preacher was saying, it fills us with amazement. Amazement, he said, that Jesus rose up from the arms of death. He was dead, he was in the tomb, but he rose up and walked again. The preacher sounded so surprised. Lauren sat down on the sill with his arms in his lap and watched the street. Listen, Mommy, he said. Turn off the radio. Look. I turned it off and walked over beside him. There were sirens. A haze had wound itself over the city, gauzy and pinkish-orange. Lauren leaned back against the window frame, and I sat opposite. I told him I'd had a whole day to study what was on my mind, and see, I came through it. It didn't surprise me that a person who knew what God knew, given the time to think, would throw over the idea of staying dead and come back and keep on going. Lauren said, hold my hand. I took his hand and I held it up to my mouth. All of his fingers pointed to the ground. The skin on his arm was soft, untanned, with fine brown hair, and I drew my tongue across the hairs. The sirens moved in, and then came blue flashing lights headed downtown. Patty's letter lay somewhere behind me in the middle of the table, sealed and stamped. Lauren and I sat on the windowsill while the dark took over the living room and took over the ground outside, too. The dark, which is like a shelter around each person, is a lovely thing to see, once you see it. Nominated by M.D. Eilevich. Ledge, by Sandra McPherson. From Grand Street. Butterfly lily and rowan puff pea raise a sparse meadow in gravel. So does a patch of snow down slope, solitary and dirty like a goat. From timberline, Jeffrey pine cones roll into the lake, Clothes lie on a rock. I, too, float into Lake Shirley. The bottom atomizes at a toe touch, disperses upward, rapturizes its green, hairy, restless insolidity. The lake floor is suspense. Human presence shoos like a draught its elderly incohesion. Each fathom sneezes to my step. Follow the outlet down and never, never go uphill. But a hawk's back reddens and veers off. Below, a short shore where I drink from my hands bridles into a cliff. An inchworm rears its waist to read Omega, and the dropping low voice of the stream teases me to suspect I climb, until across an aeon cut between summits, sulphur as a Zen wardrobe, not snow, but something freshly fallen there, a white crash, a private patch of plain, which the rescue helicopter at frost dawn yesterday frowned upon, and today news printed as waffled wings, an engine's deep metal eyes in a burrow, a meteor, a marmot. Here on this ledge the strange stream I must follow splits two ways. A water ouzel turns its tail, uncurious, calm, and grey. Oh, but even he must see this. How a guide of water slipping and falling does better than a person trying to descend alone, keening to belong in the grassy Red Ant Valley, a day beneath this ledge from which Shirley Creek hangs in two sashes such as my lost grandmother used to tie behind me. I crouch at the knot in a print of odors of Jeffrey lemon bark, twigs snapped cold as vanilla, violets, pineapples, apples, illusion a high to cover the hard panic centered above two waterfalls growing apart. I like granite. It can act like a tin basin, but I wish I were not alone, unsure and strange to the ouzel. I feel the quartz rapids, shallow-grained, deep-striped, trying to twist the water round my little finger. Springy, it all loosens of itself. Goes where? Past where I lift off my shirt and wash. Nominated by Pamela Stewart. Kodiak Widow by Sheila Nickerson. From Into the Storm, the 5th Orca Anthology, Orca Press. The curtains speak to me. Even the spoon slipping in and out of my mouth don't know as much. The man who seeded me, the sons who swam away like fingerlings. The curtains tell me how it was, how I unfurled like sails before wind, how I shook with light, danced with storm. Now when gales blow south from the barren islands, the curtains sing to me, sometimes a lullaby in Russian, sometimes a song that only I can understand. I need no instrument, no telephone. The curtains hold the news, the gossip of flying geese and tears. Nominated by Richard Everhart. Dogfight by Charles Bukowski. From the Wormwood Review. He draws up against my rear bumper in the fast lane. I can see his head in the rear-view mirror. His eyes are blue, and he sucks upon a dead cigar. I pull over. He passes, then slows. I don't like this. I pull back into the fast lane, engage myself upon his rear bumper. We are as a team passing through Compton. I turn the radio on and light a cigarette. He ups it 5 miles per hour. I do likewise. We are as a team entering Inglewood. He pulls out of the fast lane, and I drive past. Then I slow. When I check the rear view, he is upon my bumper again. He has almost made me miss my turn-off at Century. I hit the blinker and fire across 3 lanes of traffic, just make the off-ramp. Blazing past the front of an inflammable tanker, Blue Eyes comes down from behind the tanker, and we veer down the ramp in separate lanes to the signal, and we sit there side by side, not looking at each other. I am caught behind an empty school bus as he idles behind the Mercedes. The signal switches, and he is gone. I cut to the inner lane behind him, then I see that the parking lane is open, and I flash by inside of him, and the Mercedes turn up the radio, make the green as the Mercedes, and Blue Eyes run the yellow into the red. They make it as I power it and switch back ahead of them in their lane in order to miss a parked vegetable truck. Now we are running 1, 2, 3, not a cop in sight. We are moving through a 1980 California July. We are driving with skillful nonchalance. We are moving in perfect anger. We are as a team approaching lax. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 3, 2, 1. Nominated by Jerry Laughlin and Tony Quagliano. From The Great Pretender by James Atlas. From Tri-Quarterly. It was 1968 and I was 20. I had gotten a summer job as a manuscript reader for Poetry magazine, and toward the end of June I moved down to the North Side where one of my Evanston friends, Herbert Lowenstein, had an apartment. A composer who was studying at Roosevelt University downtown, Herbert lived in a ground-floor apartment on Sheffield, west of the elevated tracks, a neighborhood of wooden houses layered over with aluminum siding or brick-patterned tar paper, the scruffy yards enclosed by waist-high cyclone fences. From the kitchen window I could see backyards cluttered with tricycles and junked refrigerators beneath a fretwork of laundry lines and creosote-stained telephone poles. Herbert's apartment was willfully minimal. The walls were hospital green, the linoleum floors high school brown, the windows spotted with grime. The only furniture was a card table littered with Herbert's scores and monographs, an upright piano, 2 mattresses, a few folding chairs, and bookshelves constructed from raw planks propped up on cinder blocks. The kitchen was never used. The paint-specked sink had a bone-dry look about it, and the faucet was flecked with rust. Swollen clots of ice bulged from the freezer compartment of the refrigerator. Just visible beneath the crust was a package of green giant peas. There was nothing on the shelves but a box of Domino sugar and a jar of freeze-dried coffee. Herbert took all his meals at the Victoria Restaurant, a coffee shop beneath the Belmont elevated tracks. "It gives me an excuse to go out," he explained. The son of a dentist in Evanston, Herbert reminded me of the urban poor described in Michael Harrington's The Other America. He never got any mail and didn't even have a phone until I arrived on the scene. Dr. Lowenstein lived in one of those stolid old buildings on Sheridan Road with a marble foyer and a sun porch overlooking Lake Michigan. But Herbert was a Marxist, and money was shit. When I recommended Michel Foucault's The Order of Things, he scoffed. "You mean the ordure of things." In his cheap brown slacks and ivory short-sleeved shirts from a discount menswear outlet on Belmont, Herbert looked more like a storefront insurance salesman than a composer. He was an internal émigré, as he put it, an heir to Isaac Babel, Walter Benjamin, E.M. Sioran. Victims, in one way or another, of our terrible century. Cesare Pavese, a suicide. Ossip Mandelstam, dead in a Soviet labor camp. Guillaume Apollinaire, fatally wounded in the trenches during World War I. These were Herbert's representative men. Hunched over the card table in the front parlor, fists clenched, a cigarette burning in a tin ashtray by his side, he read In Order to Survive. North Sheffield was exile. Chicago is meteorologically and topographically identical with certain regions of central Siberia. He had written me at school the previous winter, offering me what he called my poet's daily dose of transfiguration. Chicago really becomes itself in winter. Only then does the inner torture of its inhabitants find confirmation in the outer aspects of the city. Shivering in his overcoat beside a porcelain-glazed gas stove, Herbert was as far from his father's cheerful office in the Old Orchard shopping plaza with its piped-in muzak and tinsel-decorated waiting room as a dissident hauling wood in a Siberian penal colony. Herbert was always trying to draw me into discussions of the means and the mode of production, the early and the late Marx. "Read this so we can discuss it," he would say, handing me Trotsky's Literature and Revolution, or some essay by T.W. Adorno in New Left Review. I shut my ears to the tinny Latin music blaring from the jukebox in the El Lago Club next door, the landlady's television rumbling overhead, the kids yelling in the street. "Louie! Hey, Louie! Where the fuck's my bike?" "On the back porch where it always is, asshole," and applied myself to dialectics as if I were cramming for an exam. By the time I'd gotten through one of these assignments, Herbert invariably had some new enthusiasm. "I'm beginning to see how wrong Lukács was about so many things," he announced after I'd struggled through 400 pages of history and class consciousness. "You really have to read Gadamer to know what's up." The year before, he'd written me at school recommending the real Bahamas in music and song, and for months the vibrations of steel drums and exuberant voices singing Yellow Bird filled my room in Dunster House. But when I arrived home babbling about how great Calypso was, he gave me a peculiar look and put on his latest find, Bulgarian folk music. Why did I subject myself to this rigorous course of study? To root out my reactionary impulses. "Saw your poem in Poetry," Herbert had acknowledged in a letter devoted to the problems of composing 12-tone music in Our Late Capitalist Moment. "If you are a poet, I hope you can use language not just as it is, an oily lubricant for the frictionless working of the system." He had no patience for my nostalgic family poems. My heart simmered with angry love like chicken soup on Grandma's stove. "Why don't you write about North Vietnamese peasantry?" he suggested. "How they live, work the fields, the satisfaction they must experience in such a unified and just effort, or the joy of a group of villagers who've just shot down an American plane." Herbert was right. My poems didn't have a whole lot to do with the class struggle shaping up right outside my window, where sirens shrieked and warbled in the steamy night, and the blue flashers of squad cars accelerating up Sheffield flitted past our open door. This was America, 1968. "Listen to this," Herbert said one sweltering night when the Puerto Ricans were drag-racing up and down the street, their tuned-up engines splintering the air like a chainsaw. Seated across from him at the wobbly table, I was working on a new poem, the song of a lover who loves his death and sees the few years as the long. "Señor Ministro de Salud," he recited in a stern dictatorial voice. "¿Qué hacer? Ah, muchísimo que hacer." "What's it mean?" He squinted at me through the smoke of his cigarette. "They don't teach you things like that at Harvard." "Too much. There's too much to do. It's a poem by Vallejo that I set to music. Manifesto for Woodwinds and Voices." He went over to the piano and played a few notes that sounded as if someone were dusting the keys. "That's the oboe," Herbert explained. "And then a bassoon comes in." He pounded out a thunderous chord, defiant, bitter, furious, followed by a chorus of 100 mournful women. He sang in a piping voice. "Too much to do." They're supposed to sound imploring, desperate. "What can we do for the revolution?" "You really think you could get 100 mournful women?" "Sure. Mahler scored his 10th symphony for 1,000 voices. 100's nothing." Maureen, the waitress on the day shift at the Victoria restaurant, was a real city girl, hefty and double-chinned. She leaned against the counter smoking, her white uniform spotted, her skin pearly and coarse-pored. She had grown up on the south side in one of those Italian neighborhoods of bungalows with concrete stoops and scalloped curtains, the yards marked off with necklaces of chain. Her father worked in a Gary steel mill. Maureen had dropped out of college after a semester at Chicago Circle because she was pregnant by a masseur at the Standard Club, but she had no intention of getting married. "My kid's going to have a masseur for a father?" she said indignantly. "Forget it. If I can't do better than that, I'll bring it up myself." Arriving with our morning coffee, she would perch on the edge of the booth. "Just for a second. I can't sit around all morning like you guys," and tap a cigarette out of her pack. Her stomach was beginning to fill out beneath her soiled apron. A pregnant girl. I found the whole thing deeply mysterious. In the bright fluorescent light I studied her grubby, nail-bitten hands, her straw-dry hair, her grey cat's eyes. Couldn't I stop thinking about girls for 10 seconds? Not that it ever turned out like it did in Sexes. Jesus, Henry, I never thought it could be like this. Can you fuck like this every night? I should have been reading The Sun Also Rises. The truth is, I was happiest on those nights when I didn't have a date. I would come home from the office, get a beer out of the fridge, and go sit on the front steps in the cottony heat, watching the sky become a deep lavender as the sodium-vapor street lamps flicked on and the windows were kindled by the sunlight. Popping open my can of Budweiser, I savored its metallic, chilly taste and talked to the landlady's 5-year-old daughter, Melody, who came down after supper to dig in the yard with a plastic shovel, filling her pail with dirt, then emptying it out again. Squatting on the scrubby grass, her smudged yellow shorts tight against her thighs, she worked with purposeful absorption, distractedly pushing aside a wisp of damp blonde hair that had come loose from her barrette. My heart quickened when she came up and put her little arms around my neck, grabbing for my can of beer. Her skin smelled of chamomile lotion. "Want a Pez?" she said, whipping out her goofy dispenser. "No, thanks, Melody. Beer and Pez don't mix." "Can I have a sip of your beer?" "That's probably not a very good idea. Your mother would get mad." When I held the can away, she climbed up on my lap to reach it. "Well, pull me in my wagon, then." She got in and sat down, hugging her knees, an expectant look on her face. I grabbed the handle and headed off down the sidewalk, pulling her back and forth in front of the house, until Mrs. Underwood leaned out the window and called, "Melody!" a melancholy 3-noted song in the dusk. I lifted her out, and she tromped poutily upstairs, dragging her pail behind her. Another girl betrayed. Across the street, the glad, syncopated beat of Latin music came through the open door of the El Lago Club. A phone rang 2 doors down. "Go in and work," I ordered myself. "Go write a poem about the sunset." But after Melody had gone upstairs, I was overcome by a familiar desolation, that ache of solitude I used to feel wandering through our empty house in my underpants when I was 17. Satisfaction blasting out on the stereo while I stared at myself in the full-length mirror and wondered if I would ever grow up. I can't get no satisfaction. You're not the only one, Mick. I strolled over to World Drug in the twilight and leafed through magazines, breathing in the medicinal air. The white octagonal tiles, the propeller-like fan suspended from the stamped tin ceiling, the combs in a cardboard easel beside the cash register, and the grimy beach balls in a bin reminded me of my grandparents' drugstore on Peterson Avenue. Maureen. She was working nights now. Maybe I'd walk by the Victoria. I peered through the dusty plate-glass window and saw her wiping the counter. "Hi," she said when I came in. "We're just closing up." She undid her apron, and I could see the faint swell of her stomach where the baby was waiting in the wings. "You want to go for a walk or something?" I said. "Sure." Loose change clinked in her pocket as we walked down Belmont toward the lake. The storefronts were dark, and we glimpsed ourselves in the window of a surgical supplies store, 2 shadowy faces superimposed on a display of walkers and prosthetic limbs. "Are you scared about having a baby?" I said. "Nah, I need the company. It'll be fun to go with it to the zoo and stuff, pushing around a pram. I'll be a good mother." "But, don't you think it will make you feel old?" "If you're old enough to get knocked up, you're old enough to be a mother," Maureen said. "I mean, it wasn't anything I planned on, but what the hell? Things don't always work out the way you thought they would." Lying beside her on the grass, I felt like a boy with his mother. A sudden sadness crept over me as I remembered how my mother used to drive me to local tennis tournaments in the summer. There was a secret between us, some furtive understanding. I couldn't look her in the eye. Out on the court I watched her through the chain-link fence, reading or knitting, as patient as a chauffeur. Once when I was 15, she had driven me and Noreen Fleischer to an open-air performance of As You Like It in the Grant Park bandshell, and I'd made her go sit by herself. All through the first act I kept glancing over at her alone beneath a tree. But when I went to keep her company between acts, she made me go back to Noreen. She's your date, I'm fine. But, Mama, I want to sit with you. In the harbor, yachts knocked against the pier. Children pounded up and down the esplanade in the dark, while their parents sat on the grass in canvas lawn chairs and talked. The smelt were running now. On the beach below, men armed with nets and lanterns waded in the shallows. Noreen guided my hand over her stomach. Feel the baby? I leaned down and laid my ear against her blouse, pretending I could hear it. Are you in there? I said. Her uniform gave off a clean, laundered scent. What are you going to call it? Deirdre if it's a girl, Raymond if it's a boy, she said promptly. Aren't those pretty names? They are. They're really pretty. You'll have a beautiful child, Maureen. She would. In the glow of the old-fashioned cast-iron lamps on the esplanade, her pale skin had a porcelain tint. It had lost the fishy sheen that made her look so washed out in the Victoria. I brushed my lips against her neck. You want to go back? Within a block, the odor of rotting fish gave way to the city's heat, a stifling blend of tar and asphalt. The stars over the lake were swallowed up in the milky light that suffused the sky. Maureen lived down the street from me in a storefront that had been converted into an apartment. Curtains hung in the plate-glass windows. There was a wooden staircase at the back, and we climbed up to the roof where it was cool. The tarred gravel still gave off heat from the day. Just across the alley was the trestle of the elevated tracks, and every few minutes a train hurtled by. Electric sparks crackled between the rails as the metal wheels shrieked around the turn, and the earth-brown tenement walls lit up like a cave illuminated by torchlight. Faces flashed past in the yellow windows and vanished in the dark. Beside me, Maureen's skin gave off the fragrance of girls in summer, a bouquet of dried sweat and perfume. I stroked her bare white arm. Miles to the south, the towers of downtown office buildings rose in glittering pillars of light. Are you staying over? Maureen said. If you want me to. I do. If it feels good, do it. The credo of our time. She pulled the curtains shut, lit a scented candle in a saucer on the floor, and stood before the mirror caressing her stomach. Reaching behind her, she started to pull her uniform up over her head. No, leave it on, I said. Its starchy whiteness excited me. Maureen as a nurse. She stepped out of her cotton underpants and hiked up her dress in the flickering light, then turned away and dipped her legs, hands on knees, like a referee. I stared at the orbs of her ass and the dark furrow that divided it. There was something unnerving about that furry cleft. It drove all thoughts from my mind and left a clear, vacant concentration on what we were about to do. I undid my pants and stood behind her, watching her face in the mirror. Eyes closed, lips pursed, she looked as if she were thinking hard. I crouched like a quarterback waiting for the hike and slipped in. Studying our bodies in the mirror, I was in the same deep trance that came over me when I leafed through porn magazines in the sex shops on South Wabash, gazing with stunned eyes at the cum-smeared faces and outsized cocks, the toiling threesomes giving it to each other every which way. Did people really do such things? Dimly I heard a car swish past, its headlights flashing through the gauzy curtain. Maureen looked at me in the mirror and began to move up and down while I spread my trembling knees. Suddenly she shuddered, her shoulders quaking as if she had a chill. I clasped my hands around her swelling stomach and came in a spasm so fierce that I cried out with a bereaved sob, more like a mourner's lament than a moan of pleasure. Jesus, Maureen, I murmured as we collapsed on the bed. What was that all about? There's something about sex when you're pregnant, she admitted. I never used to come like that. It's like my body's all keyed up for the big event. I just had my big event, I said, reaching for a cigarette. My hand shook so much I could hardly get it lit. Maureen got up to go to the bathroom, and I had an impulse to grab my clothes and get out. There was always that moment when it was over, and I just wanted to be alone. fleeing the scene of the crime, mission accomplished. One advantage to living at home was that you couldn't stay out all night. Driving back from a date after midnight in high school, I would turn on the radio, downshifting through the empty streets in my father's MG as I hastened home to the glass of milk and the plate of brownies that nullified my corruption. I didn't have any excuses now. But what about Maureen? What did she want? She padded back to bed, her doggy face illuminated by the guttering candle on its saucer. Could it be that she was as lonely as I was and just wanted company? There's no need for remorse, I reassured myself. You're not depraved. You did no wrong. She likes you. Why, to get laid is actually socially constructive and useful, an act of citizenship. Thus Herzog. I was striking a blow against the repressive sexuality that deformed human relationships under capitalism. No one ever said the revolution would be fun. When I woke up, the transom was filled with grey light, floating above the door like a Rothko. Beside me, Maureen's body gave off a warm sleep odor. There was a chalky taste in my mouth from cigarettes and beer. I slipped out of bed, pulled on my clothes, and walked back to Sheffield. It was early, but a haze rose off the empty street, and the trees had the parched, dusty look they got in midsummer, wilting in littered patches of dirt. The rows of wooden two-family houses with sagging porches and scrubby yards gave this part of Chicago a strangely rural look. Except for the elevated tracks, it might have been some dying Georgia town. Hardly the kind of neighborhood to nourish fantasies of literary fame, but its shabbiness didn't trouble me. Byron and Teresa Guiccioli floated in a gondola through the canals of Venice. Maureen Duffy and I hung around the Victoria restaurant. Did that make the nervous exultation I felt in her presence any less momentous? Hours later, lighting a cigarette at work, I could still detect the musky odor of cunt on my hands. I glanced over at Eloise, the spinster secretary whose office I shared, held my fingers under my nose, and inhaled. My friend Bob Wolin and I had lunch on the North Side once a week. He was working at Playboy for the summer, editing their party jokes page. As usual, he towered over me. I could see his office on the 29th floor of the Palmolive building from my ground-floor window at Poetry. "Got some great jokes for you," he would announce, striding through the midday gloom of Eli's stage delicatessen on oak. "Dear Joke Editors," began a typical submission, scrawled in pencil on a torn sheet of yellow legal paper. "What do a ball, a bat, a snake, and a circle all have in common?" Answer: they're all sex symbols. Please send my $25 to Bob Brusky, 3477 Champlain Street, Terre Haute, Indiana. P.S. Don't use my name. My wife would have a cow. "How can you read this junk?" I said. "I'd like to see some of the stuff you have to plow through." It was true. The sack of manuscripts the mailman dragged into the office every morning contained some pretty dismal efforts. How did these people keep their spirits up, I wondered, glancing through the day's submissions, 50 or 60 fat envelopes crammed with a dolorous assortment of villanelles, sonnets, ballads, haiku, and free verse effusions from all over the world. Most required only a glance at the first few lines. Eagle and lambs together share of the sweets of the wilderness. And there were repeaters whose manuscripts I didn't have to read at all after a while. A nun from St. Paul, Minnesota, who specialized in Jesus poems. Christ came to me in bed one night, his head with a crown of thorns bedight. Louis Ginsberg, a retired New Jersey schoolteacher who was Allen Ginsberg's father. The inmate of a mental institution in upstate New York who covered yellow legal sheets with an illegible scrawl. And the John J. Darawala, a poet from Bombay, who submitted many versions of his apostrophe to a nihilist in the hope of getting it right. If always you are looking for items to pick at, or objects and people to hurtle a brick at, you are sure to find nothing for which to thank heaven, no matter what fabulous fortune is given. And would you persist in this line if you knew that it would wreck everything, including you? If these people had only known that their submissions were doomed to languish in a file cabinet for 6 weeks before they were sent back. a policy designed to discourage eager poets from inundating us with manuscripts. I usually came across 2 or 3 poems in each mail that required further attention, either because they were by contributors to the magazine or had possibilities. The rest got a rejection slip. Stuffing the manuscripts back in their stamped, self-addressed envelopes, I felt sorry for the authors and couldn't resist scrawling a few words of encouragement on their slips. "Try us again," or "You have a feel for words." But these consoling messages only provoked more thick envelopes. "I don't know who you are," wrote a court stenographer from Flint, Michigan, "but yours are the first personal words I've received from an editor in 27 years. I wonder if you would mind reading my novel, O Bloody Land." Enclosed was a 300-page manuscript, the pages faded to parchment yellow. I read the first 2 sentences. Abe Lincoln leaned forward in his chair and buried his face in his hands. "By God, Mary," he cried, "I'll see the slaves freed if it's the last thing I ever do." One day Bob came into Eli's and handed me a new poem, one of the few sonnets ever written in the bleachers at Comiskey Park. I pushed aside a plate of borscht and laid it on the table. Night game. I sit in the bleachers among a chanting crowd, my eyes stunned by the emerald lawn. High above the upper deck, night lights blaze down through the steamy dark. A cloud scuds past the pearly moon. The players trot out in their dazzling whites. The stadium is a luminous bowl as Lawler chops one through the hole. Loitering among the hopped-up fans, I watch a pop-up arc through the tropical night and think of those exotic ancient clans, Egyptian, Sumerian, Coptic, Hittite, who scanned the skies for omens and prayed to strange gods. On the mound the pitcher looks in for the sign and nods. "I don't like hopped-up and pop-up," I said. "Hey, thanks a lot. I can always count on you for a generous response." "Sorry." What was it Yeats said at a crowded meeting of the Rhymers' Club? "The only thing certain about us is that we are too many." As far as I was concerned, 2 was too many. "It has some good things," I conceded, scanning the poem. "I like Pearly Moon and the line about exotic clans. But the meter's off, and I don't get the last couplet. Are you trying to say that the pitcher is as primitive as these old clans?" "No, I'm saying that Sherm Lawler is the reincarnation of King Tut." 5 minutes into the meal, and we were ready to step outside. What was it about Bob? His seersucker jacket had a crisp, summery look, and his close-cropped hair gave him a boyish air, just right for Playboy, where the editors lounged around in big offices with television sets in the corner and abstract expressionist prints in steel-edged frames on the wall. The secretaries were former Playmates of the Month, who looked as if they'd just gotten off a bearskin rug and slipped into those tight-fitting jumpsuits with necklines down to their puffings that were the standard uniform over there. I shared an office with Eloise, who buttoned her long-sleeved blouses up to the chin. "But what's this poem really saying?" I pursued. "I mean, what's it about? Baseball is one of our rituals?" "You just don't think a poem can be written about baseball," Bob said haughtily. "Nuclear war isn't the only subject there is, you know." "I'm not saying it is. It's just this is somehow so obvious." "Fuck it," Bob said, grabbing the poem. "There's no point in showing you my work." His blue eyes were furious, but goading him had mollified me, a tidy transfer of resentment. "Come on, Bob," I said, spearing a Knish. "Let me see it." I studied the poem again with a professorial eye. "It's really good. The rhyme scheme's very taut." Magnanimity was a pleasant emotion. It was satisfying to dole out praise once you'd made your real feelings known. "You think it's good enough for poetry?" In the dim booth I weighed my response. It wasn't easy having all this power. You wanted to be encouraging, but not create false hope. Besides, did Bob really need to get published in poetry? I mean, he was 6 feet tall, with a face right out of a back-to-school ad. He had won the Illinois High School Poetry Contest 2 years in a row. Enough was enough. Still, it wasn't a bad poem. "It might get in," I said, having hesitated long enough to convey my doubts. I'll send it on, and be credited with a good deed. Thanks, Bobo. Bob signaled for the check. This one's on me. On the sidewalk in front of Eli's, he lit a Tipperillo. It was time for our ritual summing up. So here we are, he said, the two North Shore boys in the big city. It's amazing, I agreed. With us everything was amazing. We marveled over ourselves the way we had once marveled over the gigantic walk-in heart at the Museum of Science and Industry, awed that such a rudimentary organism could support life. I had been moved by the rustle of blood in the huge plastic auricles and ventricles, the rhythmic thump of the pumping muscle as Mrs. Rady led our fifth-grade class through the heart. I could still remember sitting with Bob on the long bus ride home. We had nearly come to blows over what the aorta did, and now we were standing on a hot sidewalk in the city with ties around our necks. Life. Was it possible that everyone grew up, left home, got jobs, ended up in the city, having lunch and heading back to the office with their jackets hung over their shoulders on a thumb? It couldn't be. It was too momentous. We would have read about it by now. Well, Bob, I declared, I wish you luck in your endeavor to find jokes that will leap off the page, stun readers with their savage wit, and earn you a permanent niche in the pantheon of Playboy party jokes editors. And you, Kippy, Bob solemnly replied, may you go forth and discover a poem beside which the wasteland will seem the mere puling babble of a madman, a poem that will illuminate what you call our predicament, and transform the landscape of contemporary literature. Back at the office, I settled down with the afternoon's batch of manuscripts. The air-conditioner rattled and hummed in the window, and bars of sunlight filtered through the dusty Venetian blinds. Eloise's ancient black underwood clacked in the drowsy silence. My first real job. I'd been a ball boy at Birchwood one summer, chasing down housewives' forehands in the back court while the pro yelled, "Put a little hustle in it, Mrs. Sugarman." $125 a week. Sitting with my feet up on the desk, the phone by my side, a cigarette in the ashtray, a styrofoam cup of coffee on the desk, and a stack of bad poems within easy reach, I was happy. I had a good life. Toward the end of the afternoon, Derek Holmes, the editor of poetry, phoned from down the hall summoning me for our daily conference. A bachelor near retirement, he came to work in sandals and Bermuda shorts, smoked gitans, and kept a bottle of Cinzano in his office. He had once done a year of graduate work at the Sorbonne. "What is it now, dear boy?" he would say in his coquettish voice whenever I came in, the phone tucked under his chin like a cello. Then, to one of the friends he gossiped with all day, "Could you hold on for 1 minute, Richard? The boy has just walked in." Derek had published a couple of my poems, but he was capricious about it. One day he would deliver a crushing remark. "These are rather silly, I'm afraid." Or, "These are third-rate, Lowell." Then turn around and accept some long-winded monologue I had put in the mouth of a dead Bulgarian poet. One afternoon he shuffled down the hall with a fat new biography of Hart Crane in hand and asked if I was at all interested in reviewing it. "Shall we say 1,000 words?" That whole afternoon I was too excited to read. Leafing through the glossy new book, I glanced at the illustrations, the author's photograph, the promotional letter, the printed slip listing the price and publication date. They gave it authority. Whoever owned this book hadn't just gone out and bought it, but had a special purpose, a mandate to review it. For weeks afterward, I left the fat biography on the card table with the reviewer's slip sticking out so Herbert could see it. "Any new finds today?" Derek said when I came in for our daily conference. He put his bony feet up on the desk. "I'm afraid we'll have to pass on these." He handed me a sheaf of poems, among them my dramatic monologue, Kafka's Prayer. How could he not like it? I brooded on my way back down the hall. Spoken by Kafka as he lay dying in a Swiss sanatorium, it engaged the big themes, the collapse of Europe, the Holocaust, the pathos of the writer's life. The last stanza, where Kafka atones for the vitriolic letter to his father, was especially good. "What I needed, father, you could never give. You made me the invalid I became, but now we both need to forgive or endure the memory of our shame. What was the matter with Derek, anyway? Slumping down in my wooden swivel chair, I noticed Bob's poem on the desk, Night Game. I looked out the window for a while, listening to the bleat of traffic on Rush Street. Then I slipped the poem in an envelope, tucked in a rejection slip, and dropped it in Eloise's outbox. Why make him wait 6 weeks? During the last weeks of August, the Sun-Times was full of accounts of the Democratic convention that was to be held in Chicago and the yippies who were converging to disrupt it. While Herbert sat at the card table making his way through Kropotkin and Althusser, I lounged on the front steps reading about Jerry Rubin's plot to release a bunch of pigs on the streets of Chicago. Mayor Daley had refused the demonstrators a permit to sleep in Lincoln Park, and it looked like there might be trouble. One steamy night I decided to walk over and see what was happening. "You're wasting your time," Herbert said, looking up from his book. "They're just a bunch of suburban kids playing at Revolution." "Come on, Herbert," I protested. "Things are really heating up out there. I'm sick of capital. I want some action." I laced up my keds and stuffed a paperback copy of The Liberal Imagination in my hip pocket. "It'll be an experience." "You know what Kafka says about experience?" "It's on the tip of my tongue." "No, what does he say?" "It's like a seasickness on dry land." But he was putting on his windbreaker. In his white short-sleeved shirt, brown polyester slacks, and scuffed priest's shoes, he looked like a 1930s communist, one of those gaunt union organizers who stood shivering at the gates of factories in the dawn, handing out leaflets. It was dusk when we got to the park. The sky over the lake was deep lavender, and the air had a warm, grassy fragrance. Beneath the leafy elms, thousands of demonstrators were camped out on blankets or wandering around in second-hand army jackets, T-shirts, Civil War caps, headbands, cowboy hats, bandanas, work shirts, dungarees, blue jeans, sandals, boots, shawls, capes, more ragged than the troops routed at Antietam. Fires smouldered in trash cans, and columns of sparks rose through the trees. The faces of the demonstrators shone in the flaring light with a Goya-like intensity. The damp air was perfumed with dope. It was nearly 10, the curfew stipulated by the police, and the crowd in Lincoln Park had begun to mill about uncertainly. A group of black-clad priests near the platform raised up a giant cross, and other people were busy making a barricade of garbage cans and picnic benches. I spotted Allen Ginsberg, Jean Genet, and William Burroughs under a tree. Ginsberg's patriarchal beard flowed down his face, and he was nearly bald, but he had the brainy look of a high-school math wizard. Genet wore khaki slacks and huaraches. His forehead was wrinkled like a rotting fruit. Burroughs had a gaunt, papery face, and his grey suit needed pressing. A girl who had been talking to the trio of writers walked away. Now was my chance. "Mr. Ginsberg?" The burly poet glanced my way. "Yeah?" I just wanted to tell you how much I admired Howl. It's really a great poem." "I suppose you're a poet." His voice was angry, bored, a basso rasp. "Well, I don't know about that, but I do write poetry." "Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?" It was Genet gazing at me with moist eyes full of tenderness. "Un poète," Ginsberg said shortly. "Il est beau," Genet murmured. He gave me an adoring look and reached up to stroke my hair. Just then a boy raced up and yelled, "They're coming, man! The pigs are coming!" A herd of demonstrators pounded by. "I don't feel like getting my ass whipped," Ginsberg said. "Let's get out of here." The riders trotted off beneath the trees, and I trotted beside them for a few yards, but they didn't notice me, except Genet, who waved at me with a tiny hand as they hurried away in the dark. Spotlights swept through the fog of tear gas and cast a marshy glare over the scene. I could hear glass shattering on Lincoln Avenue, and close by the pop of tear-gas canisters. My heart skipped with fear. "How do we get out of here?" I yelled to Herbert. "I guess we don't," he said. Just then a squad car's beacon flashed through the trees, and a wedge of cops charged over the knoll. "Don't run! Don't run!" people chanted as they sprinted by. Suddenly the tear gas hit me. My eyes winced shut, my throat burned, my face stung as if it had been swabbed with ammonia. I stumbled forward, lost sight of Herbert, and slipped on the wet grass. There were cries and groans in the darkness, and the hollow thud of nightsticks. My lungs were on fire as I raced the last few hundred yards to the edge of the park. Herbert was leaning against the hood of my mother's Oldsmobile, holding a handkerchief over his face. "I thought I'd never find you!" I shouted over the whoop of sirens and the crunch of tires kicking up gravel as cars skidded out of the parking lot. I fumbled for the key, flung open the passenger door, and we lurched forward through the swarm of cars heading away from the park. Wooden barricades had been set up at the intersections. The street was strewn with broken glass. Wisps of tear gas hung in the air. "This isn't a good neighborhood to be in," Herbert said. "You want to stop at Miyako's?" "Excellent. I could use an order of tempura." I drove past the taverns on Division, their neon Pabst and Schlitz signs pulsing over the doors, and parked in front of a restaurant with a beaded curtain in the window. It had the look of an ordinary luncheonette with a counter and 3 booths. Only a paper lantern overhead and the old Oriental men who hung around reading tissue-thin newspapers dense with columns of spidery characters distinguished it from the neighborhood coffee shop. The restaurant was nearly empty. A Japanese family sat at one table, and there was a man in a threadbare business suit at the counter. "What an incredible scene!" I exulted. My heart was storming in my chest. History. "This is child's play, hippie pranks," Herbert said. "It has nothing to do with politics." "I don't know," I said doubtfully. "I thought we made a point." Herbert squinted through smeared glasses. "What point?" There was impatience in his voice. He would explain it to me again. "Without the proletariat there is no such thing as revolution. Until the proletariat is enlisted in the struggle, it's just a game." "But how do you do that? I mean, how are you supposed to go about enlisting them?" "Study." He pulled out a cigarette and tapped it on the table. "First you have to grasp dialectics, which I think you don't," he pursued. "The difference between the means and the mode of production, the labor theory of surplus value, dialectical materialism. Forget Yeats, forget about running around in the street dodging cops. What's important is to master the objective truth." The waitress arrived with our dinner, a clear soup in a red enameled bowl, and shrimp in a lacy glaze of batter. I unwrapped my chopsticks from their paper sheath and raised the bowl of soup to my lips. The steam was like a warm washcloth. My eyes still ached from the tear gas, and adrenaline was pouring through me. But the bright restaurant, the bowl of black sauce, the cook's urgent cries in the kitchen had calmed me down. I popped a shrimp in my mouth, hoping Herbert would notice how adept I was with my chopsticks, but he was eating with a knife and fork. "Look, why not see yourself as the petty bourgeois producer you are?" he said. "Your product, poetry, is determined just like the shopkeeper's product. The idea that he can decide what to stock on his shelves is an illusion. He supplies demand. You identify your own feelings with those of society because you must. The petty bourgeois grocer identifies his interests with those of society for the same reason." "But what about you?" I protested. "What are you doing for the revolution? I mean, you just sit around by yourself like I do." "Not so," Herbert said in that definite voice of his. "My music is an allegory of revolutionary development. The order and arrangement of the notes is necessary, like the revolution. And I mean a revolution of the working class, not this anarchist bullshit." He drained his tea while I paid the check. Whoever had money paid, to each according to his needs, property is theft, and so on. Only somehow it was always my allowance that got appropriated. Out on Division, a squad car sped past, its dispatcher crackling. The air was dense with ozone, gasoline, tear gas. Down by Lincoln Park, sirens yelped and fluttered in the night. I was tempted to go back and see what was happening, but couldn't bring myself to propose it. Herbert was eager to go home and finish the 18th Brumaire. The phone was ringing as we came up the steps. "Kippy!" Bob cried when I picked it up. "I've just been down to Lincoln Park. Incredible scene. Tear gas, cops. The revolution is definitely happening." I was there, I said wearily. It was just a lot of anarchist bullshit." Nominated by Richard Bergen. Heart Leaves. Fiction by Beau Ball. From the Crescent Review. When she was 9, she bled. She daubed the floor with leaves and didn't wonder till later when the better grainy wetness caught her by surprise. She was following the bells of the cows who had roamed into the woods and stubborned. She stopped to fondle rhododendron. The wetness came. A bird's nest full of eggs could bring it on, the smell of heart leaves, but mostly rain. When thunder bass-fiddled heaven, her fingers travelled to her thighs to play. Pearl Duty said it was dying. For 2 years Bethel kept hands from thighs, unless it rained. Then, after Christmas recess, she glanced up from her speller to the back of the room and saw the eyelashes of the new boy dance. She crossed her legs and tried to think of I before E, but she died. Pearl said Doll Newberry's daddy killed a man in West Virginia, and that his mama kept hounds in their house on Cherry Mountain. But he rode a spotted horse, and Pearl petted its mane. Her mama and her daddy said the Newberrys were no count, that his daddy shot a branch walker and was serving time, but Doll smelled of all her nose had taught her of perfume. She gave her dinner bucket to Nez Wampler for the last desk in the 7th grade. It was right across from his in the 6th. He couldn't read, he couldn't spell. His talk was from tongues that hadn't learned from paper, but he could count in tens, and he liked to hear the teacher tell of Abe Lincoln's eyes in lamplight. While the grades, primer through 7th, followed their lessons, each different, his eyes and ears followed Mr. Armentrout and history. The teacher plagued him only once. The first day he was asked to stand and read. He sat and stared red-faced into the book. At dinner recess, those who brought food brushed snow from the well box to spread biscuits and sugar cake, to open lard cans filled with cornbread and milk. Doll unhitched his spotted horse from the woodshed, then rode off. Bethel slipped a gingerbread baby in his desk. From the corner of an eye she saw his fingers pick crumbs to his mouth. The next day her desk had walnuts, hickory, hazel. She kept some for a love box she was building. She gave up the games of children. A farmer in the dell ground his heels in a circle to follow her eyes aimed upward at Doll Newberry on the big rock above the schoolyard. At "Hi-yi-o, my dearie-o," she broke circle and ran to the schoolhouse porch. She glanced upward. His nose and fingers were inspecting the winter sap of spruce, but he turned his face downward for her. From then on all games were just children in a ring. At little recess, at dinner, and at big, her eyes stalked happy when they could catch a patch of him. If a storm came up at free time, the scholars could play seat games or stand on the porch and flirt with fever. Bethel flirted with Doll, who made eyes at the sky. She let her whole face feast on half of his, and when his eyes shifted slightly to contain her, he would sigh and shift his weight, but she could see his breeches grow as her thighs tightened to hold the wetness in. At books she learned how his page-turning finger caught spit, how, when he thought no one was looking, another finger joined to tug at a thin mustache, how at spelling his breeches would sag, his legs bow to catch the belly of a horse that wasn't there. But at history his legs would tighten when the teacher told of frozen Delawares. It was in a morning drizzle she first touched him. She lingered on the porch till she heard hooves splash. She went to the little cloakroom and waited. Mr. Armentrout cracked the Bible for devotion just as Doll's shoulders filled the cloakroom door. Bethel's hand, fluffing dryness to her hair, caught the damp wool of his mackinaw. His fingers, fumbling for buttons, brushed hers. "They's courtin' in a cloakroom," she heard Pearl Duty say above the teacher's, "It shall come to pass." Doll's hands darted to his pockets. She took her seat for morning singing. She felt her cheeks fry. She dared peep at him over a grade of history. The rose of a blush spotted his neck. In February she found an early violet blooming under a little rock that jutted out. She covered it from freeze at night, opened it to the thaw at day, and on the 14th she picked it and put in it a red valentine of her own making, a boy and girl on a spotted horse in the middle of a heart. The horse was pretty. She traced that. The boy and girl she put on it looked squatty. Her valentine came a day late, a bouquet of heart leaves tied with the bark of birch. All day long she breathed the sweetness of the gather. In geography she forgot all her capitals. Mr. Armentrout kept her after school to talk low. She was supposed to go away free to normal next year. Bethel lowered her eyes and watched her right foot tap out no. On her way home she put a heart leaf in her bosom. She hugged the bark of birches. Doll started nodding to people, and during big recess on a March day that played at being spring, he rode the primer on his horse. From the porch she watched him gallop easy in the sun. The next day, though a flurry made vague the horse's haunches, he rode the first grade in a circle around the schoolyard. When the last of 5 slid from the horse, Pearl Duty said, "When ye gon' ride me and Bethel?" He nodded to Bethel. He pranced his horse to the well-box, her galoshes mounted. A hand swooped down to pull her for a side ride without a saddle. She had made up how even her hair would flow. It would part in equal manes and tickle his neck as they rode off into the wilds. But her hips kept the rest of her busy holding on, his left arm crooked for the same purpose. It gave her too much of a circle for bouncing. When he let her down on the well-box, she thought she felt her hair brush his face. A long thaw came. He was absent more than present. The government couldn't force him. He was over 16, and they had his daddy. He had to stay home to plough. Bethel smelled despair in the chalk, in the nests of mud daubers, in the overripe sweat of feet. At home she paled and mumbled. Her mamma boiled her spring tonics, rolled rosin pills. At school she kept her head on her desk, but she wouldn't miss a day in case he came. He came for 3 rainy days in a row. She left letters in his desk. He left in hers an Indian baby doll whittled from the sweet-scented root of pine. The last week in April he didn't come a single day. She languished so that Mr. Armentrout sent her home with a note. She tore it up and stayed in the woods listening to the cowbells and talking to redbuds. Though the last day of school was sunny, he came for his report card. She knew it would be fail. He could come back for 2 more years if he wanted to. Hers said pass, with no note for normal. She could not come back. Into his hands she placed pressed flowers, and for old time's sake, a fresh heart-leaf. In her desk was a bird's-egg necklace, all blue and rounded to perfection. He rode off on his spotted horse before she could show him the neck it prided. The first week away from school seemed longer than Moses' trip her mamma made her read her every day. When Bethel came across a word she didn't know, she'd whisper doll and lift her eyes toward Cherry Mountain and wonder what his hands and eyes were doing 5 miles away in wildness. As a child she had fought sleep to catch fireflies or try to peep the dusky eyes of whippoorwills. Now she complained of aches and went to bed early. Katydids sawed their itch, night birds swelled their throats, but they blended with her dreams, wide-eyed and closed, of Doll and their 12 children who would escape snake-bite and fever to grow up to take his image. When a storm came at night, she flailed love for him into the feather-bed. She asked to go herbing, but her mamma and her daddy wouldn't let her. Gallivanting, they called it. They pointed out how Kennedy Crabtree lollygagged and ended up with a woods colt at 14. In late May she got to wear her necklace to a graveyard meeting to decorate her mamma's dead. In early June to decorate her daddy's. She didn't catch a glimpse of Doll. His dead, she reckoned, were down in West Virginia. When she could escape her mamma's one good ear, she whispered to a schoolmate, "Seen Doll?" Sardis Hess had seen him at the jockey grounds, swapping the spotted horse for a mule. Nez Wampler saw him digging May apple root. Pearl Duty said she saw him almost every day, but Bethel knew different. At home she helped her mamma in the garden. found the cows and drove them home, milked and churned, read the kin of Moses past the promised land. In early July, the oldest cow, Pidy, butted rails from the fence and roamed up the mountain. Clover and Cloudy followed. Her daddy walked the pasture fence to mend it, and though a red sky warned of rain, Bethel was sent to hunt the cows. 2 miles up the mountain she heard Pidy's old-timey bell clank tin. Another mile the happy ring of Clover like a hand-shook dinner bell. Cloudy wore a little brass one made for goats, a tinkle that hinted Christmas. Cloudy could not be told, but with the tin of Pidy in front and the iron of Clover in the middle, Bethel imagined the tiny bell baby out of the sound. A half-mile away she could say what they were up to, the regular ring of walk, the unpatterned pause and ring of grass eating, the twisting side rings as their necks fought for buds, the more frantic clapper when they nudged away flies. She knew a storm was brewing, for their bells became flaps of fear, hanging quiet for thunder. She let them hide so she could follow another sound, the high whine of G, the fall of haw, the bass of whoa that came from a spur on the ridge above her. She came to a clearing. She parted rhododendron to see Doll, naked to the waist, follow a black mule through corn rows. She caught the slight nod of his head, right with the G's, left with the haws, the lift of chin upward for the whoas. She counted the knobs of muscles on his arms and back, the brave tremble of his chest. She held her sides and rocked. She watched for 2 more rows, and when her knees stretched they could hold her, she answered her lips say of go. He stopped the mule in midfield. He looked to the black clouds in the west where the best storms came. A sudden breeze gathered leaves and turned them white. She walked up beside him and said, "Ye ain't heard no bells?" The belly of God rumbled. Dull lightning streaked the western sky. "Best get 'fore hit pours," he said. He unhooked the mule and led it into the woods. She followed around the spur on a small path that came to cliffs that jutted out to make a cave. He tied the mule to a limb that elbowed inward for the shelter. On rocks were whittled objects, dried and drying herbs, nuts from last year's swell. Her valentine in a high, dry place. He pointed to a bed of pine boughs. "To dream time way," he said. She lay down on the bed and breathed the sweetness. Thunder rolled, lightning quickened. He lay down beside her. He nibbled a heart leaf from her bosom. His lips played juice harp on her breast, minnowed her belly. She smelled summer in him. She kissed the sweet lay of hair on his belly, up through navel to the little knob that said 3 ribs were past, and then to the dark thickets that grew on both hills the nipples made, up to the ponds of collarbones where she lipped his salt. Then the ears that caught and held the seed of hay. She kissed the lower lip in its tremble, the upper in its spread of joy, the whole mouth for the jerk his belly gave to her thighs that knew to open, knew to close. "You killin' me," he said. She sucked growth into his mustaches. He rolled over on his back to let his muscles jerk. She waited for the apples on his shoulders to say fall. Then her chin caught the cup of a shoulder blade, and her left hand babied navel. The rain came down in heavy sheets. He turned over to greet her snuggle. "Let's die again," she said. He straddled her to help them. She ground her hips sideways and squeezed until the sweet hurt came. "You killin' me," he said. Her hips rose to meet the ride. He slept. Through thunder, through gully washes. She watched the 2 butt dimples rise and fall with his breathing. The storm darkened them from her eyes. Her fingers traced them through down. He woke to breathe the sweet sourness sleep had fed him. When a rainbow told them to, they rose to put on clothes. Doll reached out a hand to try to rake the color in. He settled for the new green that rain had given wildflowers. She heard the clink of Pidy's tin, the clear ring of Clover, the tink of Cloudy. "Day after tomorrow?" she asked. He nodded. "Noon?" He nodded. She gathered the cows and switched them into chimes. She laid her plan. She would cow-hunt every other day on Cherry Mountain. She would stifle with rags the clappers of the cowbells. She would tie Piety to a tree. Clover and Cloudy would linger beside her. She would slip all 3 forbidden winter hay at their milking to make up for lost grays. She lied to her daddy that she had found the cows on Abner's Gap. Her eyes were closed before the washed sky could blacken. Her thighs gathered feathers to pillow the burn-past bruise into memory. She woke to disappointment. Her daddy took one look at Piety's tail and said, "Cuttin' up." He took her to a known bull in the valley. The silly daughters stuck their heads over the yard gate and mooed till milking time. Bethel was fitful. Day after tomorrow would be delayed, for that night her daddy did the milking. She sat on the front porch and read her mamma the Psalms of David and tried to catch the harps in her mind. She couldn't hide the cows till Thursday evening's milking. When they didn't come home by morning, her daddy said she would have to go find them. Once she was out of his sight, she followed a straight path up Cherry Mountain. At the cave, the pine boughs were gone. In their place was a full bed of moss with blue-eyed grass and heart leaves duly spread. She let her face take their tickle. She walked to the field. It was finished. She heard no gees, no haws. She returned to the cave and prayed for him to come. She rose to measure her shadow for noon. She heard the nose of the black mule splutter, the click of Doll onward. She quickly spread the heart leaves into pattern. Her hand trembled when it helped him knot the strap of the bridle round the limb. She told him how her daddy, an old Pied, had kept her from him. They lay down together. Soreness made them gentle. His hands played pity-pat on her thighs. Her fingers forgot fumbles as they loosened his belt to trace down. She smelled the drip of work in him. New blood drove away the blue from bruises. They let the moss lip them, let the heart leaves slow impressions. Their thighs obeyed without a crop of thunder. The day after tomorrow was Sunday. Her daddy would not violate the Sabbath for field work, but he would claim an ox in the ditch to hunt cows. She would have to hide them Sunday, see him Monday. She led home the bewildered Piety. Her bell, obedient to the fasting, tolled tin. Clover, iron. Cloudy, brass. She milked them, not much. Stole them hay, a lot. Her daddy deemed the bull's topping hadn't taken. On Sunday he led Piety placid to the valley, where the bull turned up his nose. Yet Bethel's plan worked Monday, and for 3 weeks, till her daddy sold Piety. Said she taught them all to roam and stubborn. They were going dry. Bethel tied Clover to a tree, but Cloudy traipsed home without her and lolled her head over the yard gate. After 3 days away from Doll's eyes, she risked death. She waited till snores told her she could gather dress from bedpost. She held her breath for the count of 50 footfalls. Bushes hugged for her hair. Sawbriars tried to tangle feet. She slapped and kicked at thickets. By midnight she crossed the field she knew. Then the tobacco patch, a stream, a garden. She saw his cabin stilled in moonlight. She inched her way to the one window. She saw the face it gave her back. Eyes rounded past recognition, lips pouted with fear. She heard the house hounds throat their warning. She jerked reflection away and waited behind the dahlias for what the dog's teeth or Doll could give her. She got Doll, his long fingers pushing at the noses of the dogs. He took her elbow, and they walked beyond the voice of his mother asking who. The dogs, wagging now, smelled her out. She gave them her hands. They purposed tails and noses for night roam. She told of the thwart. His arms answered she could count on him. When the dew divided them, she said, "Come to me." He came every other night through August. She held him under the crabapple tree, or when thunder squeezed the mountains into awe, in last year's corn shucks in the crib. Once her mamma rose to feel the bed and wonder where she was. Bethel claimed sleepwalking had taken her by surprise. Her thighs caught wonder 3 months without daubing. She told Doll she was big. He replanted, to be sure. Her daddy found them and prized them apart before frost could. He threatened death and prison. Bethel clutched her dress to her and said, "You killed 3. Her daddy lifted his right hand to the heavens and declared her dead. "Go," he said, "where that wood's cold in your belly." She had only the one dress on her back. Her mamma later slipped her others with love notes in the pockets. They didn't marry. Doll and his mamma didn't like the state. She asked his mamma's blessing. She smiled through snuff and gave it in wide wink. They stayed with her till the state gave back his daddy. Then they moved to a higher mountain where she taught wildflowers to grow in her yard, where he tilled fields and caught the bees in trees and told them to make honey. The pregnancy was false, and every one thereafter. She would swell, but the egg would not ripen on her. She made up the names and lives of 12 who escaped snake-bite and fever to grow up to take his face. Doll would lie quiet in bed to listen to her tell what the children of her mind had done that day. She grew too fat, he grew too thin, and they learned to snore many nights away. But when a storm would come, she'd rustle the bedclothes and turn to him, and he'd say, "You gon' kill me." She did, in the flood of 52. At a clap of thunder as he spent, he gave a gurgle she hadn't heard before. Then he lay heavy upon her. She turned him over, and through lightning she courted the skin time had blotched. Her lips traced the grey hairs to the knob that said 3 ribs were past. Her arms cradled him till dawn. She rose to see a rainbow. Her hands reached out to try to rake it in, but they settled on the new green rain had given. She told them all, the flowers, the children, the bees, and on her weak way down the mountain, the Queen's lace, the penny-royal, heart leaves. Nominated by Josephine Jacobson. Dickinson, by Martha Collins, from the Virginia Quarterly Review. Deep in the hills, in the noon sun, through the white gate, through the white front door, up the stairs to the room and the white dress. Up the stairs to the cupola where the turning world, the trees, the hills beyond circumference, returned. Is this what body comes to then, after the dinners, the talk, the wine? Hello, goodbye, is this the way, most I, most who I am? He was perfect muse, the god who was and was not there. She had no mother, she said, her mother was awe. But awe was also muse, was house, was hills, beyond the hills. Mother, wife, the earth at last. For us it goes the other way, the deep green cave, the flesh of love, the wings of the white election. Nominated by Kelly Cherry. A Setting, by Donald Revell, from the Antioch Review, in memory of John Cheever. There is nothing Orphic, nothing foreign, the deep greens of a suburban June. The lawns, the Orientalia, are enough for now to make you sing. The deep greens of a suburban June drift from oriel to oriel, and are enough for now to make you sing into the dark you've watched drift from oriel to oriel, and now the air around the porch lights curves into the dark you've watched, changing into the colored air of romance. Now the air around the porch lights curves like hours in summer, like desire, changing into the colored air of romance, your first home breathed into you. Like hours in summer, like desire, what you cried out each June, your first home breathed into you, became the best of you. What you cried out each June, there is nothing Orphic, nothing foreign, became the best of you, the lawns, the Orientalia. Nominated by David St. John and Michael Waters. Grasmere, by Amy Clampitt, from the Paris Review. Rainstorms that blacken like a headache where mosses thicken, and the morning smell of jonquils, the stillness of hung fells thronged with the primaveral noise of waterfalls. Contentment pours in spate from every slope. The lake fills, the kingcups drown, and still it rains. The sheep graze, their black lambs bounce and skitter in the wet. Such weather one cannot say here why one is still so happy. Cannot say, except it's both so wild and so tea-cozy, so snugly lush, so English. A run into the ground complacency, none the less, is given pause here. At Dove Cottage dark rooms bloom with coal fires. The back stairs escape hatch into a precipitous small orchard still opens. Bedded cowslips, primroses, fritillaries, checkered, upside-down brown tulips still flourish where the great man fled the neighbours. A crank! Ye torrents, with your strong and constant voice protest the wrong, he cried, i.e. against the Kendal to Windermere Railway. By middle age a Tory, a somewhat tedious egotist even, his wild oats sown abroad, when young, he cannot, his sister had conceded, be so pleasing as my fondness makes him. A coda to the epistolary cry, "O Jane, the last time we were together he won my affection." What gives one pause here? Otherwise one might not care, as one finds one does, for William Wordsworth is Dorothy. Wednesday, he read me his poem. After dinner he made a pillow of my shoulder. I read to him, and my beloved slept. The upstairs bedroom where the roof leaked and the chimney smoked, the cool buttery where water runs, still voluble under the flagstones. The room she settled into after his marriage to Mary Hutchinson, and shared with, as the family grew, first one, then two of the children, the newsprint she papered it with for warmth, the circle of domestic tranquillity, cannot guard her who sleeps single from the Cumbrian cold, still legible. Such was the dreamed-of place, so long too much to hope for. It was in winter, at Christmas, when he was last at Fauncet, and every day, as soon as we rose from dinner, we used to pace the gravel in the garden till 6 o'clock, and this, transcribed for Jane alone from one of his letters, "Oh, my dear, dear sister, with what transport shall I again meet you, with what rapture!" The orphan dream they'd entertained, that she had named the day of my felicity. To live together under the same roof, in the same house, here at Dove Cottage. A quiet night, the fire flutters and the watch ticks. I hear nothing else save the breathing of my beloved. Spring, when it arrived again, would bring birch foliage filmy as the bridal veil she'd never wear. Birds singing, the sacred stain of bluebells on the hillsides, fiddle-heads uncoiling in the brakes, inside each coil a spine of bronze pristinely hoary. Male, clean-limbed ash-trees whiskered with a foam of pollen, bride-like above white moss common, a lone wild cherry candle-mirrored in the pewter of the lake. On March 22nd, a rainy day with William very poorly, resolves were made to settle matters with Annette in France, and that he should go to Mary. On the 26th, a black day, followed by a morning of divine excitement. At breakfast William wrote part of an ode. It was the Intimations. The day after, they took the excitement to Coleridge at Keswick, arriving soaked to the skin. There, after dinner, she had one of her headaches. A bad one's ghastly worst, the packed ganglion's black blood clot. The day of my felicity, curled up inside a single sack with its perfidious twin, the neurasthenic 19th-century housemate and counterpart of William's incorrigibly nervous stomach. "I do not know from what cause it is," he wrote, But during the last 3 years I have never had a pen in my hand 5 minutes before my whole frame becomes a bundle of uneasiness. To ail here in this vale, this hollow formed as though to be the vessel of contentment, of sweet morning smelling of jonquils, of tranquillity at nightfall, of habitual strolls along the lake shore, among the bracken, the old coiled-up agitation glistening, birds singing, the greening birches in their wedding veils, the purple stain of bluebells. Attachments uncut not, so rich, so dark, so dense a node the ache still bleeds, still binds, but cannot speak. Nominated by George Plimpton, Sherrod Santos, and Richard Wilbur. Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens. Fiction by Kenneth Gangemi. From Conjunctions. Sam Greenbaum, Kathy O'Reilly, and Bob Stevens are in their mid-20s and recent graduates of Yale Law School. For about a year they have been in business as the law firm of Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens, operating out of a storefront office located on East 9th Street in New York City. The time is the present, and the job market is very tight for law school graduates. Major firms receive dozens of resumes every day. Sam, Kathy, and Bob went to a prestige law school and would certainly fare well in the competition for jobs, but the prospect of working in a corporate law firm and the lifestyle associated with it is unappealing. In a sense, they have dropped out from the typical young lawyer's route to a good job. They each raised $7,500 capital to start their own firm. It wasn't enough, and they are undercapitalized, but it was all they could put together. They figured they would learn more about law, and much more rapidly, with their own firm than any other way. And as instant partners, they would be independent. There would be no senior lawyers telling them what to do. It is an unusual kind of law firm. They type many of their letters themselves. A secretary comes in during the afternoon to answer the telephone and do other typing, mostly contracts and other legal papers. Except when they appear in court, the three don't look much like lawyers. They look like most of the other young people in the neighborhood, wearing clothing that includes jeans, flannel shirts, sweaters, down parkas, hooded sweatshirts, running shoes, and so on. Their fees are low. They have their clients do as much of their own legwork as possible. The low-cost, no-frills law firm is a struggle, often touch and go. None of them has an outside income. They must pay the rent on the storefront, the secretary's salary, office expenses, and their own rents and expenses. But they have managed to survive in spite of some embarrassing mistakes. Every month they are getting better and more effective. In just 1 year they have learned a great deal about practicing law in New York City. They have also learned much about the vast problems of the American judicial system. Sam, Kathy, and Bob are very different in their interests, backgrounds, and personalities. Like most successful partnerships, their strengths and weaknesses are balanced and complemented. One important reason they have stayed in business is that they work together very well. In addition, all three are willing to compromise. Before opening the office, they knew that the legal world was unfair, archaic, and overcrowded. They wanted to be one of the new kinds of law firms. At first they were going to call their venture the 9th Street Legal Clinic, but decided against it. Other lawyers advised them that such an operation would invite too much unsavory off-the-street business, people with problems but no money. The storefront location in the neighborhood gives them enough of that kind of business anyway. Sam had idealistic plans for them to be people's lawyers, but this concept was quickly forgotten during the first few months. In another time, Sam, Kathy, and Bob might have chosen other fields. They were caught up in what was almost a national movement to go to law school. By their 3rd year they shared a common disaffection with their profession, but they were in too deep and had invested too much to pull out. The firm is partly an attempt to regain control of their lives. They also share much disenchantment with the life of a typical young lawyer. Some of their fellow graduates are unhappy with their jobs, where they often do repetitive, laborious work for the senior partners. The three have all had summer jobs in corporate law firms and sometimes tell stories of what they observed. But dropping out of the system means financial sacrifice, which can be painful. Occasionally they have to suffer the tales of classmates who are making high salaries at prestigious law firms. Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens is in general practice. The partners have provided a wide variety of legal services, many of them relevant to the lives of the television audience. They have defended various types of petty criminals. A few times, due to inexperience, they have taken on hopeless cases no other lawyer would touch. So far there have been a couple of assault charges and one manslaughter case, but no murders. East 9th Street, between 1st and 2nd Avenues, is one of the most attractive blocks in the East Village, with trees and many small shops and storefronts. It is in the center of an ethnically rich and economically diverse neighborhood. The process of gentrification is taking place, which provides many contrasts. Bleak, crime-ridden Avenue C is only a few blocks from the bohemian elegance of Stuyvesant and East 10th Streets, but the neighborhood is still mostly populated with poor and low-income residents of every description. The people are Polish, Italian, Jewish, Puerto Rican, Ukrainian, Black, Irish, Czech, Korean, and Chinese, to name just a few. There are many illegal aliens, most of them from Latin America. Much of the population is white middle class, of no particular ethnic background. Some are students at Cooper Union, New York University, and other institutions. Aspiring poets and writers, young actors and actresses, and dancers and musicians from all over the United States have traditionally lived in the tenements of the East Village. The neighborhood is undergoing change. Landlords are no longer abandoning buildings as they did a few years ago, and speculators are moving in. Young people with good incomes who want to live in neighborhoods like the Upper East Side are now settling for the East Village, because there is simply no other place to go. Some of the low-income residents regard it as a battle for turf. Most of the original capital went into fixing up the storefront as an office. The basics of the space are completed, the floor, walls, plumbing, and wiring, but the money began to run out before it could be finished and furnished properly. With their ingenuity and some used office equipment, however, it is remarkably attractive. There are plants hanging, and it could be a loft in Soho. Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens is painted on the window. The floor is the original wood, which has been sanded and prepared with care. The walls are painted white, except for one which has been taken down to the bare brick. All the desks are together in one big room, as there was not enough money to build partitions for separate offices. Beside each desk is a chair for the client. A bookcase holds a variety of law books and legal guides. Some of the furnishings were provided by clients in lieu of payment. Several prints and paintings hang on the walls, payment from artists they have represented. A coffee maker and cups are on a table. A water cooler is from a junk shop on First Avenue. An answering machine by the telephone takes messages after the office closes. One of the first things they do in the morning is to play back the messages, some of which are very funny. Sam Greenbaum grew up in modest circumstances in the Midwood section of Brooklyn. He attended Columbia University while living at home and working part-time. He graduated with honors, won a scholarship to Yale Law School, and finished near the top of his class. Sam is of medium height and build, has dark hair and a bushy mustache, and always seems to be in motion. He is single, but lives with his girlfriend, who is an actress, in a loft on Mercer Street. Sam did some acting in high school and at Columbia and Yale, and is still very interested in the theater. He occasionally drops a line or two from Shakespeare and other playwrights. For many years he planned to be an actor, but in the end chose law school. One way he compensates is by frequently seeing plays. Through Sam and his girlfriend, the series has access to the theater world of New York City. Sam is lively, very funny, the natural comedian of the three. He has a remarkable ability to imitate foreign accents, somewhat like Sid Caesar. When talking with clients, he gradually slips into their accents and patterns of speech. The three partners are equals in the firm, and their names are in alphabetical order, but more often than the other two, Sam takes the lead. For one thing, the storefront law office was his idea. He was living there with his girlfriend when they decided to move to the loft on Mercer Street. In addition, Sam has built up a network of acquaintances who are in different areas of law practice. He also has an uncle nearby who is a lawyer doing much the same kind of work. Because of frequent conversations with him and the other lawyers, Sam usually knows more than Kathy or Bob. Sam Greenbaum is a total New Yorker, as opposed to his partners, one of whom grew up in the suburbs and the other in Connecticut. He spends a lot of time on the telephone, although his conversations are usually short. He is superb in the courtroom, witty, forceful, and articulate. Because of his background, he relates well to the judges and members of the juries, most of whom are also New Yorkers. Sam has made several trips to Mexico. He speaks a little Spanish, enough to talk with Hispanic clients. He is liberal in his politics and active in an independent Democratic club. He has worked on campaigns and may run for office himself someday, possibly from his native Brooklyn. Sam drinks very little, an occasional beer or glass of wine. He loves Chinese restaurants and goes to Chinatown once or twice a week. He keeps in shape by running, which he sometimes does with his girlfriend. Sam is filled with energy and inner drive. He wastes no time in anything he does, and turns out the most work of the three. Sam's parents moved to Los Angeles a few years ago. He has a younger sister who lives with them and attends UCLA. His parents have adjusted to California and like it, but they also miss New York, where they were born and spent most of their lives. Sam often hears their grievances on the telephone and reads about them in letters from his sister. Kathy O'Reilly is from an affluent family and grew up in Rye in suburban Westchester County. She attended a parochial school as a child and then Rye High School before going on to Vassar College. Kathy has two younger brothers. She is an attractive young woman, taller than average, with shoulder-length brown hair and blue eyes. Kathy is single and lives on the top floor of a brownstone on West 69th Street between Columbus Avenue and Central Park West. She shares the apartment with a woman journalist who is about the same age. Kathy was going with a man during her last year at Yale Law School, but they broke up, and since then she has not been seriously involved with anyone. She was originally named Mary Catherine for her paternal grandmother, who had emigrated from Ireland at the turn of the century. But the old woman died a few months later, and the baby, at her mother's insistence, came to be called Catherine, as Mary Catherine was thought to be too Irish. Kathy O'Reilly has some typical Irish Catholic traits. She can be stubborn, pugnacious, and guilt-ridden. She is often feisty and spirited and has a temper. Like many others with Irish blood, she is highly verbal, a good talker, very quick with replies. Although her mother is of Scotch-English descent, Kathy always thinks of herself as Irish. St. Patrick's Day is as important to her as any of the major holidays. She is a tenacious fighter who never gives up. It does not take much to provoke her, and she has a sharp tongue. At Vassar she was an English major and thought of getting her doctorate or becoming a writer before deciding upon law school. She still loves books. Occasionally, when it is appropriate, she quotes from literature. The authors are often Irish: Yeats, Shaw, Joyce, Beckett. Along with Sam, she is the most interested in seeing the partnership succeed. If it fails, then her path will probably lead to a law firm where she will be a woman among senior lawyers who are mostly men. At Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens, she is the equal of Sam and Bob. Kathy is a Democrat, although not as liberal as Sam. Politically, as well as in name, she is in the middle of the three partners. Kathy is continually intrigued by the moral and ethical considerations that arise in their work. They are all bright, but she has the best legal mind of the three. Kathy spends more time in the law library than Sam or Bob. Partly because of her feeling for language, she is skilled at coming up with the precise wording for a key phrase in a letter or legal document. She has the potential to become a respected judge who writes memorable opinions. Kathy has a good sense of humor. She is usually cheerful and in good spirits, but she has a dark, brooding side to her personality that she conceals. Kathy is the most complex and also the most isolated of the three. Sometimes she is depressed for no apparent reason. In a typical Irish way, she seems to be always wrestling with her soul. She drinks either white wine or Scotch, occasionally too much. At times there is a sadness about her, as though no matter what happens, she will never be truly happy and fulfilled. Although Kathy O'Reilly is from an affluent background and went to the best schools, she is not at all pretentious. On the contrary, she is a down-to-earth person who is well aware of her father's origins. Several times she has visited the working-class neighborhood where he was born and raised. Kathy could have spent her high school and college summers at the country club her parents belonged to, but she always worked either as a camp counselor or a waitress or a tennis instructor. She spent her junior year in Paris and speaks French fairly well. It is useful in communicating with some of the foreign-born clients who speak little English. In the office she dresses as casually as Sam or Bob. She likes cats and brought one to the office, a large striped tabby that roams around at will. Kathy has no interest in team sports, but follows tennis, especially the women players. She belongs to a health club and frequently goes there after work. Although anyone would think she has a good figure, she is 10 pounds heavier than she would like to be. Robert Stevens is called Bob, or even Bobby, by everyone who knows him. He grew up in Guilford, Connecticut, a small town about 10 miles east of New Haven. He is less a wasp than someone with no apparent ethnic background at all, someone who could be from the Midwest or California. Bob is from a typical middle-class American family, the second of 3 children. At Guilford High School, he was a star athlete and went to Yale on an athletic scholarship. He played football and basketball, but was best at track as a sprinter and pole vaulter. Bob is tall, big-shouldered, moves gracefully, and is still very much an athlete. He is unaggressive and almost gentle towards people, but when words and patience have failed, he is the one who ejects the occasional crazies and troublemakers from the office. Bob Stevens is one of those young men who seem to have everything: looks, brains, personality. Needless to say, he is very attractive to women. Of the 3, he is the most likable, the most charming, the most normal and well-adjusted. If he had wanted to be, he could have been class president in high school and perhaps even at Yale. There is almost no limit to how far Bob could go, but he is remarkably unambitious. He is that rare person who is content with his life. He secures the majority of the business. Whereas Sam can make people nervous and Kathy asks difficult questions, Bob is a natural salesman, smiling and reassuring. He is the best with potential clients who are doubtful about the firm. Bob likes all kinds of people and is genuinely interested in their problems. He is a good listener and never interrupts when someone is talking. Bob was a history major at Yale, and history continues to be his great love. It was a difficult decision for him to choose law school over further study in history. When he is reading with his glasses on, he looks almost scholarly. From Bob, when it is appropriate, we sometimes hear historical anecdotes that have a bearing on one of their cases. Part of the reason he joined the partnership is because of the casual lifestyle of the office. Not only was he bored with his last summer job, which was in a law firm in Hartford, but it was the hottest and most humid summer in years, and he hated having to wear a suit every day. He still dislikes dressing up for court. But when he does, he looks as good as any young lawyer in the city. Bob Stevens is an excellent speaker. If he were only more interested in politics, he would be an ideal candidate for public office in Connecticut. It is easy to imagine him being backed by party leaders in the New Haven area, and then being elected to the state legislature, the U.S. Congress, and possibly even higher. Bob is the least committed to the venture. If any of the 3 decides to leave for something else, he will probably be the one. He is periodically courted by one of the senior partners of a major law firm, and the money is very tempting. But Bob shudders at the thought of working for such a firm. He would regard it as a kind of death. Partly because of his background in history, reading about the rise and fall of social, economic, and political movements over the years, he has never been interested in politics. He has the detachment of the historian. But as a result of his experiences in New York City and the influence of his 2 partners, Bob is learning and changing and becoming politically aware. His development is one of the themes of the series. Bob Stevens is fond of his hometown and often visits his family on weekends. They are all solidly Republican in the New England tradition. His father, once a fine athlete himself, is the track coach and the physical education instructor at Guilford High School. His mother is a housewife who has returned to teaching now that her children are grown. His older sister is married and lives nearby, and his younger sister is a student at the University of Connecticut. Bob has lived in New York City for only a year. He is basically a trusting person with little street sense. He is not naive, but has lived in a small town for most of his life. He speaks no foreign languages and has never been out of the United States. Much of the humor associated with him comes from his frequent amazement at life in the city, especially among the lower levels. Bob is enjoying himself working with Sam and Kathy. The stimulating neighborhood, the unusual people, and the fast-paced activity of the city are all new to him. The partnership is clearly a way station in his life. But his morale is high, he is having more fun than any of them, and he shows no indication of moving on. Bob shares an apartment with another man on East 27th Street near Lexington Avenue. He follows sports and often comments to the others when reading the newspaper in the office. He trains with weights and plays squash to keep in shape. Bob drinks beer, the preferred drink of most athletes. Although he is sometimes pursued by women, he is not very interested in them. He has confided to Sam and his roommate that most of the time he would rather be at home reading a good book of history. Joseph Acasella is the landlord of the building on East 9th Street. He is a fair and decent man, rather kindly, not at all the stereotype of the bad landlord. He is stocky, white-haired, about 60 years old, and likes to wear cardigan sweaters. He has 4 grown children and several grandchildren. He lives with his wife in a pleasant section of Queens. Mr. Acasella uses the other storefront as his office, where he manages the 5 buildings he owns in the neighborhood. He also sells insurance and is a notary public. He is not a lawyer, but has been to court many times. He is very knowledgeable about the legal aspects of the real estate business. His parents were immigrants from Italy, and he grew up in the Italian neighborhood that is centered at 1st Avenue and 11th Street. He knows hundreds of people who live nearby, some of them since childhood. Over the years, by working hard and saving his money, he gradually acquired the 5 buildings. Like other landlords in the area, because they often have large amounts of money, Joseph Acasella has a license to carry a gun. It is a .38 caliber revolver with a short barrel, the kind that cops carry when they are off duty. He usually keeps it in his desk. Sometimes he carries it around the 1st of the month, when rents are due, and also when he visits his worst building, which is on Avenue C. Mr. Acasella has provided them with a few clients. Many landlords will not rent to lawyers, but he has known and liked Sam and his girlfriend since the time they first rented the storefront. From Mr. Acasella, when he drops into the office, we occasionally hear the landlord's side of tenant disputes, including horror stories of what tenants have done. He is good with repairs, but stingy with the heat. Bob does not mind, and Sam is used to it, but Kathy often complains about the chill and puts on a sweater. Julia is the secretary who works part-time in the office 5 afternoons a week. She does typing and office work and answers the telephone. Julia is Chinese, 19 years old, grew up in the neighborhood, lives with her parents on East 5th Street, and is a student at New York University. She is bright and pretty, very personable, smiles often, wears glasses, and has long black hair. Although they would not care if she wore jeans and a sweatshirt, Julia is usually better dressed than Sam, Kathy, or Bob. She always wears a white blouse and a skirt. Julia wants to go to law school and asks a lot of questions. Her curiosity is useful for the exposition. She does the translating for the occasional Chinese who come into the office, usually with tenant problems. Bernard Greenbaum is Sam's uncle, and has been a lawyer in general practice for many years. He has an office in an old building at 32 Union Square. It is one of those run-down New York office buildings where tiny businesses of every conceivable description are located. Sam, and just about everyone else, calls him Bernie. It is partly because of his influence that Sam went to law school. They often talk on the telephone or in a coffee shop on Union Square. They have a warm relationship, and he gives Sam valuable advice in all areas. Bernie is an important character because of the exposition he provides. He would love to have Sam go into partnership with him, but Sam wants to be independent of his family and also work with members of his own generation. Bernard Greenbaum respects what he is doing. When he was a young lawyer, he was very much like Sam, and even more political. The Union Square area has a long history of radical politics. If Bernie is genuinely helpful, partly it is because he hopes that Sam will eventually change his mind and go into partnership with him. He has told Sam that he could have all the time off he wanted to work in politics. Meanwhile, his nephew is undergoing valuable training at the expense of another firm. Bernie lives with his family in Massapequa on Long Island. Sam and his girlfriend sometimes visit him on summer weekends and then go swimming at Jones Beach. Bernie has sent a few clients to his nephew's firm, people he didn't have the time or inclination to represent. He has been a lawyer in New York City for a long time and knows the ropes. Sam's partners often hear, "Bernie says—" Clara Miller is the accountant for Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens. She is a peppy, energetic woman, rather short, who always wears a business suit. She is a widow in her early 50s with a grown daughter. She took over her husband's firm when he died. Clara comes periodically to the office, works on the books, and shakes her head. Her visits are not happy ones, for hers is the voice of financial reality. The 3 partners call her Clara, but Julia calls her Mrs. Miller. She thinks there are too many clients who have not paid their bills, and also too much pro bono work. She constantly urges them to take on more remunerative cases, and to run the firm in a more business-like manner. Clara wants them to raise their hourly rate, which is very low. but because of their lack of experience and the no-frills aspect of the firm, they feel it is only fair to charge low fees. Clara wants the retainer to be a standard policy, and has accused them of chickening out when the time comes to ask for it. Being widowed early, with a child to support, and having to survive as a woman in a competitive field dominated by men, has made her somewhat hard. Clara has a strange power over the three partners. In her presence they become somewhat intimidated and act almost like college students. She would never admit it, but she has taken a maternal interest in the firm. Angela Fiorelli, who is Sam's girlfriend, shares the loft on Mercer Street with him. She is an actress and 2 years younger than he is. Angela also grew up in the Midwood section of Brooklyn, and she and Sam have known each other since the drama club in high school. Like many young actresses in New York City, she works part-time as a waitress, currently in a plant-filled bar-restaurant in Soho. She has referred several of her friends who are cooks, bartenders, and waitresses to the firm. From Angela and her co-workers, the series has access to the bar and restaurant world in New York, which is a large one. Most of the people she works with also do something else. In addition to being in the theater, they are students, artists, writers, dancers, musicians, photographers, etc. Angela is a talented and beautiful young woman. She has as good a chance to make it as any actress in New York City. She loves movies as much as theater, and often goes with Sam to repertory cinemas. It was Angela who found the storefront. She was the first to talk with Mr. Acasella, and they hit it off right away, partly for ethnic reasons, and also because he has a daughter who is about her age. William O'Reilly is Kathy's father and a senior partner in a Wall Street law firm. He is a handsome, distinguished-looking man, solid and imposing, who usually wears a dark three-piece suit. He sometimes has lunch with his daughter in the Wall Street area, or they meet for a drink near Grand Central before he takes the train to Rye. On the outside, Mr. O'Reilly is charming and affable. He is a self-made man. He grew up in a large, rather poor family in the North Bronx, attended a Catholic high school, then worked his way through Fordham University and later Columbia Law School. His first job as a young lawyer was with a Wall Street firm. Except for 3 years in Washington during the Eisenhower years, he has never left the area. William O'Reilly waited until he was 35 to marry. She was from a socially prominent New York family, the daughter of an investment banker. Kathy was the first of their 3 children. His wife is a very pleasant, considerate woman who mostly takes care of their house, the children, and their social life. He married well. In every way, she was an ideal choice for him. William O'Reilly is smart and tough, and has worked hard all his life. He has risen to a position of wealth and influence, and in a few years may be appointed to a judgeship. Many important and powerful people are among his friends. He has long been active in the Republican Party in New York State, starting in the 60s when Nelson Rockefeller first ran for governor. William O'Reilly has always been a strong influence on Kathy. She is his eldest child, his only daughter, and they basically have a good relationship. But he has his own ideas about how she should build a career in law, and he strongly disapproves of the storefront venture. With his extensive contacts, possibly calling a political debt, he could set her up with a job that would be the envy of any young lawyer. Mr. O'Reilly is a formidable man who knows how to use power, but he learned long ago, when his daughter was still a child, not to put too much pressure on her. In her own way, she is just as strong as he is, and will make him regret it. The 3 partners all look good when they dress up for court. Kathy is especially attractive, for her father is keen on appearances and has been very generous in providing her with clothes. He is rather proud of his daughter. He likes to be seen with her in the Wall Street restaurants where they have lunch. Her partners have wondered somewhat enviously if one of the reasons she does well in court is because she is such a fine-looking young woman. Frida, who is 82 years old, is Sam's grandmother. She was born in Vienna of Russian parents and came to the United States in 1920. She now lives in the Brighton Beach area of Brooklyn, which has a high proportion of senior citizens. Sam has dinner with her every Friday night and looks forward to it. She is alert, humorous, spirited, very much like her grandson, and they have sparkling conversations. Frida has a trace of a German accent. Although she has lived in the United States for most of her life, she is still very much a European, with the values and standards of her native Vienna. She had little formal education, but has always read good books and knows quite a lot about classical music. She speaks 5 languages. Frida has a rich background and is a remarkably cultured person. Yet she is also one of those nondescript elderly women who sit in the sun on benches along the boardwalk in Brighton Beach. From Frida we hear tales of her friends and what it is like to be old and living on a fixed income in New York City. Sam is always interested in the recollections of her childhood, which took place in Vienna before World War I. She also relates stories of her parents about life in Tsarist Russia. Frida gives Sam much support and thinks the law firm is a wonderful idea. The area she lives in has recently become a center for Russian émigrés, and Sam has taken her to some of the restaurants along Brighton Beach Avenue. He often brings a friend when he visits Frida, sometimes his girlfriend or one of his partners, for she likes to meet and talk with young people. The old woman always holds up her part of the conversation very well. Michael Stankiewicz is a New York City policeman. He is an honest, experienced cop with over 10 years on the force. He lives with his wife and children on Staten Island, but grew up in the building on East 9th Street. Mike was a typical neighborhood kid. He attended St. Stanislaus, the nearby Polish Catholic school. His parents still live in the building, and he visits them several times a week. Mike is assigned to the 20th Precinct on the Upper West Side, which also happens to be the precinct in which Kathy lives. He has come to know the three partners and often drops in when he is visiting his parents. Mike is amused by the naivete of the young lawyers and finds pleasure in educating them. He is either in uniform or in civilian clothes, and sometimes there is another policeman with him. From Mike we get inside information about his old neighborhood, which he knows well. We get anecdotes about a cop's work on the Upper West Side. We get descriptions of the policeman's point of view, and of what really happens in the criminal justice system in New York City. Mike is court-wise and gives accurate predictions of what the judges and prosecutors will do. He and his friends frequently use police slang, which then has to be explained. Susan is Kathy's roommate. She met Kathy in the street when they were both carrying copies of the Village Voice and looking for apartments. They exchanged information, liked each other, and took a break to have coffee. Later they decided to pool their rent money and look for an apartment to share. Susan is about the same age as Kathy, although she looks younger. She is slim, wears glasses, has long blonde hair, is a little shorter than her roommate, and has a fresh, pleasing Midwestern accent. She grew up in Nebraska and then majored in journalism at the University of Chicago. Susan works as an assistant editor at a magazine. She does freelance journalism on the side, mostly articles for other magazines. She has a good voice and a friendly, outgoing personality, and is attempting to break into broadcast journalism. Susan has started in non-commercial radio. She learned to edit tape and has done a few interviews and news stories. Sometimes she is seen with a cassette recorder, the kind used by professional journalists. Eventually she hopes to move into commercial radio and then television. Through Susan, who is happy and enthusiastic about her work, the series has access to the media world of New York City, magazines, newspapers, radio, and television. She studies the newest medium, which provides opportunities to present television within television. She and Kathy have become good friends. On weekends they sometimes go to the O'Reilly house in Rye, where a pool and tennis court are in the back. They belong to the same health club and often meet there and talk while exercising. They swim, play racquetball, use the sauna, and are sometimes at adjoining Nautilus machines. Susan has no boyfriend, but goes out with different men from time to time. She and Kathy, who is in the same situation, confide in each other. They talk not only about the various men, but also about the experience of being a single woman in New York City. Eddie is the superintendent of the building on East 9th Street. He came to the United States from Puerto Rico with his parents when he was a child. His full name is Eduardo Rodriguez, but everyone calls him Eddie, even his friends who speak only Spanish. Eddie grew up on the Lower East Side and went to Seward Park High School until he dropped out. He is bilingual. He speaks English rapidly and well, with only a slight accent. Like most Hispanics in New York City, he has two identities and is a product of two cultures and societies. He is Eddie the Super in Manhattan, who is completely Americanized, and also Eduardo Rodriguez, who is from a Spanish-speaking island in the Caribbean. Eddie is in the office whenever something needs to be fixed. He has become friendly with Julia and the three partners and has brought them some Hispanic clients, including himself. So far he has built improvements in the office instead of paying legal fees. Eddie lives upstairs in one of the apartments with his wife and two children. The oldest is his 8-year-old daughter, an appealing child who sometimes looks into the office when she comes home from school. Eddie has worked for Mr. Acasella for almost 10 years. He receives a rent-free apartment and a small salary in return for being the super. His main job is driving a taxi, and the yellow cab is frequently seen outside the office. Eddie grew up on the streets and knows how to survive in New York City. He is hilarious when he describes the best route to a place, speaking rapidly and using taxi lingo. Turner is Bob's roommate in the apartment on East 27th Street. He is an intern at Bellevue Hospital a few blocks away. Turner grew up in Fort Worth and attended the University of Texas. He then spent 4 years in Baltimore, where he graduated from the medical school of Johns Hopkins University. He has a warm, friendly, down-home West Texas accent, although it has been modified by his years in the East. Turner is a good storyteller and frequently captivates Bob and others with anecdotes about Texas, medical school, and Bellevue. He is a little homesick and speaks of Texas, especially Austin and Fort Worth, as though it were a paradise. Turner goes on and on about barbecue, pearl beer, Mexican food, the friendliness of the people, the beauty of Texas women, etc., etc. He has even less street sense than Bob, and is also amazed by what he sees and by what happens to him in New York City. In contrast to Bob, he is very interested in women. Sometimes he gets his reluctant roommate to go out together with nurses from Bellevue. Through Turner, the series has access to the world of medicine and a famed hospital. The morgue, the free clinics, the emergency room, the psychiatric ward, and so on. From him we get all the medical terms and exposition that are needed. Turner plans to write a book about the experience of being an intern at Bellevue. He often relates the day's events into a cassette recorder, sometimes while Bob is having dinner. The mailman is black, about 30 years old, and a native New Yorker. The local city councilwoman is a blend of the real-life Miriam Friedlander and Ruth Messenger. The district attorney is based upon the tough-talking Burton Roberts, who is now a judge but was once the Bronx D.A. A tenant activist is like the late Esther Rand, and a law professor seen in flashbacks is reminiscent of John Houseman. The judges are remarkably fair and even-handed, although an occasional nasty one appears. Principal villains are the opposing lawyers, some of them creeps, who we see and hear in the courtrooms and the hallways outside. These lawyers are also unkind on the telephone and in letters read aloud in the office. Included among the villains are a few lying, dishonest clients who deceive the three partners. Many locations in and outside New York City have already been mentioned. The possibilities in the city are endless, with its streets, airports, ferries, subways, prisons, landmarks, and everything else. In the neighborhood of the office, locations not already mentioned are the local police precinct a few blocks away, called Fort Apache South by the cops, Mother's sound stages on East 5th Street, where Angela has shot a few TV commercials, and the 2nd Avenue Deli on the corner of East 10th Street, a typical New York delicatessen with the usual old, grumpy, wisecracking waiters. Other locations in the neighborhood, besides those found in any city, include a branch of the New York Public Library on 2nd Avenue near 9th Street, the intersection of St. Mark's Place and 2nd Avenue, the crossroads of the East Village, Tompkins Square Park, less than 2 blocks away, the Hells Angels Club on East 3rd Street, the counters of the cheap Polish restaurants on 1st Avenue, the run-down bars that cater to middle-aged Slavic men during the day and young punk rockers at night, and the row of 14 Indian restaurants on East 6th Street. Nominated by Marvin Cohen and Conjunctions. Under Another Name, by Doris Lessing, from Granta. I had been thinking about writing a pseudonymous novel for years, like, I am sure, most writers. How many do? It is in the nature of things that we don't know. But I intended from the start to come clean, only wanted to make a little experiment. The Diary of a Good Neighbor got written for several reasons. One, I wanted to be reviewed on merit as a new writer without the benefit of a name, to get free from that cage of associations and labels that every established writer has to learn to live inside. It is easy to predict what reviewers will say. Mind you, the labels change. Mine have been, starting with The Grass is Singing, She is a writer about the color bar, obsolete term for racism, about communism, feminism, mysticism. She writes space fiction, science fiction. Each label has served for a few years. 2, I wanted to cheer up young writers, who often have such a hard time of it, by illustrating that certain attitudes and processes they have to submit to are mechanical, and have nothing to do with them personally or with their kind or degree of talent. Another reason, frankly, faintly malicious. Some reviewers complained they hated my Canopus series. Why didn't I write realistically the way I used to do, preferably the Golden Notebook over again? These reviewers were sent the Diary of a Good Neighbor, but not one recognized me. Some people think it is reasonable that an avowed devotee of a writer's work should only be able to recognize it when packaged and signed. Others not. Again, when I began writing my Canopus series, I was surprised to find I had been set free to write in ways I had not used before. I wondered if there would be a similar liberation if I were to write in the first person as a different character. Of course, all writers become different characters all the time as we write about them. All our characters are inside us somewhere. This can be a terrifying thought. But a whole book would be a different matter, mean activating one of the gallery of people who inhabit every one of us, strengthening him or her, setting him or her free to develop. And it did turn out that as Jane Summers I wrote in ways that Doris Lessing cannot. It was more than a question of using the odd turn of phrase or an adjective to suggest a woman journalist who was also a successful romantic novelist. Jane Summers knew nothing about a kind of dryness, like a conscience, that monitors Doris Lessing, whatever she writes and in whatever style. After all, there are many different styles or tones of voice in the Canopus series, not to mention Briefing for a Descent into Hell and Memoirs of a Survivor, and sometimes in the same book. Some may think this is a detached way to write about Doris Lessing, as if I were not she. It is the name I am detached about. After all, it is the third name I've had. The first, Taylor, being my father's. The second, Wisdom, now try that one on for size, my first husband's, and the third, my second husband's. Of course, there was McVeigh, my mother's name, but am I Scottish or Irish? As for Doris, it was the doctor's suggestion, he who delivered me, my mother being convinced to the last possible moment that I was a boy. Born 6 hours earlier, I would have been Horatia for Nelson's day. What could that have done for me? I sometimes wonder what my real name is. Surely I must have one. Jane Summers has developed from my reflections about what my mother would be like if she lived now. That practical, efficient, energetic woman who was by temperament conservative, a little sentimental, and only with difficulty and a lot of practice able to understand weakness and failure, though she was always kind. No, Jane Summers is not my mother, but thoughts of women like my mother fed Jane Summers. I and my agent, Jonathan Clowes, decided that it would be fair to submit the Diary of a Good Neighbor to my main publishers first. In Britain, these are Jonathan Cape and Granada. Cape, not its chairman, Tom Maschler, turned it down forthwith. Granada kept it some time, were undecided, but said it was too depressing to publish. In these fallen days, major and prestigious publishers can see nothing wrong in refusing a novel in which they see merit because it might not sell. Not thus once were serious literary publishers. I saw the readers' reports and was reminded how patronized and put down beginning writers are. Michael Joseph, who accepted my first novel all those years ago, has now twice published me as a new writer. On accepting the Diary of a Good Neighbor, the editor there said it reminded her of Doris Lessing, and she was taken into our confidence and entered with relish into the spirit of the thing. The redoubtable Bob Gottlieb of Knopf in New York said at once, "Who do you think you are kidding?" or words to that effect. Interesting that these two great publishing firms, crammed with people and the possibilities of a leak, were able to keep the secret as long as they wanted. It was dear friends who, swearing their amazing and tested reliability, could not stand the strain. 3 European publishers bought the Diary of a Good Neighbor, in France, Germany, and Holland. My French publisher rang up to say he had bought this book had I perhaps helped Jane Summers, who reminded him of me. This surely brings us back to the question, what is it that these 3 editors, one in England, one in the United States, and one in France, recognized. After all, Jane Summers's style is different from Lessing's. Every novel or story by any writer has a characteristic note or tone of voice, a style consistent and peculiar to itself. But behind this must sound another note, independent of style. What is this underlying tone or voice, and where does it originate in the author? It seems to me we are listening to, responding to, the essence of a writer here, a ground note. The Diary of a Good Neighbor was published in 1983. We, that is, agent, publishers, and I, believed the reviewers would guess at once, but not one did. A few people, not all reviewers, liked the novel. It was mostly women in women's magazines who reviewed it because Jane Summers was described on the dust jacket as a well-known woman journalist. It was enough, apparently, to say it for people to believe it. This neatly highlights the major problem of publishing, how to bring the book to the attention of readers. The trigger here was the phrase, woman journalists. Some potential reviewers, male, were put off by it. It is this situation, bringing a book to the attention of readers, that has given rise to all these new promotional schemes in Britain. The 10 best young novelists, 13 best novels, the razzmatazz prizes, and so on. The problem can only exist, it seems to me, because so many books are being published. If there were only a few, there would be no difficulty. Ever more loudly shrill the voices, trying to get attention. This is the best novel since Gone with the Wind, War and Peace, and The Naked and the Dead. Overkill earns diminishing returns, and numbed readers return to former habits, such as relying on intuition and the recommendation of friends. Jane Summers's first novel, first serious novel, of course she had written those romantic novels which were not reviewed at all but sold very well, was noticed, and got a few nice little reviews. In short, it was reviewed as new novels are, and that could easily have been that. Novels, even good ones, are being published all the time, and have what publishers call a shelf life, like groceries of a few months. Once they used the phrase as a joke, sending themselves up, but now they use it straight. The shelf life of books is getting shorter, you'll hear them say. It's down to a few weeks now. As if it all had nothing to do with them. And it hasn't. The mechanisms for selling dominate their practices. The tail wags the dog. A first novel can be remaindered and go out of print and vanish as if it had never existed, if unlucky enough not to win a prize or in some way attract a spotlight, such as the admiration of a well-known writer who cries, see above, "This is the greatest novel since Tom Jones," or, accommodating to the times, "more exciting than Dallas." The American publisher was asked why more had not been done to promote The Diary of a Good Neighbor, which in the opinion of the Inquirer, a literary critic, was a good novel. But the reply was that there was nothing to promote, no personality, no photograph, no story. In other words, to sell a book, to bring it attention, you need more than the book itself. This means that writers spend more time promoting their work because readers are now thoroughly conditioned to respond to the personality of the author. A publisher friend who was heard recently to groan, "Look what we've done! It's all our fault! We started it not knowing where it would end. 20 years ago we sold books. Now we have to sell authors." As for us, the authors, we are continually amazed that it is not the year or so of hard slog we put into a book and the simple fact that it is there, an expression of ourselves at our best and most intelligent, that persuade readers to buy the book. No, for that you need the television appearance. Many writers who resisted at the start have thought it all over, have understood that this now is how the machinery works, and have decided that if we have become part of a publisher's sales department, whether it is acknowledged or not, then we will do the job as well as we can. It is remarkable how certain publishers wince and suffer when writers insist on using the right words to describe what is happening. In very bad taste, the publishers think it is to talk in this way. Nevertheless, you are pressured to do interviews, television, and so on, but you are conscious that the more you agree, the more you are earning his or her contempt. But looking back, it seems to me that men publishers are more guilty of this hypocrisy than women. If Jane Summers had only written one serious novel, which sold, as first novels do, 2,800 copies in the States, 1,600 in Britain, By now it would be remaindered and pulped, and she would be cherishing half a dozen fan letters. But she wrote a second. Surely this time people must see who the real author is? But no. Predictably, people who had liked the first book were disappointed by the second, and vice versa. Never mind about the problems of publishers. The main problems of some writers is that most reviewers and readers want you to go on writing the same book. By now the results of friends' indiscretions meant that some people in the trade knew who Jane Summers was, and, I am touched by this, clearly decided it was my right to be anonymous if I wished. Some, too, seemed inclined retrospectively to find merit. One of my aims has more than succeeded. It seems I am like Barbara Pym. The books are fastidious, well-written, well-crafted, stylish, unsparing, unsentimental, and deeply felt. Funny, too. On the other hand, they are sentimental, mawkish, mere soap opera, trendy. I am going to miss Jane Summers. Nominated by Carolyn Forshey. Rain Country by John Haines. From New England Review and Bread Loaf Quarterly. Earth, nothing more, and let that be enough for you. Pedro Salinas. 1. The woods are sodden, and the last leaves tarnish and fall. 31 years ago, this rainy autumn, we walked home from the lake, Campbell and Peg and I, over the shrouded dome, the delta wind in our faces, home through the drenched and yellowing woodland. Bone-chilled, but with singing hearts, we struck our fire from the stripped bark and dry-shaved aspen, and while the stove-iron murmured and cracked and our wet wool steamed, we crossed again the fire-kill of timber in the saddle of deadwood. Down the windfall slope by older thicket, and now by voice alone, to drink from the lake at evening. A mile and 7 days beyond the Grayling Pool at Deep Creek, the promised hunt told of a steepness in the coming dusk. 2. Light in the aspen wood on Campbell's Hill, a fog trail clearing below, as evenly the fall distance stretched the summer sun. Our faces strayed together in the cold north window, night and the late cup steaming before us. Campbell, his passion tamed by the tumbling years, an old voice retelling. As if a wind had stopped us listening on the trail, we turned to a sound the earth made that morning. A heavy rumble in the gray hills toward Fairbanks. Our mountain shivered underfoot, and all the birds were still. 3. Shadows blur in the rain. They are whispering straw and talking leaves. I see what does not exist, hear voices that cannot speak through the packed earth that fills them. Loma, in the 3rd year of the war, firing at night from his pillow for someone to waken. Campbell drawing a noose in the dust at his feet. Creation was 7 days, no more, no less. Noah and the flooded earth were clouded in his mind. And Canute, who turned from his radio one August afternoon, impassioned and astonished, "Is that the government? I ask you, is that the government?" Bitter Melvin, who nailed his warning above the doorway, "Please don't shoot the beavers, they are my friends." 4. And all the stammering folly aimed toward us from the rigged pavilions, malign dictations, insane pride of the fox-eyed men who align the earth to a tax-bitten dream of metal and smoke, all drank of the silence to which we turned. One more yoke at the spring, another birch rick balanced, chilled odor and touch of the killed meat quartered and racked in the shade. It was 31 years ago, this rainy autumn. Of the fire we built to warm us, and the singing heart driven to darkness in the time-bitten earth. Only a forest rumor whispers through broken straw and trodden leaves how late in a far summer 3 friends came home, walking the soaked ground of an ancient love. 5. Much rain has fallen. Fog drifts in the spruce boughs, heavy with alder smoke, denser than I remember. Campbell is gone, in old age struck down one early winter, and Peg in her slim youth long since become a stranger. The high round hill of Buckeye stands whitened and cold. I am not old, not yet, though like a wind-turned birch spared by the axe, I claim this clearing in the one country I know. Remembering fitting names to a rain-soaked map, Gold Run, Minton, Tenderfoot, McCoy, here Melvin killed his grizzly, there Wilkins built his forge, all that we knew and everything but for me forgotten. 6. I write this down in the brown ink of leaves, of the changed pastoral deepening to mist on my page. I see in the shadow pool beneath my hand 1 mile and 30 years beyond this rain-driven autumn. All that we loved, a fire long dampened, the quenched whispering down of faded straw and yellowing leaves. The names and the voices within them speak now for the slow rust of things that are muttered in sleep. There is ice on the water I look through, the steep rain turning to snow. Nominated by Amy Clampitt, Cleopatra Mathis, and New England Review and Breadloaf Quarterly. Where We Are, by Stephen Dobyns. From Bluefish. After Bede. A man tears a chunk of bread off the brown loaf, then wipes the gravy from his plate. Around him at the long table, friends fill their mouths with duck and roast pork, fill their cups from pitchers of wine. Hearing a high twittering, the man looks to see a bird, black with a white patch beneath its beak, flying the length of the hall, having flown in by a window over the door. As straight as a taut string, the bird flies beneath the roof beams as firelight flings its shadow against the ceiling. The man pauses, one hand holds the bread, the other rests upon the table, and watches the bird, perhaps a swift, fly toward a window at the far end of the room. He begins to point it out to his friends, but one is telling hunting stories as another describes the best way to butcher a pig. The man shoves the bread in his mouth and slaps his hand down hard on the thigh of the woman seated beside him, squeezes his fingers to feel the firm muscles and tendons beneath the fabric of her dress. A huge dog snores on the stone hearth by the fire. From the window comes the clicking of pine needles blown against the glass by an October wind. A half-moon hurries along behind scattered clouds, while the forest of black spruce and bare maple and birch surrounds the long hall the way a single rock can be surrounded by a river. This is where we are in history. To think the table will remain full, to think the forest will remain where we have pushed it, to think our bubble of good fortune will save us from the night. A bird flies in from the dark, flits across a lighted hall, and disappears. Nominated by Michael Blumenthal, Raymond Carver, Tess Gallagher, and Ellen Bryant Voigt. From the Cripple Liberation Front Marching Band Blues, by Lorenzo Wilson Milam. From Moe and Moe Works. My sister, my teacher. In 1952 she had 2 weeks' advanced knowledge of the theory and practice of the wasting disease. I want you to see her. She is my companion in arms. No goddess nor villain. A child of 29, 2 years of college, presented to society in late 1943, a woman of great sport and warmth. She likes sailing and tennis. She is a good swimmer with a broad, fine stroke in the school of the Australian crawl. She loves cooking, and from time to time I would hear her in the kitchen humming tunelessly to herself. Of all the unlikely people to kiss with the grey disease, who would have guessed? As of the 2nd of September, she is laid in the hospital bed by poliomyelitis. By the 6th of September, they have laid her in an iron lung so that she can continue to breathe. and on the 29th of December of the same year they lay her in the grave. She has never thought about the functioning of her body. She has no idea in the world how her various muscles combine in their workings with bone in a magic way to carry her through the range of motion, the complex interface of muscle and bone and nerves, the action and reaction of dendrons, axons, neurons, cytons, that make it possible for her to climb into a sailboat and spend a day racing before the wind on the St. John's River. I am sure that the knowledge of how it is done never comes to her, nor the importance of it. It never occurs to her, at least not until late summer 1952. She is a naïf who spends 29 years of her life harming no one and loving to the depths she is able a few close family members and a husband. She is an innocent, slightly freckled child who plays a fair game of tennis and who trails her red hair behind her like a fire. She contracts polio in late August, and in the intense stage it moves slowly over the entire field of her body. When the fever departs, she has one muscle remaining in her left foot. Because of the loss of her breathing apparatus, she is fitted with a machine that breathes for her. Whoosh it goes 15 times a minute, 900 times an hour. She cannot scratch her knee should it itch. She cannot bring food to her own mouth. She cannot brush back her fine red hair. She cannot wash nor wipe herself. She cannot reach out to hold another's hands. In her respirator she is flat on her back. She is turned over every hour or so to prevent the development of bed sores which can become malignant and score the body all the way to white bone. The regularity of the bellows punctuates her every movement, asleep or awake. Whoosh, whoosh, a submarine. She is lying in a submarine, warm, protected, with light bulbs festooning the iron lung like a newly constructed building or a Christmas tree. A submarine with portholes all along the side so you can peer in and see where the muscles have disappeared from bone. She, my sister, the originator and founder of all this pain, is now quite thin. Bones show beneath flesh, a picture out of Dachau. A woman's once graceful body now has knobby knees, knobby elbows, celery root. The hip bones jut up from a wasted stomach. The entire skeletal frame is pushing to get out, to get born, to be done with this painful flesh. Her eyes are quite large now, her face so shrunken and drawn that the eyes start out as if she were some night creature startled in her submarine body. Whoosh! She views you, the room, the world upside down through a mirror. People stand outside her new breathing machine up near the head and wonder what to say. If they stand, she looks at their legs, legs that move. If they sit, she sees their faces backwards. Friends' faces are turned around, turned obverse. She, who never thought seriously about sickness, nor her body, nor death, is thinking on them now, thinking hard on them. And she wonders what to say to the reversed faces of her old friends who cannot imagine what it is like to be in the pale tan submarine, with all the dials and meters and the bellows that go whoosh 15 times a minute, 900 times an hour. If they talk, and they do talk, and if she replies, and she does reply, her words are turned wispy, hard to hear, for the talking mechanism is dependent on lungs and air, and her lungs have been deprived of power to push air and words. And when she talks, and she talks so that you can barely hear her, she talks on the exhale, because she cannot talk on the inhale. One does not fight the submarine, which means that her sentences are interrupted 15 times each minute for the breathing machine to make her breathe, which makes conversations with her quite leisurely, long pauses in the sentences, and everyone learns to be patient, very patient, with this new woman in her new submarine, who has become very patient. Very, very patient. Doesn't demand too much, really. Can't demand too much. Except that you feed her when hungry, she is not very hungry, and bathe her when dirty, she is not very dirty, doesn't play in the mud too much, and dry off that place near the corner of her eyes when sad, she is sad very much, because she doesn't know what has happened to her, nor why, and be with her when she thinks on the things that are gone now, like body and arms and legs and motion, which are gone now, so soon now, things that she loved, gone so soon now, like sailing and tennis and running into the surf at the beach on the Atlantic coast. And most of all, the ability, that important ability to scratch her knee when it begins to itch, or turn over in her sleep, which she doesn't do very much any more, sleep, that is, because of the noise and confusion, and the strange change that has come over her body, which with the 6 nurses and orderlies and nurses' aides and the 8 doctors and technicians and physical therapists, which with all these people working at her body somehow doesn't seem to be her body any more at all. They give her a mirror over her face, turned at a 45-degree angle, attached to the submarine that pumps away with its engine pumping away. They give her a mirror so that she can see the world, so she doesn't have to look at the ceiling, the light green institutional ceiling with the flies and the single naked light bulb. She is given a mirror, her own mirror, so that she can watch the world go by outside her door, there in her hospital room. She doesn't know if her room has a view up the window because she isn't turned that way, but rather turned so that she can see up and down the hall, see the nurses and orderlies and doctors who come in to do things to her body, her new body, a body which has come up with such new experiences of pain, of new pain. She never thought she would be capable of surviving such pain. She never thought she would, my sister didn't, but she did. For a while. They bring in a television set into her room, and she becomes a fan of baseball, watching baseball through her mirror on the newfangled television set. She never cared for baseball before all this happened. She cared for sailing and tennis and some golf. From time to time she was very good at the long stroke in the 1st, 4th, and 8 holes at Timuquana Country Club. But she never really cared for baseball, at least not until now, but the afternoon nurse, Miss Butts, likes baseball, so they watch it together, and my sister can watch the Dodgers, whom she never heard of before, playing the Pirates, whom she never heard of before, and she watches the occasional home run in the mirror when the batter hits the ball and takes off and runs to third base, then to second, then to first, and finally to home. It is comforting in a funny sort of way to know that people still play, think of, watch, write on, report on, worry about something like baseball. They never taught her very much about life and the body and muscles and things before this. When she was at Stevens College, they taught her dance and music and a smattering of literature courses and some math and a little chemistry. But they never taught her about the catheter stuck into her urinary tract, which stays there to drain the piss that won't come out on its own, and how urine crystals grow, so that when they pull the catheter out, it is like they are ripping out the whole of her insides, her entire urethra shredded to ribbons by these crystals that come out of her. And no painkillers, they give her no painkillers, because of the fact that this is a disease of the nervous system, and it might affect the regeneration of nerves. They taught her some math and a little chemistry and how to dance at Stevens College, but they never taught her the dimensions of pain, which she never ever thought she could bear, never in 1,000 years, but she does, even though she never thought she could. They taught her how to diagram sentences, and they taught her about Mozart and Beethoven. They showed her the difference between the samba and the rumba, and between the waltz and the foxtrot. She remembers her teacher played Bésame mucho over and over again so they could learn the samba. But they never taught her about her lungs, the beautiful rich red alveoli that lose the ability to aspirate themselves, so that one night they think she is clogging up, suffocating. The doctor comes with all the lights and slices into the pink flesh at the base of her neck. The blood jets up all over, and she can see the reflection of her neck in the mirror of his glasses. As he cuts into her neck, no anesthetics permitted because they affect the dark gray nerves nestled in the H of the spinal column, and polio got there first. The blood goes all over his smock. A drop of her blood even flecks his glasses, and of a sudden no air comes through nostrils or mouth, and she is sure she is suffocating. The very breath has been cut out of her, and her doctor punches a 3-inch silver tube down into her lungs, so that every 2 hours they can pump out the mucus that collects in her lungs. They never taught her what it feels like to breathe through a little silver navel in her throat, never taught her about the feel of mucus being pumped from her lungs. They never taught her about the kiss of the trachea, The silver kiss at the base of the neck, the kiss of this silver circle, the silver circle of the moon. She was quite good at chemistry, my sister was, quite good. She got special honorable mention at graduation from Stevens College there in central Missouri. What she remembers most about Stevens is the spring evenings, when the smell of hay would drift into the classrooms, make her feel so alive in the rich fecundity of central Missouri, the rich hayfields, and the people moving so slowly on a spring day through the fields, those rich fields of hay. Or in the fall, when the moon would peer up over the fields, come hush by midnight. The moon growing a silver medallion hanging there in the sky so black, the moon so white dust silver. They gave her a silver medallion for her chemistry. She was surprisingly good at it, not so good at literature. She never cared for Dickens nor Jane Austen, but she was so good at H2SO4 and NaCl and MnO2 that they gave her a special ribbon with a silver moon on it, which she hung on her neck, which hung where the new silver moon of the tracheotomy hangs now, her badge, the badge of a job well done, in the new education on the nature of the body and its diseases, and the way the body will try to kill off its own because of the diseases and the deterioration of the kidney, bladder, lungs, heart, mind, under the sweet kiss of the disease, under the sweet new kiss of the disease. My sister, the new student, the student of the body, and a student of disease, and perhaps even a student of sainthood. Sainthood. The questions of the nuns and priests and ministers of all religions of all times. If a tree falls in the forest and no one is around and no one hears it, was there really a sound? Or can God create a rock, such a huge rock that he himself cannot lift it? Or can God create a disease, such a painful, awful, burning disease of the nervous system that invades the tender spinal cord and scars the nerves therein so completely with such pain and destruction of the self that one can wish not to live any more, to live no more? My sister, an innocent saint, for slightly less than 4 months, from 2 September 1952 to 29 December 1952, she will have ample time to work on her sainthood. She will have 2,832 hours to recall growing up in the sun of Florida, her shadow a black hole on the burning white sands of the beach. 169,920 minutes. She will have almost 170,000 minutes to remember running for a fast lob on the white-lined tennis courts at the Timuquana Country Club. She will have over 10 million seconds there in her new submarine to remember that for 29 years she had a constant companion, namely her body. A companion which asked little and gave much, and of a sudden in the early fall of that year turned a dead weight like a tree which has had the life leached out of it. So dead, so weighted, that she must ask the good nurse to scratch her forehead, move a leg, adjust the hair, or brush away the wetness that forms of its own accord at the corner of her blue-gray eyes, just below those beautiful ruddy lashes that match her beautiful ruddy skin, turning quite pale now. The body ceases to function as a body and commences to try to kill itself off. Bladder infection, kidney stones, phlegm accretion in the lungs, bed sores, respiratory dysfunction, depression. Over the next 3 months and 27 days, my sister's body, the body which has been so kind all these years, will turn enemy and try to sabotage every machine, from within and without, which makes it possible for her to survive. Her body will attempt to murder her. And shortly before dawn, 1952 years after the birth of our Lord and Savior, 2 days before the end of that dark year, at 4:47 in the morning, in some anonymous respiration center in North Carolina, where she has been sent for re-education of what is left of her body, in the company of some 100 other machine-bound patients, just as the first winter dawn is beginning to crack the still and snowy Chapel Hill sky, my sister will awaken for the last time to find her lungs clogged with the suppurating thickness of pneumonia. There is to be a battle, a short one. A creature is squatting on her chest, trying to keep air from its proper place in her lungs. It is a silent and a lonely battle. There is no crying out. She is alone and thinking, this is not happening to me. And for some unexplainable reason she remembers a spectacular day from last summer, with the sun coming down over the water, a spectacular day on the St. John's River, running before the wind in a White Star sailboat. She remembers the wind in her hair, and her body riding on the swells from the great dark Atlantic near the jetties, and that great flowing expansive feeling of having all of life before one, of having the wind and the river and the freedom to ride them and be alive, so full of the freedom of being alive at the very edge of the river, just before it merges with the great, wide, dark, deep Atlantic Ocean before her. This is not happening to me, she thinks. She cannot believe a termination of self and being in this huge room of clanking machines on a snow dawn in North Carolina. This is not happening to me, she thinks, but she is wrong. She is drowning in the liquids of her own body, and there is no way she can call out to tell the nurse of her dying. My sister, my sister. She is quite alone as the sun breaks through the grey waste outside. She tries to breathe in, cannot, and suddenly there is no spirit in her. My sister. Eyes, mouth, heart, single moving muscle in foot cease. There is no more warmth within or without, beyond the artificial heater placed inside the submarine, which, as of now, has discharged its last patient. The Iron Maiden continues to pump dead lungs for over an hour before the night nurse discovers the drowned creature, grey froth on blue lips. My sister, who never did anyone any harm, who only wished joy for those around her, now lies ice and bone. The good spirit fled from her. Nominated by Moe and Moe Works. Hot Day on the Gold Coast. Fiction by Bob Shacochis. From the Black Warrior Review. It's steamy hot and the radio's loud. 50s stuff. Shoop, shoop, dee doo, wah-oo, my baby left me. I once knew the words and sang along in a wine-cooled voice. The blues and the bop dribble my heart between them like a basketball. Here's a ballad of love. Here love is lost and much missed. A saxophone player squirts his high-rising juice out of the box. The house is blistered white with gables and gingerbreadish scroll-work milled by some Victorian craftsman gone deftly baroque. It is jungled up and bug-eaten and can't be seen from the street, a residence that offers no clue to my uptown breeding. We have plenty of privacy here. The sun has hopped off the ocean and nuzzled through the canopy of ficus leaves to brighten our breakfast on the porch stoop. For me, a sweet, stringy mango and a domestic beer suffice, while Terica picks through a bowl of protein capsules and vitamins. The kid rolls around on a blanket in the grass with a bottle in her mouth. Terica, I say. Yes, she says. I feel pretty good. Terica was born and raised in Titusville, Florida, the Space Coast. She is 19, has a tattoo, and a baby. Not my baby. The father's an astronaut, but I'm not supposed to know which one. She receives love letters on NASA stationery signed Ace Forever. I lay awake at night counting nose cones like silver sheep. Our man must be one of the newly chosen, still nameless and faceless to the world at large, a Faustian hero in waiting. Terica won't say. It's been classified. Oh, him, she says dismissively, and smiles wide. When a flame is struck, the child displays moth-like tendencies. The tattoo is of a small rocket ship orbiting her left breast. We sit side by side on the top step, elbows on her knees. Terica's orange bikini top gulps air, and my attention is fixed there. On a morning as pleasant as this, I can't take my eyes from it. The rocket, the trace of orbitry, the round atmosphere where perhaps gravity grows, the distant planet, darkish, red, and volcanic. For the moment all I can think of is that she is very proud of her motherly tits. These are tits like tropical mountains, the Ela Kapua in Oahu, the Pitones of St. Lucia. I prefer this imagery to the celestial surfaces. These are breasts that hold no grudge against the natural world. My own anatomy suggests the need for tuning. The stomach sags, the spine wants to bend, the lungs do penance for various sins. My hips are still very firm and boyish, I think, but there has been much amiss in this temple of flesh for 1 year too many. The soul has made contingency plans in case of sudden emergency. For my sake and for Terrica's peace of mind, I voice a resolution which, as a gentleman, I will stick by. I will jog. "Oh, Lord," she snorts. "Starting when?" "Starting now." Her tone has kicked a small dent in my vanity, but given further reason to honor the commitment to tighten the belly and build the biceps. Flood the brain with baptismal oxygen, add to the expectancy of life. "You're not going to run in your underwear, are you?" Already I am doing preliminary exercises to alert unused musculature. I touch the toes, stretch the hams. Perhaps I should fall on my knees and pray for safe passage. "Of course," I answer with the haughtiness of a pro. "Everybody does." "Oh, no, they don't," she says. "You'll flop out the way those boxers are cut. Let me get you your bathing suit." "No," I say. "These colors just beg for speed." My shorts are sky blue with a trim of fiery red. "I'd better get you a safety pin, then." I do not protest, since she has considerable knowledge of the pitch and yaw of various missilery. She fastens my unstitched fly and gently hefts my thinly protected balls. "Don't hurt yourself, Weber," she warns. "I will be a better man for all this," I tell her. "You'll be a better man if you can think of a less boring way to keep in shape." "Ah, Terrica," I admonish her, "this sport has swept the nation. Millions of citizens can't be wrong." "Yes, they can," she says firmly. "You'll find out." I crouch in the starting position. She opens the front gate for me, and I fly past her under the arch of yellow alamanda, out of our palmed and fruited shady seclusion, and onto the street. I turn down the avenue headed east, toward the coast, where I shall take a northward route to the Palm Beaches. The sun is all over me, and gee, it's hot. The pavement burns through the thin soles of my tennis shoes, but I am too much in motion to turn back. Movement and pace are the key now. Cramps threaten the instep, but I sprint onward. The seedy residential blocks of Lake Worth disappear behind me. The voices of many nationalities sweep out of the doorways of pastel bungalows. Finnish, German, French-Canadian, Cuban-Spanish, Jamaican. The drawling, spitting, tongue-flopping gobs of indigenous Floridian humanoids. "Who the fuck else smash up my bamboo bong, I'll kill 'em." Old people everywhere. Dangerous drifters by the dozens. Bohemians and bikers and the lumpen proletariat enjoying themselves in the sun. Past the all-night shuffleboard courts, lights blink, and the barrier tilts down across the railroad tracks. The best I can do is run in place, high-stepping like a halfback, while the engineer spitefully blasts the locomotive's horn. The noise is ferocious. The ground shakes, rumbling under the weight of orange juice being rushed north. I am anxious to be on my way. Beside me, an older woman with sun-wrinkled face and hair white blonde glares at me from behind the wheel of her stupendously long car. The window slides down electrically, and she speaks to me words I cannot hear over the roar of the boxcars. "What?" I shout, beginning to huff just slightly. She shakes her head impatiently and purses her lips. I learned long ago to ignore the wealthy matrons of the land until introduced by someone trustworthy, because they are righteous, narrow-minded, and sometimes cruel. The caboose thunders by and leaves behind a rare moment of silence, soon violated by the driver. "Young man, I know you won't mind me telling you this, but you should be in jail." Her voice is refined but conversational. She only wants to assure me that I belong somewhere. "Thank you," I say, praying for the guard to rise so I can get away from such an awful person. "You're quite welcome." There is a note of satisfaction in her voice. I believe I have impressed her with my unexpected gentility. The window returns, the lights cease flashing, the road is clear. The car flows forward with the current of traffic, an unmasted clipper ship, drifting, I hope, toward some catastrophe with the blessings of my middle finger. On the flats of my toes I weave a way through gangs of consumers in the downtown district. Everyone is sunburnt, sun-dressed, or Bermuda-shorted. Pink faces of touristas bob up and down on a sea of fluorescent polyester. I hurdle an occasional poodle that barks into my path and jump out of the way of roller skaters. Past the butcher, the baker, and adult bookstore. One entire block smells of spices and fresh coffee.
The sidewalk opens up after La Scala Ristorante, and my stride becomes less restrained, full of confidence. Bryant Park is empty except for a lone gull feeder and a quiet audience of royal palms. The bridge across the Intercoastal is the first station of my itinerary, and I come onto it feeling that I have miles and miles left in me. Maybe I'm not so bad off after all. The water below is aquamarine and sparkling. Along the railing all the grandfathers are lined up fishing, and I love the tranquil sight of them. Perhaps the best thing my old man ever did for me when I was a kid was take me with him to the jetties and teach me the finer points of cast and reel, the subtle tricks of bait and lure, until he struck it rich, purchased a yacht, and forgot about me until my mother refreshed his memory during the course of litigation.
These fellows here are landmarks, as consistent as the warm weather, patient, gentle sportsmen until the big one strikes. I know most of them from my walks to and from the beach with Terrica and child. All of them turn to see what they have never seen before. "What's the hurry, Weber?" "Running in the heat? You should be lucky you don't drop dead." "Shame. Put some pants on." Sam, a retired driveway salesman from upstate New York, trots alongside me for a moment. "A school of blues, Weber," he says. "Right underneath me, hitting on anything. Reuben caught one with a candy wrapper on his hook, and me right there. I didn't get a one, I'm telling you. Maybe I should have said a Hail Mary or something. Holy cow, look at that! Watch out!" Directly ahead of us, the aging mass of Guido the Gorilla, a former soccer player for the national team of Italy, blocks my route. His pole is bent double, and he has stepped back almost into the highway to struggle with it. The nylon line slashes left and right. His face sweats with ecstasy. "Yank him up! Yank him up!" Sam cries. "It's a record breaker!" I sidestep behind Guido off the curb just as he gives his pole a tremendous jerk. The rod nearly slices my ear off as it whips by, and is snapped in two by an oncoming car, popping out a headlight with a bang. But the force of Guido's effort has saved his catch. A huge, banquet-sized fish sails across the railing of the bridge. It writhes through the air like a gleaming piece of shrapnel, tail twisting and evil-eyed. Over the head of Guido and into traffic, it bounces off the hood of one car which will now need repair. Airborne again, the fish smashes through the window of a delivery van which keeps going after severe swerving. Chased by Guido the Gorilla, caterwauling down the road, retired but not to be cheated. That Guido's in good shape for a man his age. Over my shoulder I see that Sam has thrown his arms into the air to exalt his recent vision of the almighty Pisces. "Wow!" he shouts hoarsely. "Weber, wait! Where are you going? Come back!" Where I am going, I think, is obvious, so there is nothing to say. Besides, I feel a bit knackered, and at this point it is essential not to disrupt the breathing pattern. "Weber, come back! It's against the law!" But by now I am on the drawbridge section of the span, the highest point on the bridge. To the left and right, the back bay separates the mainland from the barrier island, a skinny piece of real estate known as the Palm Beaches, a place known to the more discriminating European families as the only New World locale with acceptable standards. It is true that certain Americans have declared their aristocracy here. From my vantage point, the ocean is in view, glittering through the palms and Australian pines. The sight of the sea invigorates me like no other. My blood jumps from the smell of its primordial salt. Out there beyond the steely horizon is everything else in the world. Although my lungs hurt, there is in me a desire to run forever. I suppose I have encountered that zone in all sports where the metabolic interfaces with mysterium tremendum. A few of my steps fall through time, and for an instant I am eternal, even though the police car slowly tailing me reinforces the uncertainty of my well-being that I think Sam was hinting at. On the downslope to dry land, the cruiser stalks me like a barracuda. Something is of course wrong, but I'll be damned if I know what it is. Out of the corner of my eye I check the immaculate blue uniform of the driver, his humorless mouth, the angry lines of his cheekbones, the eyes entombed in black sunglasses. In the paradise of tanned bodies and bleached hair, his face is unsunned. Trepidation adds a little boost to my stride. As an entrepreneur involved in a very lucrative importation, a business that has in fact kept the Gold Coast golden, neither I nor my banker can afford to talk to this man. As I leave the bridge, my first footfall is acknowledged by a shriek of sirens. There is an amplified rustle, and then a tinny, raspy voice which addresses me publicly. "All right, sport! Hold it right there!" I don't even look at him, but keep running obstinately across A1A, the coastal highway, and into Casino Park, where the one-way drive loops up around the parking area, then back along the beach, past the pier and the shops, and exits again where I enter. Because the lane is filled with cars headed out, the police car can't follow me. The cruiser accelerates into the circular drive that will eventually bring him back to me, but even with lights spinning, he is slowed by the ubiquitous winter traffic. Not running, but racing, I head for the pier to lose myself in the crowd out there. I am panting out of control by the time my feet touch the first brown boards. The wood feels soft and loamy after the gravel in the street. The smell of creosote is as snappy as spirits of ammonia. I am safe among the fishermen, but in need of counsel. I keep moving, trying to regain control of my lungs. Hyperventilation helps restore a dreamy sense of proportion to the day. There must be hundreds of anglers out here elbowing each other for a spot along the rail. Down below the ocean is transparent. Trash sways back and forth on the bottom. In a white guayabera, linen pants, and a Panama hat, my friend Bert stands pensively down at the end of the pier, 6 lines out into deep water. He has years of seniority in this prime spot. Out here on the pier from 7 to 10 every morning, Bert has become an expert on the weather, saltwater fishing, human behavior, pipe tobacco, and smuggling. He has invested heavily into many local operations. He owns 3 banks. A courier brings him daily market reports at 9 with coffee and croissants. He is my banker, and I rely on him. Once again, I need his advice. "Bert," I say. Bert does not turn around, but remains leaning over the pier railing, examining the water. "Weber, is that you? Why are you gasping? Even if it isn't you, be quiet. There's a cobia down there. I can feel him. I know what he's thinking. He's playing with me, Weber." I have tried not to hear the siren as it circled the drive, but now the wail is unavoidable. The sound approaches the pier entrance and then stops. "I think the police are after me," I whisper. Bert wants to know why. "I don't know why," I answer, my voice escalating. "Everything's airtight, Bert. I have the happiest people in the world working for me. I don't get it. Here I am out jogging, and I get a tail on me, and then bam, as soon as I set foot on A1A, he gooses the siren. Bert!" Reluctantly, Bert stops watching the water and turns to look at me with his calm green eyes. He is a little man, thin and mostly bald. His face is smooth and benign, strangely unweathered, boyish and intelligent. A real charmer, a sweetheart, all the trademarks of a successful crook. He gives me the once-over and shakes his head compassionately. I am instantly on guard. Bert's compassion in this sequence is usually a prelude to disaster. "What is it, Bert? What have I done?" He sucks professorially on his burl pipe. "Weber," he says, "you remember Jimmy Jamaica, don't you? He got in on the ground floor back in the 60s. Set it up perfectly. Took care of everybody, never stepped on toes. One day he forgot to pay for a pack of lifesavers in the drugstore. Walked out with them in his hand, and they grabbed him. He panicked. One thing led to another, and that was that. Remember that fellow named Sundown from Gainesville? He could wheel and deal with the best of them, but he lost everything because he shot his neighbor's dog when it wouldn't stop yapping. Alfredo the ass down in Coconut Grove? Same thing. Same damn thing. Carelessness, Weber. People forget that a good businessman is 100% business, no matter what he's doing." "For God's sake, Bert," I plead. "I was only trying to stay healthy." "Of course, Weber, of course. And from the looks of that belly of yours, I'd say you have the right idea. Good for you, Weber. Discipline is important." "Bert, there he is." "Who?" Ah, you mean your officer. There he is, all right. Bert! I am ready to grab Bert and shake the serenity out of him. My assumption is, Weber, that this guy wants to arrest you for jogging without a shirt on, jogging on a north-south road, and jogging in what looks to be your underwear. All of these things are illegal in the Palm Beaches. I advise you to get the fuck away from me and jump. Call my secretary on Monday morning and let me know how things turned out. Goodbye, Weber. I am overwhelmed by my responsibility. Jimmy Jamaica supported everybody in the Keys and kept a third-world economy on its feet. Sundown pumped money into progressive political campaigns all over the country. After they locked up Alfredo the Ass, the sharks took over and people started getting killed. If I go down, Bert might end up with me, and if Bert goes, Stacia goes, and golden dominoes are going to fall all over the place. My knees are weakening. How did the structure wear so thin that the stock market would twitch if somebody got busted for jogging in Palm Beach? Perhaps this is the time to stand in full force and virtue, give my attorneys something they can sink their teeth into. Your Honor, the bare chest of an athlete, we contend, is not unsightly. There is no more fundamental right than the right to feel good. Oh, boy, am I in trouble. The cop is about 50 yards away, and I can hear him blasting farts like a galloping horse. Jump where, Bert? He doesn't want to talk to me, but he sees that I am not jumping, so he mumbles to me out of the side of his mouth as he casually reels in one of his lines. Jump into the water, dummy. Swim out to the Black Cigarette laying off the reef with those fishing boats. Better hurry, Weber. Your friend is about 10 steps behind you. I am up on the railing, poised like a cliff diver. Hands grab me by the waist and squeeze into me, trying to hold on. I try to pry the fingers back, but they are gripping me with a maniac's resolve. I push off into space. The hands stay with me for about a second, but then slip down and tear away. My impact with the water hurts. It knocks the breath out of me. I plunge deep, waiting for the release of gravity, and when it comes I feel in control again and kick slowly to the surface. 30 feet above me there's the cop, waving my boxer shorts at me. Man, I wish Bert would get over there and talk him out of shooting me. I am a man who rarely regrets his actions, but right now I'm a little disappointed with the way the morning has developed. My muscles ache, energy seems in short supply. The policeman may not stand for this sort of resistance, and here, from the surface of the ocean, that Black Cigarette looks miles away, bouncing in the white-capped distance. What the hell, I tell myself, what the hell? I roll in the emerald water and breaststroke eastward. Taraka, these strokes should be for you. Like a seal, I duck under crashing waves and pop sleekly up in the calm foam of their passing. The tide is crawling away from land, and I am riding its cushion like a victorious athlete raised on the hands of his teammates. It's best to forget about bullets spitting into the water around me, or Bert's big fish nipping off the piece of bait that's waving between my sore thighs. It's best just to stroke, pull, and kick ahead through the dazzling blue and concentrate on this new challenge. I glide across dark clumps of turtle grass and out over fields of sand bright blue with refraction. At least here, a half-mile from shore, there is no one to intrude on one's autonomy. Beyond the reef, the fishing boats swing and jerk like white kites against their anchors. Mackerel must be running, dolphin migrating. The coral heads are mottled rose and amber beneath me. The surge is strong, and I have about had it, but still I frog-kick into deeper, more sinister water where death can flash up from infinity and take a big bite. The ominous black hull of the ocean-going powerboat lures me onward, my dark salvation. On board the Cigarette, I am relieved to see 2 fellows gauging my progress. One extends a long gaff out to me. I reach for the crook of the pole, but it thrusts beyond my hand and twists to hook into the back of my neck. Maybe I am not wanted here. The violence in the motion stops at the surface of my skin. I cannot raise my head, but gaze instead into the sheen of the black fiberglass and my reflection sliding by. The desperation of my image startles me absolutely cold. I didn't know, I murmur to myself. There is seaweed in my mustache. There is a familiar cracker accent calling down from above. "Weber, is that you?" In my exhaustion, all I can think of is Chuck Berry. "Maybelline? Honey, is that you?" "Yes," I scream it. My voice takes what juice I have left. "You tried to kill me." "Now, Weber, don't be like that. I didn't know it was you." A wave slaps me, and my mouth fills with salty water. I sputter and cough and begin to drift away from the boat. A strong hand locks into my hair, but I feel no pain. A rope is somehow looped under my arms, and I am hauled up over the gunwale and flipped on deck. I land sprawling next to a colossal blue marlin, easily 5 times my size. Its eye is as big as my fist. Blood has puddled around the torn beak. "God damn, Weber! You're naked, boy." I can say nothing, only sympathize with the fish. Leo Stubbs, the best diesel mechanic on the Gold Coast, and a former employee of mine, crouches down beside me and helps me to sit up. "Weber," he says, "I know there ain't no sense in asking what the hell you were doing bare-assed a mile offshore. Things happen to working men. But, Weber, my man here and me's on a business trip, you know, and this is my man's boat, and he wants you to catch your breath and leave." "Leave to go where, Leo?" Leo suffers the telling of his message. Loyalty and friendship are not in excess in Leo's life, but here they have crossed tracks. His weather-eaten eyes appeal to me for understanding, and he lowers his voice. "Come on, Weber. My man, the captain here, is a fucking renegade, a regular shitball Ernest Hemingway. You won't believe what he done. Weber, I'm sorry I don't have time to be more hospitable, but you gonna have to go over the side and swim to that drift boat passing by. Let's get together tomorrow and have us a clam bake or something. Drink some $10 bourbon." I look at Leo's man to try to get a feeling for the situation. He is up in the bow, lackadaisically casting a silver spoon over the reef. He's dressed in a white cotton T-shirt and seersucker pants, unstained by salt or sweat. His face is bright red, but clamped shut by wraparound shades and a stiff blue captain's hat. In his back hip pocket is a conspicuous bulge, and anybody would know this is intentional, for there's more heat per capita in Miami and the Gold Coast than anywhere north of Bogota. "Been fishing, eh?" I asked Leo. "Oh, brother, have we ever? You said it," Leo says, rolling his eyes. "Square grouper, is it?" I ask. Square grouper is a very popular catch these days in South Florida. It stacks up neatly in the cargo hold and is the only fish I know of that stinks sweet. "No, Weber, wrong." Leo has seen too much sunlight. He is a perpetual squinter. His hands, the hands of a marine mechanic, lead a rough and reckless life. They are everywhere scarred, the fingers crooked, the nails smashed off. They tell me Leo is the one man I would want with me on a boat, but he's a loner and won't stay put. "Shit, Leo," I tell him. "We worked together. We survived a hurricane together. You even fell in love with my wife, didn't you? And now you're telling me—" "I'm not lying, Weber." I look at his hands, the course of the palms black with grease, and shake my head sadly. "And Stacia ain't your wife no more." "Nobody takes a boat like this out fishing. You picked up the Marlin at Dockside in the Bahamas. Come on, Leo, this is me, Weber." "No, Weber, you ain't gonna believe this. It's black gold we got. My man Captain Shitball here has himself 4 to 6 Haitians down below sitting on each other's feet. We picked them up in Freeport last night, and each of them handed over $600 to the captain. I don't know where people like that get that kind of money." Something is wrong here. A big boat like this one crosses the Gulf Stream in an hour, 1,000 horsepower, boiling the sea astern. Live cargo is offloaded on the golden beaches in the dark morning hours. Leo and this man should have been at the night deposit window of the bank hours ago. "Weber," Leo says, "my man here is insane. As soon as we're out of the harbor last night, he rigs up a troll line and sets it, and we take it real slow 'cause we got time to kill. Then about 12 miles out, the clothespin snaps off and the line rings through the reel. My man goes berserk. I tell him cut the fucking line and let's go. He pulls this runty pissant pistol on me and says, "No, I want the fish." Well, hell, that big marlin swam us up to Abaco and then back down toward Eleuthera and this way and that way. At 5 this morning I could still see the lights on Bimini. Finally he lands the son of a bitch and struts around like a commandante. I turned the boat west and let her fly. By the time we got here, the sun's up 20 degrees and we're down to the last sip of gas. Damn the man, Weber, this is the truth. We're just waiting for nightfall. This is not where I want to be. Nothing looks more suspicious to the Coast Guard than a cigarette, especially one this size, laying offshore all day long. "Leo," I say, "give me a pair of pants or a bathing suit, and I'll be on my way." "Can't do that, Weber. Only got what I have on." "Hell, give me your underpants, then." "Ain't wearing any." "What about the captain?" "I'll ask." My strength is returning. I am prepared for the swim to a nearby boat, but I am, when possible, a man of standards myself, and would prefer not to impose my nakedness any further. I try a shaky push-up on the hot deck. Leo's conversation with his man is very short. "Captain Shitball says go below and take what you need from off the cargo and then beat it. Come on, I'll show you the way." I follow Leo's taut little body into the cockpit and down a ladder into a spotless, ultra-modern galley. Beyond this, there's only a bulkhead, teak from beam to beam, and Leo unlatches a door into the forward hold and opens it to the escaping darkness and the smell of poverty. I step through the passageway and can hear teeth chattering nervously, stomachs gurgling, one or two babies crying. "Leo," I say, "this isn't the business for you." Leo ignores me. My eyes adjust, and I can make out the round, black faces framing the neon glow of eyes and teeth. The air is low on oxygen, but satiated with hope. Several women giggle, and I instinctively cover my genitals with folded hands. "Welcome to America," I say. "Ist Miami?" a girl's voice sings. "Oui, oui," Leo answers, though it sounds like "Hui Hui." "My mammy soon foof come go, yeah, you'll dig that?" The people nod their heads understandingly, joyously. "Leo," I said, "you're a pig telling these people you'd take them to Miami. Give me some money, man." "What for?" "I'm going to buy myself a pair of pants." "Weber," he says impatiently, but I won't let him go on. "Just lend me the money," I tell him, "and leave it at that." "All I got is hundreds," he says, digging into his cut-offs. I pluck a bill from the tangled bundle he reveals. "That'll do." I tuck the money into the shirt pocket of a man in front of me and motion for him to take off his pants. He gives me a nice smile and obliges. Most probably the captain prohibited his cargo from carrying luggage, so I am not surprised to see that the man has a second pair of short pants underneath his outer ones. I have enough foresight to ask him also for the Salvation Army suit jacket that matches the pants. I shake the man's hand, and the deal is complete. "Weber, you're crazy to give $100 to a Negro that don't even speak English." I don't want to argue with Leo. It was a discussion much like this one that lost me the best mechanic I know of on water. "Weber, you're crazy to walk away from a woman like Stacia." I shrug and begin to step into my recently purchased trousers, blue serge, circa Korean War era. Two things happen. As if it had a nervous system for chills to run through, the boat gives a silent shake, a sequence of twitches, and then a roar crescendos behind us. Like a horse rearing suddenly up, the bow of the boat rises. The stern punches into the water. My ankles are tied by the trousers I am struggling with, and I pitch backwards through the passageway and crash into the galley. Leo tumbles after me, banging his elbow into my mouth with such force that I want to cry. We are 2 grains of salt buried by a rain of pepper. By the time I am able to breathe freely and move again, Leo has somehow clambered up on deck and now is back down in the galley, pushing Haitians out of the way and furiously searching the cupboards, throwing things around. He looks like a man who has just been electrocuted and enjoyed the volts. "Leo!" I shout. Leo has found a jar of instant coffee, and from the way he's gulping the dry brown granules, you'd think he had a cold beer in his hand. "Lord, Lord, Lord," he says. "Marine Patrol coming out of Boynton Inlet. Lights, siren, a big show. Shitballs borrowing time." Leo is grinning. He's having a good experience. My mouth, I realize, is bloody. My ribs feel cracked. Leo throws more condiments off the shelves, finds a baby food jar with a half-inch of powder in the bottom. He dumps its contents on a countertop and begins frantically chopping at the crystals with his buck knife. "Want a line, boy?" he asks, talking fast. "Fortify yourself for the ride. Come on now, blow some of this snow and grab a handful of vitamins there in that jar." He looks away from his project to nod toward a mason jar filled with a tropical flora of pills. In his haste he chops into the hump of his thumb. He jerks his hand away to keep the blood from spilling into the cocaine. He holds the deep gash up for me to inspect. His eyes are all squinty. "How's that for a pain threshold, Weber? I don't feel a damn thing." I take a pinch of the coke and rub it across my busted lips. Hoisting myself up the ladder, I reel through the hatchway into the cockpit, gripping desperately for any handhold that will keep me from catapulting out of the boat as we hop and skip over the ocean at tremendous speed. Captain S. is at the wheel, as indifferent as any midweek commuter. I'll bet catching that marlin made the worms in his heart glow. The lights of law and order are shrinking far astern. "How many horsepower you got on this thing?" I yell idiotically. I cannot hear my own voice, but a hand cups my ear. Leo has joined us, his wound bandaged with grey duct tape. "Damn impolite!" he screams. His mouth is cold in my sunburnt ear. "What?" "Damn impolite question. After 1,000, it ain't nobody's business." I turn to grimace at the bouncing, jolted face, but his eyes cut me away. Here's a man whose sureness and certainty are proportionate to the degree of chaos he is able to sniff out. Terica says the same of me, but she's wrong. I'm satisfied enough keeping capitalism and myself healthy. I'm satisfied by the girl, the tits, the baby, the house, the mango and grapefruit trees, the weather, the music, and the money. I am a gentleman, for God's sake. Our smoky wake is as tempestuous as a squall line on the surface of the water. The Moorish towers of the Breakers Hotel rise 10 degrees off our port side. We are no more than a quarter-mile out. Amid the flying spray, the crashing and pounding, the extreme noise, something within this fiberglass behemoth slips, and the kinetic clutch of our motion relaxes a second. The air stutters, but then the roar continues. "All right, goddammit!" Leo is shouting. "That's it! That's all she wrote! Son of a bitch, put her on the beach, man!" Leo's man, the captain, one gets the feeling, is dozing behind his sunglasses. The air cracks and stammers. "Va, va, 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 va!" The passengers that have come up on deck crouch like Muslims at prayer. Leo shoves the captain aside and spins the wheel to port. The cigarette arcs and slams broadside through the water. The force of the maneuver sends several Haitians crashing through the lifeline, which they grab and dangle from like eels. Just as we regain our forward momentum, an unnatural silence implodes down into us. We are out of gas. Captain Shitball has pulled his pistol, and he waves it at Leo. This sort of behavior depresses the hell out of me. I try to make myself small, but the captain says in a high Latin accent, "Keep those folks here away from my fish." We have enough glide left in us to coast within 50 yards of the shore, where up above the concrete breakwater and the glassed bays of the breakers' dining room, I can see the faces of the aristocracy turn with concern from their foie gras and Chateauneuf-du-Pape. To the north and south, red lights are flashing out beyond the reef, and you know the sirens are blasting even if you can't hear them yet. I tell Leo goodbye, and Leo's man thanks for the ride. "Miami!" Leo announces. "Miami! End of the line!" He begins to throw the Haitians overboard. They are shrieking and wailing hysterically. For some of these immigrants in the past, this point has truly been the end of the line, but the water here seems shallow enough to stand in. I dive over the side and freestyle as fast as I can toward the beach. Leo follows close behind. The captain has chosen to stay with his Marlin, a man intent on legend. We must seem a very peculiar aquacade to the ladies and gentlemen lining the ocean-front windows of the hotel. Surely money is changing hands over the prospect of our individual arrivals. Small fortune suddenly made or lost. America, I am back ashore again and ready to run. The wet worsted of my suit chafes against me like sandpaper, and I would like nothing more than to sit down in the hot sun and let everything dry up and calm down. But in a few minutes the Marine Patrol, the Coast Guard, the State Police, the local Guardia, and all my friends at the DEA will be here to welcome everybody, so I must be on my way. I hurtle over Haitians and puff up the slippery steps of the breakwater across the perfect zoysia lawn toward the circus colors of the poolside cabanas. I'm thinking that this is all a rather shameful matter, and that I've been made to feel embarrassingly lawless. I think my form is pretty good as I approach the pool. The old spirit shines through. My legs still feel a bit jelly-like from the vibrations of the boat, but my knees are rising respectably, and I keep my elbows tucked into my side, my hands pumping out in front of me. Bikinied women on chaise lounges lean forward to check me out. A well-tanned attendant in lime-colored sportswear is striding toward me, waving his arms for me to stop. I collar him around the neck with my forearm, and together we rush somewhat awkwardly into the nearest cabana. I must say this part of town brings out the worst in me. We stumble to the AstroTurf floor. I am holding his head down by the ears. I try to talk to him. "I'll kill you! I'll rip these things right off your head! I'll bite your fucking nose off!" "Mister, please," the fellow says. There is terror in his preparatory blue eyes. I am not behaving properly, I see. "Excuse me, I'm overwrought," I say apologetically and roll off, still holding on to one ear so I don't lose him. "I was out jogging and ran into some trouble, understand?" He nods his head very quickly. After all, he is a young man who has been trained to be of service to people who have everything and still want more. "Mrs. Gerald Silverhearts," I say. "Stacia Silverhearts." His eyes widen appropriately. "Do you know who she is?" He nods his fair head vigorously after I let go of his ear. "This is a private, personal matter, understand?" Again a satisfying nod. "Ms. Silverhearts and I are business associates, and I need to talk to her. Find her, please. Tell her Weber needs her. She'll come. And, of course, if you'll see to it that I am not disturbed while I wait, Ms. Silverhearts and I will express our gratitude in generous ways. Okay?" "Okay." More than a nod now, genuine enthusiasm. I am pleased by his resilience and help the lad to his feet. "And look," I say cheerfully, "could you send in a sandwich and a beer for me? I've worked up quite an appetite this morning." I stand behind the door while he opens it to leave, but still I can see through the crack at the hinges that the Haitians are discovering Palm Beach's most exclusive hotel. Welcome to America, I say to myself. Good luck. The first of many uniformed men bounds out of the bushes and draws his gun on a black woman with a scarf wrapped around her head. I slam the door quickly and sit back in a rattan chair to await dear Stacia, the woman who once made my heart sweat, my former beauty, lean and restless, hard-mouthed and cat-faced. The first time I ever saw her, almost 20 years ago, was on the cover of the shiny sheet stacked inside the pink vending machines along Royal Poinciana Way. She was a debutante, she was coming out, she was bending over a table signing the social register. A presidential candidate had his hand on her hip. She was lovely. 3 weeks later I was in bed with her, learning the game I've Got a Secret Place. I never knew for sure if we were right for each other, or if our relationship was simply a prerequisite for growing up. What I do know is that we were married once and pissed away a fortune, which under her guidance we promptly recovered. By age 26 she was sneezing blood into the finest Oriental silk. By 27 her septum was reinforced with stainless steel plating. By age 28 we acknowledged our hatred for each other. At 30 she wed Gerald Silverhearts, well-known bauxite tycoon and international power broker. Now, 6 years later, we are still in business together and the hatred's gone, replaced by a quiet, honest affection. That's best, because I don't want her out of my life. She is someone to look at and say, we're alike, you and I. Hell-bent, the both of us, and yet heaven does its best to stay on our side. From Stacia I inherited Terica. On the surface, the acquisition was another convoluted, hushed, little said, much implied business deal. Stacia sent a messenger across the bay one day 10 months ago with a monogrammed note, Weber, please house mother and child for a day or two until we can put them on one of our boats to the islands, signed Stash. Terica stepped out of the limousine looking very girlish, very fragile, in a flowered dress and straw espadrilles. The baby was asleep in her arms. Stash had managed to put one of the new astronauts on the payroll to deliver from Florida to Houston a special something for a special someone. Terica was a clause in this unwritten contract, which said, I imagine, get her and the kid out of my life. I let them in reluctantly. After 3 days I couldn't let go, and nobody came to retrieve them. I began to worry that perhaps the attendant fellow is right this moment turning me into a room full of arguing Pinkertons. A knock on the door makes my adrenaline zing, my heart fly about like a loose bird inside me. Nothing matters more here than tone of voice. Stacia was the first to teach me this. "What is it, damn it?" I shout curtly. "Room service, sir. Roast beef and Guinness." "Is the roast beef bloody rare?" "Yes, sir." "Horseradish?" Yes, sir." I pull the door open so that I'm hidden behind it. "Push in the service," I say, "and that will be all." I grab the silver cart and wheel it in, taking a quick bite of the sandwich, which I must instantly spit out because my mouth hurts so much. What I see outside stops me from closing the door fully. The Haitians are all queued up, cowering before a force of lawmen. One old man is weeping, pulling a few dirty dollars out of his ragged pants and throwing the money on the ground. In front of my cabana, several of the local citizenry review the situation. Perhaps they hope for a good price on a gardener or yardman. God damn it, where is Stacia? I haven't seen her for weeks. For all I know, she's still in New York, or God knows where, allowing the clergy of commerce to worship her. Leo, I see, has been nabbed and handcuffed. He is set down in a lawn chair and doesn't hesitate to call the bartender for a cocktail. I withdraw back into my appointed room, resigned to my skewed fate. Stacia could be anywhere, could be receiving the dry old tongue of a trade commissioner at this very moment. My attendant taps on the door and enters carrying a telephone which he plugs into a wall jack. "Sir," he says respectfully, "I haven't had much luck locating your party. Would you care to use the telephone?" I must tell him I am too distressed to push the buttons properly, and he must do it for me. For a half hour I call out numbers, the boy dials and makes the necessary inquiries without success. My resolve for good health dissipates with each click of the receiver, and I experience a terrific urge for vice. Nothing to do but send the attendant for cigars and vodka, and when he leaves I rise from the rattan chair where I've been sulking and stab out the numbers of Gerald's private beeper. In but a few minutes he rings me back. "Silverheart's here. What is it?" "Gerald, this is Weber, and—" "Goodbye, Weber." "Gerald, don't hang up. I have the stink of scandal and grievous harm on my breath today." "One of your many stinks. How did you get this number?" "I must see Stacia. She must come rescue me at the breakers." "Ha, ha, that's a good one." "Gerald, you are a flaxen old kraut, and of limited interest to me. I hope you have enough socked away to survive the economic ruin that shall now descend on your house. You won't have a penny left to pay the young boys you bugger on your jaunts to Martinique. Goodbye, asshole." I pitch the receiver back to its cradle and congratulate myself on gaining Mr. Silverheart's avaricious attention. He is a bully, a pigoid, a charge-ahead pomposity, but not so much a fool to keep Stacia away from me if he suspects his ass is in any manner endangered by my indiscretions. I am furnished with cigars and clear liquor, and send the attendant out to the drive to escort Stacia to my little cage when she arrives. The room is well fouled with tarry smoke. My blood rushes through my heart vents and valves like the Volga by the time I hear the familiar gravel of her voice pelt the ears of the crowd outside my louvered window. "Get out of my way, please. I said move!" Ah, the charm of authority on the lips of a self-possessed and desirable woman. Skilfully elbowing a bewildered cop from her path, she points at Leo in his lounge chair, the mechanic double-fistedly gulping a tall pink drink. and says to a man in a grey business suit, "Reuben, you're making a mistake arresting that citizen. My lawyers will be glad to explain." The man sneers back at her, but everyone knows Leo is home free. Nobody suffers the lock-up in Palm Beach until deserted by the local moneylenders. She breezes past this scenario, nodding her head appropriately as the poolside attendant points out my cabana to her. Even at this distance she projects invulnerability, even to me, and I know better. I tuck my hands glumly into the pockets of my damp trousers. She enters the room, looking eternally young and ready for sport, dressed as she is in a snappy, short white tennis skirt and sleeveless jersey. She is full of energy, terrifyingly confident, though her mouth has found the reproach she so commonly employs on me these days. "I was over at the Fays when Gerald rang. Livid, let me tell you," she says as she closes the door behind her, and then, "Oh, my, what happened to you?" I smile sheepishly, shrug my shoulders, feel the unwanted scratchy beginnings of the affection I have for the lady. She looks good, though perhaps a bit overwintered from the recent business trip to the cold offices of New York. Her thick dark hair is drawn back from her bony face and held with a peach-colored ribbon. Her lower lip is naturally swollen, a fat slice of fruit. Her eyes are aggressively green. I have remained loyal to all this, yet others have remarked that her features suffer from too many fast starts and stops. "Stacia, sorry to bother you, but I'm in a jam." She stands off from me, taking account of my condition. "Yuck," she says. "That suit looks horrible on you." She clucks out mild disappointment. "And who hit you in the mouth? It's all bloody. Let me see." From somewhere in her skirt she has extracted a crumpy wad of Kleenex and dabs at my lips. She sticks a finger in my mouth and tenderly probes. I try to explain. "I were jogging," I say. "Weber," she says sympathetically, "your front tooth here is broken. Jesus, doesn't it hurt?" She removes her finger quickly from my mouth. "It just throbs," I say, unwilling to examine the damage myself or to think much about it. "What in the world were you doing?" "I was jogging." Her geometric eyebrows furrow, and she looks at me suspiciously. "You were jogging? My goodness, how did you end up with Leo and those poor Haitians and enough cops for a baseball game?" "No, don't tell me, Weber," she says, exasperated with me, testing her forehead with the back of her hand as if I had just sent a fever into her. "I'd rather not know." "Well, I think you should know," I say. "I want you to know I was not behaving frivolously." "No," she says, growling. "I definitely do not want to hear about it. Let's just clean you up and get you out of here." "Stacia, dear," I say, since I must match her hauteur, "don't dare patronize a fellow cheerist. We are special comforts to one another, a matching set of bookends in the literature of indulgence and immoderation." She blinks deliberately slow and says, "Where's that boy with my mineral water? I asked him to bring me mineral water. Iduna Fay and I were playing doubles against John and Yoko, and I'm thirsty. Iduna's selling them the McLean estate. You'd never believe it, but she's really quite good with a racket." This chatter, I know from experience, is a way of punishing me in my trivial concerns. She keeps on until she gets her water, and with her throat freshly doused, she turns on me. "What has gotten into you lately, Weber? Where's the class and the dash gone? That tumble-down shack you live in with that child and her baby, it's just too perverse even for me. And now this escapade with Leo, and oh, what a fool you were to telephone Gerald and threaten him." "I panicked," I admit. "I'll say. He's furious. He wants you disappeared." "I worry about you, Stacia," I say, trying to make a joke out of it, yet unable to prevent a certain amount of righteousness from my voice. "Is there life after Gerald Silverhearts and unrestrained decadence?" "How dare you?" she hisses back. "I'm a happy woman, Weber, and you know it. I am hard-working and loved. I'm not idle or world-weary like you. Go back to where you belong with your teeny bopper. And I should tell you that we've closed the space shuttle deal with Terrica's bum from outer space, so if you were ever motivated by certain business-wise obligations, you are free of them now. For your information, I say, I love Terrica. I like the baby. You always checked into the headache clinic whenever I tried to talk to you about kids. I surprise myself because I've never said this aloud before. It sounds good to me. "Oh, Weber," Stacia says, "you make me feel old and tired. But I'm happy for you, really. In fact, I'm relieved, although it all sounds painfully mature for a fellow like you." I suppose I could bite down on that, but I don't. Her voice has been icy, but she steps away from me with just a brush of melancholy across her mouth. We were most ourselves when we were in bed or bickering, and we both ran like hell from each other when we figured this out. Stacia picks up the receiver and dials, doing what she does best, business in extravagant fashion. I watch her, thinking, I'm glad I stopped needing you. I'm glad we're still friends. Stacia, you're a woman, you're good-looking, you're awfully rich, your life is sinfully exciting. I try to add all these facts up, try to attach some great meaning to the gilded patterns, the exaggerated blessings of your life. I can't do it for you or for me. We have strong hearts and a certain arrogant commitment to excellence of one sort or another, whether we are outlaws or saints of the New World. And we never gave up anything without a fight, including our marriage. When we were so much younger, down on our luck, very scruffy, but destined to rise again, a salesman in a used car lot condescended to our few dollars that we hoped would buy an old VW bug. I want to smack him, I said to Stacia then. Oh, shit, Weber, forget it, she said. He's not tall enough to look down his nose at us. You know what I mean? Why do you have this need to apologize or attack? Within minutes, Stacia has orchestrated a dignified ending to my day. She phones her tailor, her prosthodontist, her chauffeur. She puts her cool hands on my neck and kisses my cheek. I hug her tightly, this woman who is now a goddamn institution. "Goodbye, Weber," she says. "I've got to get back. Let's get together Monday or Tuesday with Bert. Wear something nice." She smiles warmly, showing a neat line of teeth, and is gone. I feel better. By tearing the roast beef sandwich into little bits, I am able to chew it on one side of my mouth. I suck vodka gingerly from its chilled bottle, light a second cigar to keep me company now that I'm alone again. The tailor comes first and leaves me wearing satin racing shorts with a chamois crotch, expensive running shoes, a cotton pullover, and sunglasses capable of concealing the most public of identities. The prosthodontist arrives shortly thereafter and fits me with a gold cap he selects from a small leather box full of them. "It's only temporary," he says. "Of course many gentlemen today are finding that a golden smile is also a sound investment." For some reason this amuses him, and he cackles. "Think it over," he says, handing me a script for coding. Like clockwork, Statia's chauffeur, Rance, enters the cabana and waits quietly at parade rest until the doctor leaves. When we are alone, he whips off his cap and bows. "Boy, oh boy, Weber," he says, "you're looking slick." Indeed, I am in awe of myself. That simple exercise can provide such change. "Don't you find it a little queer, Rance," I say, "that Stacia and I share this phoenix quality, that the second we start to smell like shit, you can bet roses will be delivered?" "Ah, yes. You bet," Rance says, amiable Rance, so happy to be a handsome Scandinavian in cock-struck Palm Beach. "Where can I take you? The beach? Your brokers? Down to Hialeah to watch the ponies?" "Just home." We walk out side by side, assured and unapproachable. The Haitians are being whisked away in paddy wagons. Leo is gone, but I doubt he will be forgotten because too many of the gentry depend on him to keep their intrigues running smoothly. Stash's silver cloud is parked close by. Rance holds the door for me as I slip onto the expensive leather seats occupied already by two Affenpinches. Rance gets behind the wheel, and soon we are southbound on Ocean Boulevard across the causeway and not far from my neighborhood. "Rance, stop," I say. "I want to get out." "Okay, Weber." I spring out of the car and onto the sidewalk, marveling at how comfortable the new shoes are on my feet. Every muscle is sore, but the pain fades as I pick up speed, press ahead to find the limit. Nominated by Elizabeth Innes Brown and Barbara Grossman. Pier by D.C. Berry. From Poetry. For Chuck E. Lewis. This dead fish was once a mussel twitch in the waves slamming the ocean door, all neck like a broom or an existentialist. It was homelessly at home wherever it swept, like the strippers in New Orleans writhing all night, or the saints writhing all day in St. Louis Cathedral, same glass frenzy for centuries, never running loose, no more running loose than this door jamb the ocean slams at no address, this dead fish with more ribs than a noose. Pier, I say, where bound, pier stilting toward the next breaker. Nominated by Elizabeth Innes Brown. The Meal by Suzanne E. Berger. From Legacies, Alice James Books. They have washed their faces until they are pale. Their homework is beautifully complete. They wait for the adults to lean towards each other. The hands of the children are oval and smooth as pine nuts. The girls have braided and rebraided their hair and tied ribbons without a single mistake. The boy has put away his coin collection. They are waiting for the mother to straighten her lipstick and for the father to speak. They gather around the table carefully as constellations waiting to be named. Their minds shift and ready like dunes. It is so quiet, all waiting stars and dunes. Their forks move across their plates without scraping. They wait for the milk and the gravy at the table with its forgotten spices. They are waiting for a happiness to lift their eyes like sudden light flaring in the trees outside. The white miles of the meal continue. The figures still travel across a screen. The father carving the Sunday roast, her mouth uneven as a torn hibiscus, their braids still gleaming in the silence. Nominated by Celia Gilbert. Why I'm in Favor of a Nuclear Freeze by Christopher Buckley. From Telescope. Because we were 18 and still wonderful in our bodies, because Harry's father owned a ranch and we had nothing better to do on Saturday, we went hunting doves among the high oaks and almost wholly quiet air. Traipsing the hills and deer paths for an hour, we were ready when the first ones swooped, and we took them down in smoke, much like the planes in the war films of our regimented youth. Some were dead and some knocked cold, and because he knew how and I just couldn't, Harry went to each of them and, with thumb and forefinger almost tenderly, squeezed the last air out of their slight necks. Our jackets grew heavy with birds, and for a while we sat in the shade, thinking we were someone, talking a bit of girls. Who would go, who wouldn't, how love would probably always be beyond our reach. We even talked of the nuns who terrified us with God and damnation. We both recalled that first prize in art, the one pinned to the cork-board in front of class, was a sweet blonde girl's drawing of the fires and coals that tortured souls of purgatory. Harry said he feared eternity until he was 17, and if he ever had kids, the last place they would go would be a parochial school. On our way to the car, having forgotten which way the safety was off or on, I accidentally discharged my borrowed 12-gauge twice, actually. One would have been Harry's head if he were behind me, the other my foot, inches to the right. We were almost back when something moved in the raw, dry grass, and without thinking, and on the first twitch of 2 tall ears, we together blew the ever-loving Jesus out of a jackrabbit until we couldn't tell fur from dust from blood. Harry has a family, 2 children as lovely as any will ever be. He hasn't hunted in years, and that once was enough for me. Any more, a good day offers a moment's praise for the lizards daring the road I run along, or it offers a dusk in which yellow meadowlarks scrounge fields in the grey autumn light. Harry and I are friends now almost 30 years, and the last time we had dinner I thought about that rabbit, not the doves which we swore we would cook and eat, but that rabbit. Why the hell had we killed it so cold-heartedly? And I saw that it was simply because we had the guns, because we could. Nominated by Sherrod Santos. Sarah Cole, A Type of Love Story. Fiction by Russell Banks. From the Missouri Review. To begin, then, here is a scene in which I am the man, and my friend Sarah Cole is the woman. I don't mind describing it now, because I'm a decade older and don't look the same now as I did then, and Sarah is dead. That is to say, on hearing this story, you might think me vain if I looked the same now as I did then, because I must tell you that I was extremely handsome then. And if Sarah were not dead, you'd think I were cruel, for I must tell you that Sarah was very homely. In fact, she was the homeliest woman I have ever known. Personally, I mean. I've seen a few women who were more unattractive than Sarah, but they were clearly freaks of nature, or had been badly injured, or had been victimized by some grotesque, disfiguring disease. Sarah, however, was quite normal, and I knew her well, because for 3.5 months we were lovers. Here is the scene. You can put into the present, even though it took place 10 years ago, because nothing that matters to the story depends on when it took place, and you can put it in Concord, New Hampshire, even though that is indeed where it took place, because it doesn't matter where it took place, so it might as well be Concord, New Hampshire, a place I happen to know well and can therefore describe with sufficient detail to make the story believable. Around 6 o'clock on a Wednesday evening in late May, a man enters a bar. The place, a cocktail lounge at street level with a restaurant upstairs, is decorated with hanging plants and unfinished wood paneling, butcher-block tables and captain's chairs, with a half-dozen darkened, thickly upholstered booths along one wall. 3 or 4 men between the ages of 25 and 35 are drinking at the bar, and they, like the man who has just entered, wear 3-piece suits and loosened neckties. They are probably lawyers, young, unmarried lawyers, gossiping with their brethren over martinis so as to postpone arriving home alone at their whitewashed townhouse apartments, where they will fix their evening meals in radar ranges, and afterwards, while their TVs chuckle quietly in front of them, sit on their couches and do a little extra work for tomorrow. They are, for the most part, honorable, educated, hard-working, shallow, and moderately unhappy young men. Our man, call him Ron, in most ways is like these men, except that he is unusually good-looking, and that makes him a little less unhappy than they. Ron is effortlessly attractive, a genetic wonder, tall, slender, symmetrical, and clean. His flaws, a small mole on the left corner of his square but not too prominent chin, a slight excess of blonde hair on the tops of his tanned hands, and somewhat underdeveloped buttocks insofar as they keep him from resembling too closely a men's store mannequin, only contribute to his beauty, for he is beautiful, the way we usually think of a woman as being beautiful. And he is nice, too, the consequence, perhaps, of his seeming not to know how beautiful he is, to men as well as women, to young people, even children, as well as old, to attractive people who realize immediately that he is so much more attractive than they as not to be competitive with them, as well as unattractive people who see him and gain thereby a comforting perspective on those they have heretofore envied for their good looks. Ron takes a seat at the bar, unfolds the evening paper in front of him, and before he can start reading, the bartender asks to help him, calling him Sir, even though Ron has come into this bar numerous times at this time of day, especially since his divorce last fall. Ron got divorced because, after 3 years of marriage, his wife had chosen to pursue the career that his had interrupted, that of a fashion designer, which meant that she had to live in New York City, while he had to continue to live in New Hampshire, where his career had got its start. They agreed to live apart until he could continue his career near New York City, but after a few months between conjugal visits, he started sleeping with other women, and she started sleeping with other men, and that was that. No big deal, he explained to friends who liked both Ron and his wife, even though he was slightly more beautiful than she. We really were too young when we got married, college sweethearts, but we're still best friends, he assured them. They understood. Most of Ron's friends were divorced by then, too. Ron orders a scotch and soda with a twist and goes back to reading his paper. When his drink comes, before he takes a sip of it, he first carefully finishes reading an article about the recent reappearance of coyotes in northern New Hampshire and Vermont. He lights a cigarette. He goes on reading. He takes a second sip of his drink. Everyone in the room, the 3 or 4 men scattered along the bar, the tall, thin bartender, and several people in the booths at the back, watches him do these ordinary things. He has got to the classified section, is perhaps searching for someone willing to come in once a week and clean his apartment, when the woman who will turn out to be Sarah Cole leaves a booth in the back and approaches him. She comes up from the side and sits next to him. She's wearing heavy tan cowboy boots and a dark brown suede cowboy hat, lumpy jeans, and a yellow T-shirt that clings to her arms, breasts, and round belly like the skin of a sausage. Though he will later learn that she is 38 years old, she looks older by about 10 years, which makes her look about 20 years older than he actually is. It's difficult to guess accurately how old Ron is. He looks anywhere from a mature 25 to a youthful 40, so his actual age doesn't seem to matter. "It's not bad here at the bar," she says, looking around. "More light, anyhow. What you reading?" she asks brightly, planting both elbows on the bar. Ron looks up from his paper with a slight smile on his lips, sees the face of a woman homelier than any he has ever seen or imagined before, and goes on smiling lightly. He feels himself falling into her tiny, slightly crossed, dark brown eyes, pulls himself back, and studies for a few seconds her mottled, pocked complexion, bulbous nose, loose mouth, twisted and gapped teeth, and heavy but receding chin. He casts a glance over her thatch of dun-colored hair and along her neck and throat, where acne burns against gray skin, and returns to her eyes and again feels himself falling into her. "What did you say?" he asks. She knocks a mentholated cigarette from her pack, and Ron swiftly lights it. Blowing smoke from her large wing-shaped nostrils, she speaks again. Her voice is thick and nasal, a chocolate-colored voice. "I asked you what you're reading, but I can see now." She belts out a single loud laugh. "The paper!" Ron laughs too. "The paper, the Concord Monitor." He is not hallucinating. He clearly sees what is before him and admits, no, he asserts to himself that he is speaking to the most unattractive woman he has ever seen, a fact which fascinates him, as if instead he were speaking to the most beautiful woman he has ever seen, or perhaps ever will see. So he treasures the moment, attempts to hold it as if it were a golden ball, a disproportionately heavy object which, if he doesn't hold it lightly and with precision and firmness, will slip from his hand and roll across the lawn to the lip of the well and down to the bottom of the well, lost to him forever. It will be merely a memory, something to speak of wistfully and with wonder as over the years the image fades and comes in the end to exist only in the telling. His mind and body waken from their sleepy self-absorption, and all his attention focuses on the woman, Sarah Cole, her ugly face like a warthog's, her thick, rapid voice, her dumpy, off-center wreck of a body. And to keep this moment here before him, he begins to ask questions of her. He buys her a drink. He smiles until soon it seems, even to him, that he is taking her and her life, its vicissitudes and woe, quite seriously. He learns her name, of course, and she volunteers the information that she spoke to him on a dare from one of the 2 women still sitting in the booth behind her. She turns on her stool and smiles brazenly, triumphantly at her friends, 2 women, also homely, though nowhere as homely as she, and dressed like her in cowboy boots, hats, and jeans. One of the women, a blonde with an underslung jaw and wearing heavy eye makeup, flips a little wave at her, and as if embarrassed, she and the other woman at the booth turn back to their drinks and sip fiercely at straws. Sarah returns to Ron and goes on telling him what he wants to know, about her job at the Rumford Press, about her divorced husband, who was a bastard and stupid and sick, she says, as if filling suddenly with sympathy for the man. She tells Ron about her 3 children, the youngest a girl in junior high school and boy crazy, the other 2 boys in high school and almost never at home anymore. She speaks of her children with genuine tenderness and concern, and Ron is touched. He can see with what pleasure and pain she speaks of her children. He watches her tiny eyes light up and water over when he asks their names. "You're a nice woman," he informs her. She smiles, looks at her empty glass. No, I'm not. But you're a nice man to tell me that." Ron, with a gesture, asks the bartender to refill Sarah's glass. She is drinking White Russians. Perhaps she has been drinking them for an hour or 2, for she seems very relaxed, more relaxed than women usually do when they come up and without introduction or invitation speak to him. She asks him about himself, his job, his divorce, how long he has lived in Concord, but he finds that he is not at all interested in telling her about himself. He wants to know about her, even though what she has to tell him about herself is predictable and ordinary, and the way she tells it unadorned and cliched. He wonders about her husband. What kind of man would fall in love with Sarah Cole? 2. That scene at Osgood's lounge in Concord ended with Ron's departure alone after having bought Sarah's second drink, and Sarah's return to her friends in the booth. I don't know what she told them, but it's not hard to imagine. The 3 women were not close friends, merely fellow workers at Rumford Press, where they stood at the end of a long conveyor belt day after day, packing TV guides into cartons. They all hated their jobs, and frequently after work, when they worked the day shift, they would put on their cowboy hats and boots, which they kept all day in their lockers, and stop for a drink or 2 on their way home. This had been their first visit to Osgood's, a place that prior to this they had avoided out of a sneering belief that no one went there but lawyers and insurance men. It had been Sarah who had asked the others why that should keep them away, and when they had no answer for her, the 3 had decided to stop at Osgood's. Ron was right. They had been there over an hour when he came in, and Sarah was a little drunk. "We'll have to come in here again," she said to her friends, her voice rising slightly. Which they did, that Friday, and once again Ron appeared with his evening newspaper. He put his briefcase down next to his stool and ordered a drink and proceeded to read the front page, slowly, deliberately, clearly a weary, unhurried, solitary man. He did not notice the 3 women in cowboy hats and boots in the booth in back, but they saw him, and after a few minutes Sarah was once again at his side. "Hi." He turned, saw her, and instantly regained the moment he had lost, when, the previous night, once outside the bar, he had forgotten about the ugliest woman he had ever seen. She seemed even more grotesque to him now than before, which made the moment all the more precious to him, and so once again he held the moment as if in his hands, and began to speak with her, to ask questions, to offer his opinions, and solicit hers. I said earlier that I am the man in this story, and my friend Sarah Cole, now dead, is the woman. I think back to that night, the second time I had seen Sarah, and I tremble, not with fear, but in shame. My concern then, when I was first becoming involved with Sarah, was merely with the moment, holding on to it, grasping it wholly as if its beginning did not grow out of some other prior moment in her life and my life, separately, and at the same time did not lead into future moments in our separate lives. She talked more easily than she had the night before, and I listened as eagerly and carefully as I had before, again with the same motives, to keep her in front of me, to draw her forward from the context of her life and place her, as if she were an object, into the context of mine. I did not know how cruel this was. When you have never done a thing before, and that thing is not simply and clearly right or wrong, you frequently do not know if it is a cruel thing. You just go ahead and do it, and maybe later you'll be able to determine whether you acted cruelly. That way you'll know if it was right or wrong of you to have done it in the first place. While we drank, Sarah told me that she hated her ex-husband because of the way he treated the children. "It's not so much the money," she said, nervously wagging her booted feet from her perch on the high bar stool. "I mean, I get by, barely, but I get them fed and clothed on my own okay. It's because he won't even write them a letter or anything. He won't call them on the phone. All he calls for is to bitch at me because I'm trying to get the state to take him to court so I can get some of the money he's supposed to be paying for child support. And he won't even think to talk to the kids when he calls, won't even ask about them. He sounds like a bastard, I said. He is, she said. I don't know why I married him, or stayed married. 14 years, for Christ's sake. He put a spell over me or something. I don't know, she said with a note of wistfulness in her voice. He wasn't what you'd call good-looking. After her second drink, she decided she had to leave. Her children were at home. It was Friday night, and she liked to make sure she ate supper with them and knew where they were going and who they were with when they went out on their dates. No dates on school nights, she said to me. I mean, you gotta have rules, you know. I agreed, and we left together, everyone in the place following us with his or her gaze. I was aware of that. I knew what they were thinking, and I didn't care, because I was simply walking her to her car. It was a cool evening, dusk settling onto the lot like a gray blanket. Her car, a huge dark green Buick sedan, at least 10 years old, was battered, scratched, and almost beyond use. She reached for the door handle on the driver's side and yanked. Nothing. The door wouldn't open. She tried again. Then I tried. Still nothing. Then I saw it. A V-shaped dent in the left front fender, creasing the fender where the door joined it, binding the metal of the door against the metal of the fender in a large crimp that held the door fast. Someone must have backed into you while you were inside, I said to her. She came forward and studied the crimp for a few seconds, and when she looked back at me she was weeping. Jesus, 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 she wailed, her large frog-like mouth wide open and wet with spit, her red tongue flopping loosely over gapped teeth. I can't pay for this, I can't. Her face was red, and even in the dusky light I could see it puff out with weeping, her tiny eyes seeming almost to disappear behind wet cheeks. Her shoulders slumped, and her hands fell limply to her sides. Placing my briefcase on the ground, I reached out to her and put my arms around her body and held her close to me while she cried wetly into my shoulder. After a few seconds, she started pulling herself back together, and her weeping got reduced to sniffling. Her cowboy hat had been pushed back and now clung to her head at a precarious, absurdly jaunty angle. She took a step away from me and said, I'll get in the other side. Okay, I said, almost in a whisper. That's fine. Slowly she walked around the front of the huge, ugly vehicle and opened the door on the passenger's side and slid awkwardly across the seat until she had positioned herself behind the steering wheel. Then she started the motor, which came to life with a roar. The muffler was shot. Without saying another word to me or even waving, she dropped the car into reverse gear and backed it loudly out of the parking space and headed out the lot to the street. I turned and started for my car when I happened to glance toward the door of the bar. And there, staring after me, were the bartender, the 2 women who had come in with Sarah, and 2 of the men who had been sitting at the bar. They were lawyers, and I knew them slightly. They were grinning at me. I grinned back and got into my car, and then, without looking at them again, I left the place and drove straight to my apartment. 3. One night, several weeks later, Ron meets Sarah at Osgood's, and after buying her 3 White Russians and drinking 3 Scotches himself, he takes her back to his apartment in his car, a Datsun fastback coupe that she says she admires, for the sole purpose of making love to her. I'm still the man in this story, and Sarah is still the woman, but I'm telling it this way because what I have to tell you now confuses me, embarrasses me, and makes me sad, and consequently I'm likely to tell it falsely. I'm likely to cover the truth by making Sarah a better woman than she actually was, while making myself appear worse than I actually was or am. Or else I'll do the opposite, make Sarah worse than she was and me better. The truth is, I was pretty, extremely so, and she was not extremely so. And I knew it, and she knew it. She walked out the door of Osgood's determined to make love to a man much prettier than any she had seen up close before. And I walked out determined to make love to a woman much homelier than any I had made love to before. We were, in a sense, equals. No, that's not exactly true. You see, this is why I have to tell the story the way I'm telling it. I'm not at all sure she feels as Ron does. That is to say, perhaps she genuinely likes the man, in spite of his being the most physically attractive man she has ever known. Perhaps she is more aware of her homeliness than of his beauty, just as he is more aware of her homeliness than of his beauty. For Ron, despite what I may have implied, does not think of himself as especially beautiful. He merely knows that other people think of him that way. As I said before, he is a nice man. Ron unlocks the door to his apartment, walks in ahead of her, and flicks on the lamp beside the couch. It's a small, single-bedroom, modern apartment, one of 30 identical apartments in a large brick building on the heights just east of downtown Concord. Sarah stands nervously at the door, peering in. Come in, he says. She steps timidly in and closes the door behind her. She removes her cowboy hat, then quickly puts it back on, crosses the living room, and plops down in a blonde easy-chair, seeming to shrink in its hug out of sight to safety. Ron, behind her at the entry to the kitchen, places one hand on her shoulder, and she stiffens. He removes his hand. Would you like a drink? No, I guess not, she says, staring straight ahead at the wall opposite, where a large framed photograph of a bicyclist advertises in French the Tour de France. Around the corner, in an alcove off the living room, a silver-gray 10-speed bicycle leans casually against the wall, glistening and poised, slender as a thoroughbred racehorse. I don't know, she says. Ron is in the kitchen now, making himself a drink. I don't know. What? Change your mind? I can make a White Russian for you. Vodka, cream, Kahlua, and ice, right? Sarah tries to cross her legs, but she is sitting too low in the chair, and her legs are too thick at the thigh. So she ends, after a struggle, with one leg in the air, and the other twisted on its side. She looks as if she has fallen from a great height. Ron steps out from the kitchen, peers over the back of the chair, and watches her untangle herself, then ducks back into the kitchen. After a few seconds he returns. Seriously? Want me to fix you a White Russian? No. Ron, again from behind, places one hand onto Sarah's shoulder, and this time she does not stiffen, though she does not exactly relax either. She sits there, a block of wood, staring straight ahead. Are you scared? He asks gently. Then he adds, I am. Well, no, I'm not scared. She remains silent for a moment. You're scared? Of what? She turns to face him, but avoid his eyes. Well, I don't do this all the time, you know. Bring home a woman He trails off. Picked up in a bar. No, I mean, I like you, Sarah, I really do. And I didn't just pick you up in a bar, you know that. We've gotten to be friends, you and me. You want to sleep with me? She asks, still not meeting his steady gaze. Yes. He seems to mean it. He does not take a gulp or even a sip from his drink. He just says, yes, straight out and cleanly, not too quickly either, and not after a hesitant delay. A simple statement of a simple fact. The man wants to make love to the woman. She asked him, and he told her. What could be simpler? Do you want to sleep with me? He asks. She turns around in the chair, faces the wall again, and says in a low voice, Sure I do, but it's hard to explain. What? But what? Placing his glass down on the table between the chair and the sofa, he puts both hands on her shoulders and lightly kneads them. He knows he can be discouraged from pursuing this, but he is not sure how easily. Having got this far without bumping against obstacles, except the ones he has placed in his way himself, he is not sure what it will take to turn him back. He does not know, therefore, how assertive or how seductive he should be with her. He suspects that he can be stopped very easily, so he is reluctant to give her a chance to try. He goes on kneading her doughy shoulders. You and me. We're real different." She glances at the bicycle in the corner. "A man and a woman," he says. "No, not that. I mean different, that's all. Real different. More than you. You're nice, but you don't know what I mean, and that's one of the things that makes you so nice. But we're different." "Listen," she said, "I gotta go. I gotta leave now." The man removes his hands, and retrieves his glass, takes a sip, and watches her over the rim of the glass, as, not without difficulty, she rises from the chair and moves swiftly toward the door. She stops at the door, squares her hat on her head, and glances back at him. "We can be friends, okay?" "Okay. Friends." "I'll see you again down at Osgood's, right?" "Oh, yeah, sure." "Good. See you," she says, opening the door. The door closes. The man walks around the sofa, snaps on the television set, and sits down in front of it. He picks up a TV guide from the coffee table and flips through it, stops, runs a finger down the listings, stops, puts down the magazine, and changes the channel. He does not once connect the magazine in his hand to the woman who has just left his apartment, even though he knows she spends her days packing TV guides into cartons that get shipped to warehouses in distant parts of New England. He'll think of the connection some other night, but by then the connection will be merely sentimental. It'll be too late for him to understand what she meant by different. 4. But that's not the point of my story. Certainly it's an aspect of the story, the political aspect, if you want, but it's not the reason I'm trying to tell the story in the first place. I'm trying to tell the story so that I can understand what happened between me and Sarah Cole that summer and early autumn 10 years ago. To say we were lovers says very little about what happened. To say we were friends says even less. No, if I'm to understand the whole thing, I have to say the whole thing. For in the end, what I need to know is whether what happened between me and Sarah Cole was right or wrong. Character is fate, which suggests that if a man can know and then to some degree control his character, he can know and to that same degree control his fate. But let me go on with my story. The next time Sarah and I were together, we were at her apartment in the south end of Concord, a second-floor flat in a tenement building on Purley Street. I had stayed away from Osgood's for several weeks, deliberately trying to avoid running into Sarah there, though I never quite put it that way to myself. I found excuses and generated interests in and reasons for going elsewhere after work. Yet I was obsessed with Sarah by then, obsessed with the idea of making love to her, which, because it was not an actual desire to make love to her, was an unusually complex obsession. Passion without desire, if it gets expressed, may in fact be a kind of rape, and perhaps I sensed the danger that lay behind my obsession, and for that reason went out of my way to avoid meeting Sarah again. Yet I did meet her, inadvertently, of course. After picking up shirts at the cleaners on South Main and Purley Streets, I'd gone down Purley on my way to South State and the post office. It was a Saturday morning, and this trip on my bicycle was part of my regular Saturday routine. I did not remember that Sarah lived on Purley Street, although she had told me several times in a complaining way. It's a rough neighborhood, packed dirt yards, shabby apartment buildings, the carcasses of old half-stripped cars on cinder blocks in the driveways, broken red and yellow plastic tricycles on the cracked sidewalks. But as soon as I saw her, I remembered. It was too late to avoid meeting her. I was riding my bike, wearing shorts and T-shirt, the package containing my folded and starched shirts hooked to the carrier behind me, and she was walking toward me along the sidewalk, lugging 2 large bags of groceries. She saw me, and I stopped. We talked, and I offered to carry her groceries for her. I took the bags while she led the bike, handling it carefully, as if she were afraid she might break it. At the stoop we came to a halt. The wooden steps were cluttered with half-opened garbage bags, spilling eggshells, coffee grounds, and old food wrappers to the walkway. "I can't get the people downstairs to take care of their garbage," she explained. She leaned the bike against the banister and reached for her groceries. "I'll carry them up for you," I said. I directed her to loop the chain lock from the bike to the banister rail and snap it shut, and told her to bring my shirts up with her. "Maybe you'd like a beer?" she said as she opened the door to the darkened hallway. Narrow stairs disappeared in front of me into heavy, damp darkness, and the air smelled like old newspapers. "Sure," I said, and followed her up. "Sorry there's no light. I can't get them to fix it." "No matter. I can see you and follow along," I said, and even in the dim light of the hall I could see the large, dark blue veins that cascaded thickly down the backs of her legs. She wore tight, white duck Bermuda shorts, rubber shower sandals, and a pink sleeveless sweater. I pictured her in the cashier's line at the supermarket. I would have been behind her, a stranger, and on seeing her I would have turned away and studied the covers of the magazines, TV Guide, People, the National Enquirer, for there was nothing of interest in her appearance that in the hard light of day would not have slightly embarrassed me. Yet here I was, inviting myself into her home, eagerly staring at the backs of her ravaged legs, her sad, tasteless clothing, her poverty. I was not detached, however, was not staring at her with scientific curiosity, and because of my passion did not feel or believe that what I was doing was perverse. I felt warmed by her presence, and was flirtatious and bold, a little pushy even. Picture this. The man, tanned, limber, wearing red jogging shorts, Italian leather sandals, a clinging net T-shirt of Scandinavian design and manufacture, enters the apartment behind the woman whose dough-colored skin, thick, short body, and homely, uncomfortable face all try but fail to hide themselves. She waves him toward the table in the kitchen, where he sets down the bags and looks good-naturedly around the room. "What about the beer you bribed me with?" he asks. The apartment is dark and cluttered with old, oversized furniture, yard sale and second-hand stuff, bought originally for a large house in the country or a spacious apartment on a boulevard 40 or 50 years ago, passed down from antique dealer to used furniture store to yard sale to thrift shop, where it finally gets purchased by Sarah Cole and gets lugged over to Pearly Street and shoved up the narrow stairs, she and her children grunting and sweating in the darkness of the hallway. Overstuffed armchairs and couch, huge ungainly dressers, upholstered rocking chairs, and in the kitchen an old maple desk for a table, a half-dozen heavy oak dining-room chairs, a high glass-fronted cabinet all peeling, stained, chipped, and squatting heavily on a dark green linoleum floor. The place is neat and arranged in a more or less orderly way, however, and the man seems comfortable there. He strolls from the kitchen to the living room and peeks into the 3 small bedrooms that branch off a hallway behind the living room. "Nice place," he calls to the woman. He is studying the framed pictures of her 3 children arranged like an altar atop the buffet. "Nice-looking kids," he calls out. They are. Blonde, round-faced, clean, and utterly ordinary-looking, their pleasant faces glance, as instructed, slightly off-camera and down to the right, as if they are trying to remember the name of the capital of Montana. When he returns to the kitchen, the woman is putting away her groceries, her back to him. "Where's that beer you bribed me with?" he asks again. He takes a position against the door-frame, his weight on one hip, like a dancer resting. "You sure are quiet today, Sarah," he says in a low voice. "Everything okay?" Silently, she turns away from the grocery bags, crosses the room to the man, reaches up to him, and holding him by the head, kisses his mouth, rolls her torso against his, drops her hands to his hips, and yanks him tightly to her, and goes on kissing him, eyes closed, working her face furiously against his. The man places his hands on her shoulders and pulls away, and they face each other, wide-eyed, as if amazed and frightened. The man drops his hands, and the woman lets go of his hips. Then, after a few seconds, the man silently turns, goes to the door, and leaves. The last thing he sees as he closes the door behind him is the woman standing in the kitchen doorframe, her face looking down and slightly to one side, wearing the same pleasant expression on her face as her children in their photographs, trying to remember the capital of Montana. 5. Sarah appeared at my apartment door the following morning, a Sunday, cool and rainy. She had brought me the package of freshly laundered shirts I'd left in her kitchen, and when I opened the door to her, she simply held the package out to me as if it were a penitent's gift. She wore a yellow rain-slicker and cap, and looked more like a disconsolate schoolgirl facing an angry teacher than a grown woman dropping a package off at a friend's apartment. After all, she had nothing to be ashamed of. I invited her inside, and she accepted my invitation. I had been reading the Sunday New York Times on the couch and drinking coffee, lounging through the gray morning in bathrobe and pajamas. I told her to take off her wet raincoat and hat and hang them in the closet by the door, and started for the kitchen to get her a cup of coffee. When I stopped, turned, and looked at her. She closed the closet door on her yellow raincoat and hat, turned around, and faced me. What else can I do? I must describe it. I remember that moment of 10 years ago as if it occurred 10 minutes ago. The package of shirts on the table behind her, the newspapers scattered over the couch and floor, the sound of wind-blown rain washing the sides of the building outside, and the silence of the room as we stood across from one another and watched, while we each simultaneously removed our own clothing, my robe, her blouse and skirt, my pajama top, her slip and bra, my pajama bottom, her underpants, until we were both standing naked in the harsh gray light, two naked members of the same species, a male and a female, the male somewhat younger and less scarred than the female somewhat less delicately constructed than the male, both individuals pale-skinned with dark thatches of hair in the area of their genitals, both individuals standing slackly as if a great protracted tension between them had at last been released. We made love that morning in my bed for long hours that drifted easily into afternoon, and we talked, as people usually do when they spend half a day or half a night in bed together. I told her of my past, named and described the people I had loved and had loved me, my ex-wife in New York, my brother in the Air Force, my father and mother in their condominium in Florida, and I told her of my ambitions and dreams and even confessed some of my fears. She listened patiently and intelligently throughout, and talked much less than I. She had already told me many of these things about herself, and perhaps whatever she had to say to me now lay on the next inner circle of intimacy, or else could not be spoken of at all. During the next few weeks we met and made love often, and always at my apartment. On arriving home from work, I would phone her, or if not, she would phone me. And after a few feints and dodges, one would suggest to the other that we get together tonight, and a half-hour later she'd be at my door. Our love-making was passionate, skillful, kindly, and deeply satisfying. We didn't often speak of it to one another or brag about it, the way some couples do when they are surprised by the ease with which they have become contented lovers. We did occasionally joke and tease each other, however, playfully acknowledging that the only thing we did together was make love, but that we did it so frequently there was no time for anything else. Then one hot night, a Saturday in August, we were lying in bed atop the tangled sheets, smoking cigarettes and chatting idly, and Sarah suggested that we go out for a drink. Now? Sure, it's early. What time is it? I scanned the digital clock next to the bed. 9:49. There, see? That's not so early. You usually go home by 11, you know. It's almost 10. Oh, it's only a little after 9. Depends on how you look at things. Besides, Ron, it's Saturday night. Don't you want to go out and dance or something? Or is this the only thing you know how to do? She teased and poked me in the ribs. You know how to dance? You like to dance? Yeah, sure. Sure, but not tonight. It's too hot, and I'm tired. But she persisted, happily pointing out that an air-conditioned bar would be cooler than my apartment, and we didn't have to go to a dance bar, we could go to Osgood's. As a compromise, she said. I suggested a place called the El Rancho, a restaurant with a large, dark cocktail lounge and dance bar located several miles from town on the old Portsmouth Highway. Around 9, the restaurant closed, and the bar became something of a roadhouse, with a small country western house band and a clientele drawn from the 4 or 5 villages that adjoined Concord on the north and east. I had eaten at the restaurant once, but had never gone to the bar, and I didn't know anyone who had. Sarah was silent for a moment. Then she lit a cigarette and drew the sheet over her naked body. "You don't want anybody to know about us, do you? Do you?" "That's not it. I just don't like gossip, and I work with a lot of people who show up sometimes at Osgood's, on a Saturday night especially." "No," she said firmly. "You're ashamed of being seen with me. You'll sleep with me, but you won't go out in public with me." "That's not true, Sarah." She was silent again. Relieved, I reached across her to the bed table and got my cigarettes and lighter. "You owe me, Ron," she said suddenly as I passed over her. "You owe me." "What?" I lay back, lit a cigarette, and covered my body with the sheet. "I said you owe me." "I don't know what you're talking about, Sarah. I just don't like a lot of gossip going around, that's all. I like keeping my private life private, that's all. I don't owe you anything." "Friendship you owe me, and respect. Friendship and respect. A person can't do what you've done with me without owing them friendship and respect." "Sarah, I really don't know what you're talking about," I said. "I am your friend, you know that, and I respect you, I really do." "You really think so, don't you?" "Yes." She said nothing for several long moments. Then she sighed, and in a low, almost inaudible voice said, "Then you'll have to go out in public with me. I don't care about Osgood's or the people you work with. We don't have to go there or see any of them," she said. "But you're going to have to go to places like the El Rancho with me, and a few other places I know, too, where there's people I work with, people I know. And maybe we'll even go to a couple of parties, because I get invited to parties sometimes, you know. I have friends, and I have some family, too, and you're going to have to meet my family. My kids think I'm just going around bar-hopping when I'm over here with you, and I don't like that. So you're going to have to meet them so I can tell them where I am when I'm not at home nights. And sometimes you're going to come over and spend the evening at my place." Her voice had risen as she heard her demands and felt their rightness, until now she was almost shouting at me. "You owe that to me, or else you're a bad man. It's that simple." It was. 7. The handsome man is overdressed. He is wearing a navy blue blazer, taut shirt, open up the throat, white slacks, white loafers. Everyone else, including the homely woman with the handsome man, is dressed appropriately, dressed, that is, like everyone else, jeans and cowboy boots, blouses or cowboy shirts or T-shirts with catchy sayings printed across the front. And many of the women are wearing cowboy hats pushed back and tied under their chins. The man doesn't know anyone at the bar, or, if they're at a party, in the room. But the woman knows most of the people there, and she gladly introduces him. The men grin and shake his hand, slap him on his jacketed shoulder, ask him where he works, what's his line, after which they lapse into silence. The women flirt briefly with their faces, but they lapse into silence even before the men do. The woman with the man in the blazer does most of the talking for everyone. She talks for the man in the blazer, for the men standing around the refrigerator, or if they're at a bar, for the other men at the table, and for the other women, too. She chats and rambles aimlessly through loud monologues, laughs uproariously at trivial jokes, and drinks too much, until soon she is drunk, thick-tongued, clumsy. And the man has to say her goodbyes and ease her out the door to his car and drive her home to her apartment on Pearly Street. This happens twice in 1 week, and then 3 times the next. At the El Rancho, at the Oxbow in Northwood, at Rita's and Jimmy's apartment on Thorndike Street, out in Warner at Betsy Beely's new house, and the last time at a cottage on Lake Sunapee rented by some kids in shipping at Rumford Press. Ron no longer calls Sarah when he gets home from work. He waits for her call, and sometimes, when he knows it's she, he doesn't answer the phone. Usually he lets it ring 5 or 6 times, and then he reaches down and picks up the receiver. He has taken his jacket and vest off and loosened his tie and is about to put supper, frozen manicotti, into the radar range. Hello? Hi. How are you doing? Okay, I guess. A little tired. Still hungover? No, not really. Just tired. I hate Mondays. You have fun last night? Well, yeah, sorta. It's nice out there at the lake. Listen, she says, brightening, why don't you come over here tonight? The kids are all going out later, but if you come over before 8, you can meet them. They really want to meet you. You told them about me? Sure. Long time ago. I'm not supposed to tell my own kids. Ron is silent. You don't want to come over here tonight. You don't want to meet my kids. No, you don't want my kids to meet you, that's it. No, it's just... I've got a lot of work to do. We should talk, she announces in a flat voice. Yes, he says, we should talk. They agree that she will meet him at his apartment, and they'll talk, and they say goodbye and hang up. While Ron is heating his supper and then eating alone at his kitchen table, and Sarah is feeding her children, perhaps I should admit, since we are nearing the end of my story, that I don't actually know that Sarah Cole is dead. A few years ago I happened to run into one of her friends from the press, a blonde woman with an underslung jaw. Her name, she reminded me, was Glenda. She had seen me at Osgood's a couple of times, and we had met at the El Rancho once when I had gone there with Sarah. I was amazed that she could remember me, and a little embarrassed that I did not recognize her at all, and she laughed at that and said, "You haven't changed much, mister." I pretended to recognize her, but I think she knew she was a stranger to me. We were standing outside the Sears store on South Main Street, where I had gone to buy paint. I had recently remarried, and my wife and I were redecorating my apartment. "Whatever happened to Sarah?" I asked Glenda. "Is she still down at the press?" "Geez, no. She left a long time ago. Way back. I heard she went back with her ex-husband. I can't remember his name. Something Cole." I asked her if she was sure of that, and she said no, she had only heard it around the bars and down at the press, but she had assumed it was true. People said Sarah had moved back with her ex-husband and was living in a trailer in a park near Hooksett, and the whole family had moved down to Florida that winter because he was out of work. He was a carpenter, she said. I thought he was mean to her. I thought he beat her up and everything. I thought she hated him, I said. "Oh, well, yeah, he was a bastard, all right. I met him a couple of times, and I didn't like him. Short, ugly, and mean when he got drunk. But you know what they say." "What do they say?" "Oh, you know, about water seeking its own level." Sarah wasn't mean when she was drunk. The woman laughed. "No, but she sure was short and ugly." I said nothing. "Hey, don't get me wrong, I like Sarah, but you and her... Well, you sure made a funny-looking couple. She probably didn't feel so self-conscious and all with her husband," the woman said seriously. "I mean with you. All tall and blonde and poor old Sarah. I mean the way them kids in the press room used to kid her about her looks. It was embarrassing just to hear it." "Well, I loved her," I said. The woman raised her plucked eyebrows in disbelief. She smiled. "Sure you did, honey," she said, and she patted me on the arm. "Sure you did." Then she let the smile drift off her face, turned, and walked away. When someone you have loved dies, you accept the fact of his or her death, but then the person goes on living in your memory, dreams and reveries. You have imaginary conversations with him or her, you see something striking and remind yourself to tell your loved one about it, and then get brought up short by the knowledge of the fact of his or her death. And at night in your sleep, the dead person visits you. With Sarah, none of that happened. When she was gone from my life, she was gone absolutely, as if she had never existed in the first place. It was only later, when I could think of her as dead and could come out and say it, "My friend Sarah Cole is dead," that I was able to tell this story, for that is when she began to enter my memories, my dreams, and my reveries. In that way I learned that I truly did love her, and now I have begun to grieve over her death, to wish her alive again. so that I can say to her the things I could not know or say when she was alive, when I did not know that I loved her. 8. The woman arrives at Ron's apartment around 8. He hears her car because of the broken muffler blat and rumble into the parking lot below, and he crosses quickly from the kitchen and peers out the living-room window, and, as if through a telescope, watches her shove herself across the seat to the passenger's side to get out of the car, then walks slowly in the dusky light toward the apartment building. It's a warm evening, and she's wearing her white Bermuda shorts, pink sleeveless sweater, and shower sandals. Ron hates those clothes. He hates the way the shorts cut into her flesh at the crotch and thigh, hates the large, dark caves below her arms that get exposed by the sweater, hates the flapping noise made by the sandals. Shortly there is a soft knock at his door. He opens it, turns away, and crosses to the kitchen, where he turns back, lights a cigarette, and watches her. She closes the door. He offers her a drink, which she declines, and somewhat formally he invites her to sit down. She sits carefully on the sofa in the middle, with her feet close together on the floor, as if she were being interviewed for a job. Then he comes around and sits in the easy-chair, relaxed, one leg slung over the other at the knee, as if he were interviewing her for the job. "Well," he says, "you wanted to talk." "Yes, but now you're mad at me. I can see that." "I didn't do anything, Ron." "I'm not mad at you." They are silent for a moment. Ron goes on smoking his cigarette. Finally she sighs and says, "You don't want to see me any more, do you?" He waits a few seconds and answers, "Yes, that's right." Getting up from the chair, he walks to the silver-gray bicycle and stands before it, running a fingertip along the slender crossbar from the saddle to the chrome-plated handlebars. "You're a son of a bitch," she says in a low voice. "You're worse than my ex-husband." Then she smiles meanly, almost sneers, and soon he realizes that she is telling him that she won't leave. He's stuck with her, she informs him with cold precision. "You think I'm just so much meat, and all you got to do is call up the butcher's shop and cancel your order. Well, now you're going to find out different. You can't cancel your order. I'm not meat. I'm not one of your pretty little girlfriends who come running when you want them and go away when you get tired of them. I'm different. I got nothing to lose, Ron. Nothing. You're stuck with me, Ron." He continues stroking his bicycle. "No, I'm not." She sits back in the couch and crosses her legs at the ankles. "I think I will have that drink you offered." "Look, Sarah, it would be better if you go now." "No," she says flatly. "You offered me a drink when I came in. Nothing's changed since I've been here. Not for me, and not for you. I'd like that drink you offered," she says haughtily. Ron turns away from the bicycle and takes a step toward her. His face has stiffened into a mask. "Enough is enough," he says through clenched teeth. "I've given you enough." "Fix me a drink, will you, honey?" she says with a phony smile. Ron orders her to leave. She refuses. He grabs her by the arm and yanks her to her feet. She starts crying lightly. She stands there and looks up into his face and weeps, but she does not move toward the door, so he pushes her. She regains her balance and goes on weeping. He stands back and places his fists on his hips and looks at her. "Go on and leave, you ugly bitch," he says to her, and as he says the words, as one by one they leave his mouth, she's transformed into the most beautiful woman he has ever seen. He says the words again, almost tenderly. "Leave, you ugly bitch." Her hair is golden, her brown eyes deep and sad, her mouth full and affectionate, her tears the tears of love and loss, and her pleading outstretched arms, her entire body, the arms and body of a devoted woman's cruelly rejected love. A third time he says the words, "Leave me, you disgusting, ugly bitch." She is wrapped in an envelope of golden light. a warm, dense haze that she seems to have stepped into as into a carriage. And then she is gone, and he is alone again. He looks around the room as if searching for her. Sitting down in the easy chair, he places his face in his hands. It's not as if she has died. It's as if he has killed her. Nominated by the Missouri Review. Mute by Wesley McNair. From Poetry. Once, on the last ice hauling, the sled went through the surface of the frozen pond, pulling the sun under the thrashing hooves of horses. Listening for him, after all her tears, was perhaps what drew the mother into that silence. Long afternoons she sat with the daughter, speaking in the sign language they invented together, going deaf to the world. How exactly did they touch their mouths? What was the thought of the old man on the porch, growing so drunk by nightfall he could not hear mosquitoes in his ears? There is so much no one remembers about the farm, where sound, even the bawling of the unmilked cows, came to a stop. Even the man's name, which neighbors must have spoken passing by in twilight on their way to forgetting it forever. Nominated by Richard Eberhardt, Donald Hall, and Cleopatra Mathis. The Objects of Immortality by Patty Ann Rogers. From Amelia. If I could bestow immortality, I'd do it liberally, on the aim of the hummingbird, the sea-nettle, and the dispersing skeletons of cottonweed in the wind, on the night heron hatchling, and the night heron still bound in the blue-green darkness of its egg, on the thrice-banded crab-spider, and on every low shrub and tall teasel stem of its most perfect places. I would ask that the turquoise skimmer, hovering over backwater moss, stay forever without faltering, without disappearing, head half-eaten on the mud, one wing under pine rubbish, one floating downstream, nudged and spit away by foraging darters. And for that determination to survive, evident as the vibration of the manta ray beneath sand, as the tight concentration of each trout lily petal on its stem, as the barbed body curled in the brain of the burrowing echidna, for that intensity which is not simply the part of the bittern's gold eye, most easily identified and remembered, but the entire bittern itself, for that bird-shaped realization of effective pressure against oblivion, I would make my own eternal assertion, let that pressure endure. And maybe this immortality can come to pass because continuous life, even granted to every firefly and fire beetle and fireworm on earth, to the glowing clouds of every deep-sea squirt, to all electric eels, phosphorescent fishes, and scaly, bright-bulbed extensions of the black ocean bottoms, to all luminous fungi and all torch-carrying creatures, to the lost light and reflective rock of every star in the summer sky, everlasting life, even granted to all of these multiplied 1,000,000 times, could scarcely perturb or bother any one truly understanding the needs of infinity. Nominated by Amelia. For Starr Atkinson, Who Designed Books, by Jared Carter. From Fugue State, Barnwood Press. Oldest of words, of sounds, star. Everything of that name perishes. The sun will reclaim each planet, the galaxy collapse, light itself siphon down into a last darkness. From you I learned how images balance in the white space of each page, how pages unfold like leaves, how light and dark interpenetrate, how what we do will not be noticed. Light from those stars, coming deep from space, reaching our own eyes in darkness at the top of a hill, Words on a page, keeping the old sounds, the ones worth saying another time. Nominated by Heather McHugh. Bohemia Revisited, Malcolm Cowley, Jack Kerouac, and On the Road, by Adam Gussow. From the Georgia Review. All my editors since Malcolm Cowley have had instructions to leave my prose exactly as I wrote it. In the days of Malcolm Cowley, with On the Road and the Dharma Bums, I had no power to stand by my style for better or worse. When Malcolm Cowley made endless revisions and inserted thousands of needless commas, like, say, Cheyenne, Wyoming, why not just say Cheyenne, Wyoming, and let it go at that, for instance? Why, I spent $500 making the complete restitution of the Bum's manuscript and got a bill from Viking Press called Revisions. Ha, ho, ho. And so you asked about how do I work with an editor? Jack Kerouac in Interview, 1974. Footnote 1. Ted Berrigan, The Art of Fiction, 41. Jack Kerouac, From Writers at Work, the Paris Review Interviews, 4th Series, reprinted in the Viking Critical Library edition of On the Road by Jack Kerouac, editor Scott Donaldson, New York, Penguin Books, 1979, page 540, hereafter cited as V.C. End of footnote. Jack and his memory are very, very unfair to me, blaming me for putting in or taking out commas and caps and whatnot in On the Road. I didn't really give a damn about that. I wasn't worried about the prose. It seemed to me that in the original draft the story kept swinging back and forth across the United States like a pendulum. Malcolm Cowley in Interview, 1978. Footnote 2. Barry Gifford and Lawrence Lee, Jack's Book. An Oral Biography of Jack Kerouac, 1978, reprinted, New York, Penguin Books, 1979, page 206. End of footnote. What is an editor? Is the title of a book by Dorothy Commons about her late husband Sachs, who edited works by Faulkner and O'Neill. It's also an irksome question. What exactly does a literary editor do? Commons' memoir and A. Scott Berg's recent biography of Maxwell Perkins have added considerably to our understanding of the various roles editors play in the lives of writers. But the subject of literary editorship remains largely ignored by literary scholars. The editor's reasons for deciding to publish a particular manuscript are generally thought to be irrelevant to our understanding of the published work, and the editor's textual manipulations, to judge from the current low regard for Perkins among scholars of Thomas Wolfe, are frequently thought to be pernicious. In Malcolm Cowley's case, the work of an important literary editor has been neglected for a second reason. The editor is far better known as a poet, critic, and literary historian. Cowley's long and distinguished editorial career with the Viking Press, which began in the 1940s, has been slighted by virtually all of his scholars, most of whom prefer to construe Cowley, depending on their ideological bias, as either a sage chronicler of the lost generation or an unreconstructed Stalinist hack. Footnote 3. Lewis Simpson's 2 articles in the Sewanee Review. Malcolm Cowley and the American Writer, 84, 1976, 221-47, and Cowley's Odyssey, Literature and Faith in the 30s, 89, 1981, 520-39, respectively exemplify the chronicler and the fellow traveler approaches to Cowley's career, although Simpson is more sympathetic to the latter phase than most. Joseph Epstein has voiced the typical Tory line. Nearly every one of the printed literary opinions of Malcolm Cowley needs to be fumigated for possible political motive. The Literary Life Today, The New Criterion, 1 September 1982, 13. a position espoused even more virulently by Kenneth S. Lynn in The Airline to Seattle, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1983. In Malcolm Cowley and Literary New York, the Virginia Quarterly Review, 58, 1982, 575-93, David F. Shee documents Cowley's political humiliation during the 1930s, but makes no mention whatever of his subsequent role as an editorial adviser at Viking. A similar blindness to Cowley's editorial career is manifested by John Aldridge in Search of Heresy, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1956, where he states that Cowley's experience of active emotional participation in the literary life apparently came to an end with the period which he documented in Exile's Return. What happens now in literature clearly seems to him to be happening to other people and no longer to himself or his friends. Pages 172-73. Hans Bach's retrospective survey, Malcolm Cowley, The Critic and His Generation, Dutch Quarterly Review of Anglo-American Letters, 9, 1979, 261-83, paints an admirably balanced portrait of Cowley's career, but touches only briefly on his role as editor-critic. End of footnote. It comes as a surprise, then, to recall that Cowley, who at age 85 still serves as editorial adviser to Viking, was responsible 27 years ago for editing and publishing Jack Kerouac's still controversial novel, On the Road. Cowley himself has never written a word about his relationship with Kerouac. Kerouac's biographers, writing from the other side, have for the most part been content to let Kerouac's spoken and written disparagements of Cowley stand as gospel truth. No one has bothered to ask what the chronicler of the lost generation saw in a work that had been turned down by 4 other top literary editors in New York, and no one has wondered what the chronicler of the Beat generation might have gained from the 5-year association. The answer in each case is surprising. In the 1950s, Malcolm Cowley was one of America's most influential and widely read critics. From 1953, when he first saw an early draft of On the Road, through 1957, when the novel was finally published, Cowley was committing himself in periodicals such as Harper's and The New Republic to a series of propositions about what good literature was and why so little of it was currently being written. When he made his famous Invitation to Innovators in Saturday Review in 1954, he was able to cite Kerouac's as yet unpublished narrative in defense of several of his critical principles, but in a number of other ways Kerouac served him as an object lesson in the writer's trade. 6 previously undiscovered letters from Kerouac to Cowley have recently turned up in the Viking files, along with Cowley's original readers' reports for On the Road and Dr. Sachs, and carbons of his editorial letters to Kerouac. These new documents make clear for the first time just how vital a role Cowley in turn played in Kerouac's peripatetic career. Footnote 4. Letters from Jack Kerouac to Malcolm Cowley referred to in the text are on file at the Viking Press in New York. Also on file are Cowley's reader reports for On the Road and Dr. Sachs, carbons of his cited letters to Kerouac, Allen Ginsberg, and Sterling Lord, and Ginsberg's letters to Cowley. End of footnote. The publication history of On the Road begins in controversy. According to Kerouac's biographer, Dennis McNally, Kerouac sat down at his typewriter one day early in April 1951, cranked in a long roll of art paper sheets Scotch-taped together, and by April 25th had pounded out On the Road in one unbroken 175,000-word paragraph. Kerouac insists in Origins of the Beat Generation that he wrote the book in May, not April. McNally says that the May draft on teletype paper was the second. Critic Tim Hunt argues that Kerouac began his road book in 1948, and had written 5 primary versions by 1952, while Kerouac's first biographer, Ann Charters, asserts that the book was rewritten and revised countless times. Footnote 5. Dennis McNally, Desolate Angel, Jack Kerouac, The Beat Generation and America. New York, Random House, 1979, pages 134-35. Jack Kerouac, The Origins of the Beat Generation, Playboy, June 1959, reprinted in V.C., page 363. Tim Hunt, Kerouac's Crooked Road, Development of a Fiction, Hamden, Connecticut, Archon Books, 1981, page Roman numerals 17. Ann Charter's Kerouac, A Biography, San Francisco Straight Arrow Press, 1975, page 207. End of footnote. All accounts agree on one point, however. From the beginning, in whatever draft, On the Road received precious little editorial sympathy. In May 1951, Kerouac submitted the teletype draft to Robert Giroux, then an editor at Harcourt Brace. Giroux, who had published Kerouac's first novel, The Town and the City, was deaf to Jack's explanations of a breakthrough and shocked by the form of On the Road, according to Kerouac biographers Gifford and Lee. He recoiled simply at the look of the thing, page 158. Kerouac's friend John Cleland Holmes gave the manuscript to his literary agent, Ray Everett. She returned it, McNally reports, with a great deal of carping criticism, page 135. The Beats, as John Teitel observes in Naked Angels, The Lives and Literature of the Beat Generation, saw themselves as outcasts, exiles within a hostile culture, rejected artists writing anonymously for themselves. Footnote 6. John Teitel, Naked Angels, The Lives and Literature of the Beat Generation, New York, McGraw-Hill, 1976, pages 4 to 5. End of footnote. At no point until the very end of his career did Kerouac feel more rejected than during the early 1950s. When he had given up an athletic scholarship and withdrawn from Columbia in 1944 to become a writer, his father Leo had angrily disowned him. But he had gained fatherly approval and the beginnings of a literary reputation when Giroux published The Town and the City in 1950. Now, having written what seemed to him clearly his best work to that point, he was being denied both approval and success. For consolation, he turned to the same friends who had served as subject matter for his fiction, particularly Allen Ginsberg. Ginsberg had also had a troubled relationship with his father, a poet and college English professor of conservative tastes who strongly disapproved of his son's experiments with freer poetic forms. And during this period the two young rejected artists exchanged countless long, impassioned letters in which they vilified the older literary men who had rejected them. In 1954, Seymour Lawrence at Little Brown was to turn down On the Road with the usual complaints about lack of craftsmanship, and Mark Van Doren, a poet critic and Columbia professor whom Jack admired deeply, would dismiss his newest work, Dr. Sachs, as monotonous and probably without meaning in the end. McNally, page 184. Kerouac was furious. Mark Van Doren, he wrote to Ginsberg, was a worthless little poet, a poor copy of Whitman. Seymour Lawrence he dismissed with a four-letter word. Footnote 7. Jack Kerouac, letter to Allen Ginsberg, dated May 1954. All letters from Kerouac to Ginsberg are on deposit in the rare manuscripts reading room in Butler Library at Columbia University. End of footnote. Yet, while Ginsberg could share Kerouac's feelings of rejection up to a point, as early as 1952 he had begun to win the approval of a significant literary father, William Carlos Williams. Kerouac, as late as 1953, had no one. In March of 1953, Kerouac first met Malcolm Cowley. Several months earlier, Cowley had been sent a copy of On the Road by Phyllis Jackson, Kerouac's agent at the time. "I think it came into Viking marked from my attention," Cowley remembered in a recent letter to me. "I was surprised, impressed, and talked about it at a Tuesday editorial meeting. But others read it and turned thumbs down." In March, as a way of returning Kerouac's manuscript, Cowley took the neglected young writer out to lunch. On July 3rd, Ginsberg, who had replaced Jackson as Kerouac's agent, wrote to Cowley telling him that Kerouac was working on another version of On the Road and asking him whether he was interested in seeing it. On 14th July, 1953, Cowley responded with a letter that seems in retrospect even more astonishing than it must have seemed at the time to the two young Beats. "You are right in thinking that I am interested in Kerouac and his work. He seems to me the most interesting writer who is not being published today, and I think it is important that he should be published, for he will run the danger of losing that sense of the audience which is part of a writer's equipment. But the only manuscript of his that I have read with a chance of immediate book publication is the first version of On the Road. As much of the second version as I saw contained some impressively good writing, but no story whatsoever. Cowley's complaint about the lack of story in On the Road would return to plague Kerouac throughout his relationship with the stubborn editor. But Cowley's evident admiration for Kerouac's writing and his concern for Kerouac's career stand in striking contrast to the editorial neglect Kerouac had received to this point. On the Road clearly is at the heart of the matter. How do we explain Cowley's unabashedly favorable response to a work that had thus far produced little more than anger and incomprehension in other leading editorial minds of the day? The answer lies, among other places, deep in Cowley's own literary past. Since most critics had never experienced anything like The Road, argues Dennis McNally, they denied its existence as art, and proclaimed it a Beat Generation tract of rebellion, then pilloried it as immoral, page 240. This is true, up to a point, but Cowley was a critic with the soul of a storyteller. He had not merely experienced something like On the Road, but had created in Exile's Return a road narrative about his own rebellious, lost generation. Published in 1934 and revised for republication just 2 years before Cowley first read Kerouac's novel. Exile's Return is Cowley's first-person account of the exploits of a group of ruthless and high-spirited young Americans during the decade following the Great War. Like On the Road, Exile's Return moves back and forth nervously along an east-west axis. Paris, New York, in Cowley's case, New York, San Francisco, in Kerouac's. Like On the Road, it swerves south several times for pilgrimages to spiritual fathers and for binges facilitated by favorable foreign exchange rates. These structural parallels are less important, however, than the common sensibility that had produced them, one that Cowley could not possibly have failed to perceive. Coming of age in two different post-war worlds, both Cowley and Kerouac had been driven to write honest reports about their own uprooted lives, and in so doing had helped define, Cowley more retrospectively than Kerouac, two radically new generations. Both men, and both generations, had rebelled against inherited values and taken to the road in pursuit of a separate peace. In Malcolm Cowley and Jack Kerouac, it might fairly be said the lost generation and the beat generation were meeting for the first time, and discovering in each other an unexpected resemblance. The connection between the lost and the beat generations has never been clearly articulated, and in fact several critics have attempted to prove that no such connection exists. John Cleland Holmes, defender of the beats and author of the beat classic Go, wrote in 1958 that, "Instead of cynicism and apathy which accompanies the end of ideals, and which gave the lost generation a certain poetic, autumnal quality, the beat generation is altogether too vigorous, too intent, too indefatigable, too curious to suit its elders." V.C., page 371. And in the same year, Norman Podhoretz, who clearly felt himself, in his late 20s, to be one of those threatened elders, insisted that Kerouac's tremendous emphasis on emotional intensity, this notion that to be hopped up is the most desirable of all human conditions, lies at the heart of the beat generation and distinguishes it radically from the bohemianism of the past. The ideals of 1920s Bohemia were intelligence, cultivation, spiritual refinement. V.C., page 345. In Exile's Return, however, Cowley had described the lost generation and Greenwich Village, Bohemia, in terms that differ markedly from those of Holmes and Podhoretz. True villagers, according to Cowley, subscribed to an unwritten code that included such ideals as self-expression, paganism, living for the moment, and salvation by self-imposed exile. But he went on to make an important distinction between Bohemians who had settled in the village before 1917 and those belonging to the so-called lost generation who had just arrived from France or college. "The truth is that we, the newcomers to the village, were not Bohemians," he wrote. We might act like pagans, we might live for the moment, but we tried not to be self-conscious about it. Cowley's lost generation, then, was clearly not the poetic and spiritually refined crowd conjured up by Holmes and Podhoretz, but a group of young men as vigorous and hopped up as the beats themselves. The one ideal they did share wholeheartedly with the older self-conscious bohemians, said Cowley, was the idea of salvation by exile. Life in this country had become joyless and colorless, universally standardized, tawdry, uncreative, and the only sane response was to go, to the village, to Europe, to rural Connecticut. Perpetual flight from a hostile post-war world sustained by a free-living but tightly knit community. Here, clearly, is the spiritual link between Cowley's lost generation and Kerouac's rebellious beats. Footnote 8. Malcolm Cowley, Exile's Return, a Literary Odyssey of the 1920s. 1934, revised edition, New York, The Viking Press, 1951, pages 60 to 73. In a recent letter to the author, Cowley confirmed the author's hypothesis. At the time I first read On the Road, I had just published the revised edition of Exile's Return. You are right. That helps explain why I was impressed by Kerouac's account of a new generation. End of footnote. That Cowley found in Kerouac a way of reconnecting with his own past is hinted at by his statement to an interviewer, "I remember one night Jack and I went out on the town. I wanted him to show me the new dives in Greenwich Village with which I was totally unfamiliar, not having been a villager for 20 years, and he took me down." Gifford and Lee, page 187. What Cowley saw in Kerouac and Kerouac's novel, I suggest, was the sort of impatient young man in love with life and language that Cowley had been when he was Kerouac's age. The only people for me are the mad ones, the ones who are mad to live, mad to talk, mad to be saved, desirous of everything at the same time, the ones who never yawn or say a commonplace thing, but burn, burn, burn. Sal Paradise had cried at the beginning of On the Road, and his words, Kerouac's self-portrait as it were, are surprisingly enough an apt description of young Malcolm Cowley. For Cowley writes in Exile's Return of taking the morning train into Paris after snapping himself awake with a quart of café au lait, and how all this hurry and loss of sleep were a stimulant like cocaine. Faster, faster, there was always something waiting that might be forever missed unless you hammered on the glass and told the taxi driver to go faster. Paris was a great machine for stimulating the nerves and sharpening the senses. Paintings and music, street noises, shops, flower markets, modes, poems, ideas, everything seemed to lead toward a half-sensual, half-intellectual swoon. Page 135. But if the Dada-inspired freneticism of Cowley's early years and his experiments with lyrical prose made him sympathetic with Kerouac's attempts to capture the texture of post-war life among the young, I suspect that he was struck still more forcibly by something else. Kerouac's vision of a rootless generation bound by spoken language into a self-sustaining community. Cowley had been trying to recover precisely such a communal life since the days of Exile's Return. When he first formulated his myth of diasporactive exile as a way of explaining the lost generation, his own life and the lives of his friends, he wrote in that book, had been marked by a long process of deracination, a progressive destruction of all ties to place and to human community. Our whole training was involuntarily directed toward destroying whatever roots we had in the soil, toward eradicating our local and regional peculiarities, toward making us homeless citizens of the world. Page 28. Exile's Return, in which Cowley depicts his generation's scattering, is full of descriptions of provisional communities held together by one unending dialogue. On Sunday nights in the village, there were poker games played for imaginary stakes and interrupted from moment to moment by gossip, jokes, plans, he wrote. Everything in those days was an excuse for talking. Page 50. Kerouac's sense of homelessness was no less keen than Cowley's. John Cleland Holmes has called him the seeker after continuity, who, no matter how rootless his life may seem, has always known that our anguish is uprootedness. V.C., page 593. And it is a striking aspect of On the Road that while written literature, per se, plays only a small role in the lives of the beats, oral literature, the recounted story, literally holds their lives together. "We headed for Mexico, telling our stories," cries Sal Paradise. "Oh, sad American night! All the way from Amarillo to Childress, Dean and I pounded plot after plot of books we'd read into Stan, who asked for it because he wanted to know. Stan talked and talked. Dean had wound him up the night before, and now he was never going to stop." Pages 269 to 70. In What Writers Are and Why, an essay published in 1954, Cowley characterized writers as people who tell stories that become the myths of the tribe. This broad-minded conception of the writer's role and the communal function of language, I suggest, made it possible for Cowley to value the mad storytellers portrayed by Kerouac, indeed to value Kerouac himself, in a way that other editors and critics evidently could not. Norman Podhoretz was perhaps the best known of those unsympathetic critics in 1958 when he remarked in The Know-Nothing Bohemians that the unveiling of the Beat Generation was greeted with a certain relief by many people who had been disturbed by the notorious respectability and maturity of post-war writing. This was more like it. Restless, rebellious, confused youth living it up instead of thin, balding, buttoned-down instructors of English composing ironic verses with one hand while changing the baby's diapers with the other. V.C., page 343. It is a fascinating point of literary history that Cowley, the editor responsible for bringing On the Road into print, was also the critic who worked hardest during the 1950s to foster precisely the sort of dissatisfaction with mature post-war fiction that might lead the public to greet Kerouac's book with relief. During his years as literary editor at the New Republic, a mantle he inherited from Edmund Wilson, he had established himself as one of the foremost civic critics in America. He addressed his weekly column not to a select academic audience, but to a community of general readers and working writers. In 1946 he had used his dual role as editor-critic in singular fashion to resurrect William Faulkner from near-total obscurity, persuading the Viking press to publish The Portable Faulkner and writing the groundbreaking introductory essay. But the Mississippi flood of Faulkner's studies that subsequently poured out of the academies, although gratifying to Cowley, seemed to him a distressing sign of the increasingly academic temper of the age. In 1953 and 1954 he wrote a series of polemical essays for general interest magazines on the literary situation, most of which were republished late in 1954 in a book by that name. It was in March of 1953, near the beginning of this project, that he first read On the Road. What becomes clear when we read Cowley's essays of the period is the extraordinary degree to which Kerouac's novel met the specifications Cowley was demanding of contemporary fiction. In A Tidy Room in Bedlam, Notes on the New Fiction, published in Harper's in April 1953, Cowley criticized the work of Truman Capote, Paul Bowles, and others. They are all serious new writers. They are trying to produce works of art in accordance with the best literary standards, and they would like to be admired by the critics who write for Kenyon, Sewanee, Hudson, and other quarterly reviews. They give us novels like highly polished objets d'art, not really designed to be read, but rather to be displayed like framed diplomas. In his Invitation to Innovators, published the following year in Saturday Review, Cowley complained that young novelists were content to imitate the asthmatic, comma-dotted style of Henry James's later years, as if they were tired expatriates who had to pause for breath after speaking 2 or 3 words, instead of being young stay-at-homes bursting with energy. The novel form might decongeal, and instead of novels like funerary monuments, we might have loosely conceived narratives that carried one or many heroes through a variety of adventures. That the young stay-at-home Kerouac was on Cowley's mind as he delivered this exhortation goes without saying. Earlier in the article he had referred to John Kerouac's unpublished long narrative as the best record of the lives of the Beat Generation. But if Cowley had a number of reasons for thinking so highly of On the Road, the Viking press did not. "I got a couple more readings for it," he told an interviewer, "but no, they wouldn't publish. It was very much a matter on my mind. I thought, here is something new. Here is something that ought to get to people. A way has to be prepared for it." Gifford and Lee, page 187. Cowley had been rejected by Viking's conservative editorial board in similar fashion when he first proposed the portable Faulkner. He had responded by writing a long essay on Faulkner's work and then doing what he called beefing it, publishing it in sections in several different magazines, using his independent critical voice to give Faulkner's name enough public currency so that Viking was finally forced to take a second look. He used a variation on that strategy to pave the way for On the Road. Not only did he praise Kerouac's fiction in print, but he convinced a reluctant Kerouac that beefing his novel was the surest way of persuading Viking to publish it. When Cowley wrote Kerouac in the summer of 1954 to ask if he might send an excerpt of the book to Arabelle Porter at New World Writing, Seymour Lawrence at Little Brown had just rejected the book. Kerouac raged at Lawrence in a letter to Allen Ginsberg dated 30 July, but he praised Cowley repeatedly, invoking his name like a mantra. He willingly gave Cowley the go-ahead. On August 6th, he received word from Miss Porter that jazz excerpts had been accepted, and he wrote a short, ecstatic letter of gratitude to Cowley. He had begun to lose heart, he said, but this gave him a lift toward further effort. The lift was short-lived. By Christmas, E.P. Dutton had turned down On the Road, and Joe Fox, editor-in-chief at Alfred Knopf, sent it back with a comment that Kerouac characterized in a letter to Ginsberg as contemptuous. Kerouac grew increasingly desperate during the early months of 1955, his intense need for the approval of his literary elders counterbalanced by his disgust with a publishing world that refused to recognize his genius on its own terms. In May 1955, he described to Ginsberg a nightmare he had recently had in which he is seized with convulsions in front of two men in a synagogue lined with books. Screaming maniacally, flopping about epileptically, he grovels as the men calmly observe him, neither surprised nor frightened, but detached. Teitel, page 77. Cowley was the one bright light in Kerouac's literary life during this period. Yet as both a fatherly partisan of On the Road and a detached critic of Kerouac's subsequent writings, he ended up serving as a lightning rod for Kerouac's powerful insecurities and frustrations. In his interview with Gifford and Lee, Cowley hinted at the curious pressures to which his relationship with Kerouac had subjected him. "I was seeing Jack and seeing Allen Ginsberg and giving advice from time to time. I think Allen had the idea that perhaps I could act as a sort of elderly grandfather for the Beats, which idea did not appeal to me." Page 188. Ginsberg, self-appointed literary agent for the neglected Beats, had been trying without success to interest Cowley in the work of William Burroughs and Gregory Corso, two writers, remarked Cowley in a recent letter, for whom I did not feel enthusiasm. Footnote 9. Several years later, however, Cowley was to feel considerable enthusiasm for another young writer, Ken Kesey. The two men first met in 1958 at Stanford. Kesey was a creative writing student, and Cowley, as he had been 3 years earlier while editing On the Road, was a visiting instructor. Cowley told Kesey that his manuscript for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest contained some of the most powerful writing he'd ever seen. He helped Kesey revise the novel and later persuaded Viking to publish it. A pivotal late-beat, early hippie figure, Kesey seems to have struck Cowley much as Kerouac did, as an avatar of the lost generation. By the winter of 1961, wrote Cowley, Kesey had become the man whom other young rebels at Stanford tried to imitate, almost like Hemingway in Montparnasse during the 1920s. Quoted by Stephen Tanner, Ken Kesey, Boston, Twain, 1983, page 21. Doubtless Cowley was also struck by uncanny parallels between Kesey and Kerouac. Kesey was also an athlete, a champion wrestler, a road-hungry picaro, eventually becoming the ringleader of the Merry Pranksters in 1964, and a firm believer in drug-induced literary inspiration. End of footnote. Kerouac was another matter. Cowley continued to treat the author of that still unpublished long narrative like the promising young writer Kerouac felt himself to be. In May of 1955, the two men lunched in New York, and although Cowley rejected a non-fiction guide entitled Buddha Tells Us, he said he would try to do something with Dr. Sachs. Kerouac defended him ardently in 2 subsequent letters to Ginsberg. Then, late in June, Kerouac returned to New York with 27 pages of a novel in progress and had a second lunch with Cowley that took on, when he later described it to Ginsberg, an intense and mingled significance. He bragged that Cowley had gotten drunk with him in Greenwich Village and had promised to get him a grant from the American Academy of Arts and Letters. Buoyed by this prospect, he had asked Cowley to convince Viking to advance him $25 a month for a year or so. He wanted to return to Mexico, live in a stone hut, and finish his novel. But Cowley, Kerouac said, had rejected the proposal, had told him bluntly that the new script smacked too much of Thomas Wolfe, and Kerouac complained mildly that Cowley sometimes seemed insensitive to the pain of young beat poets. On 12 July 1955, Cowley wrote to Kerouac's new agent, Sterling Lord, and asked to have another look at On the Road. Viking had recently hired Keith Jennison, a young editor who was familiar with Kerouac's work, and when he read the manuscript he quickly became convinced that Cowley was right in wanting to publish it. But although Jennison's name subsequently began to turn up in Kerouac's letters to Ginsberg, Cowley remained Kerouac's principal connection with Viking. For a variety of reasons, including Kerouac's unstable personality and a fundamental difference in literary values, the editorial process became one long exercise in frustration. The first thing Cowley did after securing Jennison's backing was to write Kerouac a letter describing the obstacles that would have to be surmounted if On the Road were to be published. According to Viking's attorneys, said Cowley, the present manuscript was both libelous and obscene. Cowley himself wasn't bothered by Kerouac's over-honest language, but he did feel that the narrative had structural problems, and he later described the editorial suggestions he had made. I thought there should be some changes to make it more of a continuous narrative. It had swung back and forth between East Coast and West Coast like a huge pendulum. I thought that some of the trips should be telescoped. All the changes I suggested were big ones, mostly omissions. I said, why don't you boil down these 2 or 3 trips and keep the mood of the content? Charters, page 217. Cowley's intent, clearly, was to have Kerouac rearrange his narrative of lived experience into something more closely resembling a story, while retaining the sense of life of the original. That narrative literature should tell stories had been a near sacred principle for Cowley throughout his career. In The Limits of the Novel, published in The New Republic in 1956, he framed the principle publicly. A novel is a long but unified story, designed to be read at more than one sitting, that deals with a group of lifelike characters in a plausible situation, and leads to a change in their relationship. On pain of early death for his book, the author must create a mood of expectancy. And on 24 February 1957 he sent back Kerouac's latest manuscript, Desolation Angels, with the same principle disguised as editorial advice. The book doesn't have any plot. It's just a Lewis alone on the mountain. One character, really. A book, a novel, doesn't get started until one character gets mixed up with other people, gets into conflicts with them, and it ends when the conflicts are resolved, the situation changed. When Kerouac received Cowley's initial suggestions for editorial changes in On the Road, he was too happy with the prospects of seeing his novel in print to argue. In a letter dated 20 September 1955, he agreed to work with Cowley on the twin problems of libel and obscenity, and he said that he was ready to assist Cowley in rearranging the narrative as the editor saw fit. He was never to speak this generously to Cowley again. In fact, he was later to turn on him much as Thomas Wolfe had turned on Maxwell Perkins, bitterly criticizing him for damaging the structure and texture of his novel. His charges were later picked up and transformed in a myth by Allen Ginsberg, who bemoaned the sadness that On the Road was never published in its most exciting form, its original discovery, but hacked and punctuated and broken, the rhythms and swing of it broken. by presumptuous literary critics in publishing houses. Title, page 158. The true source of Cowley's dispute with Kerouac lay not so much in Cowley's insistence on story, but in a second, more fundamental principle, his insistence on craft. Perhaps it was inevitable that an editor who once confessed, "I hate to write and love to revise," would end up at loggerheads with an impatient young writer whose own poetic was summed up in a manifesto entitled Essentials of Spontaneous Prose. The irony of the conflict is that the two men were in far greater accord on the matter than they were subsequently willing to admit. A combination of pride, stubbornness, and sheer happenstance led them to force each other into extreme positions. Kerouac, despite his later insistence that the writer remove all literary, grammatical, and syntactical inhibition, felt no qualms about revising his own early drafts of On the Road prior to submission. Footnote 10. Jack Kerouac, Belief and Technique for Modern Prose, 1959, reprinted in A Case Book of the Beat, editor Thomas Parkinson, New York, Thomas Y. Crowell, 1961, page 67. End of footnote. What he opposed, as Tim Hunt has pointed out, was others cutting material out of his manuscript. Even so, his Whitmanesque aesthetic of spontaneity, tap from yourself the song of yourself, blow, now, your way is your only way, good or bad, always honest, ludicrous, spontaneous, confessional, interesting because not crafted. V.C., page 532, was formulated explicitly only after the publication of On the Road, when he had an image of uncompromising artistry to protect. And although Cowley had always insisted that art should be crafted, he was anything but a rigid formalist. He regarded inspiration and radical experimentation as equally crucial components of the artistic process. In fact, he described Whitman's composition of Song of Myself in his 1959 introduction to that poem in terms that might equally well have expressed his vision of On the Road. It bears the marks of having been conceived as a whole and written in one prolonged burst of inspiration, but its unity is also the result of conscious art, as can be seen from Whitman's corrections in the early manuscripts. Yet in later years, thrown on the defensive by Kerouac's attacks, Cowley cynically disparaged the idea that inspiration was the only source of Kerouac's art. Well, Jack did something that he would never admit to later. He did a good deal of revision, and it was very good revision. Oh, he would never admit to that, because it was his feeling that the stuff ought to come out like toothpaste from a tube and not be changed, and that every word that passed from his typewriter was holy. On the contrary, he revised, and revised well. Gifford and Lee, page 206. In light of Norman Podhoritz's complaint that On the Road is patently autobiographical in content, nothing that happens has any dramatic reason for happening, a criticism echoed even by some of Kerouac's admirers. It would seem hard to fault Cowley on principle for having pressured Kerouac to bring out the story in his narrative. But what revisions actually were made? Kerouac later bragged to Ginsberg that the revision he gave to Viking was substantially unchanged. He had simply purged all material not directly related to Cassidy, and had accepted Cowley's suggestion to fuse the various trips for the sake of focus. Title, page 158. Yet in a letter he wrote to Ginsberg on 21 July 1957, shortly before publication, Kerouac made a fascinating assertion. "Don't be upset," he told Ginsberg, "by the passage Cowley wanted put in on page 6 about your intellectualism." A reader who turns to that page in a hardcover copy of On the Road comes upon the following passage. In those days, Dean Moriarty really didn't know what he was talking about. That is to say, he was a young jail kid all hung up on the wonderful possibilities of becoming a real intellectual, and he liked to talk on the tone and using the words, but in a jumbled way that he had heard from real intellectuals. Although, mind you, he wasn't so naive as that in all other things, and it took him just a few months with Carlo Marx, Ginsberg, to become completely in there with all the terms and jargon. Podhoretz undoubtedly had this passage in mind when he accused the Beat generation of an anti-intellectualism so bitter that it makes the ordinary American's hatred of eggheads seem positively benign. That the tone of Kerouac's jibe is obviously light-hearted rather than bitter is less to the point, however, than Kerouac's suggestion that the jibe may not have been his idea at all. The circumstantial evidence for Cowley's involvement is tantalizing. In Some Dangers to American Writing, an essay published in The New Republic, 22 November 1954, Cowley had lamented the fact that American authors were increasingly taking refuge in the universities. Learning is emphasized by these writers at the expense of invention and imagination. The scholar-writer turns his attention to the past. He begins to talk, as the sociologists and some of the new critics already do, in the narrow jargon of his craft. Like Hemingway, Cummings, and other members of his generation, whose first-hand experience of the Great War had radically disillusioned them with the patriotic jargon of the time, glory, honor, and so forth, Cowley had long had an instinctive distaste for mystifying, obfuscating abstractions. He found university-affiliated intellectuals inclined as a class to use such abstractions, such narrow jargon, as a way of gaining prestige, of getting completely in there, and as a way of avoiding clear thought on the pressing problems of the day. Today's intellectuals, he observed in the New Republic during the period in which he was editing On the Road, are narrower in scope than their predecessors, more compartmented in their specialties. This is a time of analysts and psychoanalysts, not bold synthetic thinkers. Footnote 11. Who are the intellectuals? The New Republic, 25 February 1957, pages 14 to 16. End of footnote. If conclusive proof that Cowley persuaded Kerouac to add the passage mocking the terms and jargon of real intellectuals is lacking, it seems clear at the very least that Kerouac found in the civic critic a sensibility uniquely responsive to his own low regard for the systematic mind divorced from life. Despite such shared attitudes, however, Kerouac's nascent editorial relationship with Cowley began to sour almost as soon as it had begun, and for a thoroughly mundane reason. Cowley had received an appointment to teach creative writing during the winter quarter at Stanford, and on 8 November 1955 he wrote to Kerouac at Allen Ginsberg's place in Berkeley, where Jack was spending the fall, telling him that he and Mrs. Cowley would be in Palo Alto by January 2nd. "Of course I plan to see you then, if you are still in San Francisco," he told him. But Kerouac, itinerant as always, was in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, by the time Cowley's letter reached Ginsberg's Milvia Street apartment. Kerouac traveled up to New York after Christmas, expecting to work with Cowley on revisions of On the Road, and when he discovered his editor's absence, he felt abandoned. By the time he made it back to California in April of 1956, the quarter at Stanford was over, and Cowley had returned to New York. Angry and insecure, Kerouac decided to exploit what seemed to him a legitimate grievance with the way Cowley had treated him. On 9 May he wrote the editor and proposed a new project, an historical novel about the Zapotec Indians of Mexico, complete with Kerouacian descriptions of their legendary sex orgies. All Cowley had to do, insisted Kerouac, was write to the Mexican patron that Kerouac had lined up and assure him that he, Cowley, would be interested in publishing such a work, subject, of course, to the approval of the Viking editorial board. Kerouac followed this demand by complaining that he was penniless and ragged, and that Cowley had broken his heart by neglecting him. He begged for some kind of news. Cowley responded immediately. He apologized for the delay with On the Road. He had been loaded down with rush jobs after returning from Stanford, and he sent Kerouac a copy of the letter he had written to Kerouac's patron. "I don't think it is the book you should be writing at this moment," he told him. "But if Mr. Garver is willing to stake you to grub and lodging, I approve of that part of the operation." Kerouac was to remind Cowley repeatedly of a truth the editor knew from his own early days as a freelance critic, that money is the central problem of a young writer's life. Footnote 12. Malcolm Cowley, and I worked at the writer's trade. Chapters of Literary History, 1918 to 1978. New York, The Viking Press, 1978, page 57. End of footnote. That July, in fact, Kerouac wrote him threatening to withdraw his book unless Cowley came through with a firm contract and an advance. Cowley could do little to hasten the editorial process at Viking, but he did manage to beef 2 more sections of the script, one of them to his old friend George Plimpton at Paris Review. And he used his influence at the National Institute of Arts and Letters to secure Kerouac a $300 grant. Delighted, Kerouac wrote Ginsberg that Cowley had assisted the helpless angels. Titel, page 78. In mid-December 1956, almost 4 years after Cowley had first read On the Road in an early draft, Viking accepted Kerouac's novel for publication. Libel remained a problem. Viking's attorneys didn't clear the manuscript until late in March. But with Keith Jennison's help, Cowley had managed to persuade Viking's editors that the book was a sound investment. As Cowley's in-house acceptance report makes clear, the crafty editor preferred not to let the editorial board know the degree to which he had helped change their minds. While we held on to the manuscript, prevented from working on it by other projects that might take less time, Kerouac began amassing quite a reputation. The episode of the Mexican Girl was printed in Paris Review, a jazz passage was used to lead off one issue of New World Writing, and a Mexican cat house episode was accepted by New Directions, so that more of a groundwork seemed to be laid for publication of the book. The truth was that Cowley had beefed all 3 excerpts for Kerouac. Confident in the literary value of the book, he had used his contacts in the publishing world and his own critical essays to help build Kerouac's reputation. On the Road, he said in his clear-sighted acceptance report, is real, honest, fascinating, everything for kicks, the voice of a new age. The book, I prophesy, will get mixed but interested reviews. It will have a good sale, perhaps a very good one, and I don't think there is any doubt that it will be reprinted as a paperback. Moreover, it will stand for a long time as the honest record of another way of life. Contrary to popular myth, Kerouac never complained about having to change the names of his friends in On the Road, and otherwise cooperating with demands made by Viking's libel lawyers. But he felt increasingly testy about the whole idea of editorial changes. On 4 July 1957, with book publication only 2 months away, Kerouac sent Cowley a copy of his essay, October in the Railroad Earth, from the latest issue of Evergreen Review. Here he kidded Cowley with spontaneous prose as it should be, untouched by editorial hands. He added a biblical postscript, Take no thought beforehand what ye shall speak, neither do ye premeditate, but whatsoever shall be given to you in that hour, that speak ye, for it is not ye that speak, but the Holy Ghost. Underneath the note, in case Cowley had missed his point, he typed the words spontaneous prose. Cowley took the bait, responding on July 16th, That's a fine quotation from Mark 13:11. If the Holy Ghost is speaking through you, fine, let him speak. Sometimes he turns out to be the devil masquerading as the Holy Ghost, and that's all right, too. Sometimes he turns out to be Simple Simon, and then you have to cut what he says. A good writer uses his subconscious mind and his conscious mind one after the other, and uses them both as hard as they can be used. Looking to the future, Cowley also told Kerouac he thought Dr. Sachs was the best of the present manuscripts, and he suggested that Kerouac lengthen it by writing in some new scenes about his boyhood. Kerouac received Cowley's letter on July 21st, along with a box full of advance copies of his book. Because of time constraints, he had never been sent any galley proofs, and he now discovered, much to his chagrin, that additional cuts and changes had been made in the story without his approval. The record does not reveal what changes were made and who made them, although Cowley insisted in a recent letter to me that he hadn't seen the additional changes, and that those which Kerouac complained about were made by an in-house editor with whom Cowley had been working on the book. Kerouac was in no doubt about the culprit, however. He dashed off a quick, angry letter to Allen Ginsberg. Crafty Cowley had asked him to write more scenes for Dr. Sachs, he told Ginsberg, and he was sure that the editor would yank the fantasy section out of Sachs without his permission, just as he had yanked material out of On the Road. At least On the Road, he grumbled, was undecimatable, unlike Sachs. In any case, he was planning to leave tomorrow for Mexico City, where he would write those new scenes for Sachs in his long-yearned-for stone hut. He would arrive, he said, with $33 in his pocket, and he told Ginsberg he was planning to write despairing letters to Cowley asking for money. The next day he wrote Cowley from Mexico City. The long letter was an exercise in pure duplicity. He told Cowley he thought the edition of On the Road was excellent, and he praised the few cuts Cowley had made. Now it would fit into pocket editions, and anyway the story was well-nigh undecimatable. Then, just as he had promised Ginsberg, he pleaded with Cowley to send him money. He had only $33 in his pocket. The advance for On the Road had been small, and Malcolm, he called him Malcolm 6 times, would have to send him $80 or $100 more. He was trying, he said, to write the new scenes Cowley had requested by recreating the conditions under which the bulk of Dr. Sachs had been written. He mentioned an adobe hut and candlelight, but said nothing about his non-stop consumption of marijuana. He ended by telling Cowley that he was completely at his mercy. The ploy worked. Cowley quickly arranged, through Kerouac's agent, Sterling Lord, to have money cabled to Jack in Mexico. "Good luck on your Mexican venture," Cowley wrote him on July 23rd. "I am looking forward to reading the expanded version of Dr. Sachs, and I hope that the new chapters will fit perfectly into what you have written already." Kerouac received the money and wrote the new chapters, but a bad case of the flu sent him staggering home to his mother's house in Florida. After his nightmarish month in Mexico, and with publication less than 2 weeks away, the accumulated tensions of his relationship with Cowley and literary New York burst through the surface. On August 20th he wrote a despairing letter to his friend Alan Anson. He was so sick and tired of the self-satisfied silence of wise men that he could kill them, he said. "God save us," he added, in an obvious reference to Cowley, "from the wise man puffing on his pipe." 2 weeks later, a new wise man, Gilbert Milstein of the New York Times, praised On the Road lavishly in a widely read review, and Kerouac was literally an overnight success. Except for 2 glancing references, he never again mentioned Cowley in his letters. After the extraordinary popularity of On the Road had become apparent, Viking asked Kerouac to write another story about his friends. Kerouac's disputes with the editors at Viking over editorial changes in that book, The Dharma Bums, have long since passed into myth, particularly his bitter accusations about Malcolm Cowley. In fact, the editorial files at Viking confirm what Cowley himself repeatedly insisted: the editing was handled by 2 other editors, while Cowley, who was out of the office for most of the year, had nothing to do with the manuscript. What has never been explained, however, and what the files also helped clear up, is why Cowley stopped working with Kerouac shortly after On the Road had been published. Dr. Sachs was the pivotal point in the relationship. During the glory days of September 1957, with On the Road exploding all around them, and the Dharma Bum still off in the future, the editors at Viking had hurriedly evaluated the manuscripts Kerouac had written since composing On the Road in an effort to find one with comparable commercial potential. Cowley naturally wondered about Dr. Sachs, since he had liked the first version he had read, and Kerouac had recently written those new chapters in Mexico. Sterling Lord sent over the expanded script, along with several other recently completed stories. On 17 September, Cowley wrote a startling memo to Keith Jennison and Helen Taylor. "I agree with H.K.T., Helen K. Taylor, that Dr. Sachs is impossible, at least as it stands. It's an exercise in self-abuse. Seems to me that I must have read it first in another version, much more public, much easier to read." Furthermore, Jack's Mexican story, Tristeza, is even more, if possible, impossible. It raises the question whether Jack has been completely ruined as a publishable writer by Allen Ginsberg and his exercises in automatic or self-abusive writing. Narrator's note. Here, Allen Ginsberg is spelled Allanginsburg rather than Allenginsberg. End of note. I don't think he has been ruined, and will continue my efforts to get something publishable out of him. Although Cowley was deeply disturbed by the solipsism and formlessness, the lack of conscious craft, that marked this new version of Dr. Sachs, he continued to believe, at least briefly, that Kerouac was not ruined, and he made a final attempt to get the kind of writing he wanted out of him. On 8 October, he sent Sterling Lord a blunt note that made it clear how he felt. I told him, Kerouac, roughly speaking, that any book he did for us would be fine, so long as it was a story and was about people. Kerouac pounded out the story as requested. It became the Dharma Bombs. But the pressure of sudden popularity, the trivialization of himself and his fellow beats into beatniks at the hands of highbrow critics and mass media opportunists, drove him even more quickly than Cowley could have predicted into drunken retreat. He surfaced long enough during the final unhappy decade of his life to write several more books, the best of which, Big Sir, being an unflinchingly honest account of the price he had paid for his drug-primed visionary gift. By that point, however, Cowley had quietly withdrawn, like a father who leaves his son to fight the battles in which fathers have no place. Nominated by Frederick Bush. A Poem with No Ending, by Philip Levine. From the Paris Review. So many poems begin where they should end and never end. Mine never end, they run on book after book, complaining to the moon that heaven is wrong or dull, no place at all to be. I believe all this. I believe that ducks take wing only in stories, and then to return the gift of flight to the winds. If you knew how I came to be 7 years old, and how thick and blond my hair was, falling about my shoulders like the leaves of the slender eucalyptus that now blesses my driveway and shades my pale blue falcon, if you could see me pulling wagon-loads of stones across the tufted fields and placing them to build myself and my brother a humped mound of earth where flowers might rise as from a grave, you might understand the last spring before war turned toward our house and entered before dawn, a pale stranger that hovered over each bed and touched the soft, unguarded faces, leaving bruises so faint years would pass before they darkened and finally burned. Now I can sit calmly over coffee and recover each season how the rains swelled the streets, how at night I mumbled a prayer because the weight of snow was too great to bear as I heard it softly packing down the roof, how I waited for hours for some small breeze to rise from the river dreaming beside me, and none came, and morning was so much mist rising and the long moaning of oar-boats returning the way they'd come. Only now freighted with the earth someone would carve and cook. That is the poem I called Boyhood, and placed between the smeared pages of your morning paper. White itself, it fell on the white tablecloth, and meant so little you turned it over and wrote a column of figures you never added up. You capped your gold fountain pen and snapped your fingers to remind yourself of some small lost event. My poem remained long after you'd gone, face down, unread, not even misunderstood, until it passed, like its subject, into the literatures of silence, though hardly first among them, for there have always been the tales the water told the cup, and the words the wind sang to the windows in those houses we abandoned after the roads whispered all night in our ears. I passed the old house and saw even from the front that 4 trees were gone, and beside the drive a wire cage held nothing. Once I stopped and rang the bell. A woman said no before I asked, and I heard a child say, "Who is he?" and I turned away from so many years and drove off. Tomorrow my train will leave the tunnel and rise above this town and slowly clatter beside block after block of buildings that fall open like so many stunned faces with nothing to hide. The cold odor of smoke rises, and the steeped smell of wood that will not hold our words. Once I saw the back of a closet that burst onto sky, and I imagined opening a familiar door and stepping into a little room without limits. I rose into a blue sky as undefined as winter and as cold. I said, "Oh, my," and held myself together with a wish. No, that wasn't childhood. That was something else. Something that ended in a single day and left no residue of happiness I could reach again if I took the first turn to the left and, eyes closed, walked 101 steps and spoke the right words. I sit for days staring at the dusty window, and no word comes to tell me what I left behind. Still, I regret nothing, not the little speeches I wrote to the moon on the warm spring nights. I searched for someone other than myself, and came home empty at sun-up among bird calls and the faint prattle of rain. I do not regret my hands changing before me, mottling like the first eggs I found in the fields of junked cars, nor my breath that still comes and comes, no matter what I command, and the words that go out and fall short. I can hear my heart beating slowly, I can feel the blood sliding behind my eyes, so I close them first on a known darkness, and then on a red crown forming as from a dark sea, and I am beginning once more to rise into the shape of someone I can be, a man no different from my father, but slower and wiser. What could be better than to waken as a man? I began as you did, smaller than the wren who circled 3 times and flew back into the darkness before sleep. I was born of the promise that each night made and each day broke, out of the cat's sullen wish to remain useless and proud, and the sunlight's to find a closed face to waken. Out of just that and no more. The tiny stories my grandpa told, in which dogs walked upright and the dead laughed, I was born of these and his pocket of keys, his dresser drawers of black socks and white shirts, his homilies of blood and water, all he never gave me and all he did. Small and dying he opened his eyes unto a certain day, unto stale water and old shoes, and he never prayed. I could say that was the finished poem, and gather my few things into a dark suitcase and go quietly into the streets and wait. It will be Sunday, and no one will pass. In the long shadows of the warehouses it's cool and pleasant. A piece of paper skips by, but I don't bend to it or tip my hat. I hear the shouts of children at play. Sunday afternoon in August of 36, and the darkness falls between us on the little island where we came year after year to celebrate the week. First I can't see you, my brother, but I can hear your labored breathing beside me, and then my legs vanish, and then my hands, and I am only a presence in long grass. Then I am grass, blowing in a field all night, giving and taking so many green gifts of the earth, and touching everything. I never waken from that evening. The island still rides the river between 2 countries. The playground, yellowed and shrunken, the rotunda falling in upon itself, the old huddled at separate tables and staring off into the life they've come to. In this place, and at this time, which is not time, I could take the long road back and find it all. I could even find myself writing this. I know it's not true. On Monday morning, across the way, the trucks load up with parcels of everything. This is New York City in mid-May of 1981, and I am too old to live that life again, packing the van with frozen fish, household goods, oriental vegetables, wristwatches, weightless cartons of radium. That was 30 years ago in another town, and I still recall the mixture of weariness and excitement as I beheld the little mound of what was mine to take into the world. They had given me a cap with a shining badge and a huge revolver to guard the valuables. I hid them both under the seat. On the near west side, in a two-room walk-up apartment, a dazed couple sat waiting for weeks for a foot-locker full of clothes and kitchen utensils. They stood back when I entered, pretending to be busy, and they tried to keep me there, but they had nothing to say. They were neither young nor old, and I couldn't then imagine their days in which little or nothing was done, days on which it seemed important to smoke before dressing and not to go out until late afternoon. I couldn't imagine who they were and why they'd come from all the small, far-off places to be homeless where I was homeless. In another house an old man summoned me to a high room. There before us was a massive steamer trunk full of books he could take back home to Germany now he could return. Tolstoy, Balzac, Goethe, all in the original. Oh, yes, I knew the names, and he called down to his wife, "How wonderful! This boy knows the names!" He brought the top down carefully, turned the key, and stepped back, waiting for me to carry it down 3 flights by myself, and offered me money when I couldn't budge it, as though I'd been pretending. This boy, this American, in his pressed work clothes, surely he could do it, surely there was a way, if only I would try. I left him shaking his great head, and passed his wife on the stairs, a little brown mouse of a woman, laughing at such folly. The memory of rain falling slowly into the dark streets, and the smell of a new season rising above the trucks parked in silent rows. Even without earth or snow melting or new grass rising into moonlight, the year is turning, and the streets can feel it. I dreamed this, or I lived it for a moment, waking in the night to no bird-song or wind-pull, waking to no one beside me asking for water or a child calling from another room. Awake now for a second or a lifetime, I'm once again stepping out onto the tiny veranda above the rail yards of Sevilla. In the room next door a soldier has dressed a chair with his uniform and leaned his rifle against the glass door. A woman's clothes are scattered on the floor. I look away. Christmas, 1965. The halls of this hotel are filled with sleeping peasants. Each of my 3 sons is alone in a narrow room with no windows, asleep in a darkness beyond darkness, and I feel their loneliness and fear. Below the window the lights of the rail yard flash this way and that, and an old engine is firing up. Distant voices speak out, but I can't understand their words. I am falling towards sleep again. For a moment I feel my arms spread wide to enclose every one within these walls, whitewashed over and over, my own sons, my woman, and all the other sons and daughters stretched out or curled up in bad beds or on bare floors, their heads pillowed on their own hard arms, their cheeks darkened by cheap newsprint. There is a song, bird-song or wind-song, or the song old rooms sing when no one is awake to hear. For a moment I almost catch the melody we make with bare walls, old iron sagging beds, and scarred floors. There is one deep, full note for each of us. This is the first night of my life. I know we are music. Across the world, in the high mountains of the West, I had gone one Sunday with my youngest son, Teddy. We parked the car and climbed from the road's end over a rise of young pines, and then descended slowly for a mile or more through a meadow of wild flowers still blooming in July. The yellow ones that reached to his shoulders stained my legs with pollen. As we walked, he spoke of animals with the gift of speech, Bears, he told me, were especially fond of young people, and the mother bears were known for coming into towns like ours to steal boys and girls and bring them back up here and teach them hunting, and the children grew into animals and forgot their homes and their brothers. A slight rise, and we entered a thick forest. The air was still and damp, and there was no longer any trail. Soon I lost my way. In a small clearing we stopped to have our sandwiches, and I cooled the soda pop in a stream whose rushing we'd heard from far off. His head pillowed on his jacket, he lay out, eyes closed, the long dark lashes quivering in sunlight, the cheeks brown and smooth. When I awoke, he was throwing rocks as large as he could manage into the stream, where they banged down a stairway of stone and came to rest. The sun had shifted, the shadows fell across our faces, and it was cooler. He was building a house, he said, below the water, dark now and boiling. I bet him he couldn't lead us back the way we'd come, through the dark, bare woods and across the great plain and up and down these hills. $1, he said? Yes. And talking all the way, he took the lead, switching a fallen branch before him to dub this little tree as friend or a tall weed as enemy, stopping once to uproot a purple wildflower for me. I re-enter a day in a late summer, the heat going from the streets and the cramped down-river flats, a day of departures and farewells, for I, too, am going, packing my box of books and my typewriter and heading west this time. So it seems that all of us are on the move, giving up these jobs that gave us just enough and took all we had. Going back to the little hollows we'd come away from when the land gave out, or going back to the survivors left in Alabama, or farther back to the villages of Greece and Italy. From all of these people I take a drink, a pastry, and a coin to ensure a safe voyage, and we shake hands around the battered kitchen tables. Sometimes the old ones turn away before I leave and cry without sound, or sometimes a man touches his wife, but more often each stands alone and silent in the old pain. How many lives were torn apart in those years? How many young men went off as ours did, but never came back? It was still dark when we drove into the great harbor and found the ship to Sweden and said good-bye, not knowing what it was we said. We saw him climb the gangplank, loaded down with duffel bags, and the guitar he scarcely played. We turned back to the city, unable to face each other, unable to face the coming day. The sun shone on trams and markets, and until late afternoon I tramped the streets, no longer looking for the face I sought in childhood, for now that face was mine, and I was old enough to know that my son would not suddenly turn a corner and be mine as I was my father's son. A woman came out of the bar, screaming at her man, and he hurried silently beside me and darted quickly down an alley. When I turned, the woman's face was smeared with tears. She shook a finger at me and damned me in her tongue. That night I slept alone and dreamed of finding my way back to the house where I was born. It was quiet when I entered, for no one has risen yet, and I climbed the steps to my room, where nothing stirred in all the rooms beneath me. I slept fully dressed, stretched out on a tiny bed, a boy's bed, and in that dream more vivid than the waking from it, the rooms were one, and I was home at last. To get west, you go east. You leave in the dark by car and drive until you can't, and sleep by the road for an hour or a moment. If the windshield is crystalled when you waken, you know the days will be getting colder and shorter. If you wake soaked with sweat, then the year is turning towards summer. None of it matters at all. The towns you travel through, plunging down hills and over the cobbles and the twisting tight passageways and breaking for the open fields, the apple orchards and the barns, rotting and fallen, none of it matters to you. No one you know dreams these houses or hides here from the rain. When the long day turns to dark, and you're nowhere you've ever been before, you keep going, and the magic eyes that gleam by the roadside are those of animals come down from the invisible hills. Yes, they have something to tell, or something to give you from the world you've lost. If you stopped the car and let the engine idle and walked slowly toward them, one hand held out in greeting, you would find only a fence post, bullet-scarred and deckled with red-eyed reflectors. None of it matters, so just keep going, forward or back, until you've found the place, or the place doesn't matter. They were only animals come down to stand in silent formation by a road you traveled. Early March. The cold beach deserted, my kids home in a bare house, bundled up and listening to rock music pirated from England, my wife waiting for me in the bar, alone for an hour over her sherry, and none of us knows why I have to pace back and forth on this flat and birdless stretch of gleaming sand while the violent air shouts out its rags of speech. I recall the calm, warm sea of Florida 30 years ago, and my brother and I staring out in the hope that someone known and loved would return out of air and water, and no more, a miracle a kid could half believe, could see as something everyday and possible. Later I slept alone and dreamed of the home I never had, and wakened in the dark. A silver light sprayed across the bed, and the little rented room ticked toward dawn. I did not rise. I did not go to the window and address the moon. I did not cry or cry out against the hour or the loneliness that still was mine, for I had grown into the man I am, and I knew better. A sudden voice calls out my name, or a name I think is mine. I turn. The waves have darkened, the skies descending all around me. I read once that the sea would come to be the color of heaven. They would be two seas tied together, and between the two a third, the sea of my own heart. I read and believed nothing. This little beach at the end of the world is anywhere, and I stand in a stillness that will last forever, or until the first light breaks beyond these waters. Don't be scared, the book said. Don't flee as wave after wave the breakers rise in darkness toward their ghostly crests, for he has set a limit to the sea, and he is at your side. The sea and I breathe in and out as one. Maybe this is done at last, or for now this search for what is never here. Maybe all that ancient namesake sang is true. The voice I hear now is my own night voice, going out and coming back in an old chant that calms me, that calms, for all I know, the waves still lost out there. Nominated by Louis Gallo, Dan Masterson, Sharon Olds, Robert Phillips, and David Wojon. Death's Midwives, fiction by Margareta Ekström. From the Ontario Review. Not until she lost her hair did she begin to cry. It fell out in tufts. She held handfuls of it. Bewildered, she ran her hand over the top of her head, feeling its familiar shape. Her ears resisted the pressure of her hand, folded resiliently. Her forehead was damp, her nose pointed. "I'm going bald," she thought. Then she began to cry. She was 64 years old, and couldn't remember crying for 20 years. Not like this, she thought, when she sat up at last and turned her tear-drenched pillow to the cool side. These were tears not of anger, but of total surrender, tears from the very deepest roots of grief. Tears that involved her entire body, leaving her thinner and weaker, ravaged and fragile. Anything could happen to her now. She was defenseless, shaken by forces stronger than those she called upon in moments of anger, indignation, occasional hysteria. After a brief nap, she stared up at the grey ceiling. There was a crack that resembled the Gulf of Finland, a damp spot that was Leningrad. She was around 40 and had just come home from a trip there. Museums had unravelled their corridors for her and displayed their paintings. She was only 40, and the painful lump in her abdomen was, of course, the child. When she turned her head she had the same view now as she had had then, the tall candy-pink buildings, and beyond them the park, with chestnuts in bloom, green clouds of elm and maples bursting into leaf, so clear she thought she could smell them. But she had lost the sense long ago. Something was growing and pressing. Was she going to give birth through her ear? The walls were calm and receptive. She has asked to have the picture removed. 2 red tulips in a clay pot, and a black book coquettishly angled in the bottom right-hand corner. Sometimes she looked for the hole where the hook had been. When she had laboriously hunted out her glasses, she could see it easily, and it became a hook for her to hang her thoughts on. As long as I can see the hole, she would think, imagining how she would fix her eyes on that black spot in her hour of need, finally to be swallowed up by that minute tunnel and enclosed in the wall. Like so many others who began as small, floundering bodies and ended up as one single, thin, trembling sigh, swallowed up by these walls. "What about some hair tonic for me?" she asked when the day nurse came in. But she didn't get the joke, unfortunately, and hesitated for one awful moment between a sympathetic smile, astonishment, and something bordering on accusation. All this visibly crossed her familiar rosy face. The girl was too young. Wouldn't she be frightened later when the time came? Finally she pulled herself together and said, "I'll be glad to ask the doctor if you like, Mrs. Mom." "Never mind. I can do it myself," she said wearily. Her playful urge had passed. First so many lies, and now these ice-cold showers of truth, truth, truth. She could bear no more. It was too late to be stoic. She hadn't touched her body for a long time now. All she remembered was fruitless rubbing and tickling, hours of work, and not even an echo of pleasure. Only the stubborn effort to make something happen so the dry, leathery lips would moisten once more to feel a smile spread through her diaphragm. Now she thought of her vagina as an empty inkwell, long forgotten in an uninhabited cottage. If a pen-point were dipped into it, it would splay, screeching apart against the shiny walls and in the rust-colored residue in the corners. But in moments of anguish she sometimes wound a strand of her thinning hair around her index finger and bit the knuckles of her other hand, as she had done in childhood. The next day the marks, some white and some red and inflamed, spoke the depth of her fear. "It's all part of the picture," the bold midwife had said, pressing on her stomach. That was her standard expression, her theme song. "It's all part of the picture." The swollen varicose veins, the heartburn, the waters breaking too soon, the literally unbearable pain were all part of the picture. And in the end even the floundering baby boy dangled by one leg with screams and vernix and umbilical cord and his little red sex was all part of the picture. Part of the picture was laughter and tears of joy and the newly bathed infant whimpering beside her with glittering eyes that charmed her for life. At the time she had felt more as if she were being born than giving birth. Shut in the tunnel with no going back, that was what she had been. When the pain strained her to the utmost, folding her like a jackknife, and urine sprayed all over the starched hospital gown as she squeezed the container which should have held it with hands that no longer obeyed her, she glanced across at the window. 5 flights. A jump. This time she was in the other wing on the same floor. But the thought of walking over and testing the strength of her fingers on the window latches nauseated her. She wanted to save her strength. She wanted to stay, despite the pain. Her mind mocked her poor logic, her instinct for self-preservation, and the mocking laugh became a grimace. There was little room for intellect in this sorrowful business, just as little as there had been when he was being pressed out of her, cut free to look at her at last. With a few shrewd little movements, she managed to reach her handbag and hunt out her diary. After the page where she had noted down the name of the hospital 6 weeks ago, there was nothing but blank pages. She had never been very strong on documentation, and now it seemed entirely superfluous. One of the pockets contained her farewell letter to her son. Sometimes she took it out and read it. It made her smile because it was to him, though perhaps she should have cried because she would probably never see him again. She altered a word, added something silly that would make him laugh. She remembered her endless love letters to his father, the joy she had taken in writing them and in reading them time and again before mailing them. The joy of expression and awareness, the sense that everything between them had been crystal clear, that there was no need to be on her guard, to interpret looks and gestures. Then, after this enormous, overwhelming effort, there had been a gradual decline, a dilution, a neutralization which seized them both like a mutual case of consumption. By then their son was 18, and there was no need to pretend. They glided apart, and their love was lost to both their memories. She tried to remember what it had felt like, but all she could recover was her certainty of his friendship, respect, perhaps, and their independence, as complete as if they had been born in different centuries. It was not indifference. They kept in touch. They cared. But nothing mattered any more. The nurses came and went. The farce of the rounds was pared down to a bare minimum. Most of the time they left her alone. Sometimes she asked for sleeping pills, and they gave her a few at a time, overestimating her desire to take a short-cut. Sometimes one of the nurse's aides was in the mood to talk. She would tell her all about her neighbors who did not remove their clogs indoors, foreign families who bought the wrong things at the supermarket, children who complained about their mothers going off to work. And she listened, propped up by 2 pillows, trying to smile. One girl named Brita lent her a turquoise chiffon scarf to cover her hair. "You look nice," the girl beamed, but not even the compliment could make her take her mirror out of her handbag. In pregnancy, too, she had been transformed into an inner being with no external facade. Everything was taking place inside her, in her veins, her womb, her head. She had closed her eyes to keep out the world, mumbling to the midwife, "I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind my not looking." She had wanted to concentrate on what was taking place inside her body, on the child fighting its difficult battle in the narrow tunnel. Suddenly the oxygen mask was pressed over her mouth, and someone lifted her head. "Breathe deeply, even deeper." When she protested no, she didn't want any help, they told her it was for the baby's sake, not hers. They had fooled her with it recently. She had breathed deeply, thinking of the baby, but they had wheeled her into intensive care, where she awoke full of needles and tubes. Of course, she thought, I must really have known that it wasn't for the baby's sake now, not now. He's over 20 now, he doesn't need my oxygen or my blood. But she had simply obeyed and breathed deeply. She turned back the pages of her diary. There it was. She had made a mark there with her thumbnail. That was when she had simply obeyed and breathed deeply. If she had not, she wouldn't be here now, and her thumbnail would be a speck of ash, which annoyingly landed on a white sheet hung out to dry in the neighborhood of the South Cemetery. Not much had happened since then. They had wheeled her back to her room, where her blood count had continued to fall. She knew that because she felt a kind of lethargy more profound than any tiredness she had known in her life, a dullness, an indifference. I'm turning to stone, she thought. The molecules are moving more slowly, forming new constellations. The leap through the window is an impossibility, and even the thought will be soon. She read memoirs of Hadrian and wondered if Marguerite Yourcenar were still alive, or, if not, what her death had been like. When she was younger, she had been curious about death. She had never seen a relative die, never seen the victim of an accident. The blood-stained man in the tobacconist's shop on Tegner Street might have been dying, but she had had her little boy in the car and had hurried away to spare him the sight, and herself the awkward questions. She knew nothing of what lay ahead of her, as little as she had known of childbirth the last time she had lain here. A friend had given her a record of relaxation exercises the day before she had gone into labor, that was all. Breathe deeply, relax, don't tense up, make every limb heavy and relaxed. Perhaps she should have listened to it again this time. She remembered the turbulent waves of contractions, how, as at sea, you could see them approaching from afar inexorably. She had forced herself to let go, be dull and indifferent, allowing the pain to wash over her as over a stranger. And she had felt it work, felt everything open up, felt the child come closer to his life. Never before had she been so close to death. Not her own death, not a personal one, but so close to the border between life and death. She had thought quite clearly, now I know more about death than before, while lying there creating life. The midwives had come and gone. Some went to lunch, others worked only part-time. One nurse's aide had talked about her children's new teacher, about the pleasure of seeing children interact. The real pleasure was when you had two. She had thought about having two men. She had done that once, and before the complications had become too great, it had been a real pleasure, unusually pleasant. But she hadn't bothered much about how they had interacted. Right now she thought no more about bodies than necessary. She was pleased to be able to urinate without a catheter. But her saliva had dried up. A damp washcloth at the corners of her mouth, and a sip of orange juice to rinse with occasionally, and then to spit out obediently. Like a wine taster, she had tried to say to the consulting physician, but her tongue would not obey her, so she kept it to herself. What did they need her jokes for? Did she really care about making a good impression? Stalwart to the bitter end. You can't imagine how funny she could be, even when she knew she hadn't long to live. "I can tell you've been here before," said the nurse in the basement room, where they had shaved her pubic hair, given her an enema, and taken a blood sample that night. She hadn't, of course, but she felt proud to be so bright and composed, so cooperative. Would she have cried and moaned if she had given birth alone in a ditch? And now, if she were on a mountain ledge, the victim of a plane crash, with only death and a void ahead, what would she do? What gestures and expressions, what screams and curses would she rain down on the grass and the stones and the distant clouds? The woolly grey clouds arranged themselves like iron filings above the earth, each so full of microscopic iron particles that it was forced to follow the magnetic pattern of the earth. She remembered reading a scientific version of the creation story, and her enormous joy over those poetic facts. Perhaps the rolling rhythm of the earth altered when all the trees in the northern hemisphere burst into leaf at once, increasing the wind resistance. Perhaps its speed increased again in the autumn, when there were nothing but bare branches. This was better than Isis and Osiris, better than Osk and Embla and Yggdrasil. Or were both equally far from the truth, the same saga in different costumes. When she had still been part of life, she had complained each time a day passed without new knowledge, a new idea. Now she wondered dully what the point of it was. More dully than anxiously, a repugnant lethargy. Now even what was feasible became impossible. Desire was cut off at the roots. She tried to remember her child and his father, the bodies she had loved most. Straight shoulders, angular joints, firm jaws, looks of warmth and light. But they seemed unreal. More unreal than the brown medicine bottle and the small rainbow of colored pill containers you could make into long, flexible chains to use as noisemakers when there was nothing good on the radio. How long would it last? And death as relief. What doesn't exist cannot relieve. And from what? I have lived a good life, better than almost any other life I know of, and better than I ever could have hoped for when I was your age, she had written in the letter. But perhaps he would be able to read between the lines that however good it had been, it now seemed terribly irrelevant, the copulation which had created his little body irrelevant, the bearing down irrelevant when he was finally pressed out of her and into life and air and breathing. No, not that. Having given birth to him, having managed to get him out whole, that would never feel irrelevant. That was where her skepticism ended, and she became a common vixen, a natural she-bear, a true-bred female cat. The baby was in her womb and had to come out. The baby had to be licked. The baby needed milk, caresses, and warmth, and to lie as close to her as if he were still in the darkness of her womb. That was beyond relevance and irrelevance. It was being. And she cherished this beloved prejudice, and she smoothed down its fur. Sometimes she took out his picture, the one when he was 12, sexlessly beautiful and mischievous, and held it long in her hand, hoping she could die that way. She was in the tunnel, and there was no return. But they did not put her on a high steel bed with stirrups, and no one listened to the baby's heart with a stethoscope and said comfortingly, "I'll stay here with you until it's over." Until it's over. Then she would be two people. It had never occurred to her that she might die in childbirth. The child kicked, wanted to come out. She had protected it for 9 months, and she would not desert it in the final 9 hours. Yet she had never been closer to death, for it was across that boundary the child must travel in order to live. Now it was her turn, and she asked Brita, the girl, what time her shift was over. "At 6, as usual," she answered. "See you in the morning." In the morning? No, oh no. Was it going to take all that time? But her body wanted it to take all that time, preferably even more. Now as then flowers arrived from her friends, flowers from the child's father. They glowed in colorful splendor and wilted, and she was glowing with fever and wilting at the same time. They were alike, cut off from their natural root systems, fed on cold fluids pumped right into their circulatory systems. She saw the tulips stand straight, their stems gorged with water from the vase, knowing they would die. The lilac leaves did not bother to pretend, but their multi-petaled blossoms, with the sweet drop of nectar in the center, bloomed one by one, and she asked the cleaning lady to hand her a few, yes, to pick them, so that she could suck the tiny stems as she had in the summers long ago. She would have liked to ask the consulting physician to blow on a lilac leaf, but he probably wouldn't have known how, and doctors were easily enough embarrassed anyway. She, too, was embarrassed, confused, and shy. How would she meet her death? She had also felt shy with her little one, newly bathed and swaddled, lying in her arms. She had grimaced ironically at his father and said, "He looks like a baby powder ad." She had been wheeled through endless corridors, the little one sleeping in his cocoon in her arms, his wrinkled cheek so close that she could not resist stroking it. It was all so new, and her breasts, which had lain so flat in the bra cups and rested in the hands of young men, were suddenly transformed into troughs for her piglet to slurp from. She had loved nursing him, and would certainly have gone on for a year if the threat of DDT hadn't become so acute that mothers were warned not to nurse. "I will fall asleep," she thought, "and when I wake up, it will be over. Nothing works any more, hardly even the pain. The pain has died before me, like the scents, the sounds, the sights. I've been left behind. I am last in my own funeral procession." Until the older night nurse sat down close beside her and said, "Now I'll stay until—" That was it. Some midwives left before life came. Others stayed and held their vigil. "Now I will stay until you die," one body says to the other. Then one will get up and smooth her hair and go home to the morning chores, the shopping, the love-making, the weeding, the lending library, and the envelopes of grocery receipts, and the other will stay, quite still, entirely alone. Then she began to talk. In a weak voice she tried to explain and elucidate, like a child asking for a better mark, a longer summer vacation. But the stout woman in her 40s took out her knitting, and the light shone on her brown hair where an occasional grey strand gleamed. She tried to read in the pale glow of the nightlight. "Even water is a pleasure which, since my illness began, I must enjoy sparingly. But even when I am struggling with death, and it is mixed with my last bitter medicine, I shall try to feel its fresh tastelessness on my lips. But the book fell from her hands, and she could no longer think. Book. A harsh light fell on her closed grey eyelids. Someone removed her turquoise scarf, and she whimpered as if in her sleep. "Memoirs of Hadrian," said a hard, educated voice, and she realized they were putting her belongings away. Entirely naked and nearly bald, she would suffer the final contractions. "A hand to hold when you die," echoed his drunken voice. He had been 19, and, like her, had just finished high school. They had been hugging and drinking on the couch in her student room, and he had executed a death-defying balancing act outside the window in her honor. No, no hand to hold. She had not wanted the father to be there when the baby was born. "I'd rather be alone with the pain, then you can come and share the pleasure. No, 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 it's not for your sake. I am the one who has to go through it. I want to be alone." Suddenly the bed was so wet. But when she said, "My water," the stupid nurse just brought her a glass of water. She searched for words, for memories, for signs that would be understood. She was so new at this, so bewildered and belittled. She felt a moment of bitter joy. Today had brought some new knowledge, a new idea. "There, there, keep calm," and a broad, warm hand patted her cheek, stroked the back of her hand. Now, as then, she was their lawful prey. She remembered strange women patting her big, hard, pregnant belly. She brought back wonderful memories for them. What was the knitter who sat beside her now, and who had reached the armhole, thinking? "Is he all right?" "Oh, yes, just keep calm. You're doing fine. I can feel 8 inches of head here. You're dilated beautifully." A kind Finn dipped his fingers deep into her and reported from the life on the other side of birth. She had hoped that he would remember and send Virginia stalks and snapdragons, but a bouquet of them arrived from her colleagues at the university instead. What did they have to do with the birth? Red nose, golden mouth, fleet foot, sweet lock, Mamma's little Oedipus. And she had promised to marry him soon as he was a tiny bit bigger. And at the age of 3 months, when he had fallen asleep on her stomach in a wide sagging bed in England, she had fallen asleep too and dreamed he was inside her, but just with his little tiny penis, and it was a sweet, light union, far distant from incest and pornography. And yet she had never told anyone about it. The peculiar knitter stuck her needles into her one by one, knit one, purl one, and the knits had thorns. She turned slowly onto her side, but some new tubes stopped her there. A voice in a loudspeaker echoed, and footsteps ran. Footsteps ran off with young bodies away from her immobility. At last she made her way up to the surface. She had dived too deeply from the cliff into the black waters. Her mother and father smiled at her from out of a blue beach robe, and the scent of the sun on the stones and tanned skin came to her nose. Her whole body was shivering and blue with gooseflesh. They had to rub her warm, but could not stop her shaking. Then she was suddenly in a yard. The book on her lap was Memoirs of Hadrian. An oak spread its foliage over her head like a parasol. She could hear his voice through an open window. It chattered and babbled, interpreting and explaining. And he couldn't say his S's. She laboriously stretched her neck and looked diagonally upwards. The sun was shining through the window. The chestnuts on the horizon bowed to an imperceptible breeze. She couldn't smell them from here. The knitter had fallen asleep over her needles. The light angled glaringly off the sterile hospital medicine stand. But all she saw was the sun bouncing through the nursery window, and his voice babbled on, and as she stretched to see his face, the sun struck her with its double-edged axe. Like dust humming in the wind, and music on a keyboard of cotton. Whispers and shuffles, wheeling and covering. Tubes disconnected and clothing removed before the rigor mortis sets in. Like shadow theatre, this whole 1,000-headed hospital that descends slowly into the darkness of a new day, while a beam of light laughs in a window and a child talks and talks of life. Translated from the Swedish by Linda Schenk. Nominated by Paul Bowles. Season's Greetings by Leonard Nathan. From Cedar Rock. Waiting for the signal to change in her favor, she saw him again between sweeps of the windshield wiper, the same man on the same corner last Christmas, remembered now because he was so wrong for seeing this time of year in this part of town, where furs and jewels stared back at one another in show windows, that he passed unseeing and unseen in a pea-coat blotched and misshapen by age and rain, himself blotched and misshapen under a black stocking cap, in one hand a brown paper parcel tied with string, and now suddenly she was anxious, no fearful, because if life, her life anyway, meant something, and she wasn't sure it did, meetings as odd as this might have some purpose, a sort of repetition to make a point she knew she wasn't getting yet, and didn't want to, because now she wasn't just fearful but guilty as well, and felt the petty cash in her purse turn to ashes. The gifts piled in the back seat became a reason to look away ashamed, and then it came to her, a vision, to her who always saw in things mere things. There was a box wrapped prettily in shiny red foil, and in it she knew was the future, its top torn open to reveal a little room with a cot, one rickety chair, an old card-table, on it a dish and cup, both plastic, and 3 black wire coat-hangers hung in a closet otherwise empty, and the smudged windows stared blindly out on smoky brick. The right place to meditate on soup kitchens or on the intensive care unit, but it was the honking behind her that woke her to this world where the man, whatever he meant, had crossed before her, his eyes ahead, his heavy face neutral as worn stone that asked nothing on its way into the darkened air. And she saw she had the green light to move, still shaken to where she must, to get on home to the tree the children had put up for her. The grandchildren were now trimming, and eased into quieter streets, feeling boxed inside steel and black traffic, driven below by a power she never understood, and feeling, well, sort of followed. Anne, glancing in the rear-view mirror, smiled at her little panic, but drove faster, recalling that this was the time for exchanging gifts, and she had given that man, somewhere behind her guilt, as if he needed that. So now it was his turn, and she drove faster, wondering with a cold thrill just what he'd picked for her, and slowed down when she saw ahead through rainy dark another vision, her lucky day. Under the tree, almost buried in glittering golds and greens and reds, a brown paper parcel tied with string, with her name on it, to be opened the morning of Jesus' nativity, and what it contained to be held up in shaky fingers to her breast, where her heart now worked unwilling as a windshield wiper, to find, of course, it was a perfect fit, a garment made for her alone centuries ago, and the man would be there nodding in the corner, unseen by the others, not really a man, a thing older than humans, older than Christmas, as though a stone or log could, with terrible effort, take our shape to tell us something, something we had to know but didn't want to because there was no remedy for it, not even children. It was much older than love. And she thought of all that ruin of beautiful torn wrapping paper, the afterbirth of giving, and saw also she was simply home, parked in the driveway, sitting motionless to stare at the fragile strings of light melting in the drops that ran across the glass. And it was then she put her head down on the wheel and cried softly, because she knew the reasons for crying, and knew, too, that if nothing was saved of all the works of joy, nothing would stop wanting to be reborn, which made life a kind of defiance. Yes, well then, drying her eyes, she was ready now to go in, ready to receive whatever the children thought she wanted. Nominated by Naomi Shiabnai and Gary Soto. Vesper Sparrows by Deborah Diggs. From Antaeus. I love to watch them sheathe themselves mid-air, shut wings and ride the light's poor spine to earth, to touch down in gutters in the rainbowed urine of suicides just outside Bellevue's walls. From in there the ransacked cadavers are carried up the East River to Potter's Field, as if they were an inheritance gleaned of savable parts, their diseases jarred and labeled or incinerated, the ashes of metastasized vision, professing the virus that lives beyond the flesh, in air. The first time I saw the inside of anything alive, a downed bird opened cleanly under my heel. I knelt to watch the spectral innards shine and quicken, the heart whir magnify. And though I can't say now what kind of bird it was, nor the season, spring or autumn, what dangerous transition, I have identified so many times that sudden, earnest spasm of the throat in children, or in the jaundiced faces of the dying, the lower eyelids straining upward. Fear needs its metaphors. I've read small helplessnesses make us maternal. Even the sparrows feel it nesting this evening in traffic lights. They must have remembered long enough to mate, woods they've never seen, but woods inbred somehow up the long light of instinct, the streaked siennas of a forest floor, born now into the city, the oak umbers and the white tuft of tail feathers, like a milkweed meadow in which their song, as Burroughs heard it, could be distinguished, "Come, come, where, all together, down the hill." Here, where every history is forfeited, where the same names of the different dead greet each other and commingle above the hospital's heaps of garbage. From the ward windows, finger-printed, from the iron-grated ledges, hundreds flock down for the last feed of the day, and carry off into the charitable dusk what cannot be digested. Nominated by Stanley Plumley. Wilderness by Vern Rutzela. From Brown Journal of the Arts. We invented these trees and mountains, that long gash of gully tumbling toward the lake. By main force we brought each rock into being, each of a different size and shape, each carved into its dim life by us. We squinted that mica from nothingness through our eyelashes and pulled each giant fir from the ground with tweezers, each beginning thinner than a hair, but we nursed them up with curiosity and the weak strength of our thin fingers. Before we came, none of this was here. All the ferns and brush were made with pinking shears. We shoveled every lake and compelled water to bear the fruit of fish. With our pens we drew the creeks and nudged bear and deer from deep shadows. None of this was here before we came. We invented these trees and mountains, conjured each pebble and boulder, shaped those rough peaks with our hands, nursed those great trees up and up from the near nothingness of hares. A whisk broom and moonlight made cougar and wildcat, dry sticks and dust the snake and mole. With rain and mud we made beaver, wood chips formed eagle and hawk. We whittled so fast. We needed all this, you see, not for you, but for us. We needed a wilderness, but had found none, which is why we invented this lovely one just here between Thompson and Brazy in northeast Portland. Our love, you see, demanded such a setting. Nominated by Maura Stanton. Rondo by Linda Gregg. From Sonora Review. When Saskia lay down that night, she was wet under the chin, and she might die. She was weak and her teeth showed. One foot touched the other and should not. She didn't push against me with her feet. She didn't eat my hair. My feet were bare when I saw her dead. My blanket was still warm when I took her down the wooden steps to the grass and the fig tree and buried her in the ground. My spirit was a fountain from all the air, from the giving and the taking. I was on my hands and knees, putting what I love over the body. A leaf fell on her from the tree. I hold on to so many things. When I lived on the island, I climbed the vacant mountain again and again to put pomegranate on the rocks where Aphrodite had been. My friend Michiko sat gentle at her table under the tree on the other mountain and did not live long after she left. I hold my mother, the earth, and cows. We go by boat, bicycle, by owl to get beyond ourselves, beyond this world, to include the other and fail. Or get only a little. I carry ashes across this snow and dump them on the place that will sink down when the whiteness is gone. Some of the ashes blow a small distance, making a stain. I remember the woman in Kurosawa's film after they lost the battle, with something on her back, looking for people she knew by their absence, as the planet was found because of the force of the invisible. I sat in Portsmouth Square after Saskia, watching the Chinese man talk crazy to me as long as I faced him. Between him and the row of pines with poplars behind, a man sat on the concrete, shaking as Saskia did, marring the lotus he was making. The trees are fine, I thought, even though they don't shine. So I went at random into a store directly behind me. A man came forward and said, "What do you want?" "What do you have?" I said. "I sell things for the living and the dead," he answered. And I said, "I want to buy those things." Two women at the rear were eating soup, sucking the crab shells. I bought a pink dress made of paper with pomegranates on it. Paper things of red with green and black and yellow. I bought money for the ghosts and the spirits, remembering the fig leaf falling that morning just before I covered her with dirt. A day I touched life twice, one real, one of paper, one for myself, one for both realms which want to touch. That was the religious part, but Saskia was dead, and Saskia might die, by fear and memory. Her hands felt small, like balls on sticks under the blanket. She might die, and that softness go away. Nothing to be done. The fog comes in. Can we let memory suffice? Is it possible to keep the body about itself, hands holding dirt, the poplar trees not shining behind the dark pines, the man on the concrete shivering, the custard pie I ate after, which cost 60 cents in the Chinese coffee shop, custard and coffee and memory and presence, the spirit of her soft fur and the body hardened by death. Myself, who isn't anything stopped yet, who must learn everything over because she is another with my memory, taken away, mostly lost. The geranium I put on her, paper heart, paper fish, lots of mint, 5-fingered fern, and the fig leaf that fell by itself. My heart vacant, my position like a rabbit, my eyes vacant, blurring her in the light. Nominated by David Wojohn. To Future Elinors, by Eleanor Ross Taylor. From New and Selected Poems, Stuart Wright, publisher. How will you, cut off from Zions, fall on your knees among the lions? What if you, cut off from hymns, confound work-song with anthem? Cut off from Scripture, find sense suspect and worship incoherence, distrust the laces and adore the tangled thread. What of you without a holy thing but every sacrilege of the sacrileged class? God save your unsuspecting fists, grasping the fiery ladder bare, your forehead fighting a wordless solitaire. Without some future language, how can I ask you? If I could ask in Euphories, moonscript, in Ecolo? What will you do with Grandma's savings, those relics that ticked in your head of effort, vision? On pain of death, scratch pictures in the dust, as she did. I fear my afterthirst. Nominated by Barbara Thompson. Outstanding Writers. The editors also wish to mention the following important works published by small presses last year. Listing is alphabetical by author's last name. Fiction. When This Van Is Rockin', Don't Bother Knockin'. Keith Abbott, Coffee House. Autoclisms. Michael Anania, Thunder's Mouth Press. From the Heart of the Order. Tony Artizzoni, Tri-Quarterly. Inventory. Lynn Barrett, Minnesota Review. 2. R. Bartkowicz, Center Press. Winter Journey, Charles Baxter, Black Warrior Review. Triptych 2, Madison Smart Bell, Crescent Review. Saving the Boat People, Joe David Bellamy, Ontario Review. The Salamander Kind, Hal Bennett, Callaloo. Dr. H. A. Moninahan, Lucia Berlin, Tombouctou Books. The Films of R. Nixon, Kenneth Bernard, Fiction International. A Dream of Fair Women, Gina Berriot, Kenyon Review. Massachusetts, 1932, Paul Bowles, Conjunctions. 2-Minute Hero, P.M. Brandt, Croton Review. The Darktown Strutters, Wesley Brown, Phoebe. Crow Bovey's Burning Cold, Carolyn Shute, Agni Review. A Field of Corn, Carolyn Shute, Ohio Review. Bodies of the Rich, John J. Clayton, University of Illinois Press. Billy Will's Song, Daniel Curley, Quarterly West. Breaking Over, R.C. Day, NERBLQ. The Fugitive, R.C. Day, Kenyon Review. Berkey, Susan M. Dodd, University of Iowa Press. Land Where My Fathers Died, André Dubus, Antaeus. Saving the Dead, Kurt Duker, Shenandoah. All Set About with Fever Trees, Pam Durbin, Georgia Review. The Biggest, Most Perfect Bubble in the Whole World, Joan Eads, North Dakota Review. A Daughter's Heart, Susan Engberg, Wisconsin Academy Review. The Plunge of the Brave, Louise Erdrich, NERBLQ. Harry, Sylvia, and so on, Welch Everman, Grand Street. Like a Hully Gully, but not so slow, Anne Finger, 13th Moon. Inside the Body of a Green Apple Tree, Leon Forrest, Iowa Review. Everybody's Got a Hungry Heart, K.C. Frederick, Quarterly West. Fruit of the Month, Abbey Frucht, Ontario Review. Culp, William H. Gass, Grand Street. TV, Brad Gooch, Seahorse Press. Island Lives, Jamie Gordon, Sun. Embarrassment, Donald Hall, Plowshares. The Hospital Story, James Baker Hall, Shenandoah. Breaking and Entering, James Hanna, Crazy Horse. From All the Dark and Beautiful Warriors, Lorraine Hansberry, Tri-Quarterly. The Day the Kites Went Away, George Hitchcock, Quarry West. Ain't No Indians in Hell, Linda Hogan, 13th Moon. Moths, Mary Hood, Kenyon Review. The day Satchel Paige and the Pittsburgh Crawfords came to Hertford, North Carolina, Bill Howard, Spitball. Only the Little Bone, David Huddle, NERBLQ. A Room at Oberk's, Bruce Hansberger, Seattle Review. Fragment of an Ancient Face, Aaron Jacobs, Agata. The Mango Community, Josephine Jacobson, Ontario Review. Broken Glass, Harold Jaffe, Minnesota Review. John Crow, Harold Jaffe, Fiction International. Starring, Corey Jones, Fiction Network. Infinite Variety, Rodney Jones, Tri-Quarterly. Home Again, Paul Kafka, Shenandoah. Blue Stone, William Kittredge, Plowshares. Freedom, William Kittredge, Black Warrior Review. Winter Wolves, Jerry Klobuk, Mid-American Review. Dogs, Ted Kuser, Prairie Schooner. The Death of Leonora, Eric Larson, NERBLQ. Drifting, Serge Lieberman, Micah Publications. The Traitor, Gordon Lish, Columbia. Jazzers, Ralph Lambreglia, Iowa Review. The Extraordinary, Rosalind Rosen Lund, Ascent. My Hands, Dacia Marini, The Literary Review. Schliemann in Indianapolis, Michael Martoni, Gargoyle. Whistler's Father, Michael Martoni, Shenandoah. While Mother Was Gone with 571, Janie McCafferty, NERBLQ. Daughter of the Revolution, Joseph McElroy, Antaeus. Old-Fashioned, John McGairn, Yale Review. From Chin Music, Jim McManus, Another Chicago Magazine. Brothers, Daniel Menaker, Grand Street. A Day in the Country, Stephen Milhauser, Grand Street. Parallelogram, Barbara Milton, Sun Dog. Thanksgiving Day, Susan Minot, Grand Street. Conquering Space, Mary Morris, Black Warrior Review. Cooley and Kedney, Peter N. Nelson, Iowa Review. Confessions of Lester Dunham, Gurney Norman, Apauge. Recognition, Craig Nova, Black Warrior Review. City of Boys, Beth Nugent, North American Review. One Eye on the Indian, Naomi Shiabnai, Prairie Schooner. Back Country, Joyce Carol Oates, Shenandoah. Canal Road, Joyce Carol Oates, Southern Review. For I Will Consider My Cat Jeffrey, Joyce Carol Oates, Michigan Quarterly. From Crooner's Party, Michael O'Hanlon, Missouri Review. Bagatelle, David Ohl, Missouri Review. The Chandelier, Gregory Ophelia, Tri-Quarterly. Love, Natalie L. M. Pettish, California Quarterly. Fast Lanes, Jane Ann Phillips, Vehicle Editions. Phallic Rides Again, Robert Phillips, Confrontation. The Operation, Victor Power, Swallow's Tale. Dirty Heels of the Fine Young Children, Leon Rook, Grand Street. The Woman Who Talked to Horses, Leon Rook, Yale Review. Heat, William Pitt Root, Montana Review. Instruments of Seduction, Norman Rush, Paris Review. Splittin' a Dime, Alfred Schwade, Chicago Review. At Sea, S. M. Schwartz, Sequoia. Trespass, Sandra Schofield, Plowshares. No Place to Be on Christmas, Janet Beeler Shaw, Story Quarterly. Approximations, Mona Simpson, Plowshares. The Colonel's Daughter, Rose Tremaine, Grand Street. Lulu, Joy Williams, Grand Street. The Axe, the Axe, the Axe, Eric Wilson, Massachusetts Review. Impressions, Rudy Wilson, Paris Review. Sister, Tobias Wolfe, Plowshares. TV Guide, Alan Woodman, Carolina Quarterly. From Seduction by Light, Al Young, Quilt. Nonfiction. Family, Walter Abish, Antaeus. I Bow to Jin Cheng Tan, Joel Agee, Virginia Center for Creative Arts. Durations, David Anton, Formations. The Caretaker's Daughter, Dudley Bailey, Prairie Schooner. Last Pictures, John Berger, Threepenny Review. From Harriet Monroe to A.Q., Selected Women's Literary Journals, 1912 to 1972, Mary Biggs, 13th Moon. Growing Old, David Bradley, Virginia Center for Creative Arts. The Uses of Biography, David Bromwich, Yale Review. Literatures of Milieu, Algis Budrus, Missouri Review. Memories of North Pennsylvania, Frederick Buell, NER, BLQ. A possibly momentary declaration in favor of William Butler Yeats and Charles Ellsworth Russell, Hayden Carruth, Conjunctions. The Question of Voice, Dennis Donahue, Antaeus. The Great Chain of Quantum Being, What the Physicists Are Telling Us, Louis Gallo, Missouri Review. The Death of the Author, William H. Gass, Salmagundi. The Habitations of the Word, William H. Gass, Kenyon Review. My Name's is Darkness, The Poetry of Self-Definition, Sandra Gilbert, Tendril. God's Nation Interprets the Bomb, Alexander Hammond, Northwest Review. Workout, Gillis and Heroian, Ararat. A Stationary Traveler, John Hawkes, Antaeus. The Rejection of Closure, Lynn Heginian, Poetics Journal. The Sexual Mountain and Black Women Writers, Calvin Hernton, Black American Literature Forum. John, Joanna Higgins, MSS. In Praise of John Muir, Edward Hoagland, Antaeus. Poems that Talk to Themselves, Some Figurations of Modes of Discourse, John Hollander, Shenandoah. Like Hunger and Thirst, Josephine Jacobson, Tri-Quarterly. The Free Verse Line in Stevens, Donald Justice, Antaeus. Album of Lily, Stanley Kauffman, Michigan Quarterly. Fear of the Age, an essay in cultural criticism, Alfred Kazin, Partisan Review. Avant-Garde, 1984, Richard Kostelanetz, NER, BLQ. Stein on Soul, Lost Lecture in America, Marilyn Crissell, North American Review. Ritual of Death, Ayashi Kyoko, The Spirit That Moves Us Press. The Field Behind the Village, Someth May, Granta. From A Short Biography of Inspiration, McKeel McBride, Nimrod. Letter from America, J.D. McClatchy, Poetry Review. When We with Sappho, Gregory McNamee, Willow Springs. The Gender Maze, Tony A. H. McNairn, Milkweed Chronicle. The Underside of Computer Literacy, Douglas Noble, Raritan Review. Wonderlands, Joyce Carol Oates, Georgia Review. Lyric Narration, The Chameleon Poets, Robert Pack, Hudson Review. The Word as Such, Language Poetry in the 80s, Marjorie Perloff, American Poetry Review. Revisionism with Rancor, The Threat of the Neo-Conservative Critics, Sanford Pinsker, Georgia Review. Venerable Complications, Why Literature is a Little Hard to Read, Richard Poirier, Raritan Review. Damballa and Erzulie as Major Loa in Sula, Song of Solomon, and Salt Eaters, Continuity and Preservation, Anna Poole, Quilt. Journey's End, Writing in the Age of the Broadcast Mode, Ron Powers, NER, BLQ. Blood, Bread, and Poetry, The Location of the Poet, Adrian Rich, Massachusetts Review. Pornography and the Doubleness of Sex for Women, Joanna Russ, 13th Moon. Leaving the Tour, Michael Ryan, American Poetry Review. On the Nature of Poetry, Michael Ryan, Tendril. In Limestone Country, Scott Sanders, North American Review. Letters to R.P. Blackmore, 1939-46, Delmore Schwartz, Ontario Review. A Student's Memoir, Sheila Schwartz, MSS. John Gardner, The Return Home, Dominic Stansbury, Plowshares. The Poem of Trauma, Stephen Tapscott, American Poetry Review. Master-Disciple, or How to Beg for Problems, Jan Willem van der Wettering, Parabola. Pound after Tory and Other Futures, Elliot Weinberger, Sulphur. Works and Days, edited by Renee Carroll Weiss, Quarterly Review. Discourse and Democracy, The Terms of Poetry. Baron Wurmser, NERBLQ. Poetry. Porto Venere, Julie Agus, Antaeus. Two Brothers, Ironwood. Bosquo, Bob Austin, Poetry, L.A. The Anniversary of Silence, David Baker, Kenyon Review. A Country House, Peter Balakian, Poetry. No Never, Beth Bentley, Blue Unicorn. The Disappointments of Childhood, Michael Blumenthal, Poetry. Growing Up in Kankakee, Philip Booth, Tri-Quarterly. Not Trans-Historical Death, or at least not quite, Hayden Carruth, Tri-Quarterly. Woolworth's, 1954, Raymond Carver, Paris Review. Birds That Come from Trees, David Cetino, West Branch. Thermopylae, Amy Clampitt, Poetry. Day, Martha Collins, Antioch Review. From Notes from a Child of Paradise, Alfred Korn, Paris Review. Poems for the Kazan Astrologer, Ariel Dawson, Limbo Bar and Grill, Press. The Routine Things Around the House, Stephen Dunn, Ohio Review. Whiteness, Stephen Dunn, Ohio Review. Exiles, Robert Fagles, Antaeus. Cassiopeia's Chair, Julie Fay, Shenandoah. Peacock on Top of the House, Roger Finch, Literary Review. Oxygen, Gary Fink, State Street Press. The Eager Interpreter, Reginald Gibbons, Yale Review. Eastern Standard Time, Dana Joya, Hudson Review. Psychiatrist's Sestina, Louise Gluck, Threepenny Review. Sights, Albert Goldbarth, Sights. Terms, Laurie Goldenson, Massachusetts Review. Kinnegigligtug, Reindeer Travels, Sister Goodwin, Read Books. Summer Solstice, Alexandra Grillicus, Asphodel. In the Middle, James Baker Hall, Cincinnati Poetry Review. The Maps, James Baker Hall, Plowshares. A Place in Florida, Patricia Hampel, Poetry East. Los Angeles, Brooks Haxton, The Southern Review. Indian Summer, Edward Hirsch, Antaeus. Song of the Rose, Dale Jacobson, Another Chicago Magazine. The Artist Prays to God, Dennis Johnson, Ironwood. Costal, Anne Lauterbach. Conjunctions. Mean, David Lee, Copper Canyon Press. Equal Opportunity, Audre Lorde, Black Scholar. The Thirst of Turtles, Thomas Lux, Emerson Review. Maîtresse Erzulie, Nathaniel McKee, Callaloo. Alice Zeno talking, and her son George Lewis, the jazz clarinetist, in attendance. William Matthews, Ironwood. Adele Menken stares at her ceiling. Mark McCloskey, Poetry Northwest. Identical Twins, Liesel Mueller, Tri-Quarterly. The Mountain Lion, Joyce Carol Oates, Southern Review. My Father in New York City, Sharon Olds, Poetry East. There Are Many Boats, William Olson, Sonora Review. The Little Finger of Carolus Montoya, Gregory Orphalia, Greenfield Review. A Clearing by a Stream, Alicia Ostreicher, Poetry. Three Artists, Robert Phillips, Ontario Review. One Kind of Terror, a Love Poem, Adrian Rich, Icon. Wind, Janis Ritsos, Greenhouse Review Press. White Prayer, Patty Ann Rogers, Poetry Northwest. Heartwood, Richard Ronan, Dragon Gate, Incorporated. Pictures at an Exhibition, Mark Rudman, Telescope. One Summer Night, Aleda Shirley, Mississippi Review. Wherein obscurely Charles Simic, Field. On the Train, John Scoyles, Sonora Review. 12 Pole, Arthur Smith, Ner BLQ. Come Back, Gary Soto, Poetry Now. Living in the Spirit, William Stafford, Plain Song. 1940, William Stafford, Southern Humanities Review. Putting Mother By, Donna Stein, Plowshares. What the Wing Says, David Swanger, Georgia Review. The Lesser Nourishment, Stephen Tapscott, Hubbub. Easter Week, Vermont, Richard Tillingast, Antaeus. My Ruby of Lasting Sadness, Chase Twitchell, The Reaper. Instant on Crowded Street, Robert Penn Warren, Ner BLQ. Seagate and Goldenrod, Cranberry Island Elegy, Rosanna Warren, Seneca Review. Day Trip to Paradox, Dara Weir, Black Warrior Review. From the Chorus, William Wilburn, Yale Review. The Peaceable Kingdom, Peter Wilde, Prairie Schooner. Past the Dark Arroyo, David Wojon, Virginia Quarterly Review. Outstanding Small Presses. These presses made or received nominations for this edition of the Pushcart Prize. See the International Directory of Little Magazines and Small Presses, Dust Books, Box 1056, Paradise, California, 95969. For subscription rates, manuscript requirements, and a complete international listing of small presses. Abatira Publications, P.O. Box 30001, San Bernardino, California, 92413. Adler Publishing Company, P.O. Box 9342, Rochester, New York, 14604. Agada, 2020 Essex Street, Berkeley, California, 94703. The Agni Review, P.O. Box 229, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02138. Onini Publications, Box 456, Maxville, Ontario, Canada, K0C1T0. Asata Press, English Department, Boise State University, Boise, Idaho, 83725. AKLM Publications, 42 Lake Street, Wakefield, Massachusetts, 01880. Alaska Quarterly Review, English Department, University of Alaska, Anchorage, 3221 Providence, Anchorage, Alaska, 99508. Alcatraz Editions, 354 Hoover Road, Santa Cruz, California, 95065. Alexandrian Press, 1070 Aratradero Road, P.O. Box 10080, Palo Alto, California, 94303. Alibaba Press, 163 Candy Circle, Winterville, Georgia, 30683. Alice James Books, 128 Mount Auburn Street, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02138. Amelia, P.O. Box 2385, Bakersfield, California, 93303. American Canadian Publishers, Incorporated, Drawer 2078, Portales, New Mexico, 88130. American Poetry Review, 1616 Walnut Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19103. The American Scholar, 1811 Q Street, N.W., Washington, D.C., 20009. American Studies Press, Incorporated, 13511 Palmwood Lane, Tampa, Florida, 33624. Andrew Mountain Press, P.O. Box 14363, Hartford, Connecticut, 06114. Anhinga Press, P.O. Box 10423, Tallahassee, Florida, 32302. Another Chicago magazine, Box 11223, Chicago, Illinois, 60611. Antaeus, 18 West 30th Street, New York, New York, 10001. The Antioch Review, P.O. Box 148, Yellow Springs, Ohio, 45387. The Appalachie Quarterly, P.O. Box 20106, Tallahassee, Florida, 32304. Arkansas Technical University, School of Liberal and Fine Arts, Russellville, Arkansas, 72801. Armenian General Benevolent Union, 585 Saddle River Road, Saddlebrook, New Jersey, 07662. Artemis, P.O. Box 945, Roanoke, Virginia, 24005. Ascent, 100 English Building, University of Illinois, Urbana, Illinois, 61801. Asphodel, 613 Howard Avenue, Pittman, New Jersey, 08071. Atticus Press, P.O. Box 34044, San Diego, California, 92103. August House, Incorporated, 1010 West 3rd Street, Little Rock, Arkansas, 72201. BOA Editions, 92 Park Avenue, Brockport, New York, 14420. Bad Henry Review, P.O. Box 45, Van Brent Station, Brooklyn, New York, 11215. Bamboo Ridge Press, 990 Hahaione Street, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96825. Banana Productions, P.O. Box 3655, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, V6B 3Y8. The Barnwood Press, River House, Rural Route 2, Box 11C, Daleville, Indiana, 47334. Barrington Press, 22669 Nadine Circle, Torrance, California, 90505. Basil Books, 726 Lafayette Avenue, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45220. Beginning, 1530 Bladensburg Road, Ottumwa, Iowa, 52501. Bellingham Review, 412 North State Street, Bellingham, Washington, 98225. Beloit Poetry Journal, RFD2, Box 154, Ellsworth, Maine, 04605. Berkeley Poets Workshop and Press, P.O. Box 459, Berkeley, California, 94701. Berkeley Works, 2206 Martin Luther King Way, number C, Berkeley, California, 94704. Between C and D, 255 East 7th Street, New York, New York, 10009. Beyond Baroque Foundation, P.O. Box 806, Venice, California, 90291. The Byler Press, P.O. Box 3856, St. Paul, Minnesota, 55165. Bigfoot Press, 7 Suffolk Lane, East Islip, New York, 11730. Bilingual Review Press, Graduate School, SUNY, Binghamton, New York, 13901. Bitts Press, English Department, Case Western Reserve, University, Cleveland, Ohio, 44106. Black American Literature Forum, Indiana State University, Terre Haute, Indiana, 47809. Black Buzzard Press, 4705 South 8th Road, Arlington, Virginia, 22204. Black Ice Press, 6022 Sunnyview, N.E., Salem, Oregon, 97305. Black Sparrow Press, P.O. Box 3993, Santa Barbara, California, 93130. Black Swan Books, P.O. Box 327, Redding Ridge, Connecticut, 06876. Black Warrior Review, P.O. Box 2936, University, Alabama, 35486. Blackwell's Press, 2925B, Freedom Boulevard, Watsonville, California, 95076. Blast, see Black Sparrow Press. Blue Cloud Quarterly, Blue Cloud Abbey, Marvin, South Dakota, 57251. Blue Moon and Confluence Press, College of Arts and Sciences, Spalding Hall, Lewiston, Idaho, 83501. Blue Unicorn, 22 Avon Road, Kensington, California, 94707. Bluefish, P.O. Box 1601, Southampton, New York, 11968. Blue Line, Blue Mountain Lake, New York, 12812. Bomb Magazine, P.O. Box 178, Prince Station, New York, 10012. Bomb Shelter Press, 642.5, Orange Street, Los Angeles, California, 90048. Books of a Feather, P.O. Box 3095, Terminal Annex, Los Angeles, California, 90051. Brightwaters Press, Incorporated, 235 Park Avenue, South, New York, 10003. The Broken Stone, P.O. Box 246, Reynoldsburg, Ohio, 43068. Brooklyn Review, English Department, Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York, 11210. Brushfire, 118 West Palm Lane, Phoenix, Arizona, 85003. Cab Art, Cab Press, 1000 West Huron, Apartment 5B, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48103. Cash Review, 4805 East 29th, Tucson, Arizona, 85711. Cafe Solo, 7975 San Marcos Avenue, Atascadero, California, 93422. California Quarterly, University of California, Davis, California, 95616. Callaloo, English Department, University of Kentucky, Lexington, Kentucky, 40506. Calliope, Creative Writing, Roger Williams College, Bristol, Rhode Island, 02809. Calliope's Corner, P.O. Box 110647, Anchorage, Alaska, 99511. Calyx, P.O. Box B, Corvallis, Oregon, 97339. Cambridge Poetry Magazine, 602 King's College, Cambridge, CB2, 1ST, England. Canadian Literature, University of British Columbia, 213-2021, West Mall, Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, V6T 1W6. The Cape Rock, Semo State University, Cape Girardeau, Missouri, 63701. Caribbean Review, Florida International University, to Miami Trail, Miami, Florida, 33199. Carolina Quarterly, Greenlaw Hall, 066A, University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 27514. Carolina Wren Press, 300 Barclay Road, Chapel Hill, North Carolina, 27514. Cedar Rock Press, 1121 Madeline, New Braunfels, Texas, 78130. The Centennial Review, 110 Morrill Hall, Michigan State University, East Lansing, Michigan, 48824. Center Press, P.O. Box 387, Ranches of Taos, New Mexico, 87557. Central Park, P.O. Box 1446, New York, 10023. Chariton Review, Northeast Missouri State University, Kirksville, Missouri, 63501. Charnel House, P.O. Box 281, Station S, Toronto, Canada, M5M, 4L7. Chattahoochee Review, DeKalb Community College, Dunwoody, Georgia, 30338. Chelsea, Box 5880, Grand Central Station, New York, New York, 10163. Chiaroscuro, 108 North Plain Street, Ithaca, New York, 14850. Chicago Review, University of Chicago, Faculty Exchange, Box C, Chicago, Illinois, 60637. The Chico Press, Box 21988, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70893. Cincinnati Poetry Review, University of Cincinnati, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45221. City Minor Books, P.O. Box 176, Berkeley, California, 94701. Cleveland Street, University Poetry Center, 1983, East 24th Street, Cleveland, Ohio, 44115. Clock Watch, see Driftwood Publications. Coelacanth Publications, 55A, Blue Coat, Irvine, California, 92714. Coffee House Press, 213 East 4th Street, St. Paul, Minnesota, 55101. Cold Drill, Boise State University, 1910 University Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83725. Confluence Press, Incorporated, Spaulding Hall, L.C. Campus, Lewiston, Idaho, 83501. Confrontation, C.W. Post of Long Island University, Greenvale, New York, 11548. Conjunctions, 33 West 9th Street, New York, New York, 10011. Copper Canyon Press, P.O. Box 271, Port Townsend, Washington, 98368. Cornfield Review, Ohio State University, 1465 Mount Vernon Avenue, Marion, Ohio, 43302. Cotton Lane Press, 2 Cotton Lane, Augusta, Georgia, 30902. Cottonwood Arts Foundation, P.O. Box 2731, Norman, Oklahoma, 73070. Cottonwood Review, Box J, Kansas Union, University of Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas, 66044. Coy Dog Review, 203 Halton Lane, Watsonville, California, 95076. Coyote Love Press, 27 Deering Street, Portland, Maine, 04101. Crawl Out Your Window, 4641 Park Boulevard, San Diego, California, 92116. Crazy Horse, University of Arkansas, Little Rock, Arkansas, 72204. Creeping Bent, 433 West Market Street, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, 18018. The Crescent Review, P.O. Box 15065, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27103. Croissant and Company, P.O. Box 282, Athens, Ohio, 45701. Cross Canada Writers Quarterly, Box 277, Station F, Toronto, Ontario, M4Y 2L7, Canada. Cross Currents, 2200 Glastonbury Road, Westlake Village, California, 91361. Croton Review, 340 Grand Street, Croton-on-Hudson, New York, 10520. Cumberland Poetry Review, P.O. Box 120128, Ackland Station, Nashville, Tennessee, 37212. Curbstone Press, 321 Jackson Street, Willimantic, Connecticut, 06226. Cut Bank, University of Montana, Missoula, Montana 59812. Dawn Valley Press, P.O. Box 58, New Wilmington, Pennsylvania 16142. Dawnwood Press, 2 Park Avenue, Suite 2650, New York, New York 10016. Denver Quarterly, University of Denver, Denver, Colorado 80208. Descant, P.O. Box 314, Station P, Toronto, Ontario, Canada, M5S 2S8. Descant, English Department, TCU, Fort Worth, Texas 76129. Dimension, Box 26673, Austin, Texas 78755. Dog-Ear Press, P.O. Box 143, South Harpswell, Maine 04079. Dolphin Moon, P.O. Box 22262, Baltimore, Maryland 21203. Doomsday Books, P.O. Box 734, Peter Stuyvesant Station, New York, New York 10009. Dooryard Press, P.O. Box 221, Story, Wyoming 82842. Dragon Gate Incorporated, 508 Lincoln Street, Port Townsend, Washington 98368. Driftwood Publications, 737 Penbrook Way, Heartland, Wisconsin 53029. Duck Soup, English Department, North Lake College, 5001 North MacArthur Boulevard, Irving, Texas 75038. Dewar Press, 919 Sutter, No. 9, San Francisco, California 94109. Ron Dultz Publishing, P.O. Box 985, Reseda, California 91335. Earth's Daughters, P.O. Box 41, Central Park Station, Buffalo, New York 14215. Electrum, 2222 Silk Tree, Tustin, California 92680. Elizabeth Street Press, 240 Elizabeth Street, New York, New York 10012. Epoch, Cornell University, Ithaca, New York 14853. Exile, P.O. Box 1768, Novato, California 94948. Fabro, English Department, University of Kentucky, 1215 Patterson Office Tower, Lexington, Kentucky 40506. Farrisher Press, P.O. Box 9090, Rapid City, South Dakota 57709. Feminist Studies, care of Women's Studies, University of Maryland, College Park, Maryland 20742. Fiction Collective, Incorporated, English Department, Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York 11210. Fiction International, English Department, San Diego State University, San Diego, California 92182. Fiction Monthly, 545 Haight Street, Suite 67, San Francisco, California 94117. Fiction Network, P.O. Box 5651, San Francisco, California 94101. Field, Rice Hall, Oberlin College, Oberlin, Ohio 44074. The Figures, RD3, Box 179, Great Barrington, Massachusetts 01230. Fire, P.O. Box 811, Rochester, Minnesota 55903. Fireweed Press, P.O. Box 83970, Fairbanks, Alaska 99708. Floating Island Publications, P.O. Box 516, Point Reyes Station, California 94956. Florida Arts Gazette Press, Incorporated, P.O. Box 397, Marshy Village, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33302. The Florida Review, English Department, University of Central Florida, Orlando, Florida, 32816. Flume Press, 644 Citrus Avenue, Chico, California, 95926. Friction, 2130 Arapahoe Avenue, Boulder, Colorado, 80302. Frontiers, Women's Studies, University of Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, 80309. Galileo Press, 15201 Wheeler Lane, Sparks, Maryland, 21152. Gallery Works, 1465 Hammersley Avenue, Bronx, New York, 10469. Gargoyle Paycock Press, P.O. Box 3567, Washington, D.C., 20007. Georgia Review, University of Georgia, Athens, Georgia, 30602. The Goldsmith Press, Limited, Newbridge, County Kildare, Ireland. Grand Street, 50 Riverside Drive, New York, New York, 10024. Granta, 44A Hobson Street, Cambridge, CB1, 1NL, England. Grass Hooper Press, 4030 Connecticut Street, St. Louis, Missouri, 63116. Gray Wolf Press, P.O. Box 142, Port Townsend, Washington, 98368. Green's Magazine, P.O. Box 3236, Regina, Saskatchewan, Canada, S4P 3H1. The Greensboro Review, English Department, University of North Carolina, Greensboro, North Carolina, 27412. Guild Press, P.O. Box 22583, Robbinsdale, Minnesota, 55422. Heirloom Books, P.O. Box 15472, Detroit, Michigan, 48215. The Harbor Review, English Department, University of Massachusetts, Boston, Massachusetts, 02125. Helicon 9, P.O. Box 22412, Kansas City, Missouri, 64113. Hobnob, 715 Dorsey Road, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 17601. Holy Cow Press, P.O. Box 618, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55440. Home Planet News, P.O. Box 415, Stuyvesant Station, New York, New York, 10009. Horizons, Star Route 3, Box 9A, Hermosa, South Dakota, 57744. How, Ever, 554 Jersey, San Francisco, California, 94114. The Hudson Review, 684 Park Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. Illinois Writers' Review, P.O. Box 562, Macomb, Illinois, 61455. Illuminations, see Rathesker Press. Indiana Review, 316 North Jordan Avenue, Indiana University, Bloomington, Indiana, 47405. Individual Artists of Oklahoma, P.O. Box 5036, Norman, Oklahoma, 73103. Integrity Times Press, 118 Laidley Street, San Francisco, California, 94131. The Iowa Review, University of Iowa, Iowa City, Iowa, 52242. I Read Books, 1446 6th Street, number D, Berkeley, California, 94710. Ironwood, P.O. Box 40907, Tucson, Arizona, 85717. Israel Horizons, 150 Fifth Avenue, room 1002, New York, New York, 10011. Ithaca House, 108 North Plain Street, Ithaca, New York, 14850. Jam Today, P.O. Box 249, Northfield, Vermont, 05663. Johns Hopkins University Press, The Writing Seminars, Baltimore, Maryland, 21218. Journal of Regional Criticism, 1025 Garner Street, Box 18, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80905. Jump River Press, Route 1, Box 10, Prentice, Wisconsin, 54556. Cauldron, P.O. Box 541, Halcyon, California, 93420. Calliope, 3939 Roosevelt Boulevard, Jacksonville, Florida, 32205. Kansas Quarterly, Kansas State University, Manhattan, Kansas, 66506. Kelsey Street Press, P.O. Box 9235, Berkeley, California, 94709. Kenyon Review, Kenyon College, Gambier, Ohio, 43022. Kinradi Press, P.O. Box 15272, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87506. Keo, Kick It Over, Collective. P.O. Box 5811, Station A, Toronto, Ontario, M5W, 1P2, Canada. Labyrinth Press, Box 16102, Lansing, Michigan, 48933. Lake Street Review, Box 7188, Powderhorn Station, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55407. Lane Johnny Press, Route 3, Box 9A, Hermosa, South Dakota, 57744. Laughing Bear Press, P.O. Box 36159, Denver, Colorado, 80236. Laurel Review, West Virginia Wesleyan College, Buckhannon, West Virginia, 26201. Lighthouse Books, P.O. Box 882884, San Francisco, California, 94188. Line, English Department, Simon Fraser University, Burnaby, British Columbia, V5A 1S6, Canada. Lips, P.O. Box 1345, Montclair, New Jersey, 07042. The Literary Review, Fairleigh Dickinson University, Madison, New Jersey, 07940. Little Free Press, Route 2, Box 136, Cushing, Minnesota, 56443. The Long Story, 11 Kingston Street, North Andover, Massachusetts, 01845. Lost and Found Times. See Luna Bisonte Productions. Lost Roads Publishers, P.O. Box 5848, Providence, Rhode Island, 02903. Lotus Press, P.O. Box 21607, Detroit, Michigan, 48221. Luna Bisonte Productions, 137 Leland Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43214. MSS, SUNY, Binghamton, New York, 13901. MacDonald Publishers, Edgefield Road, Lonehead, Midlothian, EH209SY, Scotland. The Madison Review, English Department, University of Wisconsin, Madison, 600 North Park Street, Madison, Wisconsin, 53715. Manna, Route number 8, Box 368, Sanford, North Carolina, 27330. Massachusetts Review. University of Massachusetts, Amherst, Massachusetts, 01002. The Maya Press, 1716 Ocean Avenue, Box 181, San Francisco, California, 94112. Memphis State Review. English Department, Memphis State University, Memphis, Tennessee, 38152. Merging Media. 59 Sandra Circle, A3, Westfield, New Jersey, 07090. Moe and Moe Works, Box 33135, San Diego, California, 92103. Micah Publications, 255 Humphrey Street, Marblehead, Massachusetts, 01945. Michigan Quarterly Review, University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, 48109. Mid-American Review, English Department, Bowling Green State University, Bowling Green, Ohio, 43403. Middleburg Press, Box 166, Orange City, Iowa, 51050. Milkweed Chronicle, Box 24303, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55424. The Minnesota Review, English Department, Oregon State University, Corvallis, Oregon, 97331. Miriam Press, 6009 Edgewood Lane, Alexandria, Virginia, 22310. Mississippi Arts and Letters, P.O. Box 3510, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, 39403. Mississippi Review, University of Southern Mississippi, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, 39406. Mississippi Valley Review, English Department, Western Illinois University, Macomb, Illinois, 61455. Missouri Review, English Department, 231 Arts and Sciences, University of Missouri, Columbia, Missouri, 65211. Modern Haiku, P.O. Box 1752, Madison, Wisconsin, 53701. Momo's Press, 45 Sheridan, San Francisco, California, 94103. The Montana Review, see Owl Creek Press. Mothering Publications, Incorporated, P.O. Box 8410, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504. Mountain Laurel Publications, P.O. Box 1621, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, 17105. Moving Parts Press, 419A, Maple Street, Santa Cruz, California, 95060. Milabris Press, Case Postale 171, 1018, Lausanne, Switzerland. Mystery Time, P.O. Box 2377, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 83814. NRG Magazine, 6735 Southeast 78th, Portland, Oregon, 97206. Naked Man Press, care of M. Smetzer, English Department, BGSU, Bowling Green, Ohio, 43403. Nantucket Review, P.O. Box 1234, Nantucket, Massachusetts, 02554. Nebo, English Department, Arkansas Technical University, Russellville, Arkansas, 72801. Negative Capability, 6116 Timberley Road, North Mobile, Alabama, 36609. Never Mind the Press, 1986 Goulden Road, Oakland, California, 94611. New Directions, 88th Avenue, New York, New York, 10011. New England Review and Bread Loaf Quarterly, Box 170, Hanover, New Hampshire, 03755. New England Sampler, RFD1, Box 2280, Brooks, Maine, 04921. New Letters, 5100 Rock Hill Road, Kansas City, Missouri, 64110. New Oregon Review, 537 Northeast Lincoln Street, Hillsboro, Oregon, 97123. New Renaissance, 9 Heath Road, Arlington, Massachusetts, 02174. New Rivers Press, 1602 Selby Avenue, St. Paul, Minnesota, 55104. The New South Writer, 828 Royal Street, Suite 510, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70116. Nimrod, 2210 South Main, Tulsa, Oklahoma, 74114. The North American Review, University of North Iowa, Cedar Falls, Iowa, 50614. North Dakota Quarterly, P.O. Box 8237, University of North Dakota, Grand Forks, North Dakota, 58202. Northeast, Juniper Press, 1310 Shorewood Drive, La Crosse, Wisconsin, 54601. Northwest Review, English Department, University of Oregon, Eugene, Oregon, 97403. Northwoods Press, P.O. Box 88, South Thomaston, Maine, 04861. Nostoc, Box 162, Newton, Massachusetts, 02168. Now It's Up to You Publications, 157 South Logan, Denver, Colorado, 80209. O.R.'s, Box 179, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02238. The Ohio Journal, OSU Department of English, 164 West 17th Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43210. The Ohio Review, Ellis Hall, Ohio University, Athens, Ohio, 45701. Oink, 1446 West Jarvis, Chicago, Illinois, 60626. The Old Red Kimono, Floyd Junior College, P.O. Box 1864, Rome, Georgia, 30161. The Ontario Review, 9 Honeybrook Drive, Princeton, New Jersey, 08540. Open Places, Box 2085, Stevens College, Columbia, Missouri, 65215. Orca Press, SR 4314, Halibut Point Road, Sitka, Alaska, 99835. Orphic Lute, P.O. Box 2815, Newport News, Virginia, 23602. Osiris, Box 297, Deerfield, Massachusetts, 01342. Owl Creek Press, P.O. Box 2248, Missoula, Montana, 59806. Oye Review, 430 South Michigan Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60605. Padre Productions, P.O. Box 1275, San Luis Obispo, California, 93406. Paintbrush, English Department, Georgia Southwestern College, Americus, Georgia, 31709. Painted Bride Quarterly, 230 Vine Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19106. The Pale Fire Review, 162 Academy Avenue, Providence, Rhode Island, 02908. Pangloss Papers, Box 18917, Los Angeles, California, 90018. The Panhandler, English Department, University of Western Florida, Pensacola, Florida, 32514. Panjandrum Books, 11321 Iowa Avenue, Suite 1, Los Angeles, California, 90025. Paper Air, 825 Morris Road, Blue Bell, Pennsylvania, 19422. Parabola, 150 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York, 10011. Paris Review, 45-39, 171 Place, Flushing, New York, 11358. Parnassus, P.O. Box 1384, Forest Park, Georgia, 30051. Partisan Review, 121 Bay State Road, 3F, Boston, Massachusetts, 02215. Passages North, Boniface Fine Arts Center, Escanaba, Mississippi, 49829. The Pawn Review, 2903 Windsor Road, Austin, Texas, 78703. Pax, 217 Pershing Avenue, San Antonio, Texas, 78209. Pequod Press, 344 3rd Avenue, Apartment 3A, New York, New York, 10010. Perryvale Press, 13830 Irwin Street, Van Nuys, California, 91401. Pessimistic Labor, care of Grenier, 2338 McGee, Berkeley, California. Petterly Publications, 3 Greenside Way, San Rafael, California, 94901. Phoebe, 4400 University Drive, Fairfax, Virginia, 22030. Piccolo Press, 1303 Briar, Muncie, Indiana, 47304. Piedmont Literary Review, P.O. Box 3656, Danville, Virginia, 24543. Pigarn Press, P.O. Box 237, Youngstown, Ohio, 44501. Pillar Press, 636 Tarryton Isle, Alameda, California, 94501. Pineapple Press, Incorporated, P.O. Box 314, Englewood, Florida, 33533. Plainsong, Box U-245, Western Kentucky University, Bowling Green, Kentucky, 42101. Planet Detroit, 8214 St. Mary's, Detroit, Michigan, 48228. Plowshares, Box 529, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139. Plover Press, P.O. Box 874883, Wasilla, Alaska, 99687. Poet and Critic, Iowa State University, 203 Ross Hall, Ames, Iowa, 50011. Poet Lore, 4000 Albemarle Street, N.W., Washington, D.C., 20016. Poetic Justice, 8220 Rayford Drive, Los Angeles, California, 90045. Poetics Journal, 2639 Russell Street, Berkeley, California, 94705. Poetry, Box 4348, Chicago, Illinois, 60680. Poetry, L.A., P.O. Box 84271, Los Angeles, California, 90073. The Poetry Miscellany, English Department, University of Tennessee, Chattanooga, Tennessee, 37402. Poetry Newsletter, English Department, Temple University, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19122. Poetry Northwest, University of Washington, Seattle, Washington, 98105. Poetry Now, 3118 K Street, Eureka, California, 95501. The Poetry Review, 15 Gramercy Park, New York, New York, 10003. Point Riders Press. See Cottonwood Arts Foundation. Polytone Press. 16027 Sunbrust Street, Sepulveda, California, 91343. Hookah Press, 2000 East Roger Road, number E9, Tucson, Arizona, 85719. Prairie Schooner, 201 Andrews, University of Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68588. Precisely, P.O. Box 73, Canal Street, New York, New York, 10013. Prescott Street Press, P.O. Box 40312, Portland, Oregon, 97240. Press Porcepic, 235-560 Johnson Street, Victoria, British Columbia, V8W 3C6, Canada. The Priapus Press, 37 Lombardy Drive, Barkhamsted, Hertfordshire, England. Prickly Pear, 3350 East Pima Street, Tucson, Arizona, 85716. Primavera, University of Chicago, 1212 East 59th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60637. Priority Press, P.O. Box 30152, Dallas, Texas, 75230. Progressive Platter, P.O. Box 638, Kenmore Station, Boston, Massachusetts, 02215. Prospect Hill, 216 Wendover Road, Baltimore, Maryland, 21218. Pulp, care of H. Sage, 720 Greenwich Street, New York, New York, 10014. Pulpsmith, 5 Beekman Street, New York, New York, 10038. Pim Randall Press, 73 Cohasset Street, Roslindale, Massachusetts, 02131. Quarterly West, University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84112. Quarterly Review of Literature, 26 Hazlitt Avenue, Princeton, New Jersey, 08540. Quilt, 1446 6th Street, Suite D, Berkeley, California, 94710. Quorum Editions, 10 North Mill, Cranberry, New Jersey, 08512. Raccoon Books, 323 Hodges Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111. Random Weirdness, 6092 North Newburgh Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60631. Rara Avis Magazine, see Books of a Feather. Raritan, 165 College Avenue, New Brunswick, New Jersey, 08903. Rat and Mole Press, P.O. Box 111, Amherst, Massachusetts, 01004. Ratasker Press, 1712 Henderson Street, Columbia, South Carolina, 29201. Reader's Choice, 88 Otter Crescent, Toronto, Ontario, M5N, 2W8, Canada. Real Fiction, 298 9th Avenue, San Francisco, California, 94118. The Reaper, 8600 University Boulevard, Evansville, Indiana, 47712. Reflect, 3306 Argonne Avenue, Norfolk, Virginia, 23509. The Review of Contemporary Fiction, 1817 79th Avenue, Elmwood Park, Illinois, 60635. Rhyme Time, P.O. Box 2377, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 83814. Rhino, 3915 Foster Street, Evanston, Illinois, 60203. Ridge Review, P.O. Box 90, Mendocino, California, 95460. River Styx, 7420 Cornell Street, St. Louis, Missouri, 63130. Rolling Stock, Campus Box 226, University of Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, 80309. Rowan Tree Press, 124 Chestnut Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02108. Rube's Publications, 14447 Titus Street, Panorama City, California, 91402. Ruddy Duck Press, 4429 Gibraltar Drive, Fremont, California, 94536. S.Z. Press, 321 West 94th Street, New York, New York, 10025. Salmagundi, Skidmore College, Saratoga Springs, New York, 12866. Saltillo Press, 607 Gregory, El Paso, Texas, 79902. Samizdat, Box 129, Richford, Vermont, 05476. San Fernando Poetry Journal, 18301 Halsted Street, Northridge, California, 91325. Santa Barbara Press, 1129 State Street, Suite H, Santa Barbara, California, 93101. Score, 2625 Ivy Drive, Number 9, Oakland, California, 94606. Sea Fog Press, Incorporated, P.O. Box 210056, San Francisco, California, 94121. The Seal Press, 312 South Washington, Seattle, Washington, 98104. The Seattle Review, Partleford Hall, GN-30, University of Washington, Seattle, Washington, 98195. Second Chance Press, Permanent Press, RD2, Noyak Road, Sag Harbor, New York, 11963. Second Coming Press, P.O. Box 31249, San Francisco, California, 94131. Seneca Review, Hobart and William Smith Colleges, Geneva, New York, 14456. Sequoia, Stork Publications Building, Stanford, California, 94305. Serpent and Eagle Press, 1 Dietz Street, Oneonta, New York, 13820. Sewanee Review, University of the South, Sewanee, Tennessee, 37375. Shadow Press, P.O. Box 8803, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55408. Shank Painter, Fine Arts Center, Provincetown, Massachusetts. Shearwater Press, Box 417, Wellfleet, Massachusetts, 02667. Sheet, P.O. Box 3667, Oak Park, Illinois, 50303. Shenandoah, Box 722, Lexington, Virginia, 24450. Shepherd Publishers, 100 Sheriff's Place, Williamsburg, Virginia, 23185. Silver Wings, P.O. Box 5201, Mission Hills, California, 91345. Silverfish Review, Box 3541, Eugene, Oregon, 97403. Slipstream, Box 2071, Newmarket Station, Niagara Falls, New York, 14301. The Small Pond Magazine, P.O. Box 664, Stratford, Connecticut, 06497. Snowy Egret, 205 South 9th Street, Williamsburg, Kentucky, 40769. Sojourner, 143 Albany Street, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 02139. Sonora Review, University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona, 85721. South Carolina Review, English Department, Clemson University, Clemson, South Carolina, 29631. Southern Humanities Review, 9088 Haley Center, Auburn University, Auburn, Alabama, 36830. Southern Poetry Review, English Department, University of North Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28223. The Southern Review, 43 Allen Hall, Louisiana State University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70803. Southern Writers Guild, see the New South Writer. Southwest Review, Southern Methodist University, Box 4374, Dallas, Texas, 75275. Space and Time, 138 West 70th Street, Apartment 4B, New York, New York, 10023. The Spirit That Moves Us Press, P.O. Box 1585, Iowa City, Iowa, 52244. Spitball, the Literary Baseball Magazine, 1721 Scott Boulevard, Covington, Kentucky, 41011. Spuyten Duyvil, 520 Cathedral Parkway, number 5C, New York, New York, 10025. State Street Press, 67 State Street, Pittsford, New York, 14534. Stories, 14 Beacon Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02108. Story Quarterly, P.O. Box 1416, Northbrook, Illinois, 60062. Sulphur, 852 South Bedford Street, Los Angeles, California, 90035. Sundog, English Department, 406 Williams Building, Florida State University, Tallahassee, Florida, 32306. Sunstone Press, P.O. Box 2321, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501. Swallow's Tail Magazine, P.O. Box 4328, Tallahassee, Florida, 32315. Tamarack Editions, 128 Benedict Avenue, Syracuse, New York, 13210. Tamarisk, 319 South Juniper Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, 19107. Tannum Press, 40 White Street, New York, New York, 10013. Tar River Poetry, East Carolina University, Greenville, North Carolina, 27834. Telescope, Box 16129, Baltimore, Maryland, 21218. 10 Mile River Press, 2155 Eastman Lane, Petaluma, California, 94952. Tendril, Box 512, Green Harbor, Massachusetts, 02041. Third Eye, 189 Kelvin Drive, Buffalo, New York, 14223. The Third Wind, P.O. Box 8277, Boston, Massachusetts, 02114. 13th Moon, Box 309, Cathedral Station, New York, New York, 10025. Threepenny Review, P.O. Box 9131, Berkeley, California, 94709. Threshold Books, RD3, Box 1350, Putney, Vermont, 05346. Thunder City Press, P.O. Box 600574, Houston, Texas, 77260. Thunder's Mouth Press, Box 780, New York, New York, 10025. Tightrope, 72 Colonial Village, Amherst, Massachusetts, 01002. Tilted Planet Press, P.O. Box 8646, Austin, Texas, 78712. Tombouctou Books, Box 265, Bolinas, California, 94924. Tooth of Time Books, 634 East Garcia, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87501. Touchstone, P.O. Box 42331, Houston, Texas, 77042. Trackaday, Route 1, Box 330, Newmarket, Virginia, 22844. Tri-Quarterly, 1735 Benson Avenue, Northwestern University, Evanston, Illinois, 60201. Trivia, P.O. Box 606, North Amherst, Massachusetts, 01059. Trout Creek Press, 5976 Billings Road, Parkdale, Oregon, 97041. Turkey Press, 6746 Sueno Road, Isla Vista, California, 93117. Toowoomba Press, 2639 Russell Street, Berkeley, California, 94705. 2+2, see Milabris Press. Universal Black Writer Magazine, P.O. Box 5, Radio City Station, New York, New York, 10101. Uranus, 1537 Washburn, Beloit, Wisconsin, 53511. Utopic Furnace Press, 729A Queen Street East, Toronto, Canada, M4M1H1. VAAPR Incorporated, P.O. Box 44370, Capital Station, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, 70804. Vagabond Press, 1610 North Water Street, Ellensburg, Washington, 98926. Vanishing Cab, 827 Pacific Street, Box 101, San Francisco, California, 94133. Virginia Quarterly Review, 1 West Range, Charlottesville, Virginia, 22903. Voices Israel, 38 Nehemiah Street, Nave Sha'anan, Haifa, 32295, Israel. Walt Whitman Quarterly Review, University of Iowa, Iowa City, Iowa, 52242. Washington Review, Box 50132, Washington, D.C., 20004. Washington Writers Publishing House, 3207 Macomb Street, N.W., Washington, D.C., 20016. Waves, 79 Denham Drive, Richmond Hill, Ontario, Canada, L4C 6H9. West Anglia Publications, Box 2683, La Jolla, California, 92038. West Branch, Bucknell University, Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, 17837. West Coast Poetry Review, 1335 Dartmouth Drive, Reno, Nevada, 89509. West End Press, P.O. Box 7232, Minneapolis, Minnesota, 55407. Western Humanities Review, University of Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah, 81112. White Pine Press, 73 Putnam Street, Buffalo, New York, 14213. The Widener Review, Humanities Division, Widener University, Chester, Pennsylvania, 19013. Willow Springs Magazine, PUB, P.O. Box 1063, EWU, Cheney, Washington, 99004. Windfall Prophets Press, English Department, University of Wisconsin, Whitewater, Wisconsin, 53190. Wingbow Press, 2940 7th Street, Berkeley, California, 94710. The Windless Orchard, English Department, Indiana University, Fort Wayne, Indiana, 46805. Wisconsin Academy Review, 1922 University Avenue, Madison, Wisconsin, 53705. Woodrow's Editions, P.O. Box 2537, Madison, Wisconsin, 53701. Wormwood Review, P.O. Box 8840, Stockton, California, 95208. Stuart Wright, Publisher, Box 7527, Renalda Station, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27109. Writers Forum, University of Colorado, Colorado Springs, Colorado, 80907. Yale Review, P.O. Box 1902A, Yale Station, New Haven, Connecticut, 06520. Yellow Silk, P.O. Box 6374, Albany, California, 94706. Zerk's Press, 400.5 Laurel Avenue, Upland, California, 91786. Index. The following is a listing in alphabetical order by author's last name of works reprinted in the first 10 Pushcart Prize editions. Walter Abish, Parting Shot, Fiction, Volume 3, page 261. Kathy Acker, New York City in 1979, Fiction, Volume 6, page 396. Diane Ackerman, Zoe, Poetry, Volume 8, page 379. Ice, Poetry, Volume 4, page 81. Vicente Alessandri, The Waltz, Poetry, Volume 3, page 106. John Allman, Marcus Garvey arrested at the 125th Street Station, Poetry, Volume 8, page 210. Michael Ananya, Of Living Belfry and Rampart on American Literary Magazines since 1950, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 138. Jack Anderson, City Joys, Poetry, Volume 1, page 374. John Anderson, Lives of the Saints, Part 1, Poetry, Volume 2, page 73. Bruce Andrews, Key Largo, Poetry, Volume 3, page 510. Eleonora Antinova, A Romantic Interlude, Fiction, Volume 6, page 289. Philip Appleman, The Trickle-Down Theory of Happiness, Poetry, Volume 9, page 203. Asher Strauss Collective, Even after a machine is dismantled, it continues to operate, with or without purpose, Fiction, Volume 3, page 402. John Ashbery, All Kinds of Caresses, Poetry, Volume 2, page 257. James Atlas, From the Great Pretender, Non-Fiction, Volume 10, page 260. Margaret Atwood, The Man from Mars, Fiction, Volume 3, page 490. Asa Baber, Tranquility Base, Fiction, Volume 5, page 227. Jane Bailey, Late Track, Poetry, Volume 1, page 274. John Balaban, Doing Good, Non-Fiction, Volume 3, page 445. Beau Ball, Wish Book, Fiction, Volume 5, page 124. Beau Ball, Heart Leaves, Fiction, Volume 10, page 278. Russell Banks, Sarah Cole, A Type of Love Story, Fiction, Volume 10, page 362. Stanislav Baranchak, If Porcelain, Then Only the Kind, Poetry, Volume 7, page 393. Jim Barnes, The Chicago Odyssey, Poetry, Volume 5, page 374. Christine Beatty, Lot's Wife, Poetry, Volume 4, page 129. Charles Baxter, Harmony of the World, Fiction, Volume 7, page 181. John H. Beauvais, Autumn Evening, Poetry, Volume 1, page 352. Gillian Becker, The Stench, Fiction, Volume 8, page 309. Barbara Bedway, Death and Lebanon, Fiction, Volume 7, page 118. Marvin Bell, 5 and 10, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 432. Saul Bellow, Some Questions and Answers, Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 295. Antonio Benitez Rojo, Heaven and Earth, Fiction, Volume 10, page 231. John Bennett, Beautiful People, Poetry, Volume 1, page 403. Stephen Berg, Variations on the Mound of Corpses in the Snow, Poetry, Volume 1, page 144. Stephen Berg and the Scream, Poetry, Volume 7, page 244. Suzanne Berger, The Meal, Poetry, Volume 10, page 358. Gina Berriol, The Infinite Passion of Expectation, Fiction, Volume 5, page 360. Daniel Berrigan, Consolation, Poetry, Volume 9, page 69. D.C. Berry, Pier, Poetry, Volume 10, page 357. Wendell Berry, Standing by Words, Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 46. Clark Blaze, Memories of Unhousement, Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 121. Anna Blandiana, Don't You Ever See the Butterflies, Poetry, Volume 2, page 256. Richard Blessing, Tumor, Poetry, Volume 9, page 272. Hannah Bloch, Three Studies for a Head of John the Baptist, Poetry, Volume 6, page 470. Michael Blumenthal, Stones, Poetry, Volume 5, page 358. Michael Blumenthal, Fish Fucking, Poetry, Volume 9, page 121. Robert Bly, The 8 Stages of Translation, Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 451. Philip Booth, Procession, Poetry, Volume 8, page 339. Wayne C. Booth, The Company We Keep, Self-Making in Imaginative Art, Old and New. Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 57. Bruce Boston, Broken Portraiture, Fiction, Volume 1, page 346. David Bosworth, The Literature of Awe, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 244. Jane Bowles, The Iron Table, Fiction, Volume 3, page 521. T. Correason Boyle, Caviar, Fiction, Volume 9, page 102. T. Correason Boyle, The Hector Quesadilla Story, Fiction, Volume 10, page 203. Pamela Brandt, L.A. Child, Fiction, Volume 9, page 351. Robert Bringhurst, The Stonecutter's Horses, Poetry, Volume 4, page 495. Harold Brodkey, Intro, Fiction, Volume 1, page 419. Joseph Brodsky, Lagoon, Poetry, Volume 6, page 69. David Bromage, One Spring, Volume 5, page 156. Michael Brondoli, Showdown, Fiction, Volume 5, page 458. Clark Brown, A Winter's Tale, Fiction, Volume 9, page 289. Wesley Brown, Getting Freedom High, Fiction, Volume 3, page 87. Michael Dennis Brown, Bad Poems, Poetry, Volume 1, page 324. Michael Dennis Brown, Talk to Me, Baby, Poetry, Volume 3, page 222. Christopher Buckley, Why I'm in Favor of a Nuclear Freeze, Poetry, Volume 10, page 360. Charles Bukowski, Dogfight, Poetry, Volume 10, page 258. Vlada Bulatovich Vib, The Shark and the Bureaucrat, Fiction, Volume 5, page 356. Jerry Bumpus, Lovers, Fiction, Volume 2, page 358. Richard Bergen, Notes on Mrs. Slaughter, Fiction, Volume 7, page 464. Robert Burlingham, Some Recognition of the Joshua Lizard, Poetry, Volume 3, page 356. Kathy Calloway, Heart of the Garfish, Poetry, Volume 5, page 219. Annika Campbell, Cranes, Poetry, Volume 10, page 224. Italo Calvino, The Name, the Nose, Fiction, Volume 2, page 321. Steve Cannon, with Ishmael Reed and Quincy Troop, The Essential Ellison, Interview, Volume 3, page 465. Jan Carew, The Caribbean Writer and Exile, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 287. Hayden Carruth, Mending the Adobe, Poetry, Volume 2, page 505. Hayden Carruth, Song, So Often, So Long I Have Thought, Poetry, Volume 5, page 397. Hayden Carruth, Forever in That Year, Poetry, Volume 7, page 427. Hayden Carruth, Paul Goodman and the Grand Community, non-fiction, Volume 9, page 410. Jared Carter, For Star Atkinson Who Designed Books, Poetry, Volume 10, page 389. Raymond Carver, So Much Water, So Close to Home, fiction, Volume 1, page 50. Raymond Carver, What We Talk About When We Talk About Love, fiction, Volume 6, page 88. Raymond Carver, A Small Good Thing, fiction, Volume 8, page 33. Raymond Carver, Careful, fiction, Volume 9, page 306. Carolyn Cassidy, Poor God, non-fiction, Volume 3, page 386. Denise Cassens, Girl Talk, fiction, Volume 6, page 325. Siv Sedering, Ukiyo-e, poetry, Volume 9, page 408. Lorna D. Cervantes, Meeting Mescalito at Oak Hill Cemetery, poetry, Volume 4, page 183. Diane Chapman, Veteran's Head, poetry, Volume 1, page 305. Kelly Cherry, Where the Winged Horses Take Off into the Wild Blue Yonder From, fiction, Volume 2, page 164. Amy Clampitt, The Reed Beds of the Hackensack, poetry, Volume 8, page 398. Amy Clampitt, Grasmere, poetry, Volume 10, page 291. Naomi Clark, The Breaker, poetry, Volume 3, page 167. Christopher Clausen, Poetry in a Discouraging Time, non-fiction, Volume 7, page 129. Andrei Codrescu, Anesthetic, non-fiction, Volume 5, page 432. Andrei Codrescu, Samba de los Agentes, fiction, Volume 8, page 214. Marilyn Coffey, Prick Song, poetry, Volume 1, page 49. Marvin Cohen, The Human Table, fiction, Volume 1, page 210. Kathleen Collins, Stepping Back, fiction, Volume 3, page 418. Martha Collins, Dickinson, poetry, Volume 10, page 288. Peter Cooley, The Elect, poetry, Volume 10, page 133. Jane Cooper, Conversation by the Body's Light, poetry, Volume 3, page 352. David Cope, Crash, poetry, Volume 2, page 500. Christopher Jane Corkery, The Annunciation, poetry, Volume 9, page 407. Jane Cortez, 3-Day New York Blues, poetry, Volume 2, page 471. Gerald Costanzo, Dinosaurs of the Hollywood Delta, poetry, Volume 10, page 136. Henri Coulette, The Desire and Pursuit of the Part, Volume 8, page 401. Malcolm Cowley, John Cheever, The Novelist's Life as a Drama, non-fiction, Volume 9, page 531. Malcolm Cowley, Hemingway's Wound and Its Consequences for American Literature, non-fiction, Volume 10, page 32. Douglas Crace, Cuylerville, poetry, Volume 2, page 51. Robert Creeley, This Day, poetry, Volume 6, page 492. James Crumley, Whores, fiction, Volume 3, page 427. Art Coelho, Like a Good Unknown Poet, poetry, Volume 1, page 334. Philip Dacey, The Sleep, poetry, Volume 2, page 369. Philip Dacey, The Last Straw, poetry, Volume 7, page 490. John Daniel, The Longing, poetry, Volume 8, page 345. Kate Daniels, My Father's Desk, poetry, Volume 7, page 423. Richard Dowenhauer, Koyukon Riddle Poems, poetry, Volume 3, page 308. Guy Davenport, Christ Preaching at the Henley Regatta, fiction, Volume 7, page 94. Gene Davidson, Robo-Wash, fiction, Volume 8, page 300. Lydia Davis, Mothers, fiction, Volume 3, page 443. Thaddeus M. Davis, For Papa and Marcus Garvey, Poetry, Volume 4, page 289. R.C. Day, Another Margot Chapter, Fiction, Volume 4, page 332. Susan Strayer Deal, Some Carry Around This, Poetry, Volume 4, page 493. Carlos Drummond de Andrade, The Elephant, Poetry, Volume 1, page 342. Vine Deloria, Civilization and Isolation, Non-Fiction, Volume 4, page 389. Janet de Saulnier, Age, Fiction, Volume 8, page 404. Terence de Prey, Poetry in Dark Times, Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 351. Terence de Prey, Self-Landscape Grid, Non-Fiction, Volume 9, page 43. Alexis de Vaux, The Woman Who Lives in the Botanical Gardens, Poetry, Volume 8, page 476. William Dickey, Those Destroyed by Success, Poetry, Volume 8, page 116. Morris Dickstein, Fiction Hot and Cool, Dilemmas of the Experimental Writer, Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 309. Deborah Diggs, Vesper Sparrows, Poetry, Volume 10, page 443. Stephen Dixon, Milk is Very Good for You, Fiction, Volume 2, page 179. Patricia Dobler, Carolyn at 20, Poetry, Volume 8, page 271. Stephen Dobyns, Where We Are, Poetry, Volume 10, page 323. H. Bustos Domecq, Monster Fest, Fiction, Volume 3, page 152. M. R. Doty, The Man Whose Blood Tilted the Earth, Poetry, Volume 4, page 313. Sharon Dubiago, Ground Zero, Poetry, Volume 9, page 54. Sharon Dubiago, The Art of Seeing with One's Own Eyes, Fiction, Volume 10, page 90. Rita Dove, Dusting, Poetry, Volume 7, page 268. Norman Dewby, There Is a Dream Dreaming Us, Poetry, Volume 3, page 164. André Dubus, The Fat Girl, Fiction, Volume 3, page 357. Alan Dugan, The Decimation Before Frata, Poetry, Volume 8, page 98. Stuart Diebeck, Hot Ice, Fiction, Volume 10, page 53. William Eastlake, The Death of the Sun, Fiction, Volume 1, page 175. Richard Eberhardt, with William Carlos Williams, Making Poetry a Continuum, Selected Correspondence, Letters, Volume 9, page 170. Russell Edson, The Neighborhood Dog, Fiction, Volume 2, page 308. Larry Eigner, A Puddle, Poetry, Volume 3, page 398. Margareta Ekström, Death's Midwives, Fiction, Volume 10, page 428. Elvita Corche, The Man Who Invented the Automatic Jumping Bean, Non-Fiction, Volume 2, page 371. Susan Engberg, In the Land of Plenty, Fiction, Volume 6, page 219. John Ingalls, The Cold in Middle Latitudes, Poetry, Volume 5, page 550. John Ingalls, Winter Flight, Poetry, Volume 9, page 78. Louise Erdrich, Indian Boarding School, The Runaways, Volume 8, page 450. Loris Essery, Untitled, Volume 3, page 487. Raymond Federman, The Buick Special, Fiction, Volume 2, page 402. Ross Feld, Low Ghost to Low Ghost, Non-Fiction, Volume 2, page 430. Irving Feldman, The Tortoise, Poetry, Volume 5, page 376. Leslie Fiedler, Literature and Lucre, Non-Fiction, Volume 6, page 429. Edward Field, The Sage of Apple Valley on Love, Poetry, Volume 2, page 241. Michael Finley, Giza Pedersen Sets Me Straight on a Matter of Natural History, Poetry, Volume 9, page 405. Jane Flanders, The Students of Snow, Poetry, Volume 5, page 546. Jane Flanders, Cloud Painter, Poetry, Volume 10, page 227. Jane Flanders, The House That Fear Built, Warsaw, 1943, Poetry, Volume 8, page 272. Carolyn Forche, Mientras dure vida sobre el tiempo, Poetry, Volume 2, page 209. Carolyn Forche, El Salvador, An Aid Memoir, Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 159. Jean Fowler, The Flowering Cacti, Poetry, Volume 1, page 97. Siv Sedering Fox, The Juggler, Poetry, Volume 2, page 459. H. E. Francis, A Chronicle of Love, Fiction, Volume 1, page 31. H. E. Francis, Two Lives, Fiction, Volume 5, page 524. Tess Gallagher, Black Money, Poetry, Volume 1, page 276. Tess Gallagher, The Ritual of Memories, Poetry, Volume 4, page 178. Tess Gallagher, Each Bird Walking, Poetry, Volume 8, page 96. James Galvin, Everyone Knows Whom the Saved Envy, Poetry, Volume 3, page 249. Kenneth Gangemi, Greenbaum, O'Reilly, and Stevens, Fiction, Volume 10, page 295. Eugene Garber, The Lover, Fiction, Volume 2, page 288. Isabella Gardner, The Widow's Yard, Poetry, Volume 6, page 217. John Gardner, Moral Fiction, Non-Fiction, Volume 3, page 52. William Gass, I Wish You Wouldn't, Fiction, Volume 1, page 98. William Gass, Uncle Balt and the Nature of Being, Fiction, Volume 8, page 384. Celia Gilbert, Lot's Wife, Poetry, Volume 9, page 63. Jack Gilbert, Hunger, Poetry, Volume 6, page 392. Ellen Gilchrist, Rich, Fiction, Volume 4, page 502. Ellen Gilchrist, Summer, an Elegy, Fiction, Volume 8, page 180. William Gilson, Getting Through It Together, Fiction, Volume 7, page 342. John Glowney, At Dawn in Winter, Poetry, Volume 1, page 216. Louise Gluck, The Dream of Morning, Poetry, Volume 3, page 169. Louise Gluck, World Breaking Apart, Poetry, Volume 6, page 216. Gail Godwin, Over the Mountain, Fiction, Volume 9, page 252. Patricia Gedeke, Though It Looks Like a Throat, It Is Not, Poetry, Volume 2, page 91. Albert Goldbarth, The Form and Function of the Novel, Poetry, Volume 9, page 349. Barry Goldenson, The Librarian of Alexandria, Poetry, Volume 10, page 200. Laurie Goldenson, Letter for a Daughter, Poetry, Volume 3, page 220. Paul Goodman, The Tennis Game, Fiction, Volume 2, page 387. Maria Gaudet, The Air Between Two Deserts, Poetry, Volume 5, page 545. Mary Gordon, Now I Am Married, Fiction, Volume 1, page 227. William Goyen, Arthur Bond, Fiction, Volume 6, page 242. William Goyen, Recovering, Non-Fiction, Volume 9, page 124. Gerald Graff, The Politics of Anti-Realism, Non-Fiction, Volume 4, page 203. Jory Graham, I Was Taught 3, Poetry, Volume 5, page 316. Jory Graham, My Garden, My Daylight, Poetry, Volume 7, page 264. Jory Graham, Remembering Titian's Martyrdom of St. Lawrence, Poetry, Volume 8, page 296. Matthew Graham, Translation, Poetry, Volume 7, page 177. Patrick Worth Gray, I Come Home Late at Night, Poetry, Volume 1, page 214. Linda Gregg, Being with Men, Poetry, Volume 7, page 477. Linda Gregg, The River Again and Again, Poetry, Volume 6, page 441. Linda Gregg, Rondo, Poetry, Volume 10, page 448. Alan Grossman, By the Pool, Poetry, Volume 5, page 221. Barbara Grossman, My Vegetable Love, Fiction, Volume 5, page 347. Susan Goober, Blessings in Disguise, Cross-Dressing as Redressing for Female Modernists. Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 492. Tom Gunn, On a Drying Hill. Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 249. C.W. Guzevelle, Horst Wessel. Fiction, Volume 3, page 228. Adam Gussow, Bohemia Revisited, Malcolm Cowley, Jack Kerouac, and On the Road. Non-Fiction, Volume 10, page 390. John Haines, Rain Country, Poetry, Volume 10, page 318. Donald Hall, Poetry and Ambition, Non-Fiction, Volume 9, page 317. James B. Hall, My Work in California, Fiction, Volume 4, page 267. James B. Hall, Sitting Between Two Mirrors, Poetry, Volume 8, page 175. Daniel Halpern, Dead Fish, Poetry, Volume 6, page 334. Handsome Lake, Farming, Poetry, Volume 5, page 499. William Harmon, Aaron Eyes, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 503. Michael Harper, Made Connections, Poetry, Volume 4, page 352. Michael Harper, Chief, Poetry, Volume 7, page 241. Yuki Hartman, Chinatown Sonata, Poetry, Volume 3, page 354. James Hashem, The Party, Fiction, Volume 2, page 258. Robert Hass, Lowell's Graveyard, Non-Fiction, Volume 3, page 332. Seamus Heaney, Sweeney Astray, Poetry, Volume 3, page 251. Seamus Heaney, The Otter, Poetry, Volume 5, page 84. Lynn Hedginian, Selections from My Life, Fiction, Volume 6, page 151. David Hellerstein, Death in the Glitter Palace, Non-Fiction, Volume 6, page 53. Don Henry, Jr., Moral Cake, Fiction, Volume 3, page 76. Anne Herbert, Snake, Fiction, Volume 3, page 281. Felisberto Hernandez, The Daisy Dolls, Fiction, Volume 4, page 88. Alan V. Hewitt, The Big Store, Fiction, Volume 2, page 95. Brenda Hillman, Anonymous Courtesan in a Jade Shroud, Poetry, Volume 4, page 354. George Hitchcock, Marathon of Marmalade, Poetry, Volume 5, page 154. Michael Hogan, Silence, Poetry, Volume 1, page 273. Michael Hogan, Spring, Poetry, Volume 1, page 30. John Hollander, Blue Wine, Poetry, Volume 5, page 222. John Hollander, The Poetry of Restitution, Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 295. Judith Hoover, Proteus, Fiction, Volume 4, page 368. Richard Howard, Lining Up, Poetry, Volume 8, page 340. Christopher Howell, The Wu General Writes from Far Away, Poetry, Volume 3, page 85. Andrew Hutchins, From a Sequence on Sidney Lanier, Poetry, Volume 8, page 177. Richard Hugo, Medicine Bow, Poetry, Volume 2, page 145. Richard Hugo, Confederate Graves at Little Rock, Poetry, Volume 8, page 153. Lewis Hyde, Alcohol and Poetry, John Berryman and the Booze Talking, Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 71. Lewis Hyde, Some Food We Could Not Eat, Gift Exchange and the Imagination, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 165. David Ignato, A Requiem, Poetry, Volume 7, page 266. Giulia Ilyes, While the Record Plays, Poetry, Volume 3, page 304. Elizabeth Innes Brown, Release, Surrender, Fiction, Volume 7, page 150. John Irving, The Pension Grillparzer, Fiction, Volume 2, page 25. Josephine Jacobson, A Motel in Torrey, New York, Poetry, Volume 6, page 336. Laura Jensen, The Crow is Mischief, Poetry, Volume 3, page 459. Willis Johnson, Prayer for the Dying, Fiction, Volume 8, page 100. Rodney Jones, A History of Speech, Poetry, Volume 9, page 347. Janet Kauffman, Mennonite Farm Wife, Poetry, Volume 5, page 155. Janet Kauffman, The Easter We Lived in Detroit, Fiction, Volume 10, page 245. Shirley Kaufman, Lawrence at Taos, Poetry, Volume 4, page 316. Lawrence Kearney, After the Interrogation, Poetry, Volume 6, page 443. Edmund Keeley, Cambodian Diary, Fiction, Volume 9, page 355. J. Gerald Kennedy, Roland Barthes, Autobiography and the End of Writing, Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 429. Margaret Kent, Living with Animals, Poetry, Volume 4, page 547. Jane Kenyon, The Pond at Dusk, Poetry, Volume 8, page 174. Frank Kermode, Institutional Control of Interpretation, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 107. Benedict Kiley, Fune in the Valley, Fiction, Volume 6, page 276. Crad Kolodny, The Circumcision Rites of the Toronto Stock Exchange, Non-Fiction, Volume 10, page 165. Galway Cannell, The Sadness of Brothers, Poetry, Volume 6, page 329. Galway Cannell, The Fundamental Project of Technology, Poetry, Volume 10, page 51. W. P. Kinsella, Pretend Dinners, Fiction, Volume 5, page 424. Lincoln Kirstein, Crane and Carlson, A Memoir, Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 238. William Kittredge, Agriculture, Fiction, Volume 10, page 215. Carolyn Kaiser, Running Away from Home, Poetry, Volume 4, page 435. Carolyn Kaiser, Exodus, Poetry, Volume 10, page 85. August Kleinzoller, Shooting, Poetry, Volume 10, page 134. William Clothcorn, Out and Down Pattern, Poetry, Volume 5, page 501. Etheridge Knight, We Free Singers Be, Poetry, Volume 2, page 93. Bill Knott, My Mother's List of Names, Poetry, Volume 3, page 460. Kenneth Koch, From the Duplications, Poetry, Volume 2, page 382. Ted Kooser, As the President Spoke, Poetry, Volume 9, page 62. Thaddeus Konwicki, From a Minor Apocalypse, Fiction, Volume 9, page 83. Carl Kopp, Chloe Morgan, Poetry, Volume 1, page 325. Cinda Kornblum, In Iowa, Poetry, Volume 2, page 503. Richard Kostelanetz, Olympian Progress, Volume 2, page 456. David Crane's Cordials, Fiction, Volume 1, page 3. Marilyn Crissell, Leda, Poetry, Volume 6, page 119. Maxine Kuhlman, Another Form of Marriage, Fiction, Volume 2, page 347. Maxine Kuhlman, The Man of Many Ills, Poetry, Volume 8, page 382. Stanley Kunitz, Quinapoxit, Poetry, Volume 4, page 378. Stanley Kunitz, The Snakes of September, Poetry, Volume 7, page 179. Mary Lane, How It Will Be, Poetry, Volume 2, page 368. Christopher Lash, The Family as a Haven in a Heartless World, Non-Fiction, Volume 2, page 194. James Laughlin, In Another Country, Poetry, Volume 4, page 83. Naomi Lazard, The Pilot, Poetry, Volume 1, page 307. Thomas Leclair, Avant-Garde Mastery, Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 368. Li Young Lee, Persimmons, Poetry, Volume 8, page 150. Li Young Lee, The Gift, Poetry, Volume 9, page 274. Doris Lessing, Under Another Name, Non-Fiction, Volume 10, page 313. Denise Levertov, Interweavings, Non-Fiction, Volume 6, page 258. Bob Levin, The Best Ride to New York, Fiction, Volume 2, page 115. Miriam Levine, The Station, Poetry, Volume 2, page 427. Philip Levine, A Woman Waking, Poetry, Volume 2, page 457. Philip Levine, I Sing the Body Electric, Poetry, Volume 7, page 488. Philip Levine, A Poem with No Ending, Poetry, Volume 10, page 414. Larry Levis, The Ownership of the Night, Volume 4, page 284. Larry Levis, Whitman, Volume 7, page 478. James Lewison, Theodore Retke, Poetry, Volume 2, page 501. Fred Licht, Shelter the Pilgrim, Fiction, Volume 7, page 324. Romulus Linney, How St. Peter Got Bald, Fiction, Volume 5, page 368. Gordon Lish, How to Write a Poem, Fiction, Volume 8, page 145. Stephen Shu-Ning Liu, My Father's Martial Arts, Poetry, Volume 7, page 146. Gerald Laughlin, The Last Romantic, Fiction, Volume 2, page 461. David Long, Eclipse, Fiction, Volume 6, page 413. Philip Lopate, Ode to Senility, Poetry, Volume 2, page 131. John Love, A Vision Expressed by a Series of False Statements, Non-Fiction, Volume 4, page 291. Barbara Lovell, A Woman in Love with a Bottle, Non-Fiction, Volume 4, page 356. Thomas Lux, Barrett and Browning, Poetry, Volume 2, page 463. Thomas Lux, At the Far End of a Long Wharf, Poetry, Volume 6, page 275. Susan MacDonald, Him and Me, Poetry, Volume 2, page 212. Ian Macmillan, Messinghausen, 1945, Fiction, Volume 2, page 464. David Madden, On the Big Wind, Fiction, Volume 5, page 377. Clarence Major, Funeral, Poetry, Volume 1, page 275. Curcio Malaparte, The Soroka Girls, Fiction, Volume 9, page 276. Oscar Mandel, Being and Judaism, Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 415. Arnold J. Mandel, Is Don Juan Alive and Well? Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 199. Adrian Marcus, A Letter Home, Poetry, Volume 2, page 498. Robert K. Martin, Whitman's Song of Myself, Homosexual Dream and Vision, Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 379. Bobby Ann Mason, Graveyard Day, Fiction, Volume 8, page 156. Dan Masterson, The Survivors, Poetry, Volume 3, page 69. Cleopatra Mathis, Grandmother, 1895 to 1928, Volume 4, page 500. George Mattingly, Number 17, Poetry, Volume 1, page 209. Bernadette Mayer, Carlton Fisk is My Ideal, Poetry, Volume 3, page 485. Robert McBrearty, The Dishwasher, Fiction, Volume 8, page 168. McKeel McBride, What Light There Is, Poetry, Volume 3, page 399. David McCann, David, Poetry, Volume 3, page 260. Colleen J. McElroy, The Griots Who Knew Brer Fox, Poetry, Volume 1, page 19. Michael McPhee, Silo Letters in the Dead of a Warm Winter, Poetry, Volume 6, page 489. Thomas McGrath, Trink, Praises 2, Poetry, Volume 5, page 268. Thomas McGrath, The End of the World, Poetry, Volume 8, page 56. Thomas McGrath, Totems, Poetry, Volume 9, page 81. Heather McHugh, Breath, Poetry, Volume 5, page 342. Heather McHugh, I Knew I'd Sing, Poetry, Volume 8, page 294. Joanne McLaughlin, Great Aunt Francesca, Poetry, Volume 8, page 449. Michael McMahon, Retarded Children in the Snow, Poetry, Volume 1, page 400. Wesley McNair, Mute, Poetry, Volume 10, page 385. Sandra McPherson, For Johannes Bobrovsky, Poetry, Volume 5, page 456. Sandra McPherson, For Elizabeth Bishop, Poetry, Volume 6, page 442. Sandra McPherson, Ledge, Poetry, Volume 10, page 253. J. Meek, The Week the Dirigible Came, Poetry, Volume 2, page 470. Douglas Messerly, Experiment and Traditional Forms, Non-Fiction, Volume 6, page 304. Paul Metcalf, The Hat in the Swamp, Fiction, Volume 4, page 472. Lorenzo Milam, From the Cripple Liberation Front Marching Band Blues, Non-Fiction, Volume 10, page 325. Henry Miller, Jimmy Pasta, Non-Fiction, Volume 2, page 243. Mark Crispin Miller, Big Brother Is You, Watching, Non-Fiction, Volume 10, page 171. Barbara Milton, The Cigarette Boat, Fiction, Volume 9, page 155. Stephen Minot, Hey, Is Anyone Listening? Non-Fiction, Volume 3, page 239. Susan Minot, Hiding, Fiction, Volume 9, page 31. Susan Mitchell, The Explosion, Poetry, Volume 9, page 270. Judith Moffat, Scat Squall in Spring, Poetry, Volume 6, page 273. Charles Molesworth, Contemporary Poetry and the Metaphors for the Poem, Non-Fiction, Volume 4, page 319. Tom Montag, Lecturing My Daughter in Her First Fall Rain, Poetry, Volume 1, page 69. Eugenio Montale, Henia, Poetry, Volume 1, page 439, cloth edition only. Hilda Morley, That Bright Grey Eye, Volume 8, page 446. Mary Morris, Copies, Fiction, Volume 9, page 506. Howard Moss, Short Stories, Poetry, Volume 2, page 354. Liesl Mueller, The End of Science Fiction, Poetry, Volume 2, page 49. Victor Maraven, The Red Cross Knight, Fiction, Volume 2, page 78. Joan Murray, Coming of Age on the Harlem, Poetry, Volume 9, page 522. Carol Musk, Idolatry, Poetry, Volume 5, page 422. Barbara Meyerhoff, The Renewal of the Word, Non-Fiction, Volume 4, page 48. Leonard Nathan, Season's Greetings, Poetry, Volume 10, page 439. Opal Nations, The U.S. Chinese Immigrants' Book of the Art of Sex, Fiction, Volume 2, page 310. Susan Schaefer Neville, Johnny Appleseed, Fiction, Volume 4, page 486. Sheila Nickerson, Song of the Soapstone Carver, Poetry, Volume 1, page 399. Sheila Nickerson, Kodiak Widow, Poetry, Volume 10, page 257. Aeneas Nin, Waste of Timelessness, Fiction, Volume 3, page 312. S. Nurbiz, When I Was a Child, Poetry, Volume 6, page 395. Naomi Shihab Nye, Making a Fist, Poetry, Volume 7, page 461. Naomi Shihab Nye, Trying to Name What Doesn't Change, Poetry, Volume 9, page 520. Joyce Carol Oates, The Hallucination, Fiction, Volume 1, page 404. Joyce Carol Oates, Détente, Fiction, Volume 7, page 270. Joyce Carol Oates, Notes on Failure, Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 194. Tim O'Brien, Going After Cacciato, Fiction, Volume 2, page 53. Tim O'Brien, Quantum Jumps, Fiction, Volume 10, page 3. David Ohl, The Boy Scout, Fiction, Volume 2, page 464. David Ohl, The Flocculus, Fiction, Volume 6, page 79. Sharon Olds, The Gentleman in the U-Boats, Poetry, Volume 6, page 472. Sharon Olds, The Quest, Poetry, Volume 7, page 175. Mary Oliver, Winter's Sleep, Poetry, Volume 4, page 232. Mary Oliver, The Gardens, Poetry, Volume 7, page 246. Mary Oliver, Moles, Poetry, Volume 8, page 119. Raymond Oliver, Dream Vision, Poetry, Volume 8, page 400. Charles Olson, Encounters with Ezra Pound, Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 353. Gregory Orr, Preparing to Sleep, Poetry, Volume 2, page 504. Simon Ortiz, Selections from Sand Creek, Poetry, Volume 7, page 480. Alicia Ostreicher, The Nerves of a Midwife, Contemporary American Women's Poetry, Non-Fiction, Volume 4, page 451. Lon Otto, Plowing with Elephants, Poetry, Volume 4, page 181. Amos Oz, The Author Encounters His Reading Public, Fiction, Volume 7, page 414. Cynthia Ozick, A Liberal's Auschwitz, Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 149. Cynthia Ozick, Levitation, Fiction, Volume 5, page 29. Cynthia Ozick, Helping T.S. Eliot Write Better, Fiction, Volume 7, page 103. Cynthia Ozick, What Literature Means, Non-Fiction, Volume 8, page 289. Steve Packard, Steel Mill Blues, Non-Fiction, Volume 1, page 278. Linda Pastan, I Am Learning to Abandon the World, Poetry, Volume 7, page 321. George Pearley, Wolfbane Fane, Fiction, Volume 3, page 318. Octavio Paz, Hurry, Poetry, Volume 1, page 95. Octavio Paz, Laughter and Penitence, Non-Fiction, Volume 2, page 146. Jonathan Penner, Emotion Recollected in Tranquility, Fiction, Volume 9, page 335. David Perkins, Rapt Minds, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 212. Laura Persson, Untitled, Poetry, Volume 1, page 271. Joyce Perseroff, Making a Name for Myself, Poetry, Volume 3, page 400. Mary Peterson, To Dance, Fiction, Volume 3, page 143. Francis Phelan, Four Ways of Computing Midnight, Fiction, Volume 6, page 338. Jane Ann Phillips, Sweethearts, Fiction, Volume 2, page 317. Jane Ann Phillips, Home, Fiction, Volume 4, page 29. Jane Ann Phillips, Lechery, Fiction, Volume 4, page 381. Jane Ann Phillips, How Mickey Made It, Fiction, Volume 7, page 376. Robert Phillips, The Stone Crab, A Love Poem, Poetry, Volume 4, page 131. Marge Piercy, My Mother's Novel, Poetry, Volume 3, page 488. John Pilcrow, Turtle, Fiction, Volume 3, page 458. Robert Pinsky, Dying, Poetry, Volume 6, page 487. David Plant, Jean Reese, A Remembrance, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 43. Alan Plant's Living on the Lower East Side, Poetry, Volume 2, page 336. Stanley Plumley, Wildflower, Poetry, Volume 4, page 233. Stanley Plumley, Sonnet, Poetry, Volume 8, page 209. Richard Poirier, Writing Off the Self, Non-Fiction, Volume 7, page 213. Catha Pollitt, Turning 30, Poetry, Volume 7, page 389. Popocatepetl, Poetry, Volume 1, page 174. Joe Ashby Porter, Sweetness, A Thinking Machine, Fiction, Volume 4, page 306. Joe Ashby Porter, Duck Walking, Fiction, Volume 9, page 70. T. E. Porter, King's Day, Fiction, Volume 2, page 214. Manuel Puig, From Kiss of the Spider-Woman, Fiction, Volume 4, page 400. Jack Pulaski, Father of the Bride, Fiction, Volume 1, page 218. Tony Quagliano, Experimental Language, Poetry, Volume 1, page 333. Ruth Ellen Quillen, West Virginia Sleep Song, Poetry, Volume 3, page 108. Bin Ramke, The Consolation of Touch, Poetry, Volume 10, page 202. Gerald Ramsey, Rabbit Trance, Poetry, Volume 2, page 191. David Ray, Take Me Back to Tulsa, Poetry, Volume 1, page 197. Eugene B. Redmond, Five Black Poets, History, Consciousness, Love, and Harshness, Nonfiction, Volume 1, page 154. Ishmael Reed, with Steve Cannon and Quincy Troop, The Essential Ellison, Interview, Volume 3, page 465. Ishmael Reed, American Poetry, Looking for a Center, Nonfiction, Volume 4, page 524. Gary Riley, The Biography Man, Fiction, Volume 4, page 441. Donald Revell, A Setting, Poetry, Volume 10, page 289. Joan Rotalick, High Adventures of Indeterminacy, Nonfiction, Volume 9, page 470. Avram Reisen, The Dog, Fiction, Volume 1, page 115. Adrian Rich, Power, Poetry, Volume 1, page 438. Adrian Rich, Vesuvius at Home, The Power of Emily Dickinson, Nonfiction, Volume 3, page 170. Alberto Alvaro Rios, The Secret Lion, Fiction, Volume 10, page 159. Mary Robison, Happy Boy Allen, Fiction, Volume 7, page 449. Patty Ann Rogers, The Objects of Immortality, Poetry, Volume 10, page 387. Patty Ann Rogers, The Power of Toads, Poetry, Volume 9, page 118. Leo Romero, What the Gossips Saw, Poetry, Volume 7, page 322. William Pitt Root, Meeting Coot, Poetry, Volume 3, page 227. William Pitt Root, Dear Jeffers, Poetry, Volume 7, page 115. William Pitt Root, The Unbroken Diamond, Night Letter to the Mujahideen, Poetry, Volume 9, page 207. Alvin Rosenfeld, Armed for War, Notes on the Antithetical Criticism of Harold Bloom, Nonfiction, Volume 3, page 372. Theodore Roszak, On the Contemporary Hunger for Wonders, Nonfiction, Volume 6, page 101. Terry Roosh, Claire's Lover's Church, Fiction, Volume 9, page 462. Raphael Rudnick, Amsterdam Street Scene, 1972. Poetry, Volume 5, page 318. William Ruckert, Literature and Ecology, An Experiment in Eco-Criticism. Nonfiction, Volume 4, page 142. Thomas Russell, Lavender, Poetry, Volume 9, page 346. Vern Rutzler, Wilderness, Poetry, Volume 10, page 446. Margaret Ryan, Pig 311, Poetry, Volume 4, page 522. Michael Ryan, The Pure Loneliness, Poetry, Volume 2, page 144. Pinchas Sadeh, From a Journey Through the Land of Israel, Nonfiction, Volume 3, page 110. Samizdat, The Death of Yuri Galanskov, Nonfiction, Volume 1, page 22. Samizdat, The Deportation of Solzhenitsyn, Nonfiction, Volume 2, page 339. Samizdat, The Trial of Rozhdestvov, Nonfiction, Volume 4, page 549. Samizdat, on the Metropole Almanac, Non-Fiction, Volume 6, page 386. Ed Sanders, Codex White Blizzard, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 338. Ed Sanders, The Mother-in-Law, Fiction, Volume 1, page 248. Reg Sainer, They Said, Poetry, Volume 2, page 395. John Sanford, The Fire at the Catholic Church, Fiction, Volume 2, page 473. Sherrod Santos, Melancholy Divorcee, Poetry, Volume 5, page 86. Theo Savory, The Monk's Chimera, Fiction, Volume 2, page 396. Max Schott, Early Winter, Fiction, Volume 4, page 239. Philip Schultz, Ode, Poetry, Volume 6, page 469. Steve Schutzman, The Bank Robbery, Fiction, Volume 2, page 464. Christine Schutt, The Women, Fiction, Volume 4, page 473. James Schuyler, Song, Poetry, Volume 2, page 429. Lynn Sharon Schwartz, Rough Strife, Fiction, Volume 3, page 29. Rhoda Schwartz, Nothing Very Much Has Happened Here, Poetry, Volume 1, page 147. Charles Scruggs, All Dressed Up But No Place to Go, The Black Writer and His Audience During the Harlem Renaissance, Non-Fiction, Volume 3, page 283. James Scully, The Day of the Night, Poetry, Volume 1, page 377. Hugh Seidman, Embarkment, Poetry, Volume 3, page 425. Richard Seltzer, Mercy, Fiction, Volume 7, page 205. Richard Seltzer, The Witness, Fiction, Volume 7, page 205. Bob Shacochis, Hot Day on the Gold Coast, Fiction, Volume 10, page 333. And Tozake Shange, Toussaint, Poetry, Volume 2, page 332. Beth Tashery Shannon, Bonds, Fiction, Volume 3, page 73. Beth Tashery Shannon, Asilamarian Lecture, The Dermal Life of the Inhabitants, Fiction, Volume 9, page 518. Harvey Shapiro, Musical Shuttle, Poetry, Volume 1, page 417. Constance Sharp, I Show the Daffodils to the Retarded Kids, Poetry, Volume 4, page 545. Shiksut Jen, The General and the Small Town, Fiction, Volume 6, page 473. Gerard Schein, Column Beda, Fiction, Volume 5, page 89. Leslie Silko, Deer Dance, For Your Return, Poetry, Volume 3, page 49. Leslie Silko, Coyote Holds a Full House in His Hand, Fiction, Volume 6, page 142. Ron Silliman, Sitting Up, Standing, Taking Steps, Volume 4, page 346. Maxine Silverman, A Comfort Spell, Poetry, Volume 3, page 423. Charles Simic, A Suitcase Strapped with a Rope, Poetry, Volume 5, page 198. Charles Simic, Birthday Star Atlas, Poetry, Volume 10, page 229. Charles Simic, The Tomb of Stéphane Mallarmé, Poetry, Volume 6, page 121. Jim Simmerman, Child's Grave, Hale County, Alabama, Poetry, Volume 10, page 198. Lewis Simpson, Physical Universe, Poetry, Volume 9, page 528. Jane Smiley, Jeffrey, Believe Me, Fiction, Volume 4, page 299. Dave Smith, Snow Owl, Poetry, Volume 4, page 127. Gertrude Schnackenberg-Smith, From Laughing with One Eye, Poetry, Volume 4, page 43. W. D. Snodgrass, A Valediction, Poetry, Volume 8, page 293. Gilbert Sorrentino, The Gala Cocktail Party, Fiction, Volume 9, page 246. Gary Soto, Mexicans Begin Jogging, Poetry, Volume 7, page 117. Gary Soto, Oranges, Poetry, Volume 9, page 344. Marcia Southwick, The Body, Poetry, Volume 7, page 462. Elizabeth Spencer, The Girl Who Loved Horses, Fiction, Volume 5, page 320. Jack Spicer, A Postscript to the Berkeley Renaissance, Poetry, Volume 1, page 436. Elizabeth Spires, Blame, Poetry, Volume 6, page 393. William Sprunt, A Sacrifice of Dogs, Poetry, Volume 3, page 84. Jean Stafford, Woden's Day, Fiction, Volume 6, page 447. William Stafford, Things That Happen Where There Aren't Any People, Poetry, Volume 4, page 380. William Stafford, Waiting in Line, Poetry, Volume 6, page 73. William Stafford, Ground Zero, Poetry, Volume 9, page 53. Jerry Stahl, Return of the General, Fiction, Volume 2, page 485. Anne Stanford, The Weaver, Poetry, Volume 8, page 212. Maura Stanton, Bathroom Walls, Poetry, Volume 3, page 421. Maura Stanton, Sorrow and Rapture, Poetry, Volume 10, page 88. Timothy Steele, Sapphics Against Anger, Volume 8, page 479. Felix Stefanili, The New Consciousness, The NEA and Poetry Today, Non-Fiction, Volume 2, page 491. Meredith Steinbach, Vestiges, Fiction, Volume 2, page 133. George Steiner, The Archives of Eden, Non-Fiction, Volume 6, page 177. Gerald Stern, Peace in the Near East, Poetry, Volume 1, page 146. Gerald Stern, I Remember Galileo, Poetry, Volume 5, page 88. Gerald Stern, Hidden Justice, Poetry, Volume 8, page 274. Ricardo Sternberg, The Angel and the Mermaid, Poetry, Volume 3, page 307. Pamela Stewart, The Pears, Poetry, Volume 5, page 435. David St. John, Elegy, Poetry, Volume 4, page 176. Ronald Sukenik, The Monster, Fiction, Volume 1, page 255. Barbara Sirlip, The Garment of Sadness, Poetry, Volume 2, page 400. John Taggart, Giant Steps, Poetry, Volume 5, page 343. Shirley Ann Taggart, Ghosts Like Them, Fiction, Volume 4, page 161. Mary Tall Mountain, There Is No Word for Goodbye, Poetry, Volume 7, page 425. Elizabeth Ann Tallant, Why I Love Country Music, Fiction, Volume 6, page 247. Barry Targan, Dominion, Fiction, Volume 6, page 154. Eleanor Ross Taylor, To Future Eleanors, Poetry, Volume 10, page 451. Catherine Terrell, To My Daughter, Poetry, Volume 2, page 162. Julia Thacker, In Gloryland, Fiction, Volume 6, page 126. Alexander Theroux, Linda Van Katz, Fiction, Volume 1, page 139. Elizabeth Thomas, Without End, Poetry, Volume 7, page 148. Barbara Thompson, Tattoo, Fiction, Volume 7, page 31. Barbara Thompson, Crossing, Fiction, Volume 9, page 216. Quincy Troop, with Stephen Cannon and Ishmael Reed, The Essential Ellison, Interview, Volume 3, page 465. Ann Tyler, The Artificial Family, Fiction, Volume 1, page 11. John Updike, To Ed Sisman, Poetry, Volume 4, page 311. Cesar Vallejo, The Spanish Image of Death, Poetry, Volume 4, page 287. H. L. Van Brunt, The Spring, Poetry, Volume 1, page 195. Mona Van Dyne, Letters from a Father, Poetry, Volume 4, page 235. Michael Van Walligan, Arizona Movies, Poetry, Volume 2, page 279. Stephanie Vaughan, Sweet Talk, Fiction, Volume 5, page 201. George Venn, Forgive Us, Poetry, Volume 4, page 470. Richard Vine, From the Death of Love, a Satanic Essay in Mobius Form, Non-Fiction, Volume 5, page 405. Roman Vishniak, The Life That Disappeared, Photographs, Volume 3, page 512, cloth only. Sarah Vaughan, Scenes from the Home Front, Fiction, Volume 5, page 437. Ellen Bryant Voigt, Quarrel. Poetry, Volume 8, page 155. David Wagoner, Missing the Trail. Poetry, Volume 1, page 10. David Wagoner, Whispering Song. Poetry, Volume 5, page 523. David Wagoner, Peacock Display. Poetry, Volume 9, page 120. Derek Walcott, Cantina Music. Poetry, Volume 6, page 50. Derek Walcott, Europa. Poetry, Volume 7, page 113. Robert Walser, Two Strange Stories. Fiction, Volume 3, page 441. Marnie Walsh, Vicky Lone's Arrow, Fort Yates, North Dakota, 1970. Poetry, Volume 2, page 284. William Wantling, Style 3 and Style 4. Non-fiction, Volume 1, page 328. Robert Penn Warren, The Only Poem. Poetry, Volume 5, page 548. Michael Waters, The Mystery of the Caves. Poetry, Volume 9, page 76. Barbara Watkins, Józefa Kankowska. Poetry, Volume 5, page 403. Gordon Weaver, Whiskey, Whiskey, Gin, Gin, Gin. Fiction, Volume 10, page 138. Marvin Weaver, Lost Colony. Poetry, Volume 1, page 376. Bruce Weigel, Temple near Quang Tri, Not on the Map. Poetry, Volume 5, page 199. Jeff Weinstein, A Jean-Marie Cookbook. Fiction, Volume 4, page 185. David Weissman, Falling Toward Thanksgiving. Poetry, Volume 1, page 401. Joseph Weizenbaum, Science and the Compulsive Programmer. Non-fiction, Volume 1, page 122. Susan Welch, The Time, the Place, the Loved One. Fiction, Volume 8, page 347. Kate Wheeler, Judgment. Fiction, Volume 8, page 275. Edmund White, A Man of the World. Fiction, Volume 7, page 394. Gail Whittier, Lost Time Accident. Fiction, Volume 6, page 29. Gail Whittier, Turning Out. Fiction, Volume 10, page 111. Dallas Weeb, Night Flight to Stockholm. Fiction, Volume 4, page 133. Ellen Wilbur, Faith. Fiction, Volume 5, page 275. Ellen Wilbur, Sundays. Fiction, Volume 10, page 81. Richard Wilbur, Hamlin Brook. Poetry, Volume 8, page 381. Anita Wilkins, Tutka Bay, Alaska. Volume 8, page 481. Nancy Willard, How the Hen Sold Her Eggs to the Stingy Priest. Poetry, Volume 3, page 306. C.K. Williams, Floor. Poetry, Volume 6, page 213. C.K. Williams, From My Window. Poetry, Volume 7, page 143. William Carlos Williams, with Richard Eberhardt, Making Poetry a Continuum, Selected Correspondence. Letters, Volume 9, page 170. John Wilson, Dream. Poetry, Volume 4, page 546. Robley Wilson, Jr., The United States. Fiction, Volume 3, page 197. Harold Witt, Stationery, Cards, Notions, Books. Poetry, Volume 1, page 418. David Wojohn, Weldon Keys in Mexico. Poetry, Volume 6, page 124. Workers' University, The Other Face of Bread. Non-fiction, Volume 3, page 208. Charles Wright, Portrait of the Artist with Li Po. Poetry, Volume 5, page 315. Charles Wright, The Southern Cross. Poetry, Volume 7, page 81. James Wright, Young Women at Chartres. Poetry, Volume 5, page 136. James Wright, The Journey. Poetry, Volume 7, page 459. G.K. Worry, African Bottles. Fiction, Volume 1, page 336. Richard Yates, Oh, Joseph, I'm So Tired. Fiction, Volume 9, page 132. Al Young, Michael at 16 Months. Poetry, Volume 5, page 346. Saul Yurkiewicz, Tenebrae. Poetry, Volume 9, page 205. Yvonne, The Tearing of the Skin, Poetry, Volume 3, page 462. Christine Zawodowski, With the Rest of My Body, Poetry, Volume 2, page 192. Patricia Zelver, Story, Fiction, Volume 5, page 399. Max Zimmer, Utah Died for Your Sins, Fiction, Volume 3, page 135. Paul Zimmer, Zimmer Drunk and Alone Dreaming of Old Football Games, Poetry, Volume 2, page 72. Paul Zimmer, The Eisenhower Years, Poetry, Volume 7, page 391. Howard Zimmern, Grandparents, Poetry, Volume 1, page 245. Contributors' Notes. James Atlas is the author of a biography of Delmore Schwartz and is a contributing editor to Vanity Fair. O. Ball has published stories in Chicago Review, Prairie Schooner, Southern Humanities Review, and South Carolina Review. His fiction previously appeared in Pushcart Prize 5. Russell Banks' most recent novel is Continental Drift. He teaches at Princeton University. Suzanne Berger has published 2 collections of poems, These Rooms, Penman Press, and Legacies, Alice James. D.C. Berry lives in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and teaches at the University of Southern Mississippi. T. Corieson Boyle's most recent book is Greasy Lake and Other Stories, published by Viking. The Hector Quesadilla story won the Paris Review's John Train Humor Prize for 1984. Christopher Buckley's recent collection of poems is Other Lives, Ithaca House. He lives in Santa Barbara. Charles Bukowski won the 1969 Wormwood Award for Notes of a Dirty Old Man, Essex, and his most recent book is War All the Time, Black Sparrow. Annika Campbell worked as a midwife and received her MFA degree from Indiana University. Cranes is her first published poem. Jared Carter was awarded Guggenheim and NEA fellowships and won the Walt Whitman Award in 1980 for Work for the Night is Coming, Macmillan. Amy Clampitt's poetry collections include The Kingfisher and What Light Was Like, both from Knopf. She was awarded a fellowship by the Academy of American Poets in 1984. Martha Collins was a Bunting Fellow at Radcliffe and director of the University of Massachusetts Creative Writing Program. Her poems have appeared in Field, Ironwood, and elsewhere. Peter Cooley's poetry collections include The Company of Strangers, Missouri University Press, The Room Where Summer Ends, and Night Seasons, Carnegie Mellon University Press. Gerald Costanzo lives in Pittsburgh and is director of the Creative Writing Program at Carnegie Mellon University. He is editor of Three Rivers Poetry Journal and author of Wage the Improbable Happiness, 1982. Malcolm Cowley's most recent publication is The Flower and the Leaf, just out from Viking. Deborah Diggs' poems have appeared in American Poetry Review, Antaeus, Georgia Review, and elsewhere. She lives in Iowa City. Stephen Dobyns' new poetry collection is Black Dog, Red Dog, Holt. Sharon Dubiago is the author of Hard Country, an epic poem, West End Press, and is a faculty member of the Napa Valley Poetry Conference. Stuart Dybeck is the author of Childhood and Other Neighbors, a short story collection, and Brass Knuckles, a poetry collection. Margareta Ekström is one of Sweden's outstanding short story writers. Ontario Review Press will soon publish a collection of her stories, the first in English. Jane Flanders' most recent book of poems is The Students of Snow, University of Massachusetts Press. She teaches at New York's 92nd Street YMYWHA. Kenneth Gangemi's most recent books are The Volcanoes from Puebla, about living in Mexico, and The Interceptor Pilot, a novel. Marion Boyers has just reprinted in paperback his first novel, O. Barry Goldenson teaches in the English department of Skidmore College and is the author of several books of poetry. Linda Gregg received a Guggenheim Award in 1983. Her most recent books are Alma, Random House, and Too Bright to See, Grey Wolf. Adam Gussau's essays and reviews have appeared in Boston Review, the Wall Street Journal, and elsewhere. He studies at Columbia and is at work on a novel, Blues for the Lost Generation. John Haines is a poet and essayist who has homesteaded in Alaska for more than 20 years. His latest book is Other Days, Grey Wolf. Janet Kauffman's poetry appeared in Pushcart Prize 5. She is the author most recently of a collection of short stories published by Knopf, Places in the World a Woman Could Walk. Crad Kolodny claims to be the only author who not only publishes his own books, but also sells them on the street as his sole occupation. He lives in Toronto. Galway Cannell's most recent collection is Mortal Acts, Mortal Words. He delivered The Fundamental Project of Technology as the 1983 Phi Beta Kappa poem at Harvard. William Kittredge's most recent book is We Are Not in This Alone, Grey Wolf Press. Carolyn Kaiser won the 1984 Pulitzer Prize in Poetry. Her most recent books have been published by BOA and Copper Canyon. August Kleinzoller works as a locksmith in San Francisco. Moyer Bell has just published his most recent poetry collection, Storm over Hackensack. Doris Lessing is the author of The Golden Notebook and other novels. Her essay here concerns work under the pseudonym Jane Summers. Phil Levine is the author of Years from Somewhere and Ashes, and has won both the National Book Critics Circle Award and the National Book Award. He and David Wojon will be poetry editors for next year's Pushcart Prize. Wesley McNair has published poetry in the Iowa Review, The Atlantic, Plowshares, and has won the Eunice Tietjens Award from Poetry. He is the author of The Faces of Americans in 1853, University of Missouri Press, which won the 1984 Devens Award. Sandra McPherson is the author of the poetry collection Patron Happiness, Echo, and the chapbook Pheasant Flower, Owl Creek. She teaches at the University of California, Davis. Lorenzo Wilson Milam was born in Jacksonville, Florida, studied at Yale University, Haverford College, and the University of California at Berkeley. He is the author of Sex and Broadcasting and the Cripple Liberation Front Marching Band Blues, from which this is an excerpt. Mark C. Miller has written and lectured extensively on George Orwell, and he teaches at Johns Hopkins University. Leonard Nathan lives in Kensington, California. His poetry collections are Holding Patterns and Dear Blood, University of Pittsburgh Press. Sheila Nickerson lives in Juneau, Alaska. Her most recent books are On Why the Quiltmaker Became a Dragon, Vanessa Press, and Writers in the Public Library, Shoestring. Tim O'Brien is the author of Going After Cacciato, a portion of which appeared in Pushcart Prize 2. He lives in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Ben Ramke teaches at the University of Denver. His first poetry collection was The Difference Between Night and Day, a 1978 Yale Younger Poet selection. His White Monkeys was published by the University of Georgia Press in 1981. Donald Revell is the author of the poetry collection From the Abandoned Cities, Harper and Row, and teaches at the University of Denver. Alberto Alvaro Rios won the 1984 Western States Book Award in Fiction for his story collection The Iguana Killer. He also won the Walt Whitman Award for his first collection of poems, Whispering to Fool the Wind. Patty Ann Rogers is the author of The Expectations of Light, Princeton University Press. Her work has appeared in many journals, including Pushcart Prize 9. Antonio Benitez Rojo is the former director of Cuba's Casa de las Americas, and now teaches at Amherst. His book of short stories in Spanish, Estatuas Sepultadas y Otros Relatos, is available from Ediciones del Norte. Vern Rutzela is the author of Paragraphs, Wesleyan University Press, and The Journey Begins, University of Georgia Press. He lives in Portland, Oregon. Bob Shacochis has a novel forthcoming in 1986, and is the author of Easy in the Islands, a short story collection just out from Crown. Charles Simick's most recent book is Austerities, Brasiler. He lives in New Hampshire. Jim Zimmerman's poetry collection, Home, Dragon Gate Incorporated, was an NEA Pushcart Foundation Writer's Choice selection. His second collection is Once Out of Nature. Maura Stanton is the author of the poetry collection Lives of Swimmers, University of Utah Press. She teaches at Indiana University. Eleanor Ross Taylor lives in Charlottesville, Virginia. This poem is from her most recent collection, New and Selected Poems, Stewart Wright, publisher. Gordon Weaver teaches in the English department of Oklahoma State University. He is the author of 3 novels and 3 short story collections. Gail Whittier teaches in the creative writing department of SUNY, Binghamton, New York. Her fiction has previously appeared in Plowshares, Massachusetts Review, Carolina Quarterly, and Pushcart Prize 6. Ellen Wilbur's first story collection was published in 1984 by Stewart Wright, publisher. Her fiction previously appeared in Pushcart Prize 5. Acknowledgments. The following works are reprinted by permission of the publisher and author. Agriculture, copyright 1984, Confluence Press. Whiskey, Whiskey, Gin, 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 copyright 1984, Quarterly West. Quantum Jumps, copyright 1984, Plowshares. Turning Out, copyright 1984, Tri-Quarterly. The Secret Lion, copyright 1984, Blue Moon and Confluence Press. Sarah Cole, A Type of Love Story, copyright 1984, Russell Banks. Heaven and Earth, copyright 1984, New England Review and Breadloaf Quarterly. The Easter We Lived in Detroit, copyright 1984, Paris Review. Sundays, copyright 1984, Stewart Wright, publisher. The Hector Quesadilla Story, copyright 1984, Paris Review. Hot Day on the Gold Coast, copyright 1984, Black Warrior Review. Greenbaum, O'Reilly and Stevens, copyright 1984, Conjunctions. Heart Leaves, copyright 1984, Crescent Review. Death's Midwives, copyright 1984, the Ontario Review. From the Cripple Liberation Front Marching Band Blues, copyright 1984, Moe and Moe Works. Hot Ice, copyright 1984, Antaeus. The Art of Seeing with One's Own Eyes, copyright 1984, New England Review and Breadloaf Quarterly. From The Great Pretender, copyright 1984, Tri-Quarterly. Big Brother Is You, Watching, copyright 1984, Georgia Review. The Circumcision Rights of the Toronto Stock Exchange, copyright 1984, Charnel House. Under Another Name, copyright 1984, Granta. Hemingway's Wound and Its Consequences for American Literature, copyright 1984, Georgia Review. Bohemia Revisited, Malcolm Cowley, Jack Kerouac, and On the Road, copyright 1984, Georgia Review. Wilderness, copyright 1984, Brown Journal of the Arts. Kodiak Widow, copyright 1984, Orca. To Future Eleanors, copyright 1984, Stewart Wright, publisher. Why I'm in Favor of a Nuclear Freeze, copyright 1984, Christopher Buckley. Cranes, copyright 1984, Telescope. The Fundamental Project of Technology, copyright 1984, American Poetry Review. Cloud Painter, copyright 1984, Poetry. Dickinson, copyright 1984, Virginia Quarterly Review. A Setting, copyright 1984, The Antioch Review. Grasmere, copyright 1984, Paris Review. A Poem with No Ending, copyright 1984, Paris Review. Sorrow and Rapture, copyright 1984, Telescope. Rain Country, copyright 1984, New England Review and Breadloaf Quarterly. Rondo, copyright 1984, Sonora Review. For Star Atkinson, Who Designed Books, copyright 1984, Barnwood Press. The Elect, copyright 1984, Ohio Review. Child's Grave, Hale County, Alabama, copyright 1984, Kansas Quarterly. Dogfight, copyright 1984, Wormwood Review. Dinosaurs of the Hollywood Delta, copyright 1984, Gerald Costanzo. Vesper Sparrows, copyright 1984, Antaeus. The Objects of Immortality, copyright 1984, Amelia. Exodus, copyright 1984, Antaeus. Shooting, copyright 1984, Epoch. Birthday Star Atlas, copyright 1984, Missouri Review. The Librarian of Alexandria, copyright 1984, Salmagundi. Ledge, copyright 1984, Grand Street. Where We Are, copyright 1984, Bluefish. Season's Greetings, copyright 1984, Cedar Rock. Pier, copyright 1984, Poetry. The Meal, copyright 1984, Alice James Books. Mute, Wesley McNair, copyright 1984, Poetry. The Consolation of Touch, copyright 1984, Georgia Review. End of the Pushcart Prize 10. Best of the Small Presses, 1985-86 edition. Edited by Bill Henderson. Narrated by John Horton in the studios of American Foundation for the Blind, Incorporated, for the Library of Congress, July 1986. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, the Pushcart Press, P.O. Box 380, Wainscott, New York, 11975.
End of book.